Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, the end game is finally here. Day 1 of the league finals in the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0 kicked off yesterday, the first of 4 in the grand finals. The teams showed up with the same tenacity we've come to expect from them, and other than the fact that I grew a new beard, nothing's really changed in the meta over the little break. Before we get into the game-by-game highlights, let's have a look at some of the major headlines from the day. Box Gaming ended the day on top of the leaderboard with multiple top 3 finishes and a chicken dinner. A very consistent performance, securing more than 100 points. Bigatron Red Aliens were on the opposite end of the spectrum as far as consistency goes. However, a couple of big games with a ridiculous number of kills propelled them to the second position on the leaderboard with 1 chicken dinner. You Level Up sit at the 3rd position in the overall standings, winning 2 chicken dinners in the day. RRQ Athena and Reject Scarlet won the remaining chicken dinners, 1 each, and they sit at the 7th and 12th positions respectively. The final started off in Erangel with the action pretty stagnant up until the 3rd circle when T1 eliminated Bigatron Red Aliens, one of the first teams to be sent packing, which was a major boost to the morale and confidence of T1 as they took out the tournament favorites early on in the game, sparking a rivalry that lasted the entire day. In the 5th circle, as the zone shifted south of Pochinki, Box Gaming found themselves in a central compound which they defended with everything they had until the 7th circle finally forced them out. The final fight saw Box Gaming go up against Team Secret, who advanced from the southern edge of the zone with 3 members alive. However, Box Gaming wiped them out to win the first game of the day, and to be honest, they made it look really easy.
V4 still a fight, trying his best. They don't have the information. Gets Wisp, he's going to be hiding behind the tree, and now they're going for the push. Loki coming on the side. They're not going to be able to take it. Team Secret get that one stolen away by Box Gaming.
The second game was fought in Vikendi, with the final circles forming south of Dino Park, and once again Box Gaming was dominating. Off to a flying start as they finished off Reject Scarlet early on in the game, and talking about squad wipes, later in the 7th circle they wiped out Synergy. Like the previous game, the final fight was between Team Secret and Box Gaming, with an extra addition, You Level Up, making it a Mexican standoff. Team Secret's Yuhai played well, as despite being the last member alive from his team, he managed to take down 2 Box Gaming players, after which You Level Up joined the fray, wiping out the survivors to win the chicken dinner with 9 kills.
With Megastars going down. You Level Up trying their best. They still got 2 players, Winter and Shatsin. Pimay trying his best. You know how deadly that player is, and he's still going to give it an attempt, but You Level Up, they come out on top, Imperium.
The third game was fought in Erangel once again, with the final circles concentrated atop Potato Hill, east of Pochinki. The 5th circle was quite an interesting zone, as it was roughly bisected in half by a road, the left side of which was solely in control of Galaxy Racer's cells, while on the right, Bigatron RA, Box Gaming and Megastars all vied for control. Now fate can be a cruel mistress, as the Galaxy Racer's cells lost their advantage once the next zone forced them out of their haven and they had to cross no man's land. All the teams on the other side worked in unison as they focused fire on the Galaxy Racer's cells, wiping them out. At this point, Bigatron RA held the high ground and, well, they finally stepped up to the plate and won the chicken dinner with 12 kills.
Megastars maybe even giving the opportunity from the backside of Lewis of Box Gaming to take that game away. The Swag trying to heal as much as possible. Oh, he's trying to go for the sprint. Almost able to get Ryzen, but it's just going to be a little bit too short. Now, Lewis, he knows he got second position. He's going to get out of his little hole to try and take a few fights versus Bigatron players, but it's just not going to happen.
Miramar was the site of action for Game 4, where surprisingly, after being consistent throughout the day, Box Gaming was the first team to be eliminated, courtesy of T1, who really are making a name for themselves as the top team killers. The final circles descended on Crater Fields, where TSM Entity and RRQ Athena had been contesting the hills right next to the crater for quite a few circles. Orange Rock was in a prime position in the zone, ready for any and everything. However, they did not account for Luxy, who, despite being the last man standing for Bigatron RA, packed quite a punch as he killed two players from Orange Rock as they rotated into the zone, eliminating them in the 4th position. TSM Entity were in a similar situation, ready and waiting for the enemy. However, RRQ Athena overpowered them to win the chicken dinner with 13 kills, while Bigatron RA's Luxy managed to get his team to the 2nd position.
Themselves as they're clearing all the angles, holding all the spaces. But look at this, Luxy's just running up towards him. I mean, he knows he's just going to have to try and go for it, go for the full send. Only on low HP, but they do spot him out. They do take him down. It is RRQ Athena to reign triumphant.
The 5th game was fought in Paradise, Sanhok to be more precise, where after being on top in Miramar, RRQ Athena fell out right at the bottom in the 16th position. Quite literally, as Bear 11 fell to his death, after which TSM Entity and Team IND killed off the remaining survivors. The final circle formed up high amongst the rocky cliffs on the northwestern island, and in that zone, we saw Bigatron RA, Orange Rock, and Reject Scarlet with 2 members each, while TSM Entity had all 4 players alive at their disposal. Reject Scarlet avoided an early face-off and took the high ground, after which Bigatron RA and Reject Scarlet shredded TSM Entity to pieces. Reject Scarlet finished off Bigatron RA to win the chicken dinner with just 4 kills. However, Bigatron RA placed higher in the post-game standings as they had a mind-boggling 17 kills to their name.
Push on up, just could not get it done. It's such a difficult hillside. Circle hones in. Nice nade though from Reject Scarlet. And this is exactly what I was on to see from Reject Scarlet. Another one comes through and it's over.
The final game of the day, Game 6, came back full circle to Erangel, where T1 clashed with the big boys, Bigatron RA once again, and this time around, it stayed the same. T1 eliminated Bigatron RA, making it 2-0 as far as the rivalry and bragging rights go. In the 7th circle, You Level Up were positioned north in the zone, while Box Gaming and Megastars fought it out in the south, from which Megastars emerged victorious. However, You Level Up finished the weekend Megastars off to win their 2nd chicken dinner of the day.
Again, I think it's highly unlikely. You might be right here, Blank, but Paradox able to escape any more damage. Looking for those heals, but finally goes down. One goes down in response, but it is You Level Up to take the chicken dinner.
The grand finals kicked off with great action and vigor, making the next 3 days some of the most anticipated days of PUBG Mobile action on the biggest stage of the PUBG Mobile World League Season 0. We're going to stay with you every step of the way in case you miss any of the action. Till then, stay tuned and stay safe.
Down goes George, that's a confirmation, instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be, let's see if they go to the engagement, seeing his squad out, oh, big shot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's day number 2 here of our grand finals for the PMWL East. As we yesterday had upsets, surprises, expectations met, we shall figure out how today is going to go down as well here, as all of our top 16 teams are going to be competing to not only get themselves a ton of points on the board, but also move that little bit closer to becoming the PMWL East champion. I'm going to go over to our commentators here as I join my favorite commentators of the PMWL East.
Oh, dear. Haha, very
have-
funny.
What would
did you say
mean?
that?
I did what?
Why would you do the little laughter afterwards?
I'm just, you know,
How dare you? You're dissing our friends.
I'm going to tell them exactly the same thing, to be perfectly honest, later on. Just you
Better.
watch.
The best casters.
How you doing, fella?
Yeah, very well. Does it ever get old, like creeping out of the cave back there? I know it's quite dusty, but
Well,
I mean, it's where he lives, to be fair. Yeah.
It is where I live. I actually sleep there between.
Yeah, we throw you food occasionally.
Yeah. Little biscuits.
Just a few bickies for Caloris.
Few bickies for claws.
And I'll count a Mountain Dew if he's good.
That's right. That's if I'm really good. How about you doing, John?
I'm doing well. I'm ready to get into day 2. Obviously, going to be at halfway point at the end of today, so it'll be exciting.
That is.
How are you Mountain Dewing?
Wow. And with that, we're leaving. It's time to head over to the other desk. Thank you very much, Blank. We'll get back with them a little bit later on for the next games. Mr. Box Gaming himself.
Oh, hey.
Hello,
hey,
Froz.
Hello.
You are particularly pleased with how yesterday went down, I suppose, after your previous predictions.
Look, I'm going to be honest, though. I didn't predict them to do this during the finals. I didn't think they would be top 3.
Abandoning, I see.
I'm just being honest here.
I mean, what can you say? They played fantastic yesterday. The first 3 games they played stellar, and well, Box Gaming are playing fantastic.
Yeah, definitely so. Welcome back, of course, Alex,
Thank
to
you, James.
the desk to get things broken down. Let's take a look at the format here for today, as we have plenty of stuff to look forwards to. We have got ourselves the 3 Super Weekends which have concluded, and all of those fed into our league finals. Yesterday, we had our first 6 games of 24, and now we have 18 left. That's maths for you. That's number 1. We have only those 3 days remaining. It's going to be a good time. Froz.
I mean, we had 3 Super Weekends. This is sort of like a Super Weekend, right? 3 days,
Yeah,
but
maybe like
we
4 in a
do
row.
have 3 more days than in a Super Weekend, though, because it is 6 games a day.
Yes, exactly. The additional game a day. I mean, we feel it on the desk, and I imagine the players feel it too. Just the extra strenuous day, but then again, more great action to see.
And 50% of Erangel, which is always good to see too. Let's take a look at the points distribution and how all of these players are going to be juicing up those succulent points. We got 20 points for first place for that chicken dinner, and then we got all the way down to our 11th through 16th, which is 1 point for the participation placement points.
That most of the teams are going to be trying to get that above 10 points per game average across all the maps, but of course, kill points as well being extremely important when totaled up, and we'll see that later on as well with the scoreboard when it is on aggregate.
Huge amount of kills coming in for some of the teams yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, one of the teams, of course, Box Gaming, and they swapped it up so enormously. From the league play itself, we saw them not being very aggressive, being very passive playstyle. We saw them having an average of 3.6 kills per game in the Super Weekend 3.
Wow.
But coming in yesterday, they had 7.5. That's more than double. And that shows how more aggressive they got yesterday.
Prize pool time. Let's take a look at the money that all of these teams can earn themselves. We've already distributed our left-hand side column here as 50,000 went to Bigatron Red Aliens. They were able to win out the regular season. However, now our top 16 is fighting tooth, claw, and nail for all of the money on the right-hand side. 100,000 for first place.
Yeah, and the $10,000 as well for the MVP. Jonathan's going to think he jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, definitely so. Back-to-back MVP awards.
Are you jinxing him right now?
No, of course not. You know me, I'm a TM7 fan.
Well, right now, I don't think he's going to be in the running so much. There's going to be some other names in the top upper echelons, and actually, of course, we'll look at that a little later on for the MVP award. So we're keeping really close track here through our grand finals. But yesterday, obviously, we do have to talk about Box Gaming here. They were amazing. They came out with a brilliant performance for us to start things off. First, second, and then they got another podium finish throughout those 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, they only had 1 bad game yesterday, 1 16th place, but they did have 1 kill in that. It's still a bad game, though. Then the game after, in game 5, we saw them having a 6th place with 0 kills. This was nothing unlike the Box Gaming we saw in the earlier games, but we saw that they were chasing the circles much more, and they didn't take the aggression to the level they had in the earlier games, where they actually would push earlier on before the circles were on top of them.
Yeah, and you made a great point as well about them playing more aggressive. They showed us 3 different styles yesterday when they're playing edge play, they're playing aggressive, they're playing center circle as well, and it seems like if the circles favor them, they know what to do. If the circles don't favor them, they still have a plan. They play patient and they wait for their timings.
And of course, with Box Gaming getting that first, second, then Bigatron was like, ha, we can do that too. They got themselves the first, second throughout some of the later games in the day. And after being the kings on the throne, the champions of our regular season to start things off, and the current defending world champions, it's not really too much of a surprise that we see them up here right now.
It's not a surprise at all. I mean, it was more that it was unexpected how the games went so bad in the start.
Sure.
But as James said, game 3, 4, and 5, that's when they stepped it up. First, second, and basically from just those 3 games, that's where they got all of their points yesterday. I think about 9% of their points came from those 3 games alone. That means any other team could do that. We've seen other teams do that as well.
They had their own bad game. The last one they finished in 14th, but I feel like the real strength here for Bigatron going forward is, as you said before, the 50% of Erangel. They had 8 chicken dinners on Erangel during the regular league play, doubling what we saw from other teams. And now we have 50% of the maps being Erangel, really favoring those boys from Bigatron.
Yeah, it's interesting that yesterday, though, it was so hit and miss for them on Erangel, right? I think it was 16th first and then the 14th that you're previously mentioning. So I think probably throughout the day here, today or maybe the upcoming days for us, we'll see that be a little bit more ironed out for a Bigatron that we know is able to rotate well, take the risks to get to that winning position, etc.
I mean, we do know they drop on just outside Milta, west of Milta by the bridge there. And they can hold that. That is one of the best positions to start the game off with. Either there or with Box Gaming is. Box Gaming is a little bit more west of that by Snake Compound. But those 2 positions to start off with is that you have a lot of loot, you have a lot of vehicle spawns, but also you can reach military island if there is a military zone coming up. But also you can basically rotate wherever.
Yeah, we saw that in one of the games as well on Erangel. I think it was the 3rd matchup where it was Box Gaming who were trying to take Potato Hill from RRQ, and then on their right side when they tried to rotate away from RRQ, they got met by Bigatron, and then it was like, pick your poison at that point because of how many good teams are centered around that part of the map.
And then, of course, Bigatron, Box, they got themselves the previous top 3 when it came to the regular season. You level up, currently sat in 3rd place right now, and you can even look at this top 4 compared against one another. You see that you level up, and they did fantastically yesterday when it came to their performance.
Yeah, I mean, individually as well, the player that really stepped up to me was Winter. It felt like on the Sanhok game, he really found his way with his grenades, and there was getting the entry kills or the knocks that they were acquiring. And then you level up just played off of those entries and those picks that we saw from Winter, and it all just worked in their favor. And they also had some amazing rotations as well in that last game, all coming to fruition for them.
I just hope it's not going to be a rinse and repeat of what we saw in week 3 from You Level Up. We saw them having a phenomenal day 1, but then coming into day 2, basically everything just crashed. Nothing worked for them, and hopefully that's not the case here today.
I mean, the last game that we saw them in, they got that 1st place as well as 16 kills when it comes to the performance from an individual game. That was only surpassed by the 2nd place for Bigatron Red Aliens, where they got 17 kills. So it really does show that You Level Up, even on a map like Erangel, can hang with the very best of them here.
Yeah, and it's easy to highlight kills, but I think one of the things that really went under the radar was Megastars throughout the entire day. It felt like they really grew as the games went on. The first 3 games, we didn't highlight them too much, but it was towards the 4th, 5th, and 6th game where they really started to, find points, find form, and get better.
What we saw from Megastars yesterday, of course, we saw 2 3rd places, 1 2nd place, but it's not enough. They're not quite there yet. Because normally, if you have those kind of games, yeah, it's not bad. It's really good, actually. It's super good because you're going to have a very high average point, and that's what we see down towards the top. But you need to have the spike-up games. You need to have those games where you have a lot of kills or a win on top of that. Because without those, you're just an average point team.
Mate, you said super good. We're in the grand finals.
Final good.
Ultra good. Come on, we have this discussion at the end of the... Anyway, whatever. We got a little bit of highlights here coming in from some of these teams as well. King of Gamers had a little bit of a rough time throughout yesterday. A 16th place for them in the grand finals isn't exactly where we expect them to be, considering what they were able to do during regular season.
Yeah, and the point I made yesterday as well, I'm going to reiterate it here now, was the fact that during the regular season, the point being made consistently with this team was they are consistent. The issue is coming into the finals, we have other teams around them, You Level Up, Megastars, the list goes on, who are stepping up to the plate, who are feeling into the pressure and playing when it matters. And it just feels like Kings of Gaming aren't adapting to the new level of play that the teams are showing.
I mean, they were a little bit unlucky yesterday and everything didn't really go their way, and that sort of thing happens. Hopefully they have reset their mindset coming into today, because that's the most important thing. Forget about yesterday, think about today, focus on today, and start over from the beginning.
Yeah, the mental reset's really important.
Yeah, definitely so. Here's Megastars as well. Vexy, one of the standout players for Megastars, put in a lot of work on towards them. And actually, even when I look back at some of these moments, these are from the Super Weekend moments, actually. So we've seen Megastars do well during those Super Weekend moments, for sure. But here, once again, they are proving the consistently powerful team here when being able to take the top tiers.
Yeah, but also how they can adapt to it as well. We saw how they were on the East Bridge, for example, where they cross on Erangel, how they usually, in the start of the season, we saw them just blasting through until that one time when Bigatron actually camped them and wiped them out. After that, they started going up the beams, taking a little bit more slowly.
Froz, it's time to break down a moment from yesterday. Take it in the palm of your hands.
What do you want to see, James?
I want to see... I can't remember what.
Great point. Explanation.
We'll watch TSM. We'll watch TSM Entity versus Orange Rock. This is from the last game that we saw yesterday on Area itself. And if we jump into it here, we can see straight away, of course.
Let's take a look.
There it is.
So we see that Orange Rock, they're inside the houses here, the yellow houses. TSM have put out some smokes, Orange Rock put out some smokes. But one thing is for sure, TSM has a really good hold here right now. You can see that they have a triangle set up. Bump, bump, bump. Basically, they're covering the whole, they're covering every angle, making sure that they can move in. And we see them going in with two people in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Jonathan, on the middle of the screen there, he gets a knock on Scout because he's holding an angle. And they straight away, they get the knock, they stop putting the pressure on them. And this is so nice to see how they're executing this. Straight away here, it's a call. Clutch Call says, hey, he's going to come out from the doorway. Make sure you're ready on the left-hand side, Z-God. And we see Z-God here. He's going to be looking towards this way, of course, because that's where Jill is going to come out from. And look at what happens. He's going to pre-fire even, making sure that I don't even need to hit him that much because I already know that Clutch God hit him a bunch. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Jonathan's joining in, and we're going to see a nade coming in from Clutch God. That is this one. It's bouncing in there. You got to be careful. You don't want to run into that. Vyra, on the other hand, he's the last man standing from Orange Rock inside the compound. Mavi is all the way out somewhere else, not around here. But what is nice to see here is Jonathan, first of all, takes a peek. Don't over-peeking it. He just takes a peek, gets the information. He's down, he's inside here, just inside to the left. Waits for the backup. When the backup comes, boom, instantly. But we also see, if we just go back a little bit here, you can see that not only do they come in from this door here on the right-hand side, but you also have over here, of course, Z-God coming in from there, making sure that they're coming in from two entry points at the same time. The synchronization on that is so good. So they're always going to be able to trade it out no matter what.
Especially since they know from the previous peak exactly where his was.
Exactly.
So knowing which one to use as their second entry point, which is guaranteeing them good lines of sight.
Yeah,
exactly. But also the first player comes in, then as you said, gets back out the door, gets the information, waits for his teammates to come with him so they can trade the kill if he was knocked.
Yep. Did the nade do friendly damage?
It did do friendly damage.
It did not.
We'll let that one slip, though. We'll let that one slip.
All right, okay. Alex, come on this way.
Yeah, first time on the telestrator, so if I get this wrong, please don't crucify me for it. Let's switch to my clip, if that could go into the feed. Sorry, I've already got that wrong from the start, but let's pause it. So the clip that I've decided to have is the actual first chicken dinner that we had of the day. It's going to be Box Gaming to the right of your screens, and to the left we can see Team Secret there towards the southern side of it, and then Team IND as well. So we have Box Gaming in the compound to the right, and they can hear the cacophony of grenades, bullets going off to the western side of the circle, and with that, they're going to use that to take their time and their initiative to make their move in terms of positioning. So, to play the clip, initially you're going to see the smokes coming out here. If I can pause it just real quick. Smokes coming in towards the vehicles. This is going to allow for them to get inside them scot-free, so there's going to be no issues there. And even so, Pyme in the windows can give that covering fire. Loki as well behind another vehicle can give that covering fire if need be. Now, playing the clip forward, as we do have Lewis, who's going to be the first one to break away. He's going to be getting the information here and getting the position to allow for Break to follow behind him, as we will be seeing that shortly now. And with this, we can see the 2-2 split, or the box formation that we like to call it as well, coming out from this side, as they can go for the free hand here with the rotation. And now we have two players up front, Break and Lewis, behind them Loki and Pyme, giving the covering fire. But notice as well, Break and Lewis don't go over this line of sight here. If they go over the ridge line, this means that Pyme and Loki may not be able to give them that covering fire if they need be, because look at how low down Loki is compared to the ridge line. So clearing this out, we can see what happened. We know what happened here. We had Team Secret taking out Team IND, and with that, The new position found by Lewis and Break. Team Secret weren't expecting it, and we know what happens. Break lands the double grenade, and it's a 4 versus 1.
I think what's very interesting about this clip as well, Alex, and forgive me if I'm wrong here, is that they made that move before this circle popped.
Oh my goodness, I didn't
They
see
actually
that.
made this move before. Can you rewind it for us? If you rewind it, they made that move. Look, the circle hasn't even popped. So interestingly enough, they made this move on an aggressive, rather than controlling 100% of the circle which was to come, they knew that they were in such an advantageous position to make the move across. Who cares about the next circle here, Froz? That's an insanely confident play by Box Gaming.
It's the initiative as well, so good.
That is also something that was like not what we see from Box Gaming normally. Normally we see all 4 of them being in the backside and just hold the line from there, because there wouldn't be any real reason for them to actually push up, because they have sideline all the way down there. But this move gives them a lot more control over the whole situation.
Precisely, and I mean, again, there's multiple triggers to that, Alex, right? When you look at the fact that they hear the fighting going on, they see the knocks in the kill feed, and they know how many are alive as well, because the game is telling you.
Exactly.
So you make that move knowing that you could potentially press your advantage even harder.
But it's the fact that there was no way for Team Secret to come back in it. We didn't see the overextension from Lewis and Break. I mentioned the lines of sight because they had Loki there on the floor, and then you have the backup as well of Pyme in the windows. We know how good he is from long range.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the circle thing, because I didn't notice that until just now watching it. Because when we watch it in real time, I'm like, oh, okay, they've made that move to just control the circle. But damn, cool stuff, cool stuff. Thank you very much for that. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here for our grand finals, as we have up towards the top. It's Box Gaming with 110 points, 14 points clear of Biggitron Red Aliens after the first day, Froz.
I mean, that's pretty huge. And we're talking about getting 18.3 points per game. This is a lot of points in one game, or one day, sorry. We know that Biggitron, of course, being a really good team, they're sitting on 96. That's 16 points per game.
Yes.
That is also a lot. We're talking about when you win a Super Weekend that we've seen before, you're averaging 12 points per game, 12 to 13, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they have a really good lead to actually keep that average right now.
Yeah, and when you look at that with that kind of points average, that's with some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
No big deal, no issue there. Here's our 11th through 16th as well. Some of these teams want to kind of chase a little bit down the extra money, because that's what they're gunning for, more money.
The team that surprises me, though, James, is T1 in 13th. We saw them in the first game take down, I believe it was Biggitron, Flown, that they took down I&D. Another game as well, in the first few minutes, they took out Box Gaming as well. They have this firepower which they can utilize in the micro, you know, in the team fights. But when you look at the macro play, rotations, movements, timings, something is going wrong for this team, because they can take out top squads initially in terms of firefights, but along the way, poor rotations, they're caught off guard. I think actually Max made a great point where he said it looks like T1 play in the dark. It's like they don't have that scout player, and when they do, they just fully engage straight away.
I think it comes down to them coming from the South Korean region, where they actually scrim and play against the other teams. They're not used to this kind of level of competitive teams. But they have been playing here for the whole season, so they should be expecting this.
Well, when I've spoken to Missile in an interview as well, he was saying that he understands that the region isn't as developed as South Asia or Southeast Asia, so it's kind of to be expected to a little bit. But let's take a look now at the MVP rankings, as we are keeping track of it throughout all 4 of these days. And right now, Break is running away with it, unless somebody slows him down, unless somebody throws water on that box fort. Just get rid of some of that cardboard.
It's the role he plays as well, though, James. I mean, Break, we saw in the clip that I broke down as well, he's the first player in. He's the one sending in the HE, the high explosive grenades, trying to supple up the opposition to allow them to push and have his teammates come with him. It just seems like he's the one carrying from the front right now.
Something that's quite impressive, though, is actually, I was saying, you know, Jonathan might not be in the running. He's 6th place, despite TSM not having the best of days yesterday for us.
I mean, it comes down not only to the kills. We see him, of course, only on 8 kills, but a lot of damage and very good survival time. You got to remember all of these 3 things here. Average survival time, total damage, and total kills. That's what matters when it comes to the MVP.
Yeah.
Scout as well, they're in 8th position. He had that amazing game on Miramar, and it really feels like for Orange Rock, as the day went on, Orange Rock slowly got more comfortable, more confidence, and I'm actually really excited to see how they bring the form today.
And that is what we want to see, because they're a team, again, that was on the lips of Biggitron Red Aliens in the first week, saying they're potentially potentially one of their biggest competitors. But let's take a look at that schedule. It's 6 games for you today here, as we have 50% worth of Erangel, and then we have Vikendi, Miramar, Sanhok mixed on in for that variety, for that spice, and to give an opportunity maybe to some of the teams that feel a little bit more comfortable on some of these wildcard battlegrounds for us, because we have seen some rise to the top, but also Box Gaming, will they continue their podium streak on Vikendi? I want to see it. I want to see it.
Hopefully they will. But we're talking a lot about TSM Entity being a really good team on Erangel yesterday. That did not show at all. That did not reflect in the results. Yesterday, it was all about Miramar and Sanhok, not only for TSM Entity, but also for Orange Rock. 2 teams that we know can do good on every map. So, I mean, we need to see them stepping up on every map today. It can't just be those 2 maps.
And we also have a few map specialists as well. I mean, just looking at Miramar, RRQ had the highest average points per game at 14, and obviously they took the chicken dinner yesterday. So excited to see if RRQ are going to be able to get that double back-to-back Miramar chicken dinner, or have the teams study their Miramar play.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Of course, as well at home, if you're tuning in, you know what? Spread the word, because I like rewards, you like rewards. Frost definitely likes rewards. See? I didn't even have to really bring it up. Because you at home, if we reach our 1 million viewers peak viewer milestone, we will be giving out special crates for every PUBG Mobile player.
I'm making sure Blank doesn't open up my crates with his luck.
Yeah, he was really upset this morning. Oh, now he looks sad.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate.
And now we can revel in his misery. And now he's laughing. That's good. That's good. So yes, continue to watch. Spread the word as well. Get your friends involved. Get your grandma watching. Get your dog watching. Put it on every tablet. Everything. And watch more PUBG Mobile. Get us those crates. We can get them together. And we can all benefit. Froz, what do you think?
Yes. I mean, more crates.
Yes, exactly.
more crates means more skins. And skins is really good for everyone, right?
That's true.
Everyone likes skins.
More skins, more skill, right?
Yeah. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time to get into our first game here of our second day for the grand finals of PMWL East. Let's head over to Xander and John. They're very good at their job. Let's go.
Thank you very much. He's pretty... yes!
He's all right at his job.
Yeah, I would say he's pretty good.
Do you think?
Should we get him back maybe for tomorrow?
I think maybe, yeah, get him in for tomorrow. But he's shaking his head. I'd also feel the same. We'll have a re-evaluation at the end of the day and we'll find out. But yeah, if you're at home, you're watching, like James says, get your dog Barky watching the show, because he can get skins too. You know, he can get some. I mean, I'm not sure how the dog would wear a skin, but yeah, let's go. Barky! Do it for Barky!
That is probably the most imaginative name for a dog I have ever heard. Fantastic stuff. Erangel, a pretty imaginative name for the map itself. Game number 1, we're going to be heading into the skies. Primorsk to Stauber, plain blank. It's going to kick things off for the day.
Thank you. Something came over me then. It was a spirit of Barky.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, like you say, Primorsk to Stauber. Day 2 of the league finals. It's getting fantastic right now. It's getting a little bit heated. The pressure is on. One team I want to talk about a little bit more though.
Which team's that, Blank?
You level up. Let's go. This team, they really do live up to their own name as their leveling up team. Week 1 of the Super Weekend, they didn't make it in. Week 2, they make it to 12th place. Week 3, they make it to 9th, and now here they are up with the best of them in 3rd place with 2 chicken dinners, a 4th place, and then some steady rankings other than that. I mean, this is what you want to see, and honestly, I'm happy to see it from a team like You Level Up, because we're in the World League and it's all about finding that new talent who's breaking into the scene. And if You Level Up can be that new team that's starting to rival with some of the best, we've already seen Box Gaming kind of come out of nowhere and start rivaling Bigatron, who are now currently towards the top 110 points as opposed to Bigatron's 96, so they're quite far ahead. But yeah, we will be getting into the map very shortly as we see all these players dropping down to wherever they want to go. T1 going to be heading over towards Mill to Power. We know they like to go there. And it feels like TSM Entity actually heading off towards Georgia Pole. And look at that, John. We have a South Circle, so we're potentially ending up in Sosnovka, which Team IND will be very happy about, considering they won't have to leave.
Another team that's going to be pretty happy about that, Megastars as well. They drop in Novo. You can see they're moving out towards the east there. They normally loot that position, so they should be just fine. The bridge crossings will be prime real estate if it shifts further south, and those will be controlled by You Level Up, Box Gaming, and Bigatron, who have spread themselves across that south coast, their standard drop points.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, Huashuan is actually heading over towards the bridge, so you can see him just there. I think he was just in a tiny little fight with Louis, who is running away with...
I think he was going going for the vehicle there.
Yeah, no, Louis actually running away with very little HP, this is what I'm saying. So I think they had a little bit of a scrap, but they decided to call it quits, and Boschwein is instead going to head down to Ferry Pier, start looting up. But right now, you level up. Let's look at this. They have Primos to themselves, they have Ferry Pier to themselves, so they're going to be very heavily looted with a really good chance to start moving down into through the Western Bridge, down towards the actual military base itself. So a good start to their game at least. And again, we've got this clump of teams towards Rozhok, and it's every single time. It's where things get a little bit tricky. And Orange Rock, they have consistently done the same thing throughout the entirety of the tournament. Send one north to the other side, send one more in terms of Marvi, scouting out Udugank. And honestly, I would say that Erangel is just not one of their stronger maps at the moment, purely because this initial rotation from them always causes them problems.
It means that they're delayed. If they need to move south, they need to regroup from the north instead of regrouping towards the south further into that rotation. And it just wastes a little bit of time. And that's absolutely such a crucial part of this early game.
And would you say, John, as well, because TSM Entity is starting to more consistently drop in South George, that actually it's causing more problems for Orange Rock now, because this is another team they might have to rotate through, amongst others?
I might say that. I might say that if I was so inclined. It depends on the circle shift. I think obviously this case probably likely they're going to run into one another. But if it's a western shift, unlikely. If it's a northern shift, again, not super likely until those later circles. But really in this first phase, it really does depend on that circle shift, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I just think at the moment they're trapped between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, or the Devil and the Deep Blue Water City in this case. So it gets a little bit tricky for them, and I think that they've done admirably so far to actually make their way out of this alive, because let's look at other teams, for instance, like Reject Scarlet. Whenever they're in Yasnaya Polyana, if the circle does go up towards them, they pretty much will just stay in Yasnaya Polyana. They won't have to rotate at all. Taking another look at a different team, for instance, Team Secret. Team Secret makes some wide rotations, but largely they're uncontested towards the beginning of the game, claiming pretty much the entirety of the western chunk of the map here around Gatka to themselves, which is fairly amazing, to be honest with you. But instead, you box yourself into a certain position like this, things get tricky. And I think we can turn this on its head again and say that Orange Rock, it's almost a testament to their own skill, though, the fact they're able to make it out of here alive so many times.
And I mean, to be fair, they are doing pretty well overall, Blank. They're in 5th place currently, 54 points, tied up with Team IND, winning out on the kills with 25 to 20. So that's a pretty hefty achievement to be able to put under the belt to tuck it away. And in 5th place, you managed to get yourself $8,000.
5th place, $8,000. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's nowhere near that huge chunk of $100,000 at the top. And one team that's definitely wanting to go for that is Bigatron. They've shown us that they deserve to be at the top the entire time, but now they have to prove it in these final moments. And in the league play, they definitely prove it in those final moments, getting towards that #1 spot. But something different here. They've moved actually down on the Eastern Bridge on that casual rotation of theirs and actually hit up Sosnovka military base very early. You just saw on your screen there. Obviously, if you're just tuning in now, if we hit 1 million viewers on that final day of the finals itself, we will get 6 loot crates for everybody, John.
That's a lot of loot crates.
That's a lot of loot
people,
crates.
Right? PUBG Mobile, loads of players. 6 for everybody.
That's not just. That's 6 million loot crates. If we just hit the 1 million.
I don't. Is that okay? I have to check those numbers.
6 times 1 million, John.
That is in fact 6 million.
I thought you were good at maths.
Yeah, fantastic. Multiply.
Okay.
Bigatron, they have moved south onto the island, as you say, and this is an early shift, wouldn't you say? Right. I mean, there is still quite a lot of that northern island that is available potentially for a shift back up to the north, and if they have to go north, there's going to be teams who have crunched in from that top side.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I mean, here we've got Bigatron moving early, which is very, very fair, right? King of Gamers, they've actually moved down from Rozhok to farm area just underneath. But Bigatron moving very, very early is kind of crazy. So GSI Celts, though, they're also down here early on, as well as T1. They're over towards Milta Power. This is a wild time.
Could be pretty tricky. We've got a couple of, as you say, over towards Milta Power, T1, and this is a team that Alex was talking about on the desk, right? It's a team that can take those fights, that can get in there early, but then falls off. And I coined a term. If you cast your mind back to Berlin, Blank. So
Yeah.
I talked about Team Unique. I called them the Chocolate Frog team. They've only got one good jump in them, and then they start falling off, right? That's where that fight comes, right? They have that first burst. It's like, great, we're doing fantastically.
Yeah.
Oh, no, we've lost.
Yeah.
And it seems to be happening time and time again. So we'll be looking to see if they can manage this rotation from mill to power better than they have done previously.
Yeah, let's just quickly go back for a second to the 1 million viewers and the 6 loot crates, just so I can correct myself really quick.
I'm not sure, yeah.
Because I think it's for every single person in game, in which case that's a lot more than 6 million loot crates, in which case I'll do my homework tonight, and that's probably a fantastic amount of loot
I will
crates.
have to double check on on exactly what the rewards there are. Because you said it, and I doubted myself for a minute, and I was like, hang on a minute.
Now I am as well.
What's going on?
I think but I do think the number
we will
is
get some
large.
clarification. we might put the graphic back on screen if you're lucky. If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. If you're lucky.
And if you're lucky, you might get some loot crates for it as well.
For your son. TSM Entity, all the way in South George, taking the time actually to rotate into this circle, and I think that I've constantly characterized this team as one of discipline. Recently, I think even if we do see them in their aggressive pushes, Frost broke down the fight marvelously on the desk, where it just showed that although they are aggressive, they have really good coordination, they have fantastic timing, and it's all off the back of one another. So there's some very clear calls that are going on. And this is very much playing against the time, just at the back of the blue. But TSM Entity, I'm liking to see what they do, and I don't think they're going to move to Sosnovka military base immediately, because they like to wait and know for certain where the circle's going.
Yeah, it will come up pretty soon. As you can see on your screens, it's pretty close to coming through as the zone does shrink. T1, they've actually stayed very, very close to mill to power. They haven't moved too far, only down to the south coast. The next shift basically guarantees that it is going to be a military island finish here, Blank, which means that southern rotation early from Bigatron will pay off. And it's teams on the northern shore that are really going to struggle.
You know, we have this circle beforehand, and you almost can guarantee that it's going to go Sosnovka as soon as Circle 2 hits. I don't think it's been very, very rare the amount of times we've seen a circle like that actually head up towards the north. But here's T1 actually versus Synergy. We saw them rotating earlier, and T1, they find their first pick-off.
There was only one player who was swinging out a little bit wider than the rest of Synergy. Actually, he does have a teammate a little bit further towards the coast. But T1 will be able to dispatch one, and the rest of Synergy going to move on towards the rest of their rotation, leaving one of their players behind, though. And Austin, alone at the moment, split from the rest of the team.
Synergy currently down in 14th, and they're just not being able to play this game that they like to recently, which is get to the middle of the circle, try and hang out there for a little bit. There are so many ridiculously strong teams in this final now that there are some issues involved. Getting into the middle of the circle, trying to fight against some of the strongest teams in the lobby at the moment. So they're suffering slightly, and it's kind of interesting. I'd like to know what's going on behind the scenes, but all we can tell from what we're watching is the current gameplay.
And that's really where it all matters, right, Blank? I mean, the current gameplay, that's where you get those points. That's where you get towards that big 100K, the 6 figures that everyone's looking for. You level up, managed to send over the side of the bridge. IND denied the bridge camp. Nicely done. But you level up, they're all in the same vehicle, and that's horrible.
That is horrible. You hate that.
I hate it.
You hate to see it. But, I mean, actually, I can't even justify it, considering the fact that, you know, they started...
Hang on a minute, there's only 3. Where's the 4th?
Where's the 4th?
Oh, he's dead.
He's dead. He's gone. Wash One is dead. He was the one who actually had a scrap with Synergy early on, remember?
Yeah.
And then he moved away, and I think that there was some karma involved I know it was Box Gamer, a bit of karma involved for even attempting to fight with Louis. So yeah, you level up down to 3 players. Not the best of starts of the game, but they have actually got a decent position within Sosnovka already, and they can head up towards the fences, which we know are a really defensible position later on into the game. But what I would really like to see, and we've seen it twice in the tournament already, is an airfield finish. Those are always fantastic, always a good fun.
Zuxi 1v3s, I mean, who can say no? It's fantastic.
No one can say no.
Absolutely love to see it. What I'm interested in here, Blank, is this set of rotations from teams on the north. We've had about 4 teams actually move out to the east side here. Even TSM Entity moving all the way from George, rotating across to join this cluster of teams. Reject Scarlet moving south from Yasnaya, Synergy moving south as well on that same rotation.
And Bigatron make this rotation every single time. just basically adding on to your point about the teams trying to come down from the north side into the actual circle itself, is the fact that they will hold up in the tree line and watch the beaches because they know that teams try and send across. Currently it's Box Gaming. We see Orange Rock do it quite frequently as well. And I think the only time that Bigatron has been removed from this position or been stopped from gatekeeping these teams coming onto the beachheads has been a time when RRQ has taken them out. But Box Gaming has actually made their way on, and Louis already found a pick onto RRQ, sending them away.
Box Gaming have actually made the cross with two of their players relatively unscathed here. Break leading that charge, and Lewis, you say, backing him up beautifully, kills over towards RRQ, but one of them has been downed. It's Louis who gets traded back on the shoreline. Break can't really support them. The rest of Box Gaming behind, and in fact it's now Orange Rock who have the headland on the main island behind them. The shift takes them out east, so they've got a little bit more time to play with, but Bigatron are now going to bear down.
Exactly. They will be fighting off these players who are trying to come through the wall. Louis actually currently bleeding out. Gil is looking for players too, and this is what Orange Rock do frequently. They will wait and bring up the rear on this coastal side, then try and make their way across again. We've seen Scout actually manage to get a few picks off onto Bigatron, but currently there's a fight going down between Team IND as well as Team Secret as they try and make their way down over the western bridge.
Yeah, this bridge camp is going to start to pay off now for Team IND. Orange Rock still guarding that crossing on the river. Uphill, you've got Team IND, who do have to move to the next circle, by the way, and two of the players from Team Secret have already made it past. With eye shots going down, they can just cut their losses on that engagement. With two players, they will continue their game.
Two players, still enough, especially if we get a finish towards this hillside on the northeast, because it's going to get very barren. And if you can use the smokes, if you can creep your way in, even as two, you're most likely going to go up against teams of 3, teams of 2 again. But that's Break getting taken down by Team IND, who are rushing in. Vados the Murder on our screen versus TSM Entity. Clutch God, guys are going close, goes down as well. Z-God is on the floor, Neo, sorry. And now one trying to move the way around, just shooting over the top of the fence.
Velmuth able to hold down the engagement, but only for so long. Zedgod finally able to displace it and actually goes for the flush. All right, before getting that res, we'll get his teammate up. 2 players on the back there for Valdus the Murder. Goddard able to get Armjohn back into the fray. Now they have to figure out, are they going to go for Martin? Are they going to try and get this res? Or do they just leave this position? Because they're going to have to cross as well after this engagement.
Here's something to do with 3 players. Jonathan throwing the nades over the top. We'll see how close it does get. It goes over the wall, won't hit anyone. Neo finds the first pick off John.
Neo able to get behind the window as well, controlling the edge of that wall. Great sight lines. Orange Rock have crashed into this fight blank. They've moved, and they are going to be right on the edge of this compound as Jonathan has fallen. Orange Rock, all 4 players strong. This is a huge cluster of players right now, Blank, that all need to make that cross. They are right on the edge of the zone. I think there's a sliver of land that's in the next circle, but still, they want these kill points.
Patient as an Orange Rock itself, as they have waited on this coastal side a long time before actually moving into the circle itself. So now they're picking up some good kills towards the end. Vero looks for one more perfect knock.
Oh dear, and he tried to send past the players that he knew took down his team straight into the waiting arms, as you say, of Viru. And that's an easy spray down for Orange Rock. Valdus the Murder lose another player, and Viru gives them as good as he got. 3 kills for both teams.
This is such a confusing fight, and I'm so unsure what's going on. I'd be inclined to think that Orange Rock think there's only one team here, and was not expecting the other to be in the backside. So Marvy's trying to clear out angles, but this is not going well for anyone, essentially.
But Marvy's out of the zone at the moment. Everyone else is ticking down. Valdus the Murder get eliminated. TSM Entity, they're down to 1. Just Neo standing, try to trade off with Gil, and he lands the headshot. Credit to the guy. He knows how to frag. Unfortunately, he's going to have to try and heal up. Only 9 bandages, no first aids. But the cross is ahead of them as the circle shifts all the way firmly to the military island.
This fight has been messier than a food fight in elementary school. This is ridiculous. What's going on at the moment. Neo's trying to move forward, looking for those med kits. Gets the first aid, will have to immediately apply it. You saw how fast he was looting. He basically touched the ground twice in 0.5 seconds.
He's out in the open. Oh no, Orange Rock have started to make the cross with Marvy, not with Scout just yet. So Scout still has that line of sight. Oh, we'll hear the vehicle. And Neo sends up, bumps over a defilade, takes a lot of damage before hopping out, trying to get that trade off towards Scout, but he can't get it done. I have no idea what was going on during that fight. I think you're right, Blank. That was very messy.
Well, let's take a break from that fight, because I certainly need a little bit of a break from that one. A bit more of a relaxation with Bigatron, who are nice and easy in a little bit of a compound for themselves. You've got Ryzen, who's pushed out towards the roadside, just keeping a central position whilst he leaves 2 of his players behind to gatekeep the beach itself.
Certainly a crucial crossing point as everyone trying to sneak their way through. You do gank, making the swim. Fredo very low HP. You have to be careful managing that breath, but Mamparang gets spotted out. It's 420 OP to spray it down. Instantly killed, of course, in the water blank. You don't go down, you just die. Nicely found there, 420 OP, and the rest of you do gank going to suffer as they try and beach the same ground as Orange Rock are going to.
It's going to be very hard. I think if there's anything to go by, it's Scout being able to get out of the water and immediately become that killing machine, so he can switch gears very, very fast. We're watching GXR Celts, who have actually made their way into the circle on the southeast side, despite starting in Milta. So a quick rundown on the Eastern Bridge finds himself here, but they're currently versus U Level Up. We know how well U Level Up been doing recently, and it would be good to see a strong start of their day, and they can kind of push forward that momentum to try and find their way in towards that top first or second place.
All right, U Level Up. They'll be pushing in towards the circle. GXR Celts ahead of them. And they have managed to get themselves up to the hill line. A tanky low HP. They haven't quite engaged that fight just yet, but on the northern shore as well, remember the Udu gank and the Orange Rock crossing, that's starting to pop off. One knock going either way.
We're just waiting to see how that one ends up. And this is really nice from U Level Up. They find a tanky, and now they make it into a 3v3. This fight becomes infinitely easier, but Winter goes down as he tries to make an awkward push up to the next vehicle.
Rox has been spotted by Qmao as they try and flank around the lower side of the hill, but he's been spotted as well. And the nade's going to be sent towards to try and dissuade this push. They're not in the zone blank. They still need to move.
Marvi just about survives by the skin of his teeth on the northern side. Will take down Yudu Gang, but loses Scout in the process. Chashin out in the blue right now. Will have to move into the circle, but MJ has got him in his sight. Perfect spray on the DP. Just touches the back there.
You're not getting away from that one, Blank. Qmao now last standing for U Level Up as Chashin has been knocked, as we saw. 4 players alive for GXR Celts, but only 2 of them standing. 1 res going through. A tanky backup. 3 versus 1 now. Getting some loot on board. Deciding if you want to take this fight or how you're going to escape it. If you can spot them. Oh, MJ, I think he's been seen. The question is, do the bullets manage to get through to the right location? Not quite able to get the damage in and still not getting the res, but either way, they stop Qmao from taking any more.
The nades have been flung, and look, the circle is going to be pushing towards him. Sure, he's on the slow side of the circle, but it's going to get there eventually. And really what we've seen from U Level Up is Winter and Chashin now becoming those standout players. U Level Up go down in 14th, so not that start that we were looking for. Instead, it's GXR Celts currently with still 4 players on this southeast side with a southeast shift. They have a strong position here, John.
T1 as well. They're relatively unchallenged on the southeastern side. They have 3 players alive with Missile going down earlier. That's Orange Rock eliminated, 10th place. Team Secret now starting to take a fight. This is Southwest, RRQ and Megastars on either side of them on this push as Team IND crash into the western side of the circle. Bigatron will have seen this. Trance has been knocked as well. With 3 players in a relatively central compound here, Blank, Bigatron are in with a really strong spot.
Yeah, 3 players on Bigatron though, we have to remind ourselves that fact, not that it's really mattered in the past before, but I think my main issue here is T1, because although they're a very strong team in my opinion, I think they need to be more proactive in these final circles, and usually they're very comfortable just to sit back, rest on the laurels a little bit, find a position to hunker down, but I think in this particular circle, where there's little to no compounds to play in, if you're T1, you need to start clearing your angles and clear them early. You want to take control of this eastern side, you want to claim some ground to call your own.
Certainly do, but what's important as well, Blank, is remember Box Gaming and U Level Up Esports have now both gone down. This is a chance for Bigatron to move up back into that top spot if they're able to hold their ground. Team Secret eliminated on the south side. Reject Scarlet competing with King of Gamers for the exit from their compound. They will need to move away.
This is pretty difficult. King of Gamers concept, like I said, on the floor. Braga and Soup still here. That's Snacks, though, actually taking a fire onto BTR. And it looks like they have actually crashed BTR's compound.
We'll be able to get the knock as well. I think they're upstairs, downstairs in the tower at the moment. We'll see if the two players from Bigatron can hold it out, but it's Reject Scarlet who we're going to tune back in with right now. Knock's going either way. This is actually T1 to chime into the fight from distance, about 200, 300 meters away across the circle. And this exit's going to be so hard, and lovely shift for Megastars comes through.
Oh yeah, Zone's right on top of them. They're right in the middle of this circle at the moment, and they'll be able to start to watch all the signs they come through, know that a lot of the danger's coming from the east, but RQ, they have G9 and BR11. We know these two players are huge clutch players. Nade comes over the top. It's not far enough though. At some point, Reject Scarlet and King of Gamers will have to move. They're parallel to one another, and neither seems to want to do anything about the other team for the time being.
Yeah, so here it is. This is Team IND downstairs, Bigatron, Red Aliens upstairs with Ryzen. I don't know if they know Ryzen's here, so if they leave it, they might be in with some trouble. You can see Luxy further up the hill who will give them that information.
It's a really good split here. IND are currently focused on just one angle, whereas even with two players, Ryzen and Luxy can start to hold two things at the same time. But what's this? It's an explosion onto himself. 420 holds the pin on the grenade for a little bit too long.
Uh-oh, that's not going to be good for the health, and they lose yet another. Trance goes down, gets flushed, and now they're down to two standing, looking for that res. T1 edge guarding right now against this push from King of Gamers and Reject Scarlet. Soup has been knocked out in the blue, gets finished. Braga trying to hold the Mandel to take it down, but Reject Scarlet say no, thank you very much. Down to two players, but they will continue. IND, two players in the bottom floor still.
So Bigatron don't capitalize on that fatal mistake from 420 OP, and it's a nice nade coming in from Paradox to take down Luxy. Now it's just Ryzen upstairs. Oh dear, this gets very scary now for these two teams.
They've heard him now as well. He's made those shuffles, he's made those footsteps. And they're aware of this presence upstairs. Very difficult to take care of, though. Swinging out wide like that, oh, you might be spotted. Ryzen changes position beautifully. And Team IND, they have to send it. Oh,
he's ethereal.
No way. Ryzen is able to stay alive, but in they go, in for the push. Snacks in first, trying to breach the compound, trying to breach the top floor here. But the spray in from Ryzen, not quite able to land. Bigatron Red Aliens get eliminated, 6th place.
Ryzen was like a phantom in those final moments. Just can't get a beat on it. As soon as he heard the pin, he was moving to the other side, but it's T1 on the screen. This is what I wanted to see. Start clearing those areas on the map, and they're pushing in. They're all waiting for their moment, and there is a loot crate right in front of them. GXR Celts, though, still a big shark in the water for all these teams. All 4 players alive and still vehicles to work with. RQ, though, they've been biding their time, and they would really like to jump up a little bit more from their current position in 7th.
And that's the thing as well, Blank. T1, they haven't had a real fight yet. They're on 3 kills. They've still got their chocolate frog jump left in them, which means that in the final circles, they are still dangerous.
I think RQ and G9 as well as Beer 11 probably have one of the biggest sways in this last circle, just purely with how strong we've seen both these players be in terms of clutch potential, just in that star factor. So I'm really interested to see how this goes down. But MJ's pushing out a little bit wider. Next circle comes through and it's directly on top of Megastars again. So great little prediction there from them. You see MJ just scouting out. Naded hand from Beer 11 though goes over the top. This could be good.
Oh, hits a little bit of damage onto MJ. Not really much more than that. DP shooting off as Rox tries to flank around the side. BR11 not quite able to finish the spray. Up he goes yet again as MJ forced back behind the tree. 2 players very low, close on this push. Rox looking to get spotted, but it's MJ first to go down. Rox shimmying out wide. Will be spotted out by BR11. Hits the deck again after the knock.
And this is the X factor I'm talking about from RQ, and they could potentially 2v4 here. They place themselves in good position. G9 starts to swing out wide. BR11 has to hit on the gas when it comes to the first aid. It's a perfect first aid as well, but he will go down. G9 is next. Megastar's cleaning up that fight from afar.
Finally able to pick it up, and now it's going to be T1 versus the Megastars, Blank, with 3 teams alive. We've got 2 players from GXR Celts who might prove tricky, but they've got a long rotate ahead of them.
Byfield on the desk there. Alex was mentioning that Megastars just improved throughout the day yesterday and started to see them just evolve. And now we're seeing it again here. Megastars, we heard on the interview yesterday, they were gunning for that first place. They want to lift that trophy. And if they can start today strong, then there's a chance that they can move towards that goal.
They're going to slow it down for now. 5 kills found for Megastars. They've been having a pretty solid game. It's not going to be a high kill finish as it's T1 with 3 kills, GXR Celts with 5 kills as well. Team IND had the majority here, 11 kills, obviously going down back in 5th place. So we'll see who's going to be able to pick this one up with not too many kills left, but still a chicken dinner. It's going to do you right.
Yeah, you'd be happy with a chicken dinner regardless. Megastars are just trying to close out these angles. GXR Celts still in the game. Might not be as big as a shark, more like a piranha now with the 2 players they currently own, but still a threat in the circle. T1 though, a really nice split. That's a decent spray there from Encore, but immediately responded by Seidan in those little moments where they were focused on GXR Celts.
And that's the thing, you've got this standoff situation. For GXR Celts, they're going to have to move again as Megastars once more get favored by the zone. They've had a real good set of circle luck here.
They had really good circle luck. I mean, they're moving towards it. Some of it was very much prediction-based, so we have to give them credit to that because they were claiming a lot of space within the zone early on. But T1, they've got a very, very nice lineup where they're just spread across the map, just creeping their way in. You've got ZZP actually trying to go a little bit off to the side, get the side swipe onto Megastars. And Seidan Youngjun just staying put for the time being. You can see Ultron, one of those favored players recently. Everyone keeps talking him up, is starting to crawl his way into the circle as well.
But again, they're just playing this one slow. They're waiting for the zone to do the work. They don't need to clear those angles. If you're Megastars, you can just wait. You can bide your time. T1 will have to move forwards as well. The GXR Celts start their crawl.
I would say none of these teams are an aggressive style type of teams. T1 takes their time. Megastars particularly take their time. They're very much for consistent placement points. And as is GXR Celts, I mean, we have literally described them as the consistently consistent team. So this is a very, very interesting and quiet final battleground.
Encore gets spotted out. That's Seidan down the hill. Tags a little bit of damage, but nothing really more found. Youngjun now shimmying out wide, trying to outrun the Blue, outcrawl the Blue, I suppose. There's nades found on towards Ultron. That's going to give some information over towards GXR Celts as Vexy gets spotted. A Tanky able to flush it out as well. Stays out in the Blue for now. But he is going to get traded off. Wow. T1 actually coming into the fight. A Tanky gets yet another. Nice stuff coming through from the GXR Celts representatives before finally going down to T1. 2 players left standing for them, but Megastars, they're only a 1. It's just Paradox now, isolated, trapped behind the smoke. Encore feeding information back. They know they're both behind this smoke, behind this rock. As he sees Paradox going out wide now. Seidan looks for the trade. They try and go back, go forth, but it will not happen. It is going to be T1 claiming that chicken dinner. They didn't need their chocolate frog jump.
No, they didn't. I mean, people said that they were in the dark at the beginning of the game, but they've seen the light at the end here, at the end of the tunnel. Finding that chicken dinner at the start of the day is really, really strong for them. I love the play at the end. Very, very calculated, very calm. You love to see it.
A very chilled out final circle, all things told, after a little bit of chaos. Obviously, remember that fight back on the northern shore as everyone was trying to cross? Yeah. That was pretty chaotic, but we're going to head back over to the desk to break down those chill final circles.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
T1 is able to rise to the top here and bag themselves big points that they needed to move up the ranks. Very much needed here for our South Korean representatives, as I have Alex as well as Patrick joining me. I never call you Patrick.
Yeah, what just happened there?
It just happened.
There you go, he learns something new every day.
I mean, he's wearing his pink jacket, so if he spreads his arms out, he can be the proper Patrick star. There we go.
Oh,
yes.
there we have it.
No, this is Patrick. Anyway, let's get on with it. T1 obviously getting themselves the win for us here.
Yeah.
Big stuff for them on the military island.
Finally seeing them win a game like that. I mean, we saw them yesterday being really good, promising in the early stages of the games. They got themselves a lot of kills, but today they finalized it. They got themselves that chicken dinner.
And I thought they played the final circle perfectly. We saw Megastars who had the circle initially. They had two teams around them. It was T1 and well, my memory's struggling right now to remember that last second team just below them. But either way,
GXR Celts.
Yes, there you go, GXR Celts. So GXR Celts towards South, T1 above them. And what T1 did was they third-partied Megastars. They're waiting for the action to happen. They could hear it. They waited for the kill feed, and then they pounced on a weakened Megastars, and they made it work well.
You always got to wait when it comes to 3 teams towards the very end. That is very important. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game and see what's what. We have 26 points coming in for T1. Megastars had a significant swath of these circles, so 20 points go their way. Very nice for them.
Very nice for them, but I feel like they could have maybe gotten a little bit more kills because we saw them in the late circles. They had basically the center of the circle. They opted out to play a little bit more passive, but I think they should have taken a little bit more ground, maybe play a little bit more towards the edge. But getting a second place and 6 kills, come on, you can't complain about that.
Got to mention as well, Team IND, 11 kills for them. I actually noted as well in my notes, 20 minutes in, they already had 6 kills. And what's interesting to note coming into the finals, regardless of the league players, they've actually switched in-game leaders from Kratos to Slayer. And well, just like the name says, he's living up to it right now, and they are playing so much more aggressive, and it's really showing in the server.
Always happy to see IND welcoming other teams to Military Island, Froz. They're like, bring me the kills, bring them to me, and they do well off it.
Look, the thing is, teams should know by now. IND, they're going to be camping the West Bridge. They always do this. But the other teams, they don't see it. They're like, well, maybe they're not doing this game.
This is what tilted me as well here, Froz. We had Team Secret trying to rotate in from that western side bridge. It was phase 2. We knew it was going to be Military Island finish, but no one took the Primorse boat. No one took that boat to try and get towards the western side and avoid all the teams towards the bridge. No one took the initiative, and Team Secret walked into IND, and then, well, IND just ran away with it.
We can see here a lot of damage, taking a lot of damage that needed to be healed out by T1. Almost 1-1 ratio. That is not very common, not with this much heal.
No,
it comes also down from T1 playing early game in the blue. We saw him towards Milta Power, and they opted for going for the bridge. No, they didn't go for the bridge, I don't think.
T1?
Yeah, did he take the boat?
They took the boat, yes, because they fought with Synergy.
Exactly.
Yeah, they fought with Synergy, took 2 players down from Synergy. The 2 Synergy players, one swam, one came across the bridge, and then T1 came the boat and finished them off.
Yeah, so basically they played a lot in the blue the whole game, and that comes down with a lot of the heals.
Yep, it works on out. Let's take a look now and move on, of course, because top players are rising here for our 4. And a tanky. And GXR Celts has traditionally done pretty well when it comes to Military Island, so I'm not too surprised to see him there. 420p, Youngjan and Paradox standing out.
we can't forget the tanky clutch when he had the crate. He got the level 3 gear and the M14, right? But that was on the south side. They did pretty decent this game, of course, as well. But look at these beautiful cards, though. You gotta admire those.
Yes.
Paradox as well as the MVP, 5 kills, 1 assist as well, 27 minutes alive, so amazing stellar play from him. Can't forget as well the 420p accidental grenade when they're trying to take down Ryzen, but it happens, gents.
Yeah. It happens, yeah. It is sometimes they get a little bit heated. You forget about something, you think about something else. Yeah, you can overcook nades. It happens to everyone. Even the best.
I like Paradox's OP card. He's like, don't look at me, don't look at me. I did well. It's fine.
Kills do the talking.
Young lad, of course.
That's right, young lad. Good job, good job. So 850 damage after coming in for a Paradox. Brilliant stuff by him. Usually when it comes to Megastars, we're thinking about Vexy. He's the guy that is standing out. But Paradox has been rising lately.
Yeah. Especially yesterday as well. In the Sanhok game, coming into the final game as well in Erangel, it was really Paradox, especially towards that Sanhok game, that really stepped up and almost lighted the fire for Megastars going forward.
Mountain Dew, do the do moments. Let's take a look at our first Erangel of the day, and a lot of these teams had difficult choices to make when getting to Military Island, and then there was chaos ensuing in a compound near the water, because why were there 3 teams over there? Froz, tell me.
Look, I'll tell you this. This looked like the game one from the opening of the season itself. We had a military game. It was full chaotic.
What is this?
And it looked like no one knew what was happening. But in this compound, in Sharkfin here, we had TSM, we had Valus, we had Orange Rock, everyone fighting for nothing. This wasn't even inside the circle.
And there's a part as well that will come just very shortly where Zigot, yeah, here it is exactly, where Viru catches Zigot in the car. I think this is where they didn't expect it being 3 teams. I think TSM were trying to go for a flank with that vehicle, but caught off guard, and so were Orange Rock there from Valus Esports.
And we basically saw people doing mistake after mistake there, and I'm not really sure what was happening. I think everyone was confused, even the players, about why is there 3 teams here.
Too.
These shouldn't be 3 teams here in the first place. And second of all, why is everyone fighting for this compound?
Let's be honest, it's a salvage operation for a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
Right? And in the heat of the moment, it's difficult to truly pick what you actually want to do. Oh, that
we saw here, this was Team IND, of course. They were on the northwest side, towards the bridge side, but they started capturing on that and take out people that were swinging Gang, one of the teams that was swinging very late, of course.
Yeah.
And basically, they just got annihilated by Team IND.
Yeah, GXR Celts as well. Probably the best game, you could argue, they've had so far in the finals. Of the, well, 7 games we've seen so far, at least. What was really interesting to see from the GXR Celts was their fast rotation towards Military Island. And the first place they went to was the Observer Tower, just below the Eastern Bridge. And what this gave them was so much vision, so much information for the teams rotating into the Eastern Bridge, that when 3 teams were rotating, GXR saw it, and then they controlled the southeastern side of the circle for the entire map.
Yeah, what we saw was actually GXR Celts and Megastars who were going for the south rotation, going down to the south part, because we know that is a very hard part to play if you come in very late. So they were gambling on getting the circle down there, and if they would have gotten a circle, it would basically be a free win on top of a lot of kills.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we've seen Military Island finishes quite frequently throughout PMWL so far, and as you're saying, getting from the south side of Military Island to the north has traditionally been a bit easier, and if it ends in the south side, you've got things like the military wall down there, which is a kind of a focal point of all of this terrain.
But also it feels like teams know each other so well now. I mean, obviously the Eastern Bridge is going to be towards Megastars, the Western Bridge is going to be towards Team IND, and it feels like now we're starting to see teams realizing this earlier and trying to get more south and central inside the military base, if and quick as possible. For example, the GXR rotation.
Yeah, as you mentioned as well, of course, we saw IND just third-partying in the last fight. That is what we want to see. You don't want to be the first team to engage. You don't want to be the team who gets engaged either, because being the third team, you're basically just cleaning everything up.
Yeah. Not too bad at all. Let's take a look at the overall damage from this game then and see what we have. Oh, pretty Sanhok numbers.
Pretty Sanhok alike.
Yeah, 1,600, 1,600-ish, and that's the max that we're going to get out of this one. But IND, actually, for 11 kills with 1,600 damage, that's pretty impressive. Quite efficient.
Pretty impressive, pretty efficient.
Yeah,
Thank you. But it also comes down because it would take out a lot of people by the bridge and swimmers, and basically that was what they were doing the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same as well from Orange Rock, nearly 800 damage from them. They had the really good timing. I think it was TSM, not quite sure who it was, but they managed to have a really good time on the rotation there, catching 4 players. Swimming away back down towards Military Island, and, well, 8 kills for them, 8 points. Not exactly ideal, but they're close enough to that 10 average. They might be happy.
Speaking of efficiency, though, that was 8 kills off 795 damage.
Yeah, amazing.
Clean. I like that. That's nice. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here so far for our grand finals. Box Gaming will still hold on to the top with 112 points. This was not the best game for them, unfortunately, though, so don't really earn too much from that. Bigatron Red Aliens is able to breach that 100-point mark here for us.
Yeah, 2 teams up there on 100 points now, and you can see just below that we have U Level Up and Megastars tied up right now on 88 points, so they're a little bit behind, but still towards the top pack.
Yeah, and I think for Megastars as well, I'm actually, if there were stocks I had to invest in one of them, James, I'd invest in Megastars purely off of the consistency. Obviously, yesterday, U Level Up had the fantastic game of 17 kills and the chicken dinner, really bringing them up the rankings. However, how long can that continue, and when will the gap shrink? Megastars are very close on their tail.
And of course, we have 11 to 16 here. Reject Scarlet still on 11th place, even though they got themselves a chicken dinner yesterday. It wasn't the greatest of kill count on that one, but I mean, They got himself a chicken dinner, and that's what matters. That's going to push themselves up there with the points. And a few more teams that we didn't maybe expect to see down here. Team Secret, Valdez, King of Gamers, Utica. I feel like that, actually all of these teams.
I mean, Team Secret, the first one to die, really, from the IND Western Bridge that you spoke about. Team Secret going for the swim across instead of getting the boat from Primorsk. Felt a little bit desperate at that time. Maybe just trying to get to the island as fast as possible. Maybe not expecting how quickly. I mean, that was crazy, right? How quickly the teams did rotate central.
Actually, there is a strategy to swim instead of taking a boat.
Because if you get shot, yeah.
Exactly. It's much easier to spot someone that is in a boat than rather someone swimming. So also, you can also have like someone holding you while someone swims, for example.
Yeah.
While when you're in a boat, you want to send everyone in it.
Yeah, I mean, the
so
argument...
it's a little bit different strategies to it, I'd say.
Yeah, but perfectly right. Also, the fact that it was phase 2 as well. There's only, I think, 3 or 4 teams on the island at that point. But obviously, as the analysts, as the casters, we have 20/20 vision watching that feed. So I could see there's a huge gap towards the eastern side of the map, but obviously they decided to opt for the swim. And as you said, it can be safer.
You got to be cheeky and scout out what is going on. And of course, there's lots of good stuff going on here for the PUBG Mobile World League, but there's also always so much going on in the PUBG Mobile universe, I want to say. And the next exciting collaboration between PUBG Mobile is on its way with Metro Exodus as well. The two popular IPs are collaborating together to bring something very, very exciting, and you can stay tuned for more. But before we stay tuned for more, check this out. That is right, Metroid Exodus, the next installment in the acclaimed series. Very Metro. What am I talking about? I've got so many games on the brain, but I'm excited here for Metro when it comes to this, because obviously I have played all the games, apart from this one, and obviously read all the books. Have you actually?
Oh my goodness.
Have you done so, Froz?
I'm just thinking about more skins.
Oh, of course.
Metro's a little bit
needs more skins.
Nobody cares
before my
about
time. I mean, I used to have it on the DS, fantastic game, used to love it all the time, but then, well, other games came along, you know, PUBG and whatnot.
Great stuff, great stuff. Let's move on then. We've got our next game on the way here. We are going to have Vikendi on the way to start things off. Here is our recap from what we've seen so far when it comes to IND playing things out. We've got T1 doing very well when it comes to the healing, because they had to get themselves the win. They went through the fights.
You see this daily report. You're the news anchor, right?
I am. Yeah, I should have if I had a weatherboard, it would be perfect.
That's always the fallback, though, isn't it? Just go full weatherman.
Yeah, could have done. So yeah, that's how that's going to go down. Vikendi on the way. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts?
Box formation.
You think? Yeah, actually, they got what, first, second so far?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I mean,
I think we're expecting Box Gaming to do good on this one, especially coming back from the Erangel game that was not a good success here in the last game. But I mean, we have to see what the other teams are saying, because I feel like some of the other teams are stepping up today compared to yesterday.
I agree. I think the obvious choice, obviously, is Box Gaming with the recent performances on Vikendi, but I'd also like to see more from Bigatron, because the past 2 games now, we see them go out in, well, yesterday in Erangel as 14th. In the last game, they're 6th with 3 kills. And even though 6th isn't bad, it's just not to the standard that I'm expecting from a team like Bigatron. I want to see it here in Vikendi.
Megastars, they haven't got themselves a win in the finals yet, but they got themselves second place here in the last game. Yesterday on Vikendi, they got a 3rd place.
Yeah.
It's the time.
Maybe. I mean, that's a great point. I forgot to mention it as well when I was making the juxtaposition between New Level Up and Megastars. Megastars haven't won yet. It's purely off placement and kill points.
Yeah, and they're tied up right now. New Level Up got 2 wins. Megastars got 0, both on 88 points.
When it comes to the Vikendi, though, there has been a difficulty for a lot of these teams when it comes to certain rotations and then getting themselves into the circle. But once they're in it, for the first couple of circles, it's very simple.
You say that, but yesterday when Box Gaming won, they dropped towards Port. We had a Dino Park Central first circle, and they managed to maneuver their rotations through almost all teams. And the first time they had all the players in the circle was Circle 7. Then they had the compound at their advantage for us, and then obviously what we know and expect from Box Gaming came to fruition.
I'm actually a little bit curious on what it's going to look if we look at synergy on this upcoming game here.
Yeah.
As we saw them yesterday, they dropped by Castle just like normal. Nothing unnormal about that. But what happened was, within 1 minute inside the game, they already started rotating. That is a very early rotation. So they know that they want to get a center compound early on in the first circle already. I want to see exactly where the circle is going to go and what they're going to be
the
doing
percentage shift for those first circles is very lenient when it comes to those. So if you can get a central spot nice and early, even if you're forsaking a little bit of loot, Alex, it can be okay.
Yeah, I mean, even in that last game, right, if we talk about wide rotations and loot, it was TSM, South George, they made the wide rotation across the eastern side of the map, and then by the time they actually found enemies going out in 15th or 14th, excuse me, they were under-looted, and I think actually Blank mentioned it as well in the cast, they had no meds during that three-way fight which with Orange Rock and Valdez Esports. That's the issue here on Vikendi as well. If you do rotate too early, you can sacrifice that loot, and that pays dividends later on.
Well, before we get to Vikendi, of course, let's take a look at more that PUBG Mobile has in store for you. Let's find out what's going on with the ancient secrets. Exciting stuff, and finally Blank got his set. However, he needs to level it up now and get that going. He's looking at me. He did a lot of rolls, admittedly, to even just get the set. So
he never like opened the set. He actually bought it with the points.
He did buy it with the coins.
With 1,000 coins.
And we did egg him on as well, didn't we?
And I didn't realize I needed the points.
They've opened you up. Come on.
I didn't realize I needed the points to get more of the outfit. So I got baited really high. I was like, yes, I've got all the star fragments. I've got star points. I'm going to start slamming on this thing. It's like, you need 8,000 to complete it. Oh, hello.
That's a lot of 1,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of 1,000.
You better start grinding for those points right now.
Sorry.
Come on, guys. Come on, console play.
Can we please get 1 million viewers so I can have those 6 loot crates?
He needs those 6 loot crates.
Get back over.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Tell your family.
I'll just go with the flow. I'll just go with it. I'm glad. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We can have a little chatty. That was fun. I enjoyed that very much. Yeah, Alex, has your crate opening been successful so far?
Oh dear, I have the worst luck whenever it comes to anything loot box, opening up crates. I just never seem to get what I want, but such is life, isn't it, Jones?
I commiserate, people like Blank having a hard time and stuff like that, but when Froz has a hard time, I relish the opportunity to just annoy him.
Why do you love watching him suffer so much?
Because we've known each other for too long.
Oh, it's the camaraderie, it's the bravado, it's the banter, I see.
Please, emphasis on too long.
If you're mean
not
to me,
long, just
James,
too long.
If you're mean to me, I take it as a compliment.
That's fine.
Okay.
The other guys do. I know that they dislike me anyway, because that's all I'm firing the shots.
Personal,
Yeah, that's how it goes. Let's talk about some of the teams anyway. Let's get back on track here for a moment. We can take a look at the MVP ranking as well and see who is doing what so far. Because Lewis has been knocked down 1 peg, and Ryzen is on the rise here, up towards that 2nd place.
Yeah, we saw that Box Gaming only got himself 1 kill in the last game there, and it was, of course, Break that took that one. So now he's on 20 kills. But look at the survival times, though. Look at Vexy. He's on 21.32 minutes average survival time. And then you look on Box Gaming, they're down on 19. That's a big difference. It might not sound a lot, but in the long run, we're talking about a few games together. Why are you laughing at me?
Why did you phrase it like that? He's on 21.32 minutes.
So precise.
He's 21 minutes and 32 seconds.
Okay, basically, he survived 2.5 minutes.
Blank's
longer than everyone else.
He survived 2.5 minutes longer than breaking every game.
Long, mate. That's just his thing.
And well, we're talking about 7 games, right? And 7 games, what is that? 21 minutes. Longer playtime.
Yes. You mean like adding up the 2 minutes between all the 7 games?
Why is everyone
times 7, 14.
I'm done. I'm going home.
All right. 3 players as well from Bigatron. Obviously, that's to be expected with how well they played yesterday. Also, what's interesting on there as well was Winter coming up really high for You Level Up. Typically, when we're looking at that team, we're expecting Shashin. Instead, it's Winter who's been performing so far in the finals, stepping up when the pressure's there.
Absolutely. Well, you know what they say. Winter is coming. So
there you go.
We'll get get that going. Let's talk about some of the teams here, though. Let's talk about Bigatron, because, of course, they've got themselves second place so far in the overall standings. They're one of the absolute front runners, and I think everybody out there would be lying if they didn't see Bigatron as one of the absolute favorites for the entire tournament so far. They're huge.
Yeah, and here we got their stats here from 84 games, of course. So it's a lot of games. And look at, you might not feel like, oh, these are not that high of numbers, but you got to think about this is over 84 games.
Yeah.
84 games, and they're towards the top, almost all of them. And looking at the kills, though, averaging 1.5 kill per game, that is a lot. There's a lot of points that can be accumulated from that. And we saw that they take the opportunities. They try to make the best of it. In the last game, for example, how early they rotated over to the military island. They knew that they wanted to take the north side because they could get a lot of swimming people, fragging them out, people coming in with boats, trying to breach the beach and so on. All that is a lot of points they could get just from kills itself. And they want to capitalize on that. And that's what's so great with this team.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean, the damage done as well. I mean, averaging 270, nearly 300 damage. It's almost as if each player, each game is getting 3 kills apiece. I mean, you add up just half of that and some good placement points, and there's no wonder they're first.
Yeah, indeed. They're doing pretty well for themselves overall in the tournament so far. Let's take a look as well, because at home, I've already talked about Metro Exodus. I've already talked about the Ancient Secret. It's time to talk about the Lucky Draw now as well. There's tons here in the PUBG Mobile for you to feast on. And one of them is, if you've been accumulating points, you can get yourself a roll, and then you can potentially get yourself the Psychopath set or other things. So go and try and be lucky. You only got it because of me. And that's the end of that, Froz. Go away. You're skin obsessed.
Yes, that is true.
Are you going to roll for the Golden Phoenix X suit? Is that coming up?
I mean, I really
You only got the grenades. You only got... Did you get the parachute?
No, I didn't get the parachute.
Someone got the parachute, didn't they?
I've got that.
Okay,
I think Xander's got it.
Oh, yeah, look at Black. He's got
it about 5 times.
Just send it to me.
Oh, any excuse to
It turned into coins, you know. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, dear, this is weird. We do appreciate, guys, your patience out there, as we did have a rehost throughout all of this, so we're just getting back into Vikendi once again here for all of these teams. We want them to be in the best conditions possible when it comes to every single game here for the grand final. For us, who are you looking out for, aside from Box Gaming, because of their first, second on Vikendi?
I'm looking at Team Secret right now, because yesterday they had a pretty decent start, I'd say. They came out from a second place in the first game and a 4th place in the second game. But ever since then, they kind of just been falling off. And we saw that in the last game as well, where they, did they get themselves? A 9th place with 0 kills?
Yeah.
Hopefully they can do better in this one.
Hopefully. All right, it's time to go over to the commentating team. I'm going to Kamehameha my way over there for our next game of Vikendi.
Thank you.
I don't know what you're supposed to do to stop a Kamehameha. I'm not clued in, I'm afraid.
You could do like one of these and then like create a power shield around yourself.
Oh, fantastic.
And I would start screaming, but it's not the end of the game yet, so I'm not going to do that.
We'll have to wait. You have to wait. Only if you could. Only if we reach 1 million viewers.
I will go Super Saiyan on broadcast.
Of course. Oh, I mean, yeah, if you get, to be fair, I believe it, because every single player in PUBG Mobile would get 6 loot crates. And if you get 6 loot crates, I believe that you would scream very loudly.
Yeah, or we could do it during a rehost. I can just do a 10-minute like Super Saiyan. I'd go Super Saiyan 2 maybe.
That is what I call content. But we are going to be spinning the wheel here on Vikendi. Where will the circle stop?
That is the question. I mean, the boys on the desk were definitely talking about it. They were curious specifically where Synergy was going to go. And I think it's a good point to make as well, because they drop outside Castle, as Frost said, and it places them fairly central, in a good position to move all over the place. Obviously, they've got the bridge towards the north side, and also down towards Volnova. There's another bridge there to head up to Hot Springs, so they can make these rotations super duper quickly, right? So this is going to be certainly interesting. And a circle centers up right on top of Castle.
There we go. Synergy, be pretty chuffed with that. Nicely done from them.
Now we can't rotate. This is not part of our
Now we
game,
can't rotate
right?
really early. How are we going to play? Goodness
Let's
me.
rotate 100 meters.
Yeah. They're just going to rotate between 2 places, back and forth, really quickly.
Okay, now rotate.
They're doing shuttle runs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. They're doing the beat test.
What is it?
I think that might be specific to the UK, the beat test. If it's not, let us know.
The pacemaker test.
if it's not, I think they might have it in the US as well, but if it's not, do let us know. The bleep test, I think it was called.
The bleep test?
Yeah, where you run from one side of the gym to the other.
It's the pacemaker.
No, it's the bleep test.
It's definitely the pacemaker.
Okay, well, you know.
It's like the V200 or some ridiculous stuff. I found it on YouTube before.
Some people just like to live in ignorance, Blank, and I'm
That's
sure
me.
I'm sure that's working out
That's
quite
me.
well for you.
It's
but it
working
is the bleak test,
fantastically. I'm having the best time.
Oh, goodness me. We'll see if the synergy bleak test does come into effect here. If they're going to get those shuttle runs in. RRQ, they have split drop around the center of the map. You can see they're all the way up in Goroka, down towards Villa, even over towards Mount Kreshnik. They've got quite a large area, in fact, under their control.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. They've done this a couple of times now. It's a fairly interesting split, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure the boys on the desk can definitely break it down a little bit more than I can specifically, but I think in the moment, I'd say that what they do with it is G9 obviously in Villa, like you say, with this freeway split, they have a lot of comfortable area they can control, and it also means that later on in the game, you know, linking up between these buildings is far easier. For instance, if we get a northern shift, they can link up towards Mount Kresnik with D2E, or if you get a northeast shift, for instance, you can go link up with Beer 11 in Goroka. So it's all about just slinking your teams towards one another, pulling them back in, and then just hoping you don't get your slinky tangled on the way, because that's impossible to fix.
Oh, I hate it when you get your slinky tangled. It's just the worst, isn't it?
It is one of the great difficulties in the world.
Because it's just a lost cause.
Yes.
As soon as it's tangled, you're like, well, that's it. I've lost my toy.
Even a single tangle, you try and untangle it, you tangle it more.
Exactly. It's impossible.
You
I'm
know,
pretty sure no one has ever untangled a slinky.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, you have to take it back to the slinky factory.
Yeah.
Like that's the guidelines.
And even they'll be like, whoa, I don't know about that.
Oh, we'll get the slinky tangler out. The slinky untangler. It's like just this like very hooded person comes out in a black robe and
they shroud it within their sleeves.
Yeah, you can't see it.
It's untangled. And it's like some fabled monk in the mountain.
Fabled monk untangler. Nice. That's what I'm gonna. So when casting goes awry for me, I will become a fabled monk untangler. I'll do phone earphones. I'll do the lot.
Fantastic. I'm glad you got your career prospects sorted out.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I think this is working out okay for the time being.
For now. Depends if we keep talking about untangling.
Fabled monk.
Oh dear.
Well, you know who I am hoping can untangle themselves? It's GX ourselves, because I think sometimes what we do see is get themselves caught up in rotations and quite literally tangled up with other teams. We've seen it on Erangel before, where they'll intercross with with BTR, and then they'll fight together and then leave, and maybe they've lost a member at that point. Things get difficult. Currently, they're on the northeast side of the island, coming down into Goroka, so things generally are kind of okay, right, for them. So they should be okay, and already we're seeing D2E starting to make a movement down towards G9, but Val's the Murder, Orange Rock, they're both rotating right next to him, and he's a solo player. Things could get a little bit tricky for him.
This is straight through the middle of the RRQ dead zone, right? This is where they've controlled, you know, if they're using those Qualcomm Snapdragon processors as well, they'll have the advantage of that draw distance advantage. Yeah. You know, it's going to be fantastic for them to be able to hold down those angles, support each other as well. Question is, will they take the fight with Valdez the Murder?
That is the question.
Murder.
Valdez the Murder, and of course they will, because they're elite gamers.
They are elite gaming. All the time.
Gamers.
Yeah, but they're elite gaming. Elite gamers, elite game.
Yeah, that they do. I can't argue with that one. Can't say no to that.
Never. Never say no to a bit of elite gaming. Love it.
Okay, perfect. Love it. Love to see it. Team Secret, south of Podvosto. You're okay. It's fine. You're fine.
They are south of Podvosto, you're right.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, Team Secret, this is a change that I'd like to see made, honestly, in this team, because we've seen some awkwardness from them in the beginning stages. I mean, they're not doing too horrifically at all, to be quite honest with you. They're right down in 12th at the moment, but it's not like they have had just horrific games. And I think they can quite easily bring it back. But I think as we come into day 2 here, usually this would be the middle day between the finals, right? And this is where you really need to put up the numbers so you can make that final push towards the final day on day 4, right? But it is now, we have an extra day in the middle. So even if you make a couple of mistakes here, really you just need to be around about that 8th to 1st place if you really want to make a push for 3rd, 2nd or 1st place.
First, second, or first place, I mean, that is a pretty tricky spot to land, especially amongst the stars at the top, right, Blank? It's not the easiest of tasks, so hopefully they'll be able to figure something out. T1, they were able to get the chicken dinner over on Erangel earlier, and they're going to start their game over on Hot Springs, and they will start to move on up. and try and get themselves some zone. They were pretty quiet last game. We'll see if they're able to, as I say, have that chocolate frog fight and move past it.
Right now, what we're getting is the great Vikendi magnetize. So actually, you know how you said they made magnets in Primorsk towards the quarry, and that's where they took them from, and then you take them with you, and that's where the magnets come from. But here on Vikendi, just like the magical fabled monk, there's also a magical fabled magnet right in the middle of the circle every single time that just draws all the teams towards itself. As you can see, it has begun to attract all these teams. TSMNT particularly stubborn compared to the magnet on the other hand. They're all the way towards the north of Cosmodrome, but everyone else, they have been pulled in towards the center now, around Castle.
Oh, magnets are so interesting. I'm sorry about... I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, but magnets
I saw your eyes widen.
Interesting.
You're like, it's magnet time.
I'm not even just circle magnets, but magnets in general, honestly. Have you seen the research about magnetic monopoles? It's incredible. It's incredible stuff.
I haven't, but you'll have
I'm going to have to talk to Ocean about that, actually.
Wow, what even talk to me about? I see how...
I mean, to be fair, he's been putting out a lot of physics-based content recently, so I'm going to go
just because Ocean's smarter than me. Come on, please.
Oh, he's predicted the circles. I mean, maybe he knows a lot about circle magnets. That's probably where it comes from.
I think so. I think he's definitely putting the work, putting the time. I respect it.
Always got to respect it. Respect the hustle. Again, early Vikendi, always going to be very quiet. A couple of knocks going back and forth, but we might see a little bit of a pop-off coming around. RRQ, GXR Celts over to their north, and in fact, Megastars coming in from the west, over near Villa.
It's getting a little bit tricky here now. Some of the teams. I think Team Secret has found a fairly decent position. Val's the Murder just beneath Mount Kresnik is a great spot as well because it denies a lot of sightlines from the north side and you can kind of focus just on the south. You've just got to be prepared and careful that no one creeps up behind you. RQ there towards Villa, like you said. Obviously, it's a quick knock. Here is Bigatron versus You Level Up. Huochuan seems to be always the one taking these early fights, and I'm not surprised if we will see the Bigatron lineup where they just start to fly towards teams after they get that first knock.
They haven't managed to get the flush just yet, but Microboy, I think it's only a matter of time before Huochuan does go fully down, and there's no real way that You Level Up can recover that one. Unfortunate for them. We'll see if they're able to use that three-player squad to their advantage. There we go. G36 able to rattle off the shots.
Not too difficult for Zuxi here whatsoever. Synergy, it looks like they didn't make that shuttle run. They have stayed in the exact same position, but they're right in the middle of everyone. Here's GXR Celt, and here's exactly what I was talking about before.
Nice shots over towards Orange Rock as GXR Celts crash on into Viru, who still alive, but only for so much longer as they vault in through the window, trying to get that first aid off, but has to pull out the micros. He gets one, but gets knocked by MJ. The flush comes through, and it's another kill for GXR Celts. One player down, Ultron, and the rest of Orange Rock not going to be able to get those refracts.
Where is the rest of Orange Rock? What I'm really curious about. They're off in the distance, and I think if you're going to hold down two compounds like this, you have to be very prepared to immediately run across and help the rest of your team. But they didn't get that first knock. They weren't holding down the proper angles, and kind of Marvi and Gil and Scout just leave them for dead. So yeah, that's a very confusing play from me, and I think that could have gone very differently, specifically the way that Marvi and Viru were both able to do such good amounts of work there onto GXR Celts. That could have gone very differently if we had 4 players of Orange Rock on board, but now they're down to 2, and we start things off badly.
I'm looking at T1 here, Blank, on the map, and you can see Satan has made his way actually all the way over the bridge to Castle.
Yeah.
It's interesting. They haven't scattered it out really. Synergy always drop one player in there, so the fact that the circle is straight on top of it means that they can't be sure that there isn't a player there. The rest of them go to be bringing it up. So in fact, that was their forward scouting expedition to try and hold those angles, but now they're going to have to clear such a wide area. Castle is such a difficult position to make sure that you have everything covered because there's so many places you can hide.
Yes, 100% I'd agree with that. I also think that RQ drop around this location sometimes, but I think this is a heads up play from the boys from T1. They've realized what's going on. They understand that RQ has been starting to play a lot more edge recently. Synergy thing a little bit weaker, less committed to holding down Castle by themselves with just one player, so they'll leave players of 4, and here T1 can take control of a really strong position early on with little to no consequence. So very, very inventive and quite sharp, if I'm honest.
Let's take a look at the lay of the land here, Blankets. Currently, Valdes the Murder pinched between Reject Scarlet and TSM Entity with Team Secret on and off angle. And in fact, it's Team Secret to get the first knock over towards Erangel. And you saw that come up on your kill feed on the left-hand side of your screen. GXR Celts further in towards that center of the circle as well, as Orange Rock have their outpost scouts still chiming into the fight.
Just waiting, really, for any. I think at the moment, John, a lot of these fights are less about getting knocks and more about removing utility, right? Because what you're going to be tending to see is a lot of these teams essentially losing players' helmets, losing players' vests, losing first aid kits, and because most teams won't move too much, just because of how barren and easily spottable you are on this particular map when making a rotation, you are forced to work with what you get from that single compound that you head up against, and then you are also relying on teams crashing into you and taking their loot after you kill them, or vice versa. So yeah, a lot of these fights at the beginning of the game, particularly circle 1, 2, 3, 4, are just about removing those helmets and those vests and those utility.
Valdes the Murder with a compound up to the north, so they're going to be trying to hide. You can see Erangel, as we said, knocked earlier, so he will be suffering from that. From that punishment that you were talking about before, Blank, with the lack of armor, maybe a lack of a helmet. We'll have to see if they're able to pull it back. Reject Scarlet on the north side, very close to Valdes the Murder indeed, but they look to be moving a little bit further out to the west and try and skate around their compound that they know is occupied.
Just keeping it chill. I mean, Valdes the Murder obviously at the bottom of Mount Krezhnik, so they're chilling out for the time being, and Reject Scarlet just got to be wary of a team that's going to be in this area. And again, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, Valdes the Murder, they have to be very careful of a team coming down from the north side because they have their back against the wall, so it's almost like a windbreak. In this case, it's a team break, but still have to be wary of teams like Reject Scarlet pushing over the top side of the mountain itself. Next circle has popped on the screen. Goes fairly central on top of Synergy again, so there'll be absolutely no rotating from them. But it will be Team IND, Box Gaming, who will have to move. Everyone else is pretty snug in this circle.
Team IND's direct path into the circle actually takes them through Castle, and they might not be aware that T1 has taken residence here. It's uncommon. We haven't seen it too many times. We've seen it once or twice. But they might try and scout it out and take the fight with T1, who will be able to spot them from a mile off. This is what we say about Castle, is when you're in, it's very easy to stop people coming in and pushing you. But if you have to leave it, it's very, very difficult to do so in a cohesive manner, in a strategic way that's going to give you an advantage moving forward. You're always going to be on the back foot if you have to leave in a rush.
Exactly, and when you're leaving this, you are most likely want to be one of the teams who has taken a lot of fights with other players, with other teams, so they're going to be very aware of your position. And most teams, even if they weren't aware of your position in the first place, and the circle moves away from Castle, they'll most likely assume that there's probably a team in there. Let's just wait for about 30 to 45 seconds. If they don't come out after Blue's engulfed it, then we know we're safe to move out.
Hopefully they'll be able to figure out their way. Box Gaming, they're all the way out in the northern side. So whilst we normally see the Box 4 on Vikendi, this time they are on the edge distinctly. Not yet moving in, taking a central compound. The double loot crate straight on top of the Megastars compound there.
All the way across the sky.
South side of Villa. It's a gift from the heavens.
It's so beautiful.
Love to see it.
Yeah. They came down at the exact same time as well.
It's almost like they were dropped out the same plane.
Almost.
Wow. Wow. Do you know what? That's 2 loot crates, right?
That is 2.
If we get 1 million viewers, we're going to get triple that for every single player on PUBG Mobile.
6 of them, to be precise.
6 each. Every single player.
Every single player. Just get
got to have 1 million views.
Get Barky to download PUBG Mobile. And
Barky the dog, yeah.
And then he'll get 6 loot crates too. And you can potentially steal them off him. I don't think he'd mind too much.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Look at that, an 8x on an M249. Now that's the prime weapon.
That's pretty. It's pretty great there. That's you whack that in hands of someone like Luxy,
yeah,
or even Zuxi in that close range combat. It's going to be pretty tricky to deal with. But give it to the Megastars as well. You know, this is a team 4th place currently, 30 kills, so a little bit quieter than some of the other teams towards the top, but only by a fraction. I mean, if you compare them to similarly placed teams, it's 33, 31, 33 kills. So being on 30, really quite respectable. Certainly able to pull those triggers when it matters. And they're making it their name pretty well known here. 88 points, 4th place on the leaderboard. They are going to be on a 12.6 average. competing with You Level Up. Although You Level Up have 2 chicken dinners as well. They don't have any.
No, I mean, sometimes, but that's how some teams play. Some teams play for the placement points, some teams play for the aggressive kill points and try and make it up that way. I think one team who has to be very, very concerned, at least in this game, of Vikendi, and who has done very well before in Vikendi, is Box Gaming. I personally think that if they don't start getting at least some points up towards the top of the leaderboard today, then there's a very, very big chance that by the end of the day, their #1 spot will be taken away.
You think it's a Bigatron chance?
I think it's a big Gatron chance, absolutely. I think that the Red Aliens will absolutely abduct their first place and it will be removed from them entirely. And I think this is where Box Gaming need to be very careful. And already we've seen them make a really nice little creative rotation over the top of Mount Krezhnik, and now they're just chilling around Villa, waiting to make their way down into the circle itself, but it's Valdez the Murder versus Reject Scarlet. Immediately they take shots, TSM Entity are also in there. This is what you got to worry about, especially on Vikendi, is those third parties, John.
And in fact, that's going to come through. Armjo gets knocked again at range. Martin taking a peppering as well, trying to retreat behind cover and give themselves a little bit of security moving forwards. Reject Scarlet, though, they want to push close. Lufa, under the rock, will spot a player out. Has the micro Uzi, tries to spot the drop. Will be able to take one, but swings out wide with the G36. Nearly lands the drop shot, but Goddard able to finally deal with it. That's going to be Reject Scarlet losing yet another player. Webb has to get rezzed.
That went horrifically bad. Uh-oh, Valdez the Murder. As I say that, they clap back in a big way. Very well played to Martin. He is one of the key players on Valdez the Murder. And if they didn't really have him, I think that sometimes, in some situations, they'd be a bit lost I'd say.
Box Gaming, they're making a rotation in a similar area of the map on the northern side, on the northern edge. They have to move past TSM Entity. They have to move past Valdez. They've already got past Valdez the Murder. But now they have to deal with TSM Entity. And not only that, the last 2 players from Orange Rock as well, who have some bite as well.
TSM Entity are in no place or position to get third-party Valdez the Murder. Box Gaming, on the other hand, they don't have that same type of cover that TSM Entity holds. So they can easily get shot from behind by Valdez the Murder. But next comes through on top of Synergy once again. So the lads are very, very happy today.
They haven't had to rotate one single bit. RRQ actually started to control this push. Box tried to send in towards the circle, but they lose that forward scout. Hime just sends up the side, but they're very close to Orange Rock. They're very close to those last 2 players. In fact, they're almost right on top of Scout at the moment. You can see he's being spotted out, and it's actually Clutch God who is going to be able to do it. Scout very, very low, ticking down. Gil looking for the upstairs hold, but takes a lot of damage as Scout finally bleeds out. Gil getting that first aid.
Perfect movement here from TSM Entity. Understand that Gil has to absolutely heal, so they use that moment to move forward. Look at this though, Pime's in the background. RQ taking shots over towards Box Gaming again. Great position from them on the northeastern edge. So many fights popping off at the same time. Nade comes through the top side. Will Gil go down to it? Not yet.
Louis has been knocked, you see. I think that was flushed as well. TSM Entity pushing onto the last player from Orange Rock, who sends out of the window.
Huh?
Clutch God. Oh, he's just driving away. The spray from Gil. He's trying to just pick up those points, but out of the door they go. I think they were caught unawares by that, but 2 players is better than 1 in this case. Blank. Orange Rock eliminated.
Oh, Lord Batman almost gave them the slip there for a second. Gil just leaping out the side of the building. Playing them for do-si-do. But RQ now are fending off versus Valdez the Murder. Nade comes out the window. D2E goes fairly low. This is looking not so great for RQ at the moment.
They've traded 1 for 1 right now. You can see Ernie on the back there of this fight, Blank, and he's going to be able to spot out players like Armjoan, who pushes in. It's Martin to try and back them up. They are now all 4 alive, all 4 up as Velmuth did get res. G9 still down on bended knee, but that's coming through from D2E, so they can get that healing in. Beer 11 controlling on the staircase right now as Ernie's locking down those exit sight lines. Martin is going to get spotted out, takes a lot of damage, makes his way inside the building, and now they have to regroup. But D2E in that corner, Beer 11 on the staircase. They're going to spot this push.
It's a 3v4 at the moment, though, with Ernie not currently in this fight or a sightline. Valdez looking up the stairs, all firing off at the same time. RQ start to go low. That's 2 down already.
Able to find 2, flush 1 already as they continue straight into that top floor. D2E gets flushed, and now it's just Ernie with a nice, cohesive push from Valdez the Murder, wiping 3 of the players.
With still 4 members as well. Remember, they went up against Reject Scarlet. It's starting to look a little bit poor for them, but they've made it past Box Gaming, they've made it past TSM Entity, and now have found themselves a pretty significant compound that's in the next circle as we hit this hard shift on the northwestern edge of the circle. Really, really well played. That's TSM Entity going versus Team Secret, though, on the edge of the side of the eastern map.
It's going both ways, but it seems like TSM Entity are getting the best end of this fight. Blank, you high, the last standing now over on Team Secret on the northeastern side, but Valdas the Murder still trying to find some kills as Megastars have crashed up onto Ernie. I thought that was the RRQ team. I was like, hang on a minute, didn't they just get wiped? No, this is a different team, Blank. Megastars coming through, that's Team Secret getting eliminated, by the way. In the meantime, by that fight with TSM Entity, they should be able to get that 3-man squad back into the fight. We'll have to wait and see what more they can do. But for now, Ernie's just trying to go undetected in this bathroom.
He's in first-person mode as well. He's ready just to put that barrel in anybody's face if they try and come and disturb him during bathroom hours. Valdas the Murder, they're right on the edge of the circle, so they probably will have to move unless we see something drastic on the next circle that heads off to the northwest. TSM Entity taking shots down towards T1. Synergy have moved up. I say moved up, they really haven't moved at all, I'm not going to lie to you. Now Valdas looking over towards Megastars, who I think have absolutely no idea that Ernie's in this room.
2 players from T1 have been knocked. They actually managed to leave Castle relatively unscathed, Blank. They didn't really have to take a fight there, but TSM Entity, they've spotted them out. And now the Megastars still under the pressure from Valdas the Murder, as Ernie does get taken down. That's RRQ eliminated in 12th place. You level up, taking fights on the northern side now with Team IND. Winter around the corner, gets knocked. Kratos holding down the angle, and Slayer able to get that frag as well. Seidan falls. And T1, they have Youngjun and ZZP left standing on the eastern coast. You level up, however, they're on 1 player left. It's Chaoxin going for those heals, getting those stims on board. 3 first aid kits in the back pocket as Team IND look to leave.
A really, really nice little nade there from Chaoxin, and you can see Winter there just offering up his supplies to his player, sending his hopes and dreams forward. Goes out, takes the first couple of bullets, and now he will have to heal. TSM Entity moving their way across. Jonathan gets confirmed. Neo, however, still alive. Nade in hand for Youngjun. This could be really good. Neo knows he has to push.
Oh, he's trying to give him the old slit with the nade, waits for the pin to cook and pushes in close, but Neo's taking a lot of damage. Youngjun not quite able to land a shot just yet, goes for the pre-fire, tries to snake his way around, but Neo gets the best of him. Slips past those bullets like it's nothing, living up to his namesake, but can't quite do the same for Seidan, as he is going to get taken down there. TSM Entity eliminated, as we're down to 8 teams.
Seidan will just clip him in the shoulder blade. Now the circle moves down towards the middle, just on top of those double loot crates all across the sky. Synergy on the northeastern edge will now have to finally make that rotation. See how fast they can make it as we head 24 minutes into this game. T1, probably their biggest threat on the eastern side. Synergy probably want to group up at some point. But Valdas the Murder still in this game, but they will have to push through Megastars, who are currently set up a wall on the northern side.
The reinforcements slowly making their way down south as Sirvi, the outpost, needs the backup of the rest of the squad, or maybe not, as he takes the fight with Youngjun. Just going for that frag, and actually, hang on a minute, someone stole that away. Valdas the Murder, they're finally going for this push onto the Megastars. It's not going well, Blank, that's certain. As Armjoan does get res, Velmoth sends out, looks for the trade. Swag actually goes down, and Paradox trades it off. Encore going low as well. Paradox straight to the smoke. Oh, we might get caught out here as Armjoan able to get the best of that first end of the fight, but he goes very low. Paradox goes down, and it's Vexy now, the last standing for Megastars.
Oh my lord. That is great.
Oh.
Pime. Pime's still alive?
Yeah, he's still going. He's been out of the blue for ages. He's just come back, snaking his way through the grass. Look at that. He's in his white Jimmy Jams and no one spotted him.
No, he's ready to go. I mean, he's camouflaging in. He does have the big yellow pan on his backside, but now he's looking over towards Megastars, who will absolutely have to leave those teammates behind. What? Now he gets in a vehicle.
Oh.
He's just so much courage in this guy. So much courage. And he gets through. He's going to hit a rock. Try and create some kind of cover. Drops down. He's got the cool car as well on board.
This is right in the middle of the circle as well. How on earth has he managed to pull that one off? Okay, Pime, fair enough.
It was like, I've got a game plan. First, I kill Valdas Murder. Second, I get in the vehicle. Then I fly through 7 teams and get into the circle on top of a rock.
He saw it like it was nothing. Brilliant stuff. He saw that Bigatron was still in the game as well. He was like, they're not taking our top spot. Not today. We're going to continue our fight, continue our slugfest for that top spot. Bigatron, though, they've spotted out Synergy, who still need to move in, but so do Bigatron themselves.
Yes, they do, but they're going to try and really use this high ground as much as possible to get an advantage in this next circle. Gather the information, get some knocks before they move in. Right now, they believe they have Zuxi in the circle itself, just waiting below. Nade comes over the top. That could be pretty nice, and it's soaring down towards Synergy.
Yeah, Zuxi going down there. We are going to lose that one player. There's Pime finally falling. Okay, fair enough. I think it was fairly deserved that you go down in that situation. But he makes it all the way to 5th.
Which is pretty big.
Absolutely, it is pretty big. It's a great setup, and with the points difference being just, I believe, 8 points between 7 points between Bigatron Red Aliens and Box Gaming. Every single one of those points is going to matter going forwards. But if Bigatron are going to continue to pick up points like this, I don't know if there's much you can do.
How does he hit those?
And Parang able to load up on the spray. Now Ryzen takes a lot of damage before he's able to drop down to the rest of his team, and King of Gamers now entering the fight.
I just waxed that smoke against Zuxi there. A little bit sad. But yeah, I don't know how he hits those kind of shots with the G36. It's just an incredible spray from such a distance. BTR are a terrifying team when they get into the swing of things, and it feels like it's coming back online now. King of Gamers currently in a compound, but they just let Bigatron cross.
All right, they get a free passage there as Mamparang actually goes down to the play zone. Bigatron have the outside under their control, and Luxy up close will spot out Drax and go for that spray, go for the shot. You do gank eliminated in 3rd place, and now it's Bigatron versus King of Gamers.
Bigatron with 2 players, they have the opportunity to res Microboy up, but it looks like they're just sending him out wide as an information gathering tool. Luxy moving out, and now this is how they will go for this resurrection. They can wait this one out. King of Gamers are hesitant to push this one, even though they know there's only 3 players alive.
Bigatron looking to claim it. I think they've already managed to get enough points on board to leapfrog Box Gaming into that top spot blank. So they've had a cracking game so far. Box Gaming getting 9 points so far, and with, I think, 7 kills or so, they're guaranteed to be able to leapfrog here. So nicely done from them, and they want to find more, getting the res off 3 players strong.
We are now in the final circle, so this one will just continue to constrict until there is nothing but blue remaining. Bigatron have the high ground, and again, want to use this to take down some players. They see that King of Gamers drop down the smokes to try and deny the sight lines, so Luxy responds in kind and goes higher.
Looks for the top angle, but not going to be able to get a little more than a little bit of damage over onto Bozza. Soup out in the blue, waiting for a peek from the high ground, but has to move in eventually. Spray down from Microboy on the off angle, spots out Bozza, lines them up. Bragger as well behind, looking for it, but no, it's traded off. Luxy from atop the hill can't quite find it, and it's King of Gamers who are able to clutch it out in the end, finding a chicken dinner. They're having a better day today.
It was a really, really little thing that they did towards the beginning of the fight, which was drop down the smokes, which in the case, it was kind of like, we know that you only have 3 players on board, you're in a difficult spot to take a fight with us, and you will have to move out into the open before we do. So really, really well played to stop Luxy from getting that high ground position, firing down at the players from King of Gamers, and finding a couple of kills, which could have completely changed how that end game went.
Certainly chaotic. We're going to be heading over to the desk. A little bit of a stark contrast, actually, from the last game. It was really chilled out. This one, full of frags. Love to see it. Back over to the desk.
of gamers living up to some of the performances that we saw them in the Super Week after having a bit of a rough day yesterday. They got themselves the chicken dinner here for this game, and let's break it down, because we had Vikendi, we have Alex, we have Froz joining me here to get things done. Gentlemen, Vikendi, King of Gamers, triumphing. They didn't need to move much.
They didn't need to move much because they moved early on in the game. I think it was already in Circle 1. We saw him taking that position, kind of. And basically, the Circle just kept on going towards them. So why do you move if you get the Circle?
I mean, they went towards Tovar very early on, and we saw the final Circle as well, just slightly towards the eastern side of that. And of course, finishing on 4 kills before they actually did have the exchange with Bigatron. They're only on 2 kills, getting into the final 2 teams. So it goes to show you, James, just how, well, patient and quiet that game was for them towards the end.
Yep, very nicely done by King Gamers in the end. We also had Bigatron getting themselves a lot of kills. Let's take a look at our overall map ranking here, as we have the good old tie-up. Even though King of Gamers got themselves the win, Bigatron Red Aliens makes it up in the kills. 24 points apiece.
Yeah, 24 points apiece, but we also see teams like Valdo, Synergy, and Yudu Gank getting themselves a lot of points, which is important because we saw them having not a good day, yesterday. But this is a good start for today, so, if they can keep this up, they're going to move themselves up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's really important, as you said. Synergy, Valdo's the Murder, both getting 14 points, and it felt like for Valdo's the Murder, we finally saw them taking exchanges as a team and as a unit, and we could see the full firepower in effect, and Martin really stepping up as well for that team. And of course, for Synergy, they had the castle circle, they played it to their advantages, coming in 6th, getting 14 points. It's so important for them, considering they were so low down on the leaderboard.
And kudos to PMA for getting themselves an 8th position for Box Gaming, staying alive throughout the later stages. 9th through 16th, though, we have 8 points coming in for T1.
8 points. We see T1. We saw them, of course, that they won the previous game, but we saw them yesterday, and also today we see them going for the early engagement. They wipe out a team like straight away, but after that, it's not a lot happening. We want to see them keep on going after it. They got to keep up with that momentum, and that's how they're going to rack up more kills and more points.
Yeah, you're right. It was actually T1 being the first team to actually force Synergy out of Castle. Serv was the last player there. He was forced out, regrouped back with the rest of the players from Synergy. And then after T1 had Castle, they then went under the bridge on the frozen lake and came behind TSM, caught TSM off guard, got more kills. They got 8 kills, got their points, and they're happy.
What I really liked from T1, though, was how they moved. They had 3 guys crossing while Missa was holding from the castle still and then joined up. But here we go, some stats on King of Gamers. Not a lot.
Damage, yeah, not too much. 4 kills, 6 knockdowns, fairly average for them, just considering how favorable the circles were.
What's good to see is that they are converting the damage into knocks, which also converts into kills, and that is the most important thing, because I don't care if you have 3,000 damage if you don't have a single knock or kill. This is what matters.
Yeah, all right, time to deal our hand here and see who was able to be the top players, as we have 3 out of the 4. Very well done, Ryzen,
Luxy, and Microboard. You're welcome, James.
It's early.
And also, of course, Goddard as well from Valdez. Great to see
MVP
3 people. Wow, you got magic fingers.
I do, that's right. I deal the hat of cards, and
Can you do it again?
No.
Okay.
If I move it, if I click again, it's going to move to stats, though. You ready? You ready?
Okay,
So.
okay, let's
3,
see.
2, 1.
I like that. What more tricks can you do?
No, I'm done for now.
Okay.
I'll delight you later.
Let's look at the statistics here. Look at this. We see, of course, all of them getting more or less 2 kills, except for Luxy there with 5 of them. But again, look at his damage though. 467 damage converting to 5 kills. A little bit of a stealing here and there.
Yeah.
And then it was obviously as well to the right of your screen, Valdo's the Murder with Goddard getting 720 points of damage. 2 kills. I think most of the kills were falling in favor of Martin, but either way, the damage was there to set up the rest of his team.
That's good damage for only 23.5 minutes survival
we don't
time.
go back there.
Compared to the other, you can see on BTR, of course, they have 4 more minutes of life. But at the same time, we saw that Bigatron, they were playing more on the south side, so
Mate. Look at Luxy's rating, 93.
Oh my goodness, he's got the highest one, mate.
What a beast.
What sucks is
in PUBG Mobile, top trumps. You know what? I'd always play Luxy. That's what I do.
I think Luxy has
Bigatron would be Exodia, wouldn't it? Just once you have all 4 players, it's over.
That's right. Blank loves that reference. He's smiling. He's smiling over on the
He
other
got
side.
it. Someone got it.
Brilliant stuff. So that is our players in terms of how well they're able to do here for our Vikendi. It's Mountain Dew. Do the 2 times. Let's do it.
Do-do-do! We saw, of course, a little bit of early engagements, but I mean, it was pretty much a Vikendi game. No
That's
surprise, I guess.
It was a Vikendi game. It wasn't a Sanhok game. It was a Vikendi game.
A little bit of slow circles, and I mean, people weren't doing too much. We saw everyone trying to keep themselves alive. I think down to circle 4 or 5, we still had 60 people alive. A little bit of engagements here and there, but not too much happening.
Yeah, as you said, a very slow start. The only real action that we saw in the first portion of the game was Orange Rock losing 2 members early versus GXR Celts, which you saw earlier on. Martin again with the 2 kills there from far away. We saw the damage from Goddard. You just need to have that extra little bit of firepower just to get the conversion kills. And TSM as well. Finishing in 9th, they did get 9 kills, though, and you can see those kills coming through on your screens.
This was a little misplay from Box Gaming, I feel like. They had one guy, I think it was Break, that was the first one to just send it into the circle by himself. Sure thing, you're the scout, but you're supposed to survive, though.
Yeah.
If you're not surviving, it's not a good thing. But he got the information, hey guys, there's a team here, don't go here. So Pime, he ends up driving somewhere else, drives into Orange Rock. And then the other 2 members of Box Gaming basically just went out in the open, tried to help him out, but they got caught off guard.
Amjo, a cheeky little angle there to open up the start of this fight with his little Uzi.
This was a good push there from
Really good playing as a team. Really, really strong. We haven't really seen too much of it. Here's that moment as well. TSM from afar trying to catch players, rotating off that frozen lake. Jonathan again, they're going to be on screens, taking out Team Secret, and they've had a quiet start again.
I mean, we did see them with 9 kills, and what I like from TSM Entity is, even though they are not getting too many points right now, they are just on the cusp of doing it. Because they are going super aggressive, and we know this is the style you want to have. Having that style means that you're going to get a lot of early points, but also if you keep on continuing, you can have those really, really high spikes.
Yeah, I mean, they fall back on the 3-1. They have Clutch God being the scout player. We mentioned it many times yesterday, Clutch God dying too early and being that, well, player, as you said before, just dying, giving information, but leaving his 3 teammates by themselves. However, now it seems like they've managed to come together. Clutch God not getting too overzealous anymore, and he's able to give better information, and his teammates can rotate with him to take the fight as a 4-man unit.
Well, what we also see from TSM Entity is that not only that, but also it's not just about Jonathan surviving by himself in the end anymore. Now they're all going in, they're all surviving more or less, and that's what's important. Keeping as many up as possible towards the end game, if you can get there.
We're seeing that the teams are getting very familiar with this area, kind of west of Castle Frost. We're seeing lots of our Vikendi games end in this kind of area, and I think this is really giving an advantage to some of the teams that are being very observant.
Yeah, I mean, if you're observing, you know exactly where you want to play from. You know where you're going to have good sidelines, but also maybe a good compound where you can hold towards other people trying to breach you. It's all about getting that information as early as possible. The earlier you get the information, the more time you have to react on it.
Let's take a look now at the total damage throughout this lobby, as we have Valdus, the murder, doing very well, 20-41.
Yeah, we saw him ending up on a 7th place, of course, with 9 kills. So, I mean, it's not surprising that they had that much damage, but I didn't expect them to be that in the top, though.
For damage, yeah.
For damage, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't expect as well Bigatron to be so high up as well on the damage. 10 kills, nearly 1.8k damage. You can see conversely with Valdez the Murder, 2,000 damage but only 9 kills, so slight discrepancy there. And of course, at the top there's 640 points of damage and 4 kills for King of Gamers. Already mentioned before the narrative, they played it slow, passive, and they played it to their strengths.
But look at TSM Entity, this is what I'm talking about, right? They go out on a 10th place, but still do this much damage, and still get themselves 9 kills as well. This is what matters, because if you just have these games all the time, and then you just have that one game where you just pop off, you get that chicken dinner, you get 20 kills on top of that. That's gonna rocket you up on the leaderboard.
Let's take a look then at the overall rankings and see if Bigatron has surpassed up towards the top. And yes, they have. Bigatron Red Alien seizes back their throne here for day number 2 of the league finals with 129 points. Box Gaming falls down a little bit despite the valiant efforts of Pime.
Yeah, I mean, he did salvage a few points for the team itself, getting that 5th place with 2 kills. But, I mean, Bigatron, of course, being on top. Megastars just chasing just below that 100-point club, and they are getting close. They're getting really close.
DMI and D as well on the rise, slowly but surely. TSM as well in 6th, and you mentioned before, they're getting the kills. Once the placement points come their way as well, we can be seeing TSM rising up the ladder. You level up now down in 4th. Megastar's taking them over now in 3rd, and having the 2 extra chicken dinners and being in 4th goes to show you the consistency right now from Megastars.
Look how close it is between 6th and 10th right now. It's 67 to 64 points. That means it's only 3 points between all of those teams. It's super close in the mid-pack right now.
King of Gamers Club with that win. Then we'll move up now to 11th place for 56 points. However, all of the teams that you're seeing here obviously want to be on the first page because you know what they're doing? They're gunning for more money. That's right. That's what they're doing. As well as placement, maybe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, more gunning means more money. And King of Gamers,
that's right.
They had a rough start yesterday, but this one, basically, that's going to put them up there. That's going to get the momentum start going, and hopefully they can keep on going.
Yeah, I think this really sets us up for a fantastic next map as well on Erangel, considering we have more of the teams towards the lower end of the leaderboard actually stepping up here in day 2.
Well, I've got a question for you guys.
Oh,
would you, as well as you at home, like to play in a competitive atmosphere where weaponry may be involved? Well, check it out. God, isn't the Golden Phoenix X suit so cool? He's like, I don't even care about the bullets. Blank will never be that cool. He's never going to attain the highest of heights when it comes to that skin. Poor guy. He'll never be that cool. But of course, as well when it comes to the gun game, of course, that is here now, ready to play. My objective with the intro, of course, was just to not say gun or game, and I was successful. Yes.
I mean, you could have said anything.
I could. Actually, that is very true. As I can actually say anything and people don't care. The amount of times I've led into games with song lyrics and people haven't picked up on it has been fantastic. Not in this tournament, though. We have T1 and King of Gamers getting themselves the victory so far. Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel on the way here. Snots, what are you thinking for Erangel?
I don't expect the T1 win again. I think seeing how well we saw Bigatron in the last game coming in 2nd, I think it's going to be a big game from Bigatron coming into this next one. And Erangel, following that, I would like to see more from Team Secret. I'd like to see more coming out in terms of rotations, overall play, and their strategy coming forward, because we know that Team Secret is a team that likes to do their research, study, look at rotations from other teams. It's just we haven't seen it come to full effect yet. And now we're in a sprint, not a marathon. It's going to be harder to do that.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, at home as well, if you are watching, you know what? Get everybody involved, because we want to hit that 1 million peak viewership here for things. And you at home can be as creative as Blank. Get Barky the dog involved. If anybody out there is calling their dog Barky, I need to have a serious discussion with you, because that's not the play. All right? Just saying. It's like calling it Meowie the cat. All right?
Name it just normal names.
Calling it Meowie. Maybe somebody is calling it Meowie. I mean, we're talking to somebody who called a dog Floof, so maybe I should concede.
No, that's cute.
Maybe I should concede. Blank was gonna, he had his ammo loaded, but I beat him to the punch. What are you excited for Erangel, Froz?
What?
Just say yes. Say yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Let's go to the commentary team now for all the action for Erangel for their last cast of the day.
Thank you.
Nicely
Appreciate
done.
it. Yeah, I was here like this. I was like putting Floof in the magazine and just about to throw it back big time. But yeah, you were quick on the ball there. I like that. I like that a lot.
He's ready. He's thinking 3 steps ahead, Blank.
He was.
And that's exactly what the best teams are going to be doing in this game of Erangel. How's that for a segue?
Yeah, it is. It's a good segue, bro. Why would you confirm that? But yes, we're getting into the Erangel, 3rd game of the day, 3rd map. I just did it better than you. I'm so sorry to say.
No, what you did is you did it again.
Better though.
Arguable. We're going to be into match number 3 of the day. So let's go into the play. That was so much better than yours.
Yeah, actually, I'll agree. That was pretty good. You had like a little bit of rumble coming through too. But yeah, we got a little bit of rumble. We like a bit of that. We got the plane path coming from Gatka all the way to Lipovka. So one thing major here, John, is that a particular team, Team Secret, will be getting out the plane very, very early, dropping down, getting into Gatka, getting looted up, and they should have an easier game ahead of them. TSM Entity also heading up to Georgopol early, which will give them a huge benefit in terms of rotations because they'll get looted up there, and generally South George is quite hard to rotate from. So a lot of information blasted your way, and now it's time for you to digest.
Yes,
as Erangel would do. Laid back on the couch, just
digesting,
chillaxing. We miss Erangel, dude.
Oh man, but you know we got a fantastic replacement. We're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for all of these games. Of course, at the end of the day, we're going to be halfway through this, as we say, sprint of a final. 24 games total, so you have a limited window to prove your mettle here. The finals in the PUBG Mobile World League East.
I think Alex brings up a really pertinent point, though, in terms of Team Secret, because I mentioned yesterday they're a very strategic team, and it takes them a little while to actually figure out the other teams, how they're playing, and then they very much find the small cracks in the armor of the other team, and then that's where they'll put the spear. So here, you're on the second day. This is the day where I'm thinking to myself that, you know, this is where you have to start putting that strategy in. Maybe they burnt themselves out towards week 2 and week 3, but I'd really hope that's not the case because it was such a fantastic turnaround. And like you say, John, we love a comeback story.
Absolutely. And well, speaking of, well, not really speaking of anything, Blank. I'm just gonna tell you, Team Secret have better dog names than you. They've got a player called Rex.
Why you calling Rex a dog?
Rex is a better dog name than Barky.
Look, guys, all I'm going to say is if you're in the chat, disagree with John because I'm right, everyone else is wrong. Barky is a fantastic name for a dog.
That's just not true.
I'm calling my dog Barky now.
That is just not true.
That's what's happening.
Okay, well, as I said before, sometimes it's blissful to live in ignorance, Blank, and I guess you're going to be in a state of bliss. For
Call my dog what I want, bro. Leave me alone.
Yeah, you're right, you will. But that doesn't stop me from telling you that it's a stupid name.
Wow. I see how it is.
Me and the rest of the world.
Well, you know, what's that quote where it's like, don't care about people? I don't even know the quote anymore. I was trying to make. It's the one about don't mind.
The one about don't mind?
Yeah. Those that matter don't mind, that's the one.
Those that mind don't matter, and those that matter don't mind.
That's the one. Thank you very much for reminding me of that.
Yeah, but I mind and matter, Blank, you see.
Yeah, but yes. You're the only person in my life that is that way.
Oh dear, well you're stuck with me for now. We've got the rest of the game to get through at least. Orange Rock playing their patented split over the river. Well, they have changed up a little bit, sent Scout out a little bit further west. Marvi actually staying on the south side for now and actually rotating around. With the Western Circle, this is something we talked about before, how they won't have to crunch into TSM Entity, but with the change up of the drop from U level up, which is one of the few teams actually that does swap pretty regularly between those two loot spots up in North George and down by Quarry, by Ferry Pier, by Primorsk. They regularly flip-flop between the two, but with those teams out on the west, they won't have that direct competition for the next circle, but as soon as, you know, phase 3 comes in, that's where they'll start to clash.
They really do have the pick of the litter, basically, in terms of this western side, like you're mentioning, John. So teams will begin to clash as they try and head in together alongside one another into this circle, get a bit of a traffic jam towards the eastern side, I imagine, at some point. But I'm mainly curious to see where Team Secret actually head up, because there is a really fantastic compound just north about 1,000 meters of Quarry, or a kilometer. And it's like a god compound, right? Because it's all uphill towards it, and I've never seen Team Secret take this compound before. It really does confuse me. But instead, they go for this 2-2 split. They try and hold beneath Mount Everest. They try and hold down towards the southeast side of Gatka, which is fair enough. If this is their strategy and it's working, then go for it. But this is the game for them. This is the west shift. This is where we need to see something come out of them.
Team Secret are still very split, however. Currently waiting, biding their time. We are still very early into the game, all things considered. But they'll have to try and regroup to stop the push from the east coming on through. No one landing down in Primorsk is actually surprising. When you think about where the plane path was, it was very early out to the west, so no one taking that area, I find to be quite interesting.
And, you know, U-Level will probably be kicking themselves in the other foot right now, because why would they go North George when this is this is a great circle from Ferry Pier? And I understand that it was very close to North George, and that's where they dropped down. And honestly, they could have gone down to Ferry Pier. It would have been a bit of a drive for them. They would have had to find vehicles. But here in their head, they're like, oh, if only we'd head down here, we'd have a really strong position this game. And now instead, we have to fight through TSM Entity, one of the most fearsome teams in close quarters combat.
And to be fair, you know, hindsight is 20/20. Obviously, you don't have the circle as soon as that plane path comes through, and on the early drop, you just don't see it. So, you know, they made a choice, and they are paying the price for that gamble. Unfortunately, and they will have to move down south, as you say.
And in PUBG Mobile, in particular, sometimes you do make a choice, but you have to live with that choice as well going forward. And a lot of times, PUBG Mobile is a game from moment to moment, and it's what you can make of those moments. And some teams have those really high highs, some teams have those lowest lows. But I'd say that's kind of universal too. So in these situations, new level up, they really have to stand tall to make sure they can make the most out of this map.
Making the most out of the map. That seems, that's quite a good quote. Make the most out of it. Moment to moment, make the most.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. I like that.
Thank you. Came up with that one on the fly.
I'm going to use that as my next quote for my Instagram post.
Please do. Please at me as well.
Yeah.
Will you do like a quote of me, but it'd be like actually blank cast?
Yeah, for sure.
But like, you thought this was a cool quote from one of the philosophers. It was blank cast.
It was actually this bozo who...
now disregard all
said
comments.
That dogs should be called Barky.
Yeah, that's what you should put them on. This is the same man that said dogs should be called Barky.
That's me. Does that mean I should call you Talkie?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
And you'd be Talkie number 2.
Whoa. I'd be shouting. Oh dear. Team Secret, they've been spotted on the rotation. RRQ moved out to the south end of Chopsticks, and it's Mad Toy who goes down in an open rotation. D2E, just pull the trigger. Just do it.
Just do it.
Can't spot him behind the bushes.
He's waiting. He's waiting for the team.
Go on.
He's waiting for the other players to come pick him up, but it doesn't look like Team Secret want to do it. It's a smart choice, but iShot's just waiting for anyone to try and peek out. Now that's Mad Toy down, understanding that no other player from Team Secret is going to make their way across. But this is an interesting rotation from RRQ. Most of the time we see them just hole up in Pachinki, wait around this location for a little bit too long. But this time they move out of Pachinki almost immediately. They're no longer playing edge in this situation, head straight towards the center. I really, really love to see it. This is untypical from RRQ if you're looking at the recent weeks.
The foothills of Everest proving to be all too tricky for U-Level Up. Well, certainly for Qmao from U-Level Up, as he takes a tumble, knocks himself.
It's the fastest way down.
It is, to be fair. The fastest way from ceiling to floor is to fall.
Yeah. We were talking about terminal velocity yesterday.
We were, in the cab on the way home.
Yeah. Do you reckon he hit terminal velocity after that fall?
I don't think he would have been. I haven't got the exact height of Everest in my memory.
Yeah.
But I think it takes quite a while to actually reach terminal velocity, which I believe... I can't remember. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I think it's about 170 kilometers an hour for a human.
Yeah. But he definitely didn't land on his feet, like Cats, which we're also discussing. But we won't discuss those right now, because this is a podcast topic.
Well, as long as the cat isn't called Meowie, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, exactly.
Orange Rock are going to be moving south, actually, so they've left that area around ruins, around Sunken City. They've gone to the western peak of Pachinki. Next circle just about to pop. We'll see where it lands.
Ow.
Northeast.
RQ like, oh, why didn't we leave Pachinki?
Orange Rock quids in, though. They're going to be able to take control of the Pachinki, what's it called? I forgot the name. Church.
Jinx, Padlock, stop talking. Rest of the cast is mine now. Thank you. RQ actually head off the... I'm joking, bro, please. John Joseph Allen, you may speak. Thank you. RQ up to the west side. But he could have actually headed off to... They could have stayed towards Churchside, right? Which is absolutely fine. Sure. It would have been better. But again, like I was saying towards the beginning of this map, make the most out of the map. They've made this movement. They've got a little bit of control on the western side. They can just start to creep back towards Pachinki. And it's actually a little bit unfortunate that this happens to RQ so often, is that they'll change up their play and then suddenly the map won't favor them.
It's unfortunate. It really is.
It really
But
is.
it's a game of averages, is PUBG Mobile. You know, making the right rotation won't always pay off. As you say, it can come back to bite you. And in fact, here they go. They're going to mount up and actually head further in, a little bit further towards the north of Pochinki. Box gaming, though, they have buildings. And when you have buildings and you're box gaming, it's very unlikely you're going to get pushed and actually get dismounted here. GXR Celts finding out about that the hard way. Crash in comes the reinforcements, but it's Loki to go down first. A tanky traded off, so both of the players from GXR Celts down in the building on the push. Break on the off angle here, trying to spot GXR Celts pushing forward any further. Loki could get picked up here, but it looks like they're going to use the time ticking on down to their advantage. Break, another nade sent their way as the kill gets confirmed onto a tanky. No damage found onto Break from that nade, and Ultron trying to crawl his way back over to the rest of his team.
It's like the buff of the box lords when you get towards a building for them. It's like they get an attack bonus of +10 when it comes to spray ability and recoil control. But very interesting for the time being. Break back up to full HP. Be lobbing some nades in, but they should be starting to think about just crashing one of these buildings. I'm not sure if they know that there's 2 players in one or it's a 1-1 split. If they knew it was a 1-1 split, if I'm box game right now, I'm just heading towards one building just to take down all these players at once.
I'm pretty sure that was a whiffed nade from Break. That just killed Ultron, who had crawled across that entire smoke chain undetected. And the fact that he missed the nade through the window just killed him. It's unfortunate.
Pretty cool, though.
But Break gets a kill.
Yeah, Break gets a kill. He's like, yeah, totally meant to do that, lads. It was a pretty sick throw from me, I think.
Oh, yeah, great job, me, great job, me. No one look back at the VODs. No one look back at the VODs.
We noticed it, Break.
Don't worry.
You can't escape our eyes.
We see everything. Except for when we don't. That's all too often, unfortunately.
Technically, Frost saw it first. I looked across and he was laughing.
Break first in through the window as well, over towards Rocks on his own in the building. MJ on the building across. No way he can back up his team here. Louis trying to go around the corner as well. Loki goes down, but it's traded 1-for-1. A lot of damage found, and Louis goes down as well, so Break the only standing player now. MJ holding his own, but he's so far away from the fight.
MJ actually is one of these players who's had some massive 1v teams before.
Pime takes him down almost immediately. GXR Celts will fall as Pime takes a little pop shot over towards King of Gamers. Nicely done. The box fort stays strong, and box gaming move forward into the next circle.
I think the next circle is going to drop down south towards the box fort. I'm saying it now. I feel like the Magnet is... Oh, the Magnet's not on board. Magnet is not on board today. It actually heads off to the west side. Pretty hard shift towards Gatka. And RQ, although may have been unhappy about leaving Pochinki, they bided their time and patience has paid off.
So you said they made a bad call? You said they made not a bad call, but an unlucky rotation. But it is now turned on its head, hasn't it?
Oh, not a bad call. Just one of those calls in the moment that seems like the correct thing to do, and Yeah, and then luck would have you otherwise, sadly.
But luck is going to swing around and give them back what it took away. Now Gatka feels those chopsticks valuable spots in the circle. You do gank are going to take the northern end of those chopsticks as well, some of the compounds, some of the buildings around there. So they'll have that position to try and dominate any rotations coming in from the east.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, John, that we're going to see a lot of teams die, a lot of players go down in this next circle.
It's a Thanos circle?
Yeah, this is a Thanos circle. Usually we're talking circle 5 for the Thanos circle, but because there's so much field in this area, so much open ground, I could pretty confidently say right now that things are going to get hectic very quickly.
Well, the Megastars, they take a knock from over the way. It's Box Gaming who spot out that rotation. Not in the zone just yet, so they have to continue to move. Paradox, he's been seen as well. Not quite able to get that res off just yet, as the rest of Box, they're starting to move in towards the zone, but I think they're sending out first. Break and Loki, they're going to roll up on this spot. Paradox just tries to tumble his way down the cliffside, and I think Box Gaming can figure that out.
Yeah, he's pulling a Q out here. Oh, he's in the water.
He's a mountain goat. Look at swag. He's fallen down. Maybe looking for the res here.
He's like, come on, you can get me up. It's just 50 meters. Come on, get me up.
Do Box figure out that this has happened? Is the question. Team Secret actually finding a kill onto King of Gamers towards the center of the circle. As we leave that fight, we'll figure out what happens there later. Bigatron, they're trying to move across these fields, but it's Team IND behind them who are crunching them into Team Secret, into King of Gamers position as well. As Luxie goes very low, Ryzen is down on that hillside blank as well, which means that they are going to have a difficult time moving away from it.
And it's really interesting to see this type of thing happen more consistently now, which is where Bigatron are being tested. Their mettle is being tested in these final games, and it feels like at the beginning of the tournament they were so head and shoulders above the rest of the teams, but now everyone has been really pulling up their own gameplay, and we're having a really fantastically skilled ending to this tournament. I'm loving it.
To be fair, though, they are sat still pretty much head and shoulders against above everybody except for Box Gaming, who they're 8 points ahead of right now. Specifically, actually, Box Gaming taking a dip. Their break does go down as Valdas the Murder are going to be ready and waiting for that push. Pime, you can see him out in the fields, rotating past. Louis stuck in those foothills right now.
You know, Louis just trying to play backstop at the moment, watching for where players are taking shots. Pime's just out of range at the moment. It's very difficult shots for Martin to currently hit here, and he will just jump back behind the rocks. Nexo comes through. Wow. Yeah, look at that. Look has been on the side once again for RRQ as they find the chopsticks, and this is a great position for them going forward. Box Gaming, they made their way into the circle again. Like I said, it is all fields. It's very difficult, but Loki drops up, finds one pick onto IND. Slayer goes down.
All right, we'll see what more they can do. Can they get that res onto Pime? If they can have 2 players in this spot, there's a chance that they can take IND here. But Bigatron across the way will be looking to third party. Remember, they are weakened from earlier. Snacks takes a lot of damage from the trade and actually goes down. Luxy lands the shot with that Mini 14. And now Trance trying to take the fight with Loki. Not quite able to get that spray. Not just yet. Gets in the buggy yet again. Box might be looking for the heal, but Trance has other ideas. A nice nade over the top does a little bit of damage there to Trance, but there's the boom on the vehicle. Unfortunate there, but it's actually Pime who blows them both up. Okay.
So that's a few stray bullets. And I think that the way the player models both flew backwards, I think they were as surprised at that action as we were.
Well, now it's a chance for Bigatron to actually extend that lead. We saw them leapfrog last time off Box Gaming, finishing low down. They're 8 points, and every single point they accrue from now on will help them open up that gap.
Orange Rock, though, they are currently with 4 players online towards the end of these circles. We know they're fairly strong, but this is a map where they slipped up, remember, versus Morph and Yudu Gang. They were not able to make that push onto them and ended up losing. I think there's a bit of overconfidence, overzealousness when taking fights and just not trusting one another so much. But it feels like they're getting back online in these finals, really trying to make the push here towards the end.
Reject Scarlet with a difficult field crossing right now, and they're trying to challenge Synergy. It's not going their way, however. The building's holding that out. Synergy behind them on the circle, but with that cover, they can stop Reject Scarlet from moving away from them. They're sticking them back like glue blank. They're holding that down from the back end and actually slipping around past them. Team IND moving in behind Bigatron. This is on the south side of the circle. Bigatron trying to push onto TSM Entity right now, but with Team IND on their back, they're going to have to move a little bit faster or figure something else out.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit rowdy over there between TSMNC and Bigatron. Like you say, the IND close behind them on the eastern side, but RQ, they've set up a line in the chopsticks towards the end. They are fending off versus Yudu Gang. Reject Scarlet, Lufa here, pops the pin. Gonna wait a little bit, toss it over the top. This could be very, very good onto Synergy. So close by. One takes a bit of damage, but it's worth throwing some more. It's not quite enough. Austin takes a fair bit of damage, but the last one will do it. Nail in the coffin.
Fantastic stuff from Reject Scarlet answering them, but the res should be able to come through. Lufa swings out wide, Snake in the field, but we're going to tune back in with the deadlock between these 3 squads over on the hills as Zuxi actually finds the spray onto Jonathan. Clutch got in the grass. We'll see Zuxi himself. That's 1, 2, 3 shots. Goes very, very low, but it's going for the flush, but not before Luxy. Twin brother able to come back to the rescue. Zuxi stays alive. TSM Entity eliminated, but the blue zone will not stop.
So difficult to even try and get a beat on Bigatron. The way they move is so alien-like. It's like nothing you've ever seen. It's crazy.
They don't come in peace, I'll tell you that much.
Absolutely, mate.
They are here for war, and they're delivering. Beautiful stuff. They have 52 kills by the end of the last game, and they're looking to rack up more. 4 kills so far found. Box Gaming had 5 when they went down. So they want 1 or 2 more to try and maintain that lead, but Team IND have other ideas. Microboy gets knocked, gets well, not flushed just yet, but it's only a matter of time before 20OP claims that one, and it's the twin brothers still in the game.
Yeah, most definitely dead there. I think Microboy plays this really important role on the team of Bigatron, which is off the off angle. He plays away from the team, providing them information as a scout, but it's Level Up who are now jumping into this fight. They are actually rocking up, and this is so weird seeing them down here considering they started in North George, but they have all 4 members. Nade comes through. Looks he's just a little bit far away from it. I think those are actually...
Oh no!
What was... That was so well set up.
Oh, that was the 1-2 punch. They covered so much ground with that nade, and it worked out beautifully. He only saw that nade that was close by, and they'll get that flush as well, so it's just Zuxi, and he wants out. Straight into the buggy, sent across the road, but unfortunately, it's open ground, and there's so many teams around. Blank Team Secret get that final kill.
You see that type of thing from the Chinese teams in the Peacekeeper League, right? Because they set up nades so they explode one by one across a large amount of area. It's very difficult to get away from them. Did not expect it to see it here in the East League. Level Up are just playing so well at the moment. Their game just keeps evolving. It's crazy.
How did Armjo not go down there? Okay, fair enough. Ice shots. Has a nade sent in through the top window. Will fall. Team Secret going very low. Yuhai goes down. That's the Megastars eliminated in the meantime as well. And now it's Team Secret down to 1 player. It's just the better name than Barky. It's Rex. As he is going to get eliminated in the middle. It's Level Up to get that final kill.
Yeah, sadly, Team Secret haven't put on a leash this game, go down in 11th. King of Gamers on the western side still trying to make their way in. Level Up had just flown into the circle. It was so majestic, like, but RQ consistently stalwart here in this actual chopstick. They're holding a lot of ground ahead of them. This could be the game where they start to bring themselves back into it. I keep saying that. They are in 7th, and it feels like there is constant glimmers of just like passion and just power from this team, where I think that they can really make their way towards the top of this table.
Orange Rock have a compound on the northeastern side of these fields, but they'll have to more than likely move further south as time goes on. You can see on your screens they've got a really nice base of operations. And this is actually a very similar location to where we saw them placed very, very highly on an Erangel game before, Blank.
For the time being, things are just quieting down a bit. Oh, that's a nice nade from Sirvi, directly dunked onto D2E.
Sends it right over the top, bounces it once, and it goes off right above his head. D2E takes a knee. G9 will be able to hold on that ridgeline as well, which means that they shouldn't be able to push it down just yet. Ernie should be able to get this res. T1, they've been managed on that western push, but on the other end of that chopstick, they've got King of Gamers to worry about.
It's a stressful moment here for RQ because they receive a knock and they don't immediately want to go for the resurrection purely because you don't have all the line of sights here. You can dip your head over the top side of the chopsticks and see, but you have to be very careful. Sirvi is cooking enough. One throws it in.
Oh, a little bit quick on that. D2E doesn't take the damage there. Schreider's further out as well, so if D2E pushes, he might get spotted in those crosshairs. A little bit of a longer cook there. And D2E is going to take a tickle of damage. D2E reveals his location. Another nade sent deep, but not going to be able to get a knock again. CV, he's spotted out, and that's Beer on the off. Will be able to find the first frag. Schreider crawling his way through to try and back up his teammate, but he's last standing for Synergy.
Yeah, Beer 11 had absolutely enough of that one. Jumped out and took down CV. There is one more player, Schreider, like you say, just crawling through the grass here. G9 will confirm that. T1 still in this game, but RQ will have to move in, but it's Orange Rock. Look at the position they currently have across the road. They're in a fantastic position going forward. Level Up are they're in the circle, but they're in a shack. So when they leave that one, they're going to have to use all the vehicles, all the smokes. It's going to be hugely difficult to leave.
Question is, how many teams can they stop before that happens? One so far. Valdis the Murder gets eliminated on that southeastern side. Team IND are trying to push in from that side as well, as Orange Rock continue to pepper this fight down from the other side of the road.
G9's moving out, trying to find a good position towards the loot crate. Yonder, but RQ Ernie actually gets taken down by Youngjin, who's dropped into the chopsticks itself. Marvy has eyes onto Team IND, who are currently out the circle, so it's probably just going to be a matter of time by Orange Rock take down Team IND, who will be pushed forward into open ground. Schreider still in the game though, John. We cannot count him out yet.
Not just yet. RRQ will have to leave the chopstick though. They'll have to push up and over. As they're taking plenty of knocks. Ernie has already gone down. There's Trance getting spotted out by Scouts. And sorry, that was Gil to actually land the headshot there with the spray. And it's very, very difficult to move across here. Everybody crunched up on this western side, and Orange Rock have free reign.
see you level up. This is the shack I'm talking about. Although it provided them some cover at the beginning, it's really not a very good starting point for them going forward. But Orange Rock here, 4 members online. South Asia looking for that chicken dinner this game in Orange Rock. And with all 4 players online, it's a good omen. It's a really good omen because a lot of times we see these games go awry purely because these teammates are not together, but they're playing together now. It feels like a bit of a switch up.
Look at the circle. It's shifted completely in their favor. They load up those vehicles. They can move south, and they have that side of the road on lock blank. RRQ are going to have to push their way. So are you level up who have to leave this shack. You can see the smokes blooming there outside to cover that rotation, but it's going to be difficult nonetheless.
RRQ making the run across. They know they have to get into the circle, but the roadside is going to provide so much problems for these teams because they have to cross onto Orange Rock side where they've got a little dip. So you level up actually sending out with a vehicle. Winter making his way in. D2E spots it out. Winter trying to crawl, but perfect spray from D2E prevents that from happening. Now Gil's going to throw a nade over the top, try and confirm that kill for themselves, get some more points on board.
You can pop those nades over, that's all you need. Actually, it's going to get finished out there. That's T1 getting eliminated as RRQ dispatch of them. 10 players alive now. A nice nade up and high from D2E. Trying to lob it in the top of the shack. Takes a little bit of damage from his own nade. Not quite landing. And they are going to have to disengage that 1 player from U level up still standing.
MK14 in RRQ's hands in G9. This guy is an absolute monster. That's a nade on yourself, Chashin. That's not what you want. Gets out of the way in time, then back into the shack. It's distraction tactics.
Fair enough, you know, you got to throw a spanner in the works sometimes. Winter slowly ticking away. Orange Rock are biding their time. They're chilling out blank. Chasien will be pushed in by the blue. Spotted out on the push. D2E claims it. 2 teams left standing. Orange Rock with a dominant position on the roadside.
Scout just about spots D2E, but immediately shots come back his way. Scout just jumping over the top of the vehicle, trying to get as much information as possible. It's a full 4v4 brawl. We don't get to see these very often, and it's going to be all skill to end this game.
The thing is, blank RRQ, they have no cover to be moving forwards. Orange Rock can pop up, and it's RRQ who have to play whack-a-mole. They find Marvy, though. Scout very low. Kill goes down. G9 traded out. 2 players down for Orange Rock. 1 player down for RRQ. Make that a second as well. Ernie goes for the push. They're looking to hold it down, but no. Scout goes down. And Viru, last standing now for Orange Rock to try and hold their side of the road. Ernie looking for another frag. It's a 1 versus 1 now, blank. Viru looking to try and use that position that they had such an advantage from. Ernie looking to try and swing out wide, but the nade is in. It's cooked. Will Viru be able to blow him up? No, he swings out wide and he goes down. It's RRQ to be able to take it home. They send across the road. The smokes were there. The nades were in. And they make it happen somehow, some way. It's RRQ Athena.
What an unbelievable ending, and that's down to just aggression and knowing where they could push out and really extend their lead towards that roadside. That is fantastic play right at the end too. I think Viru pulling out the grenade was the mistake because it took him too long to get it back out of hand. But really well played to RRQ to understand in that moment that was the time to go. And you could tell that from all the players on the comms were saying, go forward, you got this.
Confidence. That is what we love to see. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break that down.
Hai, nama saya Yudu Black. Saya daripada tim Yudu Gang.
Hello, my name is Leaderboard and I play for the
He spots 1 but it takes him down. Because it wouldn't have been Leaderboard is ready. Next number going back to Sanhok as you can see takes on 1 player. right now in the spot.
E aí galera, aqui é o Carrilho da Esports.
Kills early on, and hey, kills is what they're good at doing.
There is a door, but will it be death? It peeks out.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
What a fantastic 4v4 towards the very end of that game as our 7th and 8th team blasted it out here for our next Erangel to try and get themselves much more up that ranking. Joining me, I have Snoz as well as Froz here joining me. RRQ get themselves the win. Yes!
Yes! We heard that from Blank. He was screaming that out very loud. He was happy to see that. Marin's probably happy to see that at home as well.
Yes.
But yeah. Arcafina being able to take that chicken dinner with 15 kills, sorry.
15, yeah,
15
incredible. What was even more crazy as well by the final circle was RRQ were just outside of the circle. Orange Rock were inside it, 4 versus 4. The road split between them, yet they still won it.
All right, Froz, let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it,
You're
mate.
challenging me?
Let's do it.
Come on.
I agree with Blank. I don't think the nade was the right play. I think you've always got to be ready to shoot in those 1v1 moments. I think it's very important.
So we're talking about the last moment we saw, there was Viru, right?
Viru, yes.
Yeah, he had the nade behind the US, and then Ernie was pushing. Now, Viru went for the nade. It was a good play, but it was a little bit of a misplay. Taking out the nade is not the misplay itself, because what he should have done is he should have underhanded it, first of all. Being ready to underhand it, he can put it either on left or right side of the US. He's going to block off that area, and he can full focus on one side of the US. He's the one who has the cover to work with. He can force Ernie to go one side, but he didn't. He didn't go for the underhand. He went for a normal toss, and it went too far, and he got a little bit of panic mode when Ernie pushed him.
He still did a lot of damage though. It got him down to under half HP. I think if actually he had landed the shot onto Ernie, that 1 or 2 shots from the SMG up close, we would have been saying something completely different maybe about the play. I think if he had landed those shots just quickly, could have happened, but he did whiff at the end. But still, it was a creative play. We'd like to see it.
Plenty to break down. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game. We have RRQ Athena with 35 big smackaroonies.
Oh, wow.
It's time for the smackaroonies. That's a lot of points. Orange Rock 23 as well. This is going to shunt them up the leaderboard quite nicely here. Froz as he wags his pencil because he has something to say.
This is the Arcafina. We know this is the aggressive one. This is the one we like.
Very excited here. Some hand movements.
No, because we finally see them rise up again. This is what we want to see from Arcafina. We know that they're a really good team. They can do the aggressive play. We've seen that early on in the season, but we also saw later on in the season how they were playing a passive game. This time, it was a little bit of a mix-up, but they did that well.
Orange Rock as well, they're in second, 23 points for them. 9 kills as well. Towards the mid-portion of the game, they were quite passive there, controlling the northeastern side of that phase 5 circle. And then towards the end, when they got those extra kills as well, turning it into the 4 versus RRQ. And well, we know how that one went.
Yeah, and here we go, 9-16. We see Bigatron getting himself 5 points. Not too many, but I mean, they're still towards the top there, so they have the cushion. They can have these kind of games, and 5 points is not bad for a bad game.
This is just a game where we now see that kind of top spots being challenged more by some of the big names, which is fantastic because it's going to make these next coming days, these next coming games, all the more exciting to see who's going to be able to actually attain the top spots. So very, very nice, Noz.
Yeah, it was. I mean, for me coming into this before, I mentioned, you know, is RRQ just good on Miramar? To see that level of play coming out from them, to see the way they took the initiative as well, it was that 4 versus 4, as we said. They were outside the circle. Marvi stands up to try and rotate. They find that kill onto Marvi, the knock. Then Scout goes down as well. And then we saw the play from Ernie crossing the road. He had the 3 players as well behind him. They did the 3-1. Ernie comes in from the flank, finishes the job. And what can you say? More teams contesting these big teams as well. It's fantastic.
Let's take a look at the RRQ Athena stats. Froz.
I wanted to talk about some other teams, but let's focus on RRQ Athena because they did get the chicken dinner, and look at how much damage they done compared to the heal. Now, one thing that RQ did was that we saw already in Circle 1 how they went for chopsticks. They wanted to go there, but then the circle didn't go there.
Nope.
It went to a hard shift to the east instead.
Yeah.
They started rotating away, but then the circle went back to west, and they were like, whoa, guys, hurry up, go back. And they took chopsticks straight away.
What was so impressive as well is the way they played the gutter. The gutter area which we saw, they managed to stay in that position all the way until phase 7. And I think that's one of the reasons why they got so many kills. So many teams were trying to rotate in towards the western side of the circle, but RRQ had the headshot angle from the gutter, and they fended off 3 teams from that position from 2 different angles. T1, Synergy, just incredible play overall.
All right, gentlemen, are you ready to move for me to deal my hand once again?
Yes.
Yep. Let's go.
Snap them.
Let's do it. Nice, not too
Ooh.
bad.
Oh,
We've got 4 cards. We have Beer, we got Ernie, we got Martin, and we got Jill. Showing on up here for Orange Rock.
Look though, all of them are rated 86.
Whoa!
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ooh, glitch
It's
of the
a sign.
Matrix.
Lucky number for tonight.
What, 86?
Yeah, I don't know for what though. I'm ordering on the menu, number 86, please.
Yeah, and we go to the restaurant later on. Thanks.
In that last game, though, I was really impressed by Martin's performance. We saw coming out from his team, Valdez, they were trying to go for a sort of play where
you lost.
They went for the 3-1. We saw Martin play towards the Pachinki Hill, just south of Pachinki. The rest of his team rotated inside the circle.
Yeah.
And Martin, all by his lonesome, finishes off Box Gaming, then takes out Team Secret trying to rotate in towards the... What's caught your attention? Just see he's staring so
Trying
intently.
to will the MVP into existence.
In my head, I'm like, is he
I'll
listening?
show you how it's done. Hold on.
Back to the point. It was well played by Martin. There you go.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Why is it, why is it your power now? This is annoying.
Nice.
Damn. The clapping? Giving you an ovation?
Look at me, I'm the host
What
now.
is this? Balls. He tried to steal my host position a few
really?
times. Yeah. I pushed him off the camera though.
Still getting the MVP. Not an unfamiliar name, of course, on the top players that we see from game to game. And it's nice to see that they're stepping up back to where we saw them in the earlier stages of the season. Because they need that. We know that they were in the middle pack, but I mean, they had a good game here. A second place, 9 kills. That's going to rocket them up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, very nice to see. As of course, for me, when it comes to Orange Rock, for me, he is their standout player. I mean, they are an extremely formidable force, but yeah, definitely a very big standout. RRQ, though, with the points earned under their belt. I mean, they kind of went from strength to strength, I feel, in this game here, Alex, and did very well for them.
I mean, just seeing this alone, 2 players already getting in total over 1,000 damage between the 2 of them is fantastic to see. Ernie as well, the clutch at the end, and Ernie was the one to take the initiative to cross the road first with the 2 knockdowns onto Scout and Marvi from Orange Rock. Overall, very well played.
I mean, imagine if he hadn't used that window to get over the road.
Exactly, exactly.
I think it would have been a completely different story for us. Never mind our 1v1 banter and talking about what could have gone down. If he hadn't have initiated the flank, he wouldn't have even been there to begin with.
I mean, also, you got to look at it. The flank was initiated because he had to cover from his 2 teammates.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew. Do the do moment. Snods, give it a go.
Oh, this was so good coming up from Box Gaming. I remember watching this live and being completely amazed. Look at the position here from Break right now. You can see he's splitting the compounds in half between GXR Celts. They can't cross to try and revive their teammates. And, well, you can see the grenades as well. How many times am I going to mention his HG plays with the grenades from Break?
I really like how Box was playing that. They were taking out 1 threat at a time, and they knew even they had 1 guy knocked. They were just waiting for that one. When they got that guy up, they knew we have the numbers. It's 4 versus 2. Let's take this strategical and just take them out 1 by 1.
That being said, though, it's not been the easiest day for Box.
It has not, for sure. But, I mean, that was a good execution on holding that one against GXR Cells. But afterwards, it was a little bit different scenario when Pime shot that vehicle and they both blew up.
Yeah, you saw it a few moments ago on your screens there, Martin on top of Pachinki Hill. That's where he got the kills onto Box Gaming and also onto Team Secret, so fantastic play from him. Clutch God, well, we know he likes to be at the front of the line for TSM, doesn't he?
This is what it's so good with Luxy, though. You saw that straight away, Suxy goes down. Luxy straight on top of him, getting ready for that trade. And Suxy did a lot of damage there, making sure that that first doesn't happen.
Yeah, and here it is, just gatekeeping towards the southeastern side from Valdez, the murder. And it seems like today, at least in the first 3 games we've had so far, Valdez has started to come together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that some things are getting changed because how they played yesterday didn't really work out, and that's what you need to do. You got to be able to adapt on the spot. Even if you have 1 day, okay, that one's gone, fine. Now reset your mindset and go into the next day. Change something up, make it a little bit spicy, make things happen instead.
Yeah, and here's most of the kills coming up from RRQ. It was actually Yudu Gank as well was the third team they managed to fend off, as even more as well coming out here versus U Level Up. So you can see they took out 3 squads, but also they fought versus another one as well in U Level Up, and then coming here towards the end, the crescendo of the entire game, here comes the flank just very shortly once the picks do. Yeah, there's Marvy going down, Gil goes down, and here comes Ernie.
Yeah, that's what you gotta look at. It's not just Ernie going for the flank, but also, of course, G9 and Bear holding that, making sure they're putting pressure on top of Orange Rock. That was initiating the whole flank itself.
Let's take a look at the total damage here throughout this lobby, as we have RRQ and Orange Rock standing up tall here towards the top. I actually didn't notice up until the very last moment RRQ had an MK14, which is always going to pump out some nice damage. So do like to see that. But Valdez the Murder also getting themselves in a good spot for us.
Yeah, getting himself a good spot, getting himself 5 kills. It's not bad, but take a look at Bigatron though. They end up on a 13th place, and they have a lot of damage done. It comes down to them fighting on the south side towards the hill there against TSM Entity and Team IND. It was a very dragged out fight. I'll tell you that. That fight went on for like 2 circles.
Yeah, it felt like TSM didn't really stand a chance in that fight versus Bigatron. And looking as well, Team IND, 1,300 damage. Again, not going to be fantastic in terms of 4 kills, but going forward, new IGL, can they keep this momentum going forward? And see what else. Synergy as well had a good game coming in from, well, rotating in from the eastern side. They were gate kept by, I believe it was Reject Scarlet. Yes, it was. And then going forward, they actually managed to break through that gatekeeping towards the northern side of the circle, come down, and then they got owned by RRQ. But so did everyone.
Yeah, Arcade did well, definitely so. Now it's time to draw some things, as well as take a look at a fancy screen as Froz does some telemonstration.
Before we jump into that, I just want to explain the whole situation. We talked about the chopsticks. We saw it's kind of a similar thing early on in the season. It was Bigatron that time, but this time we're going to be looking at RQ, and it comes down to how they're holding it. So if we jump in here, we can see, of course, you have the chopstick here, but look at how RQ is holding this. 3 guys inside, 1 guy in the shack, but it's also how they're spreading out, making sure we're gonna take a lot of ground. If someone tries to crash in there, they're just gonna get annihilated. And that's what Yudu Gang tried to do. And we can see when they tried to come in here, basically the nades start raining in straight away. Ernie is gonna go up on the side, of course, trying to get a cheeky angle, get some knocks on that. But it all comes down, of course, to Bear. He's not doing much, you say? No, he's not doing anything against this fight because he's holding out other teams, making sure they can't get close, they can't do any damage in the back. And it's all about this, having the synergy in the team, having the teamwork, knowing what everybody's supposed to do. That's how you thrive as a team.
Yeah, very, very nice by RRQ. And as you say, kind of the throwback to how Bigatron was able to control a chopstick. We've seen, I feel like, too many teams in situations in chopsticks that are all clumped up, and then you're grenaded. Fodder. Yeah. It's not easy to hold when you're kind of in a group.
I mean, just even look at the telestration as well. You can see Yudu Gang's positioning just completely stark contrast compared to, as you mentioned, the split coming out from the side of RRQ. And then again, of course, having Burby there in the shack, just getting all the information they needed, able to fend off so many teams. They played it fantastic.
All right, after a game like this, it's always very exciting now to see the overall ranking and see how those teams in the middle pack have been able to rise up towards the top. So let's see, because RRQ, Athena, and Orange Rock make leaps, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ now 4th, and Orange Rock now 6th.
Now we have 4 teams inside their 100-point club. And of course, Megastar still very, very close, but still not there yet. They are gonna get 1 point at a time, at least. So they're gonna make it today no matter what into that club. But RQ, of course, we saw them sitting on a 7th place before this game. With that win, with those 15 kills, that's gonna push them up towards the top.
Yeah, we need to see Megastars join the Chicken Dinner Club as well. I think that's what's really holding them back here. I mean, even just having a chicken dinner on board, they would go straight to 3rd. That's what they're missing. They're only, what, 5 points behind You Level Up in 3rd.
Great to see, of course, a team like T1 as well. We saw them being, I think it was 9th place before, but them getting themselves a 4th place with 4 kills, of course, making sure that they keep up with the mid-pack there. They're a little bit behind, but it's not too far. It's totally reachable within 1 game.
Yeah, Orange Rock as well, rising up to 6th from a strong performance in the last game, coming in 2nd, 9 kills as well for them. And again, they are continuing to grow as the tournament is progressing and continuing to rise up the ladder. Be interesting to see where they finish today compared to yesterday.
Unfortunately for GXR Celts, they will be pushed down to the 11th spot here, along with King of Gamer Clubs, obviously having a little bit of a fall. But that is that. So, nice. I'm very happy to see, again, that kind of evening up up towards the top, and challengers rising to be in striking distance of those top spots, because there is always the potential sometimes in PUBG Mobile where a team is very, very good and then they run away with it. However, we're not there just yet here for our grand finals for us, and that's nice.
Yeah, and we talk about how TSM Entity is very good on getting those early kills, early points, make sure they're always going to have those. They're currently sitting on 38 kills. You got to hand it to Orange Rock. A little bit above them right now, but they have 42 kills, which is not bad at all. I think that's like second or third most in the lobby right now. So them being down there, they're getting the kills, they're getting the placement. We saw that now in the last game. Hopefully they can keep it up.
Let's take a look at the MVP ranking and then see if Jonathan's still up there from TSM Entity. And no,
not anymore. Actually, the players from Bigatron have risen up as well. Luxy and Zuxy were, I think, 8th and 10th, and now they're here towards, well, 3rd and 5th as well. Vexy here again from Megastars, looking strong for him. And then also we see Scout now coming from Orange Rock. So he had a fantastic game yesterday in Miramar, and it seems like the game as well, just there on Erangel, was strong for him too. He's looking great so far.
So we see 3 players from Bigatron up here. Ryzen, Luxy, Zuxy. There's one player we're missing. It's Microboy. I'll tell you why he's not here. Because he's more of a support. He does a lot of the revives. So basically, he would go for the revives if someone is knocked, while the others are going to keep on shooting at the enemies, putting pressure on them so that revive can go through. So it's all about the team effort. Even if you see 3 here, it doesn't mean that Microboy is not doing anything.
Look at Break as well. I mean, 3,500 damage below him, Ryzen at 3.8, but he's got 22 kills conversely versus Ryzen's 14. And we saw in that last game as well how impactful his kills are and how his grenades set up the whole entire team. It just feels like it's all coming, working for them in fruition.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, especially for yesterday. For today, it's been a bit more rough here for Box Gaming. And I do hope to see a bit more of a push up for us. You're an advocate of Box Gaming. You are the advocate of Box Gaming.
I'm the advocate of teams doing good.
Okay, yes. I mean, yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But let's take a look at some of the daily report here as we check in once again here at the news desk. We have most damage coming in from Bigatron Red Aliens. We have most kills coming in from RRQ Athena. And on the east front, of course, we have Valdus the Murder doing everything else.
Everything else. Yes. And of course, most damage. It doesn't mean a lot if you don't get enough knocks, you don't get enough kills. That's what matters in the end, because that's what's going to rack you up points. The damage itself won't rack you up points.
Yeah. Schedule time. Let's see the last 3 games we have remaining here for today. It's Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel. So full of variety. RRQ Athena just comes off the back of their chicken dinner here for the day.
And I mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, are we going to be seeing the back-to-back chicken dinner on Miramar from RRQ off the back of the recent performance you just saw in Erangel? There's a strong chance.
If we see a Northern Circle.
Yeah, exactly.
Like those.
Yeah, Creative Field, see you there.
I mean, yeah, we want to see if RRQ is going to be able to use that high ground position, but I feel like today's games has been a little bit all over the place. Yeah. And it's
been varied.
Very varied.
Very
and there's no clear leader who's actually doing really good today, in my opinion. Not right now, but I mean, we're just halfway through, so there's still a lot of games to go through.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, out there in the world, there can be a lot of viewers joining us here for the PUBG Mobile World League, because not only are you watching, but again, get Barky the dog, get Grandma on, get them watching some PUBG Mobile World League. I'm sure they would enjoy it. Everybody's dog's got their own tablet, right? You know, kids have got their own mobile phones, tablets. And am I being old here?
Well, your dog's tablet is in the wall, though.
Yeah, that's true. But to be fair, though, whenever you give a dog a tablet and you like put little things on it, they just go, I gotta, and they press everything. You're like, no, stop changing the settings. But anyway, that's gonna be that. We are going over to our commentator team, the switch up of the commentator team. My favorite commentators from the PMWL. It is Imperium and Maxman.
Oh, the heat has been dealt, Imperium. There you have it.
I don't care.
I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nice just for maybe the first time this tournament. I'll take it. That's nice.
Is my favorite host ever in the whole world.
You're my favorite ginger man.
Oh, you're my favorite Frenchie.
Thank you very much, Imperium. Oh my god, this is so sweet. But now we're going back over to her map of Miramar and we're going to kill people. Haha.
We've gone from sweet to the sour. Is that kind of what you're saying? Okay. So...
I sound like a pirate.
Arr, me matey. What a way we're gonna get on going in this Miramania map.
Oh yes, I can't do the accent.
Yeah,
that's like a. It's hacks. Remove hacks, Imperial, right now. We're going from the south up to the northern side next to La Cobriera. It's going to be taken under control. Not really a bad playing path. It's going to be pretty good for most of the teams under control. And I'm intrigued to see if we're going to have the good old, Valdez T1 fight happening in San Martin.
Yeah, like, Froz is really on point with regards to what he said about today's games have been kind of a little bit all over the place, because even in that last game, the top 3 teams went out relatively early, right? Yeah. And it's kind of like, it backs up what I say of never predicting anything, right? People say, who do you predict is going to win today? Who do you think is going to do good? Anything can happen. All these teams are incredibly strong.
Yeah, it's a tournament of upsets and also a tournament for underdogs to shine and show what they're truly capable of, and you love to see what is happening so far in these finals because, as I said, right, it's the finals, fighting for those top positions and trying to make your legacy as big as possible in 2020. So it's going to be more and more intriguing as time goes by. Imperium love to see how things are going to be going on through, but you know what? This playing path and this phase 1 circle not going to be too bad. They work together pretty good, but Synergy, a team that's already dropped down south, they got a lot of control as they like to do in the early stages.
Please, Los Higos finish. Please.
You want Los Higos?
I want a Los Higos finish. I want an island finish.
I'm going to say, me and Imperium, we have casted PUBG MOBILE also.
We have quite a while.
A year and a half.
Yeah.
And we only had one Los Higos finish. Over hundreds of games we casted, only one. So the odds of that happening are very low.
Please.
You never know. Imperium's prayer might be answered.
Please, come on, the look of the Irish shine through. Talk about look of the Irish. Galaxy Racer Celts. I say Celts because it comes from Irish. Anyway, they've had some really ups and downs, and honestly, they aren't really performing the same way as we saw them in the Super Weekends, in the league play. They're still able to get very strong results, but that lack of consistency has what's stopped them from staying in the top half.
Yeah, they were a team that were extremely the consistently consistent team, right? And they got themselves no chicken dinners at one point through, I think it was like the second week, and they were just got so many good games with no chicken dinners, and then they get that one chicken dinner versus one player, I believe it was of Megastars. They took the win on Erangel, and then they just climbed so high in the overall standings. But now their consistency, the averages are very low compared to where they used to be. So now we're already almost halfway through the finals, Imperium.
We are.
Today, in the 3 next games that we have today, they need to try and reclaim their past glory.
Currently see Orange Rock on our screens. And once again, I'm going to agree with what Frost said with regards to the grenade play of Rue. I appreciate the fact that he tried it, but that low toss to reposition that final play of RRQ would have been much more valuable than going for the trick shot, I would say. It was still a couple of whiffed shots in my eyes, like Alex said, but still a great game from Orange Rock, and we have yet to see a chicken dinner from an Indian team.
Yeah. I mean, I got to praise him still for the attempt, because if that was me, I would have stressed out and I would have dropped my tablet.
True.
I would have been like, oh no, what's happening? And I would have just completely lost my cool. But still, the attempt was pretty nice, but RRQ came out on top. And talking about RRQ Athena, got to mention also what happened yesterday. They took the win on Miramar with so many kills, actually. They had 13 kills overall, plus the chicken dinner, 33 points total. Now they got the last chicken dinner earlier on Erangel with 15 kills. Are they back? That's the question. Are they back? I want to see them and prove themselves once again on Miramar, see if they are the kings of the desert here.
Maybe if they renamed the team to Slim Shady, you know? Guess who's back again? Shady's back, tell a friend.
Okay. Now you got to do the entirety of Rap God Imperium. You got to do it. Got to do it.
No.
How far you can get.
I'll have to contact Imperium for that, for God's sake.
Oh, yeah, true.
But yeah, RQ, I think you're dead right. I think there's an element of them being somewhat back to their strengths. They look more dangerous. They look more aggressive. They also look overall a lot sharper. The fact that they were able to come in on that last game from outside the circle, come in and attack Orange Rock, it's exactly how you play the final moments of a game when your back's against the wall. The only way, you just go in. You got nothing to lose.
Yeah, they want to get back in the fight with the top dogs like BTR and Box Gaming. They're getting there slowly but surely, currently in 4th position. Yeah.
It's funny you mentioned that, just real quick. The difference between 1st and 4th is 33 points. The difference between 5th and 8th is 22 points. But the difference between 9th and 15th is only 17 points. It's so close where one good result can catapult you up the table.
Yeah, that's what you need. Like, if you were Bigatron on the Sanhok game of yesterday, 17 kills, you get those 17 kills and you're already in like a really good spot. So we'll see if the kills will come up. You know, Miramar's a more passive map. It's not like Sanhok. You're not going to have Sanhok numbers coming out here. Of course, you're going to have things maybe a little bit more ended up on the top end of the standings of this game. On Miramar, we'll have to wait and see. But a lot of teams going to respond pretty fast on this one, especially Galaxy Racer Celts going for a pretty central position towards Chumacera and going to take control in that location.
Yeah, we haven't really talked too much with regards to the rotations, but you level up, making a clean clean rotation from Puerto Priso down the east side of the coastal line, with Huxian currently being that scout synergy, also doing something similar. Landing in Valdemar, they have Schreider in Minas de Val, and of course Servi is in Los Higos, which I like, and then Monte Nuevo is occupied by Megastars as per usual.
I just think it's a little bit risky to have potentially Servi in Los Higos, because if the circle goes back to the mainland, which we're not going to lie, the odds of that happening are pretty big. It's just you're going to have to potentially force on over at one point.
We'll have to wait and see. I also like King of Gamers coming in from outside Los Leones. Similar with Team IND, these two teams are relatively always close together. Valdez might come in for a bit of a surprise push from behind Team IND. And the reason why I mention Valdez, not just because they're close, but Valdez have been very, very strong today, especially and even yesterday.
Team IND and King of Gamers going to get a little bit close to each other. Concept going to fight backwards as mini 14. That's A-okay. Not going to be doing too much. Just forcing radius zone around them, making sure that no teams get too close on their position and try and deny it. But Valdez could even potentially try and contest that position away, because normally Valdez were a team that we used to go, as I said, as a drop-in stage was T1 in San Martin. And now they changed it up. So it's very late in the tournament to do so, but it's something that I think is good, because you're not getting hot dropped by another team like T1 that's starting to get more and more aggressive as team goes by. Like, you're definitely helping yourself out by doing that kind of a change in drop-in locations. So Valdez, definitely pretty happy to see them do that. And also they are very close to the southern top mountainside. They go a lot of control from that location. But Charles of Team IND is really pushing on forward pretty far up here, trying to gather some information on King of Gamers. But King of Gamers, a lot of cars under control, really going to facilitate that rotations on the future stages.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Kratos today with regards to kind of, you know, why he isn't IGLing, or why he's not really playing as opposed to Slayer, should I say, with Slayer IGLing now. And he said to me over Instagram DM, he said basically that, you know, he was facing some issues in decision making, and he decided he needed to take a break from the game, and he's asked the team if it's okay with Slayer taking over as IGLing. As it happens, it's worked out with them being more aggressive, more consistent with results. And I have to say, as an IGL, for you to recognize that you need a break, that you need to kind of take a step back because you're not providing the best your best performance for the team, is incredibly powerful in my eyes, and I got to give a lot of respect to Kratos for that.
A lot of respect deserved to know when you have to step down, and I think that's definitely really good for Team IND. They've been stepping up, and hopefully they'll be able to come back with a better mindset and just in a better overall shape. That's okay. But now team's slowly going to go for the mountainside down south, as I mentioned earlier, which I think is a position on which you want to play around. I think it's very intriguing to get that position. The amount of control you might get is actually pretty big. As Braga, they're going to take the shot. Oh, instant headshot onto Trance of Team IND. Pass a headshot, Bolte right there connecting, and they're instantly going to secure that kill. That was nicely executed.
Yeah, and that will, of course, affect Team IND's ability to protect an area around them, but the good thing is that they are relatively in the middle of the circle. Is Vexy taking a couple of shots from break, but none of them really heavily connecting, and he'll be able to stay behind that rock for now.
Yeah, Box Gaming got a huge high ground position. The circle is going to shift back to the main ground, as we knew. Unfortunately, Imperium, no Los Higos finishes. I'm sorry for you. But yeah, definitely Megastars here. They only got a few dips to hide behind, so it's going to make things a little bit hard for them to rotate. They might have to pop a bit of utility to get away from that sticky position, as Box Gaming, knowing them, or they want to rotate away, or if they want to keep the pressure down, and seem like they just don't want to hold this fight up so far, because they want to go central position. There's a lot of areas currently unoccupied, so they're going to go there first. First there, first pickings.
It's funny you mentioned about a lot of areas unoccupied, because that phase one was so heavily down south, and a lot of teams chose to occupy that high ground area down south, and the teams that were up north didn't go too far into the circle. That phase two has left a huge gap in basically the middle third of the map, where currently TSM are occupied and Valdez and others are currently moving in. So like you said, that a lot of space available is very relevant.
I like the TSM has slowly but surely started getting more and more consistent in taking control in the center of the map. I think that's something they maybe lacked a little bit at the start of the tournament, and they definitely improved on their rotations. The bigger Tron, Galaxy Racer Stealth's going to take a few shots on both sides. Luxy with a high ground gets a lot of information for the rest of their squad. Zuxi will be following up on that engagement. They got a great line of sight, and now Galaxy Racer Stealth's going to try and hide himself behind, but you see in one player, that's Zuxi straight above a Tanky and Ultron. How are they going to play this one? But at least they got two players in the compound, so they got a little bit of backfire that could help them hold that position.
Yeah, but look at Microboy and Rising. They're on a little bit of a counter angle, which is giving a lot of line of sight for Galaxy Racer Cells should they be out of position on any millimeter. But the good thing is that Galaxy Racer Cells, you mentioned about that building, has given them a bit of space where they can disengage into a safer area and try and create a little bit of a momentum for themselves. But BTR, they're not letting up.
I've just got to keep in mind that these are very small buildings, right? A few grenades from Luxy or Zuxi could be great, and we know that these guys, they know how to nade properly. Like, that's a straight up fact. So, but Ultron got a little bit of an alpha angle, makes it a little bit hard for them to actually engage, which I do really enjoy the fact that Ultron is taking his fight in his own hands. MJ's going to be taking a few nice shots from Zuxi, but it's not going to get the knock just yet. But now, Bigatron, how do you want to push this one, Imperium?
Well, definitely what they could do, believe it or not, is they could actually send Luxy or even Microboy to the other side as to where they were located and
the building,
put pressure and actually take down Ultron, because the second they take down Ultron, that's their sign to push, because Ultron, yes, he has a great angle, but he's on his own.
And
that's where he looks
exactly that, Imperium. I just said it. Wow, are you their coach or something? Huh?
What can I say? I know a tiny bit about the game.
Let's just know a little bit about the game. But you know what? I think that the angle that are coming out is pretty interesting. I think maybe even the 2-2 split would be pretty interesting for Bigatron so far. But a lot of smoke of utility is coming out from Galaxy Racer Cells. That come and haunt them maybe later on in the game, because you know that utility is extremely important when you get into Miramar late game stages. So if they do win this fight, they'll try and loot it all away from Bigatron, because you need those smokes for the later stages.
And I gotta say, credit to Ultron. He's not peeking too heavily. He's moving around. He's kind of standing himself up, taking a couple of shots, and then proning himself back down. That's exactly what you need to do and want to do when you're a single player on that off angle. The second you get knocked, like I said, that's just game over for your team and even for yourself.
I'm going to mention also real quick that Phase 2 circle is about to close up. We're about to get into Phase 3. A lot of teams going pretty central. A few teams on the edge, like the Megastar, Synergy, also you got yourself, you do Gank and Reject Scarlet up north of Los Leones. The circle shift is going to be coming out, and it's actually going to be shifting pretty harshly over to Chumacera. Chumacera finish could be a possibility right here, but that's actually going to be a big redeeming factor for Megastars. They were pretty far away, and now the circle went right to them. They don't have to move too much.
RQ, I reckon they're going to settle themselves just on the edge, the north edge of Chumacera. There's a little bit of high ground around there, and as you're not in the city, disengaging should the next shift away will be favorable for them.
Team ID and U-Level Up, they were taking a little bit of a fight there. A few shots coming on through from both sides. The south is currently very, very open, so that should be making easy rotations for Synergy as they come towards Minas del Valle. It's busy on more like the eastern side, but I think teams are slowly trying to relocate down there. So I think that if you want to get down in the south, you need to do that really, really quickly. Your teams just might steal your position away, and you might get gatekeeped as time goes by.
King of Gamers are one of them, right? They're currently rotating outside the circle, coming in from the east of Los Leones down towards the southeast. They're getting close to Team IND, but Team IND, who got a good few shots on towards U-Level Up, have created a little bit more of a space and actually forced U-Level Up to kind of stay where they are as concept. Takes a couple of shots, I believe, at the hands of Synergy or Team IND.
King of Gamers are going to get surrounded by 3 squads potentially. That's going to be U-Level Up, Synergy, and also Team IND. So that rotation, they tried to read the circle in a pretty efficient way, and it is somewhat working out for them, but unfortunately some teams will be there. Oh, Jumper getting absolutely destroyed by a scout from a distance. That car would explode and take his life with it. Androck picking up, I believe that was their first kill of this game. Looking pretty good, but they got the angle held so far onto Picardo, stopping you the gang from potentially moving away from that location, because we've got to say, right, around Picardo is very flat terrain, making it easy pickings for Orange Rock.
And, you know, we talked about the teams down south. There is quite a cluster of teams up in the northeast, right? You saw Udo, Orange Rock, Reject Scarlet, T1. All of them are either outside the circle or just inside. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, as Udo did at least were able to get away with only one player going down. Megastars have plenty of space on the west side. So do RRQ and so do TSN Entity.
I like the fact that RRQ are taking control of the northern edge of Chumacera. It's just like what happened for Orange Rock last game on Erangel, and actually they got a really good position. They got second position at the end. It ended up with a 1v1. But overall, that position was very, very insightful and useful for them for the long run, as they just got so much information and details of where teams were localized. You got to make use of it. I'm seeing a 4-man car rotation, and boy oh boy, I don't like those when it happens. Sarah gets the information, going for the spray with a scar, but they should be able to make it out, I do believe. But if the rest of the squad were there, that was easily game over for Orange Rock.
We do see Missile getting knocked down onto another member of UD Gang. Sprays from Sarah with the scar and towards Orange Rockers, putting him under a little bit of pressure. I do also want to point out that Galaxy Racer themselves were able to disengage away from BTR successfully. They're just on the southeast edge, out of sight really. Only King of Gamers and kind of Valdis who are to the north of them. But it is nice to see Galaxy Racer themselves, you know, trying to play the late game as the next circle. Goddamn, shifts up northwest.
Megastars, I mean, those guys, like you fellas, for sure, they got the high ground position too a little bit under control, so they got a lot of information. They also got information on the northern side where the road is going to be cutting off a few of these teams away, like T1, Udugank, and even potentially Reject Scarlet as time goes by. We're going to have a sneaky replay coming out from Gil, taking a shots onto, I believe that was Reject Scarlet. He did get the information onto Web. I mean, these sprays in the cars are really good coming on through, but the car rotations, when you take a car that's already so damaged, you are asking to get taken out eventually.
And even though that was slow motion, it's amazing how quick his reaction was to hear and spot the vehicle and instantly get those shots off. There's just, you know, no real thought process about it. It's automatic at that stage, and that's what you love to see in this truly competitive setting. Is Reject Scarlet pushing in onto Orange Rock.
I mean, Reject Scarlet, they need kills to catch up into the standings, but Gil is going to say, no, that is not going to happen whatsoever. He won't get the knockdown for himself. He's got to go for the double res onto Scout and Mavi, but unfortunately, the Blue Zone is pushing against him right now. I don't think they'll have time to do so in Pyramid. Phase 4 is going to take pretty heavily right now as two members of UD, Fredo and Drax, going for the push onto Luther of Reject Scarlet. He's in a dip. A grenade can make easy pickings, but a grenade comes back on against the side of UD Gang, but another off angle will be coming out from Reject Scarlet. Luther taking a mini 1v1. He will be put extremely low, but will be winning that trade-off with Drax.
It was also because of a third-party play onto Frito that gave Lufa a tiny bit of a chance. I don't get why Reject Scarlet engaged onto Orange Rock in a one-man play. You either go for the full send or you don't as a two-man team minimum. But at least Reject Scarlet are holding on. They are outside the circle. You are getting the revive.
Oh, that grenade was way too close for comfort. That one's going to get a little bit... Oh, it actually connected? No way, Jose. Well, Lufa, that is stocks for them. They have it 5th kill so far for Reject Scarlet, because you've got to say, Reject Scarlet, 15th position. They need heavy kill count to try and climb back up in the overall standings in a pretty safe position.
You know what? I can just imagine Lufa's awesome smile
his face,
as he got that grenade. But anyway, Valdis and Murder also go down at the hands of Box Gaming. Reject Scarlet, Lufa getting another squad wipe onto Orange Rock. Now they have Team Secret in front of them, and they're only 2 members strong.
Yeah, and Team Secret, they got this little area they can hold on to with the flat frame in front of it. Makes it really, really easy for Team Secret to potentially defend that spot. But now Synergy pushing upon Bigatron. I'm seeing an off angle, especially held by Schreider. And I say that Schreider gets Zuxi knocked away for Bigatron. They're just not easily going to commit over because they got that dip. They don't have enough information on Bigatron where they are so far to fully send it into that compound and take it away from Bigatron. It's too risky.
True, but Luxie did get the knock and the confirmed kill onto Schreider. So that off angle by Synergy has been eliminated. And now Microboy is taking a fight onto King of Gamers in the other hand. So VTR just handling the area around them quite effectively.
If I was Synergy, this is a compound that's on the very edge of the circle. I would say for the long run, this is maybe not worth it. If you have a car or a way to just move away from that fight and get yourself in a more central position, you've got a compound just up north, which is currently free. I would say that might be the better option for them because this is a fight that's very risky on the edge. I would maybe not take it so far.
And this is a little bit different to a standard Miramar because of the harsh circle shifts we've seen. We're 80 minutes in and we're down to 10 teams and 36 players. So that means there's a lot more land mass available for these players compared to a normal game that would have 45, 50 players up.
You're talking about Galaxy Racer themselves having to push into Team Secret, but as we saw, unfortunately for them, they'll get eliminated in 11th. Great pickings for Team Secret. The Blue Zone did do a little bit of work on them too. Even King of Gamers, the Blue Zone is definitely doing a lot of work because it's just so hard to actually get yourself a good, decent position in the circle. Even King of Gamers is going to be taking the L. 9 teams remaining into this one. We are now on single digits, ladies and gentlemen. Things are getting more and more intense as time goes by. But TSM Entity getting pretty central in the position, securing a decent spot.
But they have to protect this area, right? They can third party on the likes of Team Secret and T1 as UI goes down at the hands of ZZP. T1 holding on to this area. They have Saiden and I think Missile in a counter angle protecting the area.
It's a bit scary for where T1 currently are for a few of their players because there's a dip. Once again, grenades could make an easy end of their life. But now they've got the caster remaining and they're just going to send one player on forward because they know that if they send the entire squad in one car, they're taking a heavy risk of losing every single one of their players. They're sending Mad Toy alone, securing maybe another position in the circle. But so far, most positions that are valuable are already taken up. So I think that here, Team Secret, they're just going to have to potentially take a fight straight on over to T1 to secure a half-decent position where you can't get denied too easily.
We'll have to wait and see. BTR being taken down to 2 players. Synergy with Awesome Bodex knocked down Ted and Servi on the other side, where they look to try to find the members of BTR. Ryzen and Luxy side by side. They're going to make that push with Ted holding onto the wall with Servi behind them.
Yeah, peeking was a third-person perspective. Ryzen going to stay on the back foot just in case. Ted's going to go for the initial spray, going to connect it right onto Luxy, and that means that now Bigatron down to 1 player in that one respective fight is going to be Ryzen. B becomes the bush, or the cactus as well, Miramar, we should say. Boston coming around, might gather the information on Ryzen. You've got to keep that in mind. If he gives the info, Ryzen, it's game over, but Servi coming from beyond, Ryzen doesn't see him.
He's got to see him. He's got to see him. What's happening going on? Ryzen is inside the bush. Awesome Bodex has got to spot him. Where is the information that Pixel is nearly out of place? He's going to hear that. He's got to hear that first aid going off. But Synergy, they've got to make their way in. You've got Team IND in front of them with Snacks getting a knockdown.
Team IND, they're going to be a big issue for Synergy. Ted is going to be left alone as one-man army. Snacks comes up, he will get knocked himself, but Team ID should normally be able to pull off the res if they get close enough to the circle, but they do indeed get eliminated. 8th position for them overall. We've still got Rising pulling a battlefield on his own in the compound down below. Maybe a chance of making it a comeback. I mean, we saw how dangerous they are as a one-man army on Miramar yesterday.
Synergy will be face-palming themselves at that lack of sight. Of course, being one with the bush can make a big difference as TSM Entity take control. One knock on the Box Gaming, another one, but Jonathan gets clapped back by Pime.
Still a pretty decent position for them, but Box Gaming, they want to try and overtake it. They want to be the kings of Miramar, so this is positioned. If they hold on to it, they could take a chicken dinner. Man, it really depends on where the circle is going to be shifting. And talking about that, it might take us actually going to be hardly shifting away to the west, running away from both TSM Entity and Box Gaming. And now they're going to have to try and reposition. This is great for RQ and even Megastars, but they're going to take a fight to get that main position in the circle first.
So considering TSM haven't really had much to do this game, I'm a little bit surprised that they've been put down to 2 players. That kind of does worry me. I know they are facing some net issues due to the heavy rain where they are currently located, but at the end of the day, they need to try and stick more together in these games in maps like Miramar, but at least they're able to come in on the eastern edges. RQ and Megastars battle against each other for the west.
I think they're not playing PUBG Mobile right now. They're playing a game of tennis. Just, you get one, and I send one straight back over with my serve, but no grenades will be connecting too heavily so far. If they got maybe 2 knocks, maybe they would have fully sent it over. Who's going to get the ace? Exactly, Imperium. Reminds me of the good old days of Mario Tennis. That was fun. Hell yeah. But like last smokes utility coming out from Megastars, they talked about it right in the later stages. That's some utility you want to keep for yourself, and that could actually deny them from getting pressured away by Team IND down below.
I was just going to say, you know who you can't deny? That's Team IND. As Slayer gets a knockdown on the power docks.
He gets confirmed right here and there, but now Box Gaming, they know they got to full send it. They're going to be in the blue very soon, so they got to get the engage onto TSM Entity. It will be a 4v2. Great grenade from Neo. Going to be putting a big fat stop into their face. A second coming out onto Loki potentially. Will it be a double knock?
Oh, baby.
Oh my god, TSM Entity looking so strong, but Loki gets a nade of his own onto Z-God. But Neo down to one-man army, and it will be a 1v2. They try and rush on down. They need to get rid of Neo here and now to potentially go for the rest, but the clock is ticking, Imperium.
You saw Neo get the job done in Erangel previously. Now comes down to 1v1. Behind the rock he goes. Let's see if he can get this final blow onto Box Gaming.
Gonna go for the push. Oh no, he just gets absolutely lasered down by Box Gaming. No way he's gonna make that one out alive. 5th position overall for TSM. Still really good foothold. They had a good position, but it was gonna be contested eventually down the line.
Yeah, still 12 points on the board for them in this Miramar game. A nice bounce back after a poor last game. They are hitting the average points per game, at least in most of these games, as we are down to the final 4 teams. Team IND, RRQ, T1, and Box Gaming.
I like the fact that T1, they used the opportunity where all the teams are taking fights against each other to cross over the road. That was going to be the hardest rotation in this game for them. They made it over. Now it's just really even Stevens for all the squads to take this game away. D2E going to be relentless onto Box Gaming, taking a lot of damage. Boys down below next to the road, going to be spotted out by T1, but the damage will not come on through. They have that card that's giving them a lot of protection. They can use it for full advantage, but Box Gaming still 9 circle. They've got to keep on pushing forward.
I would actually recommend sending Missile or Youngjung with Satan and leaving one member of T1 on that line by the vehicle as a scout with the grenades flying on towards Box Gaming. Now, let's not forget this game for Box Gaming could catapult them up into first place ahead of Big E-Tron.
Yeah, they're only a few points behind actually Imperium, so it could be definitely this game where they come back on top and overtake Bigatron for the second time in the finals. But now things are calming down. We still have 30 seconds. Great shot from Lewis, the hidden headshot onto Slay of Team IND. But Team IND, got to mention it, despite the fact that they do not have that man advantage, they're holding on to the southern side pretty damn well, but now they're starting to struggle as the circle is going to close on in 20 seconds.
Plus with Box Gaming taking firm hold with a full man squad there, compounding the eastern side area, putting pressure onto T1 and Team IND.
Break, one of the top fraggers in the lobby, is going to get Youngshin down with Lewis. That was greatly executed. Now they've got to try and just get rid of as many players on the enemy side as possible to facilitate that rotation in the circle, because this circle's been running away from them, technically speaking, Imperium, for quite a long period of time, and they've got to try and overtake that position. Missile gets the intel, but just not quite able to get a knock onto Box Gaming. Still remaining as a 4-man squad, which is huge at this stage of the game.
Really great control. RRQ are biding their time. They won the Miramar yesterday. They won the last game. Can they get another game as Missile tries to hold on against Box Game? He's able to get one knockdown, but Break is trying to peek his way through to get the shots off. It's going to be another knockdown by Missile.
It's a double headshot right there onto Box Gaming. Then RRQ Athena with the high ground position. Like, no, we spotted Missile out. We're not going to allow you to make it over to the circle. And now, I mean, they're just going to go for the third party, basically into Box Gaming, and just claim the lives one by one. Up to 4 kills so far, but they still can claim many lives going into this lobby as Loki sees Team IND, gets one, 420 OP remaining as a one-man army for Team IND.
He's putting themselves into the top 3. Can Box hold on? They lost Pame, but they're keeping up as a 3-man team. But D2E gets a knockdown on the Break. That's going to be a confirmation. RRQ taking over.
They took the win yesterday on Miramar, Imperium. That was absolutely stellar performances from them. Can they do the back-to-back 9 kills for Box Gaming? You have to mention that, getting so much action coming on through, but the players and claiming the life of the Lewis. He should die because of that too. The grenade is way too close for comfort, and there you go Loki. The grenades are huge coming out from this guy, especially against TSM Entity and Team IND, but he's got no more meds, nothing to heal up with. Loki's going to have to make do with that few amount of HP remaining, and RRQ Athena, they do it once again. The back-to-back win on Miramar specifically is huge, and a back-to-back win on this second day also. These guys, you just can't stop them.
Guess who's back? Back again. RRQ is back. Tell all your friends, not just to watch RRQ, but of course to watch his broadcast. What a great game. And once again, Box Gaming continuing to evolve their gameplay of not just being that centralized circle team, right? The kind of team that can push in from the edge, that can take the pressure of the blue zone and still survive.
They know when to take control, and they did it perfectly on this Miramar game. So we're going to be breaking down this Miramar game over on the desk.
In the last 2 games, did someone install some Qualcomm Snapdragon in the Terminators of this lobby? Because RRQ Athena is blasting on all cylinders. Somebody stop Skynet, all right? This is scary if this is what the future is going to look like. We have RRQ back-to-back chicken dinners on Miramar, and not only that, but Snuts kind of called it.
Yeah, I don't want to take credit for it, but where credit is due, I don't know about called it, I think I expected it maybe. I just want to try and be humble, I'm right for once, you know what I mean? It's not too often. Well, what can you do? Yeah, I mean, fantastic from RRQ. They were the first players as well to rotate into the center of that second circle, and they barely had to move away from it. They controlled the whole of the western side as well, and I think the most important part of all of that was they took down Megastars, had their control towards the western side, and then they managed to finish it off versus Box Gaming towards the east.
Frozzy was.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked, I think the rotation from RQ Athena in Circle 4, actually. And that was when we saw that the circle went towards the northwest, and straight away, when that circle hit, it didn't even take a second before RQ was in the vehicles. They were on the way towards the center, up towards where Megastars were. And that is because they pre-scouted that. They already knew, this is going to be free. If the circle goes up there, we're going to rotate there. And this is very important thing. We don't see that happening, a lot of teams doing this actually. But when you get that few 10, maybe 10 seconds extras a head start, and that might be between life and death.
Let's look at it. It is the numbers coming in from this game. RRQ Athena, another chicken dinner. Not the most kills from this one. 26 points will go their way. However, one thing to note is that Box Gaming, 10 kills. They did not have the easiest start to the day, Alex, but with 24 points, that's going to be sitting them pretty up towards the top.
Yeah, Box Gaming had a fantastic excursion towards the eastern side of that final circle versus the likes of T1. He saw a missile there, trying his hardest to get the 1 versus 4. Couldn't quite manage it, but Box Gaming took control there. And for Team IND as well in third, to get 16 points, great for them. IND quite unlucky with their timing there. They were the last team to rotate into that final circle from the southern side. And as I said before, you've got RRQ to your left. You've then got Box Gaming to your right. Team IND just got sandwiched between the two of them.
Yeah, here I am stuck in the middle with you. It's a bit difficult for them. Let's take a look.
I'm in the middle.
You are in the middle, Froz. I guess I'm not in the middle. You're right. 9th through 16th as well. Froz, talk to me.
9 to 16, of course. Megastars, again, getting themselves a few points. That's going to push them up to the 100-point club, actually, because we know they were 2 points off. But we see Orange Rock, they only get themselves 4 points in this one. We were hoping to get a little bit more from them after seeing them in the last game there, getting themselves a second place with 9 kills, but it didn't go their way.
Yeah, you touched upon Megastars there, getting their 7 points. If you look down towards the bottom at 16th, you level up with 1 point. I think, actually, considering there's a 6-point difference there, maybe Megastars are now in third, but we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, we will when we look at the overall, and that is our map rankings here for this Miramar. For some of the final moments of this game as well, for me, felt quite telegraphed about how they would go for our eyes when you look at how things go down. Let's take a look at RRQ Athena's stats overall as well. They didn't really take too many fights here, didn't really have to greet too many threats. However, they played their position effectively here, Froz, to be able to get the W.
Yeah, basically they were playing on the northwest side, and we saw that most of the teams, they were on the east to the southeast. They only had one team to worry about on the northwest side, and it was Megastars. They handled that one pretty well, and then they went in to play the passive game, which is good, because as we talked about, they have managed to learn how to play the passive game, not just the aggressive one. And we saw them coming out with a little bit more aggressive style in the last game, getting the 15-kill chicken dinner. Yeah. But this time getting the chicken dinner with 6 kills, I mean, it's good enough.
Yeah, I think the point you mentioned earlier and raised on the desk about the early rotation from RRQ, I think that was what's so pivotal for them early on in that circle you spoke about, because it was them gatekeeping that northwestern side. Megastars the one who were forced to push into them. And then, yeah, across the border on the eastern side, you had Box Gaming with 10 kills. They took down T1, they took down Team IND, and then, as you said, RRQ, they played passive, they waited, and they managed to take down an already weakened Box Gaming and take the chicken dinner.
All right, let's believe in the heart of the cards as we reveal our top 4 players here. We have got ourselves Missile Loki, 420 OP, as well as Break. Break showing up again means that our MVP leader currently is pushing himself further.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that he had a phenomenal day yesterday, but so far today hasn't been a good day up until this game itself. But it's good to see them. They kind of showed the performance they had yesterday in this game itself.
All right, let's give Alex the opportunity.
Oh dear, what are we doing?
Can you snap the fingers and
Can
give
you
us the
snap the
MVP?
3,
2, 1. Chris, if you can hear me, boom. Oh, 20. To be fair, he was really...
There's no Chris.
Oh, really? Have I messed it up already?
It's just us.
I'll try save it here anyway. 420p is pivotal right now for Team IND. It seems like Slayer now is the new IGL performer being Kratos. It feels like he knows how to use his star player and his skilled players to the best of their ability. 745 damage done, 3 kills, 2 knocks. Very impressive.
I think we saw 420 OP in the previous game as well, being one of the top players. And that shows the kind of caliber, what he's actually capable of. 2 games in a row being up here, that shows you, hey, being top player is not easy. You might say, I mean, there's only 64 players. That's a lot of players. And we're only talking about the top 4 here.
Do you know the best part about all of this?
Missile got a photo!
Yes! It's the first time!
First time what? Sorry, I'm missing out here.
For the entire PMWL, we haven't had a picture of Missile. It's been
there we have it.
It's been shrouded in mystery.
To be fair,
there he is.
Finally!
Yes.
He deserved it. 650 damage, most of it going against Box Gaming, but not quite able to get the 1 versus 3. Maybe in another day.
Let's check out the Mountain Dew do the do. I like how Frost was instantly on the same.
I was flabbergasted. I was like, am I missing something here?
All right, Frost, do it.
Do moment. I mean, we had a lot of people trying to rotate into a good position early on in the games, and it didn't quite work out for everyone. We had a few teams that was playing a little bit more passive. TSM Entity, though, they went for center position, but that place that they were holding, sure, they got every circle. They were holding it down pretty well until the end. But the thing is, that is probably one of the hardest spots to hold in the game itself on Miramar.
Yeah, I thought the same as well. TSM, they went towards the crossroads section west of Los Leones, and the problem is when you play that sort of position, there's so many teams rotating through you, past you, and you have to really try and hold on to that position. And again, circle shifting away from that point, getting out of such a hard compound is very difficult with how open that field is.
Ryzen, he got himself a few kills, but we also saw how he was going up against Synergy later on when he was just hiding in the bush. He was becoming one with that bush, making sure that Synergy couldn't find him. And you know what? That actually cost Synergy, I think, 1 placement at least. And that means 1 more point in placement for Bigatron.
Big fan of the shots through the windows there, as well as we previously saw some of those fights going down. And Bigatron actually, even though they went out early, I do like their tendency to detail, actually keeping a few of the people out of the circle, firing at them in the blue, making sure that they're not going to be backstabbed, even though the game was pretty rough for them.
That is a pretty normal Bigatron move, though. They always try to have someone in the back holding on, making sure they can cover whoever's going to try to make the move inside the circle.
Yeah, they only had 2 kills, but nearly 1,000 damage. That can attest to what you mean, the idea of just fending off teams and trying to hold on to the circle. And this is the part I was mentioning, the T1 Missile, trying to go for some amazing plays there versus Box. But yeah, this is what came towards the end of it. It was the weakened side from Box Gaming. They fought out the side of Team IND. You can see they've got a kill, and they had a knock as well. So almost like a 2.5 versus 4 at the end versus RRQ.
Did we see the nade from Loki? No, we're not. So that was, yeah, that nade.
Oh, there it is.
I'm actually surprised that he went for sidestepping outside of cover to make that nade happen. When he could just backed up a little bit, he would still be in cover, but he could just throw that nade above their vehicle.
Yeah.
One would say 420p got smoked.
I mean, it worked out.
Let's take a look at the total damage then throughout this lobby, as we have Box Gaming. Whee!
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Taking down Team IND and taking down the likes of T1, getting up to 1,800 damage. And then below them, T1 as well. 5 kills, 1,400 damage, not able to convert the knocks and the damage into many kills. Either way, though, slowly, steadily rising up.
The quality of this lobby is just...
Right, isn't it?
Fantastic.
It's a little bit all over the place, so I want to look at...
games have been nuts today.
Yeah. Look at Reject Scarlet, though. They got 6 kills.
Yeah.
I mean, they did end up on a 12th place, but only 700 damage. And we saw how they were fighting against Yudu Gang, for example, when they had Sarah across the road and Lufa was throwing those nades. It was really good to see how they were working together, even though they were in such a bad position.
Yeah. Overall rankings time then. Let's see what's what. Let's see if RRQ has pushed themselves up there in third.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, geez, this top 3 looks very familiar, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, Megastars, 105 points. They're now 1 ahead of you level up. They're going to be so frustrated with their poor performance on Miramar.
But this is one big thing, though. Look at RQ Athena. They got free chicken dinners.
Yep.
And this comes down to them actually having a lot of bad games. But they're making up for it with those chicken dinners. And that's what's important. If you had bad games, you got to have those high spikes to make sure that you make up for them.
If they keep rocking, Barky the dog is going to be proud. Let's put it that way. Box Gaming, though, has moved up into first place off the back of that performance, too, here. So challenging Bigatron Red Aliens, who did not have the easiest of games, Alex.
No, they didn't. But then again, it comes down to the 10 kills, the second place finish as well. That's going to be propelling them towards the top of the rankings. And then towards the bottom, we're still seeing Team Secret here, Frost, unable to get anything done in the lobby.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong, honestly, because we don't see them really taking those fights like we saw them in the last parts of the season itself, but it's more like they're early team seekers, choosing the fights, but not the right ones.
Yeah.
They're choosing ones where they don't have the upper hand, and they're basically an underdog, and they just get tossed around.
Yeah, I would love to see them, have that rise again. We saw it throughout PMWL East in terms of the regular season, but that is by the by. And actually, they do feature predominantly in what we're about to take a look at now here as we take a look at Between the Battlegrounds, Episode 2. That's right, August the 9th here for Episode 2, Between the Battlegrounds, 8-part documentary series. We've already seen the first episode in a few weeks ago, so keep your eyes glued to the screen. You do not want to miss Episode 2. But if you do miss it on that premiere, don't worry, because it will be on the YouTube as well, brought to you by PUBG MOBILE Esports. Great stuff so far for us. I'm excited for Episode 2. What about you?
Yes, I mean, it's going to be a great episode, right? Yeah. We already saw the Episode 1, and we know how great that was. Them being able to capture not just when they're playing the games, but all the emotions from the players, how they're reacting when they're winning games. So I just love seeing that.
And that's what we miss right now, right? We don't have the players here in front of our eyes with the cameras on them to see their expressions, to see their reaction, to see how heated and if the pressure's actually affecting them. But now we do, so fantastic.
I'm always happy to see behind the game. Like, you don't need to show me any gameplay. I want to know about the people. I want to know what they're about, and I want to know how they're doing it. But let's take a look at the schedule as well. We've got 2 more games coming at you for today, as we had just the back-to-back go down from RRQ Athena. Brilliant stuff by them. The Terminators of the lobby, not being quite as Terminator-ish. They've not been as aggressive as they have been before, but they're sitting in 3rd place right now, which means, Alex, they can start striking out towards the very top.
I think they've been playing smarter, actually. I mean, just even using the last game of Miramar as the example, we saw they got aggressive towards Megastars, then they played passive. They had about 1,000 less damage than Box Gaming, who came in 2nd. They had less kills at 6, but they got the chicken dinner, showing us they can play passive and aggressive when need be, based off timings.
It's all about adapting to the situation and what the other teams are doing. But you always want to make sure that you get those points in one or another way. And that's something that RQ Athena is good on. Either they could win the game and get a lot of points from that, or they just go on and just kill everyone and get a lot of points from that.
Yeah, it's exciting to see how their evolution continues on Miramar, and I'm excited to see as well if teams are going to start copying their rotations and their movements.
Yeah, from the Terminators and T100 to the actual 100 when it comes to the rankings when you're watching in-game in PUBG Mobile. If you are top 100, you can get yourself exclusive rewards. So make sure you're tuning in. Make sure, if you're in the top 100, of course, continue watching, because you're probably going to get them skins.
I mean, you got to make sure that you stay on top 100 with me, of course.
Oh,
if you stop watching, you're not going to be on the top 100 anymore.
This guy. Bloody Froz and his skin love. But there you go. Let's move on then, of course, as we do have everybody watching at home. You should also encourage everybody else to join in on the fun. You know, if we reach, I can't speak, peak viewers of 1 million, everyone, not just the people watching, everyone in PUBG Mobile will get 6 crates for free.
For free?
For free.
Skins for free? I'll take that.
Who wouldn't?
I mean, Froz will not only take them for free, he'll also continue to spend and
maybe try steal mine as well, you never know.
To be unlucky.
But, I mean, it's still skins for free.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
if you're lucky, that is.
If you're lucky.
With the crates.
Here's our daily report. Froz, why don't you talk about the daily report?
All right, we're going to come in. First of all, we have the most damage done by Bigatron, still in the lead here with 5,241. And of course, RQ Athena tops up the kills with 25 of them in total. Now, you got to look at Box Gaming, though. They're healing a lot, but they're not the one who's receiving most damage.
Give me context.
That is Valdus the Murder. But they also have the most knockouts.
Amazing.
Yeah, I was about to touch on that. 27 knockouts coming from Valdus the Murder. I want to see them convert them into kills, and maybe that's what Valdus the Murder are missing.
All right. It's time. Our penultimate game of the day. Commentators, bring us Sanhok. Aha!
Aha! Ha ha! Welcome to The 5th game of the day. We're going over to Sanhok, baby. It's a jungle. It's third party crazy. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready?
We could just keep on going, guys. But yeah, it's Sanhok.
I was hoping you would have kept on going.
Oh, what?
I was hoping you would have kept on going with that.
Oh, no. We got to focus eventually. Because you know each other, if we were not on broadcast, we'd have kept on going maybe for like 10 minutes.
True.
That would have not stopped. Oh, but there we go. We're going to be having our drop coming out. The playing path is pretty decent. But like we got to say, right, Imperium. Yesterday's finish was on the mountaintop. Kelaris was really happy. It was great fun. It was won by the one team that is Reject Scarlet. And they need some performances because they've been struggling a little bit. But yesterday's Sanhok game was definitely really fun to watch.
It was so good. I just love a PUBG Mobile Esports.
I love it.
Absolutely love it. Now, I also like this circle. I love the circle really because it's pretty much going to be mainland. Tiny bit of each island and play tickles them a bit, but at the end of the day, the main focus is going to be those high grounds between Quarry and Paradise Resort.
I know that even though Avenger's not here, if he was here, he would be like, yes, no trifecta, yes. I can't do a good Martin voice impression, unfortunately.
He just does a Liverpool accent, to be honest.
Yes, no trifecta. I don't know. I can't do accents in Premium. You got to know. I can only do a French accent. That's the only thing I can do.
That's true.
Barendrock, I like the fact that before they used to go towards the trifecta area, but now they actually started getting more towards the mountaintop, splitting a lot more. They're gathering a lot more information in the early game because they never seem ready taking early game fights, and I think this is actually working pretty good in their play style.
This is also going to be a great, easy rotation for BTR. Instantly, they reacted having Rising in that compound just by the bridge, which is pretty standard stuff from them. Megastars have themselves split up either side of Paradise Resort, which is pretty good because Valdez tend not to really kind of leave Paradise too early, especially when you're looking at this kind of phase 1 circle where they don't have to move, bar maybe sending a scout down south.
I think actually Valdez had been improving on rotating a little bit earlier from Paradise Resort. Before it used to be like way too delayed and sometimes they would get killed in early rotations away from that spot. But I think they've definitely been improving quite a bit, and especially down south, which is normally how they like to rotate. Megastars is there, so you could have a little bit of an early fight. But you got to say that now, because we had so much experience, so much time for these teams to learn, we used to have some hot drops very early on in the tournament. Now, it's again more and more rare as time goes by on Sanhok, which you like to see. There's a lot of respect. They know that they don't want to contest it early on in Sanhok because it's just not worth it.
Exactly. Talking about rare, good results that have been rarely executed by Team Secret.
Yes.
This is the kind of game I want to see them wake up in, right? This is the kind of game that they really need to kickstart their run in the finals. Even though there's only 2 games left in the day, they want to end on a high note. They're currently 15th overall in the standings, 55 points after 10 games. That's a really low average considering what they ended the Super Weekends on, and I want to see that rise back up.
I mean, you still got quite a few games to play, so even UD Gang, currently in 16th position, was 47 points. They can still, technically speaking, catch up to the #1 spot. It's going to be extremely hard, but like the fact is, you've got to mention, we are not yet at the 50% mark. So anyone can still make a comeback on the 2 next days that will be coming out tomorrow and also on Sunday. So still, keep your hopes high. Any team can still take the trophy of this Season 0.
And, you know, with this phase on circle, Box Gaming have a great spot between Camp Bravo and Mong Nai. They have a nice, valuable area that they can move down towards around the side of BAM, which is very much high ground. It's a little bit similar for Udo, but Udo have actually moved there earlier, so that's going to be, in my opinion, a little bit more advantageous for Box Gaming compared to for Udo compared to Box Gaming.
So you were talking about Valdez moving away from Paradise Resort, and I told you, right, they've been getting better. They're rotated, and the phase 1 circle has not even yet to close up on them. So they're going to try and get themselves down south a little bit. Megastars is going to be close by, but they are leaving that rotation really early on, which I do like because, as you mentioned earlier, right, it's really hard to play around Paradise Resort. It's very unorthodox kind of location to fight around. So I like the fact that they just moved away as long as possible. They just did the looting. That is only what Paradise Resort is good for, is looting. Then you just leave.
And I'm a little bit curious on how TSM are going to react on their rotation with Synergy and Painan, because we saw the Super Weekend, TSM would go for that sweeping south west rotation past Camp Charlie, but Synergy weren't playing that Super Weekend, so I hope that's an element they're going to be aware of.
Oh, here it is, actually, talking about Valdez and Megastars. Megastars did get back as a full squad down in like the cross-section of this road, gathering information. Utility will be coming out from Valdez, and you know that when you are in Paradise Resort, it gives a lot of nice grenades. There's a lot of spawning locations to give you that utility. And now they get on close. Godar's going to be close by. Grenade comes out, but actually Swag's going to be the one fighting back instantly. And now that might allow Megastars to get a more offensive position to take this fight towards Valdez the Murder. Because currently they're very split away. It's going to be hard for them to take this fight and breach it properly.
Especially because they did get the revive and heal up on towards Vexy, so they're up as a full squad. Valdez, they already lost Velmoth. They have the Goddard now being confirmed. They only have 2 players. You have to deal with the side of the road. But don't go too aggressive, Vexy. Be aware, be careful. And that's going to be a knockdown onto Encore. And with Armhone onto Vexy, that instantly makes it a 2-on-2.
Yeah, scary stuff happening so far. Megastars not going to be able to do that push justice. And like the off angle, that's the thing, right? You should have known that Valdez only had 2 members into that one. It was a little bit harder, so you knew that 2 members was going to be on the high ground. Martin is just completely capitalized on that golden opportunity to get rid of Megastars' 2 players. And now Swag Paradox is like, okay, we messed it up. We're going to run away with now 2 players trying to remain alive for as long as possible. But is this too late? Because Valdez, they're going to rush in to potentially secure those kills.
As usual, Martin just plays such a great, off team fight position, right? He plays away from the team, that kind of further position, a little bit similar to Jonathan, and he is just so accurate on his sprays. I do think Megastars made that mistake, and they should know that that's how Valdez play. And unless they had taken down Martin, there's always going to be a calculated chance that there's going to be that Valdez player in the off-shot angle.
I said the Valdez should maybe push back. I just realized instead of 3 players, they actually got 2 as only Martin and Arjun. So actually the fact is 2 versus 2. Don't take that fight. You'll send 1 player downhill, or it would be a little bit risky. But TSM Entity, a team that has been getting more and more proactive, he's trying to get good positions. That's what they did last game. It did get contested by Box Gaming later on down in the Miramar game. But they are being really reactive to circles and where it goes, and they're trying to move up north. But one team that's going to be there, that's going to be King of Gamers Braga, and also you got Team Secret that's not really far away. They can even potentially go for a third party here.
Well, if they can push King of Gamers closer to Team Secret, so Team Secret engages on the King of Gamers as Clutch God gets knocked by Mad Toy, that could be good. But with that knockdown onto Clutch God, just take a step back, TSM. Don't go too far forward. Play around the area that you know you have around you.
Especially it's around Quarry, right? So there's easily some other positions. You can just go on the coastal line, down on the eastern side. I know there are not too many teams dropped there. You got Galaxy Racer sailed.
Yeah.
You got UD Gang. You go so Box Gaming. They like to drop around that location. You know that they like to go central circle pretty fast, so it should facilitate them way into the center position of the circle.
Max.
Yes.
T1 London Boot Camp.
Yes.
Instead, and we've seen the phase 1 circle. T1 have actually gone across the water to the Northwest Island. One of the, I'm just going to say, the most unorthodox rotations I've ever seen. I don't get it, but I'm excited to see how it pans out for them.
Before we go back to that action, we're going to be focusing on King of Gamers getting pushed up by TSM Entity. Braga's going to be the first line of defense. Does get the initial knockdown. Can he get a double? Oh, it's going to be a little bit too close for him and knocked away. Soup 77 will be the last chance in this Sanhok game for the rest of King of Gamers Club. It will be dropping down a little bit. You've got to be careful because Team Secret, they could have an off angle to Soup 77. You don't know that. But TSM, sorry, going to go for that res backup, remaining as a 4-man squad. But Yuhai again, dangerously close actually to the compound of TSM.
I respect the aggression from Team Secret because if they can eliminate the bodies and the teams behind them and they only have to look basically ahead of them, that's going to give them much more confidence coming into the next couple of circles.
Okay, so Yuhai, as I mentioned, getting closer to the compound. TSM now, they definitely have information. They are alerted of the presence of Team Secret, of one team. They don't know which one it is just yet. One team is coming by. Yuhai going to go for Cook. Could be huge on the side, but just not going to connect. And Yuhai will get punished by Z-God. They're going to go out swiftly, confirm the kill. I'm surprised Yuhai would want to go that as a solo kill, as a solo fight. Rex is going to be nearby to try and follow up on that move, but it's way too late. If I were Rex, I would have bought that fight and just potentially moved back to the rest of your team. Rex is definitely playing the passive approach now.
Eye shots. And Mad Toy in the background. Now it's up to Team Secret to disengage. Leave Rex on his own and try to disengage away. Team Secret, you've lost the fight. Don't try and hang around, especially as Phase 2 has actually gone up north away from these two teams.
They're trying to go for a little bit of an off angle down below. I think it's a little bit scary when you go around Quarry because some teams on the other side of Quarry could have an angle on you, which we know is not the case just yet, but Megastars get taken out actually of the lobby. I mean, they lost 2 members down to Valdez, and Valdez potentially, I believe, got their finishing blow onto that fight, so there you go. They'll get eliminated in 16th position, ending that consistency strike they've been having so far, Imperium.
There's so many teams toward the center of the circle between the north edge of Quarry and BTR and essentially to the west of Camp Bravo. All of the teams are hovering around that area. It's a big, you know, tin of sardine filled worth of teams. The only teams that are really outside the circle is Team I&D coming in from the north, who took a boat rotation, and T1, who, as I said, went across the water to the Northwest Island, are now coming back over to the bridge that BTR had moved across earlier.
I think it was really respectful from T1 because they just didn't want to really cross over to the road up north or also on the eastern side of bootcamp. So like, okay, you know what? We're just going to go for the wider rotation. It's a lot safer. And we know that not too many teams play up north, which is actually a case, right? You can see if there's circles so far. Anybody above Paradise Resort, except for Team ID, that did go for the botation, as Blank likes to call it. There's no one there. And T1, they know that, so they're reading the circle really efficiently. I like how they're reacting to this. It's very passive and very restricted. I respect that a lot.
It is kind of general T1 play, right? Of kind of playing on the back line as G9 does get a knockdown onto Fredo and that confirmation coming through. But it's that lack of information which might hurt T1 coming into the later phases.
I believe I saw a Groza there for a split second.
Yeah, it was. It was a Groza.
I don't know if it was a Groza or QBZ. I just saw it for like a split second. But I think it's something that still could be really, really impactful. And hopefully they'll be able to do good. But they're slowly pushing their way over to Yudu Gang. They got the high ground. They got the compound for themselves. Valdez and even TSM Entity could have an angle onto this engagement if they really want to.
Yeah, and with the pushback and the wraparound by TSM, which I gotta say was very intelligent, they've gotten ahead of Team Secret, but they'll also know that Team Secret are in the backline. King of Gamers with Soup 77 left standing. He's going to be coming in towards Team Secret, and Galaxy Race herself coming in from the cave and the docks area are going to be behind Team Secret and King of Gamers.
The fight has been brought over to Paradise Resort. There's going to be Bigatron and also Orange Rock. And I do want to actually take this time to mention something, Imperium, that we haven't had one chicken dinner for a Team from India yet.
Yeah.
Will this be the first one? Will it be today? We'll have a Team from India finally to crown himself a chicken dinner. I think a lot of people in the chat are, I know, hoping to see that happen today. So Sanhok might be that golden opportunity for one of those teams to take the W.
You know, hashtag Indo Pride is something that I've seen trending quite heavily, and I think it's very, very strong on, you know, because at the end of the day, India and South Asia as a region is incredibly powerful, has such a huge community, and the fact that they are being represented so strongly and so heavily in this World League stage, they want to see their teams come out on top, and I think that's important to see as we get into these finals of the PMWL East Season 0.
We see the circle, and it went up north. As I mentioned, there's not many teams there, and the two teams that took control, that's Team ID and T1. They're going to be having all easy pickings for the locations they want to play around. You got a little bit of a high ground next to Tatmok, especially on like the southeastern side of Tatmok. So if you can take that control above the road, you can get information on all the teams moving away from Paradise Resort. I'm talking about Paradise. You said how hard it is to fight around it.
Yeah,
all the teams are currently in it, which is so far Bigatron and Orange Rock. They might want to disengage early on to avoid teams getting the third party on their location.
I'd love to see Valdez, who drop in Paradise Resort, actually wrap around the west of Paradise Resort as TSM looking to push onto Yudu Gank.
Yudu Gank, not the best of position, but it is pretty hard to get onto, so TSM, they're going to take the very, very slow approach, but TSM, they just kind of slid their way in between two squads at the same time. They were currently taking a really long distance fight. There was Yudu and RRQ Athena as G9, one of the top fraggers in the lobby in the first week. Absolute MVP, insanely talented player. He's going to get onto the push of Zegod. Zegod trying to potentially respond with a bit of utility, try and buy himself as much time as possible, but that is also alerting RQ, making sure, but here's the off angle help by Neo. Going to get the up hand onto one player, that's going to be G9, swiftly confirmed out of the lobby. That's the first player you want to get rid of if you're fighting RQ. You eliminate him, you're happy. Coming out of the shadows of that shack, and that's RQ put down to 2 players instantly. TSM holding that angle really well.
This is the kind of TSM play that I like to see. A little bit clever, but not too clever. They're still close to each other. They're using that communication in such a strong way. Really good stuff from TSM. And let's not forget, this is RQ. This is the team that started today in 7th and have climbed their way up into 3rd place after after 4 games with 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, the desk were talking about it earlier. It takes us back, Imperium, when we had the time with like Box Gaming, BTR, RRQ Athena, always fighting for the #1 spot, inverting every few games. And it's really intriguing to see that fight off the top happen once again in the finals, because that really proves once again that these 3 teams are the 3 best teams so far we have in the East, right? They are just so talented, so consistent, taking those wins, and they deserve to be in top 3.
And also got to give credit to TSM for going for a 2-2 split. They don't often do that, and I think it's something that they should do more often, because it really pays off, especially because they sent Clutch God and Jonathan into the circle, as it did center up quite nicely with Paradox around. Team ID have got more centralized into the circle in the north. T1 are to the northwest of them, and Box Gaming coming in from the east have gotten a nice compound by the side of the road.
Yeah, Team ID were the first assaulters on that location, right? That I mentioned it was down southeast of Tatmok.
Yeah.
Now they got their positions a little bit high ground. You can see the teams going away downhill from Paradise Resort, especially that should be Bigatron pretty soon. Orange Rock, I mentioned actually that you should maybe move away from that location really early on. Orange Rock did exactly that. The fight's going to be breaking out with RQ Athena. That's going to be Synergy coming from the backstab, and they will eliminate RQ. Hey, they had a back-to-back, but that's a little bit of a downfall, going out in 15th. But you know what? You're going to take the L every once in a while.
Yeah, it was one of those things where they tried to go for the clever play of going into the blue zone, and in fairness,
it was another team
you don't always expect it, but this is Sanhok. Expect the unexpected. Synergy blew them up, and that's going to be a couple of nice cheeky kills. And the next phase moves up a little bit north, centralized quite nicely, with Paradise Resort still in play.
We had an exact circle finish like this in like the league players, I do believe, Imperium, and it was actually won by Bigatron. But something that actually happened in that game is a lot of teams died to the blue zone when that happened, and I think that here teams trying to go into the circle first going to have a huge advantage. But talking about getting into the circle, Team Secret have yet to do that. Pushing on the location of Yudu Gang, put down to one player.
Nice.
Oh my god, Rex gets the angle, he's going to go for one. He gets the second. Rex clears the floor, clears this area, and get eliminated. That's going to be Yudu Gang in 14th.
That's what I like to see. I said this is the time for Team Secret to shine. Yes, they lost Yuhai, but as a 3-man team coming in from the blue zone, eliminating Yudu Gang, Bob's your uncle. That's going to be job done.
We see how RQ now got eliminated. Great spray from Synergy. Ted doing some work with Austin, and they get the easy double frag, eliminating that top fragger of the lobby. And now they can just go safe and sound on the more western side, getting through to Tatmok, actually. The location is going to be pretty hard because it's a little bit downhill from their location. So I think that a few teams, especially like T1 and especially Bigatron from Paradise Resort, would have an angle on them. So things are not set in stone for them to actually make their way in the circle.
I think it's easy to say nothing is really set in stone in this Sanhok game, right? We still have 42 players up, 13 teams. We're hitting the 17.5-minute mark of the game. And I gotta say, Synergy have also done really well to rotate in from the west, coming in from the blue. It's not going to be the easiest. They might clash against T1, but let's see what happens as Box Gaming did get Loki knocked down on the side now.
Box Gaming got himself a nice little compound information given by a few teams. Their compound is barely on the edge, but in the circle indeed, so they can still hold on to it. I think the Orange Rock might want to try and contest that location away, depending on where the next zone will be shifting onto. But once again, Team ID, the amount of information they're gathering, everything. Galaxy Racer Celts, T1, even the teams moving away from Paradise. That we mentioned that earlier. That was the point location you want to aim for. And Team ID, they're just so split. Pulling off a little bit of a synergy does remind me of their playstyle. They're getting just so much intel. It's huge game going into this.
That spread by Team IND is smoother than butter right now. You have Snacks up at forward, you have 420, a little bit close but not too close, and then you have Slayer and Trans side by side. And Slayer and Trans, I've noticed they've been working incredibly strongly together. I think that comes part of the fact that Slayer now the IGL, he's able to guide the team, he seems to have a lot of trust, and that level of aggression has evolved. But of course, it's still not going to be easy, because if either team comes in behind, it might be a little bit harder.
It goes to show how important IGL is actually. But now TSM going for another engagement. They're still remaining as a 4-man squad despite taking so many fights. Utility thrown over by Reject Scarlet, but Neo, he's going to be the first man assaulter. They go for the res onto Lufa, up to a 3-man team. Neo's going to go solo, but the rest of the team got a nice little bit of an angle. He hits the first one with Clutch God, get the second. Absolute and utter destruction set by Neo onto Reject Scarlet. He's going to be a little bit too low. Now TSMNC going to try and get the off angle. Z-God will be the one dashing over and dealing the final blow, eliminating Reject Scarlet in 12th.
I know Neo didn't have to do that, and he probably shouldn't have, but my God, Neo just jumping up, getting a double knock.
Like, I don't care, I'm going to go for it.
He had to be clearly supported a bit quicker, but then again, he did go into that fight kind of you know, like a rabid animal, just kind of went in full send, and I absolutely love that. But now Team Secret onto TSM, gonna look to try and get a double knock. Will not come through. The counterplay, Jonathan with that off angle on to a member of Team Secret.
Yeah, he's holding the high ground position away closer to Paradise Resort to make sure his team can pull off that rotation. But can they actually? Because they're going to be in the blue very, very soon. But I think they're able to actually outrun the blue zone right now, so able to survive for quite a long period of time. But Galaxy Racer Celts get the information on Team IND.
Wow.
Team IND that's starting to go a little bit downhill, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer Celts capitalizing on that movement to try and potentially get the upper hand in that fight versus Team IND.
But then again, we saw 420 clapping in to take down that member of Galaxy Racer Celts to try and push back the Celts as they fight against the blue zone. In the words of Hot Jukes, the blue zone is Sanhok's best friend.
We talked about the location around Paradise Resort. It's so hard to deal with. Vire is going to try and take that location under control. But he's just going to be having a little bit of a hard time. Gil knocks out. Viro trying his best, but TSM, they're coming into the backside, and they're going to be potentially taking a 1v3 versus this one godly player of Orange Rock. But now a bit of utility still coming up. I mentioned it right, the play zone, because of this kind of circle, is going to be claiming lives left, right, and center. It's doing now Galaxy Racer Celts on Valdez the Murder. They are struggling, and they will be both taken out of this lobby. 9 teams still in play.
I like the smoke on a side note from Ziga to try and create that space around them, but now they're going to get connected onto by BTR. Going to put TSM down to just 2 players.
Yeah, you have one building held by Bigatron. The amount of control they have now from that location is absolutely insane. Let's see if they can get a huge game from this on forward. Box Gaming get taken out. 16 now remaining actually in this game. The Clutch Squad going to go for a little bit of the off angle onto Fury. Oh my god, he's put so damn low. Still going to go for the jump shot at the re-engage, and he gets it done versus TSM Entity. Orange Rock coming out on top. I think that's one of the first times in the finals we see Orange Rock eliminating TSM Entity, because most of the time is the other way around.
Beautiful play by Orange Rock. Beautiful play by Vera to keep this game in their sights. It was still an incredibly strong game from TSM, ending it on a kills as Team IND once again find themselves in the top 4. They just don't stop being in the top half of a game. It's so good to see this consistency from Team IND.
Oh, this must be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Team IND, running away from the blue zone. They take too many tick damage. That's going to be over. 420 OP will be claimed first. Slayer going to try and out-heal himself. He's going to get knocked also by the play zone. And instead of the play zone is deadly in these kind of finishes in Pyramid. Now 2 teams still in play. Bigatron going to go for the push. Yonjin trying to heal up. They'll be taking second position. But Bigatron flawlessly with a 4-man team still remaining with 100 health is going to be a huge win for them. And they fully deserve it. They took control. They had a great position. They did not do the team to get too close, and they will be taking this chicken dinner.
You mentioned it right. A lot of players dying to the blue zone. It's what can happen in Sanhok when you have such tricky areas and so many players around you. But BTR, you mentioned it, kind of took control of Paradise Resort after landing towards the north side. The circle went towards them. They were able to take out teams around them. They put pressure on the Orange Rock and closing out this game in a concise manner.
I did mention it that you want to try and potentially move away from Paradise Resort really early, but you know what? The circle went in their favor, but if it didn't, it could have been a completely different story for Bigatron going into Sanhok, but there you have it. Sanhok action, a lot of action was coming on through. We're going to break it all down over on the desk.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
What might have been the easiest win of their career here, not the Blue Zone, sorry, I mean Bigatron Red Aliens gets themselves the victory here to get themselves going. That was very easy. Everyone just died.
To play, it was fantastic.
I don't even know what to say on that one, honestly. We just saw everyone just die to the blue
like,
zone
oh,
in the
we
end.
won. Great.
Easy as that, easy as pie. I mean, you even see T1 having 0 kills, being just one player alive at the end there. 4 versus 1. Easy there for Bigatron.
Let's take a look at the map ranking as they got themselves actually 11 kills throughout all of this. So they were in some
Look at
fights.
4th place.
And
0
that's a good
kills.
point. T1 4th place with that 14 points, with obviously getting that 2nd position.
Let's talk about this because you and me were discussing a little bit about this. I was talking about how T1 has been consistent today.
Yep.
They started off with a win. They have 2 4th places. Now a 2nd place, of course, as well. But you were saying they're not getting enough kills. Well, you stand correct. They're getting 0 kills in this one, but they still get 14 points with that 2nd place, and that's what matters.
Yes,
the
and
point
actually,
itself.
you did also correct me in the assessment that today they've got 19 kills, correct?
Yeah.
So that's pretty damn decent, all things considered, here for T1, our South Korean representative. And I do like to see South Koreans win. I'm very used to seeing South Koreans win video games, all right?
StarCraft 2, right? Or the first one.
Just a bit. Okay, let's look at our 9th through 16th. 8 points coming in for Synergy. Box Gaming, 7 points. Not too bad in terms of keeping up their average.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to keep up their average, making sure that they're staying on the top. And then towards the final, they just have that little final sprint, you know. But it's not just Box Gaming, but also RQ. Got to keep it up as well. They're just behind the top there a little bit.
Yeah, and actually for RRQ, they're going to be very happy with how early Megastars went out in this game, considering the fact that they're below them in the scoreboard. So, what, it's about 20 points or so that RRQ are ahead of Megastars. The fact they went out so early, even though RRQ had a poor game, they're still going to be safe and they're going to be fine.
All right, let's take a look now. Will the 11 kills result in 1,700? No, it's not. It's not quite Sanhok numbers. Actually,
that's
though,
really good though.
Wait, that's
980 damage.
Wait, whoa!
10 heal.
10 healing.
How is that possible?
This is the best the best ratio we've ever seen.
This is the best ratio.
Imagine having more kills than you have total heal.
Well, because they didn't have to do anything. Everything just came to them. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Bigatron actually went for Paradise pretty early because we've seen kind of the similar circle before in the season, and they were taking like, hey, it might be the same kind of ending. We're gonna go there early, try to get ourselves into a good position. I was kind of questioning it because Paradise is really hard to hold, but I guess if you have your best friend Blue Zone, it's not that hard.
from Blue Zone.
But what they also did as well towards Paradise Resort was they had a 1-1-2 split basically around Paradise Resort, and what this meant was, depending on where the circle would go, they would always have a member from Bigatron inside the center, and it was actually the 6th circle where it's centered around Luxy, and the rest of the cavalry arrived, all 3 of the other members joined up with him, and then it was just a cleanup.
We can take a look now and we'll deal our hand and see what is what here with our players of the game. We have Rex, Martin, Neo, as well as Zuxi, and I'm going to be perfectly honest. Most of the time when I come up to this desk, I'm like, I've got so much to talk about. I'm going to ask so many questions like this. What do we talk about in this Sanhok? The last moments of this Sanhok, it was just people were dying in the blue, killing off each other, and the winners were just like...
Look, okay, talking about blue and people dying blue, did you see Mao though? He was on the south side, I think it was up until circle 3, almost circle 4, before he started rotating up, being the last man up on U level up. But it was amazing to see he actually made it up there, but then, yeah.
It just kind of felt like we had the circle going further north towards Paradise Resort, and we had TSM, Team Secret, these teams towards just north of Cave, just towards the southern side. And as the circle kept going towards the north, these teams kept fighting each other, and then they all died to the blue because they were just waiting for each other to rotate first, and no one really did.
Oh, you snapped your fingers already?
No, I use force powers on that.
Oh, okay.
Like, kind of like Emperor
Martin
Palpatine,
being
you know.
MVP. Didn't we see this earlier today?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Martin, showing on up.
Yeah, twice in a row.
I mean,
not in a row, sorry. What am I saying?
Well, I mean, for Valdez, it was basically landing at Paradise Resort, rotating down, and then they found the likes of Megastars. And that first fight we actually had between Valdez Esports and, of course, Megastars was such a weird one towards south of Paradise Resort. We saw both teams lose 2 players, give it everything, and then both teams leave the center of the circle.
Look at Suxy. 358 damage, 5 kills.
Yeah,
easy.
Ain't nothing. I feel like a lot of their kills might have come from just shooting at people that were being damaged by the blue.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
they're already kind of low, it's fine, let's just shoot at them.
I mean, it comes down to what? I think it was circle 4 when the road up there was dividing the circle in the middle. Basically, you had to take a guess, are you going to go north or are you going to go south?
It's time for...
the do moment.
That's right, yeah.
Do moment. And of course, we had some early engagements, Valdus versus Megastar, but we also saw some other people joining in on this one. It was TSM Entity and it was Team Secret. This fight lasted for a long time.
Yeah, we have to give it to TSM as well. The confidence that they were showing us so far this game was fantastic. I mean, early on, taking 2 kills versus the likes of RRQ. Also, as well, you saw they're taking down players from Team Secret. Overall, playing fantastic and playing without fear.
One thing that surprised me was that TSM Entity actually went for that 2-2 split. It was not a small split. They had 2 guys they send up north pretty early on in the game there, and they were kind of stuck. Because between this 2-2 split, there was, I think, 2 different teams. They managed to wipe that out, though, and group up together again. But it's a lot of effort, and it's also very risky. Oh, this one. The rotation from RQ just outside boot camp. Now, that's something you're not expecting. When you're rotating that far out in the blue, you're not expecting another team to be out there. Not sure what Synergy was doing in boot camp for so long.
This was the play that had me screaming when we were watching it live. It was the TSM push here from Neo, just versus 3 players. He doesn't care, you know, he's got the backup from his teammates. And yeah, just fantastic play taking down Reject Scarlets. That was the 3rd team we saw TSM just dismantle.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this. T1, they got himself a 2nd place, of course, 0 kills. IND, they got himself a 3rd place with 7 kills. These 2 teams were playing on the north side, and it comes down to their rotations. IND, they're back on the northwest island, dropping there, and they just rotated across the bridge. They had the northeast side for themselves for a long time. T1, on the other hand, they dropped boot camp, of course, we know that. But Orange Rock, they were trying to hold them up from the northeast of boot camp. So they went for a little swim across to the northwest island, going up north, across the bridge, and then Missile, he just launched himself straight into IND for some reason and blew up. And then it was just 3 people left on T1.
Yeah, it was a really, really good rotation from Team IND. When I first saw the circle, it felt like Team IND had almost the hardest rotation versus the likes of Bigatron versus the likes of Orange Rock. But all they did was play it patient. They waited for everyone to leave the island, got to Mong Nai, and as you said, they came into the center of that 5th circle and got 3rd. Really well played.
My favorite moment, Luxie going hunting in the blue. He's like, let's go, boys, let's go.
Where are they? Where are they? I might be the MVP, but I want a little bit more damage and kills.
All right, total damage time. Let's see what's going on in this particular game. And yeah, pretty even.
Yeah, no surprise there from TSM. 1,600 points of damage from them. They had the early fight versus Team Secret. Then they were stomping versus, we saw Reject Scarlets and more. And then, what? Team Secret, 1,200 damage, 7 kills. But again, not high placing to get more of those conversion points.
Yeah, not high placement, but if they can keep up on this level, it's going to be good, because this is not the level we've seen them in the day here earlier in the games or yesterday itself. But TSM Entity, they were fighting through a lot of teams, and that's why we see them with that such a high damage count.
That's right.
I mean, again, the 2-2 split, they were basically taking 2 different fights at the same time.
Yeah, and also Valda's the Murder, 1,147 points of damage, 6 kills as well, and mostly from the fact that they were just camping towards Paradise Resort. Yeah. They lost 2 players early versus Megastars, and they just had Martin camping there in towards Paradise Resort, trying to get as many kills as he could. Got 4 extra ones, so fair play from him.
I mean, for us, if T1 kept up with this kind of average points, they could be rivaling the very top spots.
Yes, you can be rivaling for the top spots, but if you want to be #1, you still got to get those high peaks.
Yeah.
We're talking about getting these average points, but then you got to have those where you stick out, you get a lot of placement points. On top of that, a lot of kills as well.
I mean, we saw it, what, 4th, I believe, in Miramar, the last one before they died to Box Gaming towards that eastern side of the circle. But again, it was a low kill count for T1. And then we have the same affair here on Sanhok, exact same. Well, even worse, 0 kills for them, but they were boot camp, Paradise Resort, didn't have to do much.
14 points for the 2nd place is lovely stuff. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see what is what. We have Bigatron Red Aliens still up at the top, now quite comfortably, 172 points here, as Box Gaming and RRQ Athena will stick in 2nd and 3rd. Team IND, 4th place.
4th place, that's really good, but we also see, of course, 8 teams now in the top 100-point club there. A lot of teams, but you can see how close it is between Megastars on 5th place and down to TSM Entity on 9th place. It's only 10 points between these teams, but I mean, that is kind of nothing at all.
Before going into the 3rd game, I mentioned the fact that you level up on about 102 points, and I was saying, can Megastars catch them up? Well, here they are now on 105, 2 games later, now down to 6th.
Let's take a look. Bottom as well, we have 11th through 16th, and Synergy will move up 1, and we have Team Secret moving up 1 as well. But for Team Secret, it's not been the easiest of runs by any means. We're expecting a bit more from them. A bit of a shame for Udo Gank as well, all things considered, considering the highs that they have had in the PMWL East so far.
Yeah, totally. But I mean, it's still not over. We're on day 2. We still have one game left here. We're not even halfway through. You can have some bad games, but you also need to have those really good games.
That's right, that's right. Let's take a look at that schedule. We're not done just yet. We're not even halfway through, but we will be after this game as we have Erangel coming up as the ultimate match for the day here. So based on our first 2 Erangels, Alex, anything you want for this last one?
I think it's going to be a different winner. I mean, it's not hard to predict this, but I'm expecting Bigatron to continue their form. It kind of feels like when they're hot, they are on fire for multiple games, and when they're cold for a few games, and they wake up and then they just start destroying everything.
And they're damn good on Erangel.
Exactly.
I'm looking at RQ and T1 once again because these 2 teams have had 1 win and a 4th place each on the Erangel games today. I feel like that's kind of their jam today. They want the Erangel game, so we got one last one for them.
Kind of their jam. All right, let's jam out. Let's jam on. We are tired. It's ready. Let's go. It's Erangel. We are heading over to Imperium and Maxman.
Oh yeah, we're jamming it over here too. Ready to get into the last game, and it's going to be...
What's your favorite flavor of jam?
I was not ready for this question. I was really like, I don't know. I was going to say vanilla, but does that even exist? I don't think so. No, it does not exist.
Vanilla jam? Okay.
They hated on me. Get out of here. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Get out of here.
Vanilla jam. I invented something. Come on. Hey, I've been productive today.
Vanilla jam. You know what? It's okay. You're French. It's expected.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'll tell you what is expected. This last game of the day in Erangel.
In Erangel, and we're going to be really focused actually on the eastern side, on the western side. I'm trying to change subject, but let's not go back to that.
I already changed it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's true, actually. Why am I going back? No. What am I doing? But yeah, more focus on the western side. That's going to be, of course, meaning that TSM Entity, they're going to go in George Pole. Going to be also pretty good for Team ID as they can straight over, go to military base. And we saw that you level up. They like to switch things up a little bit. Sometimes they go to Northern George Pole. Sometimes they go towards Fairy Pale Quarry. Because the plane path is going to go near here, I believe they're going to be dropping early. And we do see Kemal or you level up, indeed, going to be getting close to Quarry for the early stage.
Yeah, but is that a sneaky T1 landing in Primorsk as well? Because it's so far away from Milta Power. This could be interesting for the early parts of the game. I also want to say it's great for Udo Gank. It's close to Severity, but I'm thinking Phase 1 Circle is going to be on the far east.
T1 normally going into Milta Power, they're going to go actually for Primorsk this one. I think this might be the first time we see them playing Primorsk.
Yeah.
So intrigued to see how they're going to respond. So I guess this is like their secondary drop that they never showed. But we never see them do this so far. New level up going to be very spread. It was actually one player in Primorsk, I do believe, hidden under a few players. And the circle is going to be actually really working well together and complements that playing path we just had.
Now, Megastars, who did land on the south side of Military Island, they know Team ID drop in military base, so they can grab a couple of the vehicles and rotate towards Novo. As Synergy have gone for Zarky, along with Box Gaming, Reject Scarlet and Udo. This is very interesting. I love how much the playing path can make a difference to these teams' drop spots.
Now I do the Dio reference, there you go, but that's going to be another punch kill. I mean, this very early on, and this compound doesn't have a lot of loot, so you want to keep it for yourself. What was that attempt, Imperium?
It's like, oh, let's go, punch. Maybe he was trying to be One Punch Man.
Because it's the only anime.
It's the only anime I've seen.
Guys, he watched One Punch Man and he didn't like it.
I liked it. I just didn't finish it.
Oh, I like it. I'm not going to finish this show.
Yeah, it's like
said nobody ever.
It's like if you have a nice meal, but you're too full to finish it. It's like doesn't mean.
I'm sure that happens to you a lot, Imperium. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. I'm fat. I always finish my food, man.
Oh my god. But yeah, there you go, and it's completely okay. But they do confirm that one kill, and you want to try and keep on to and just hold on to that ammo in the early stages. That's completely fine. But of course, Udo Gang actually not going towards Savernia. I thought they would have enough range, but actually they went further down south, getting somewhat mixed up with both Orange Rock and even a Reject Scarlet.
Yeah, I thought they were going to land a bit later, maybe land towards shooting range. There's a couple of vehicles there and make their way towards Savernia, but you are dead right. They've dropped a little bit closer towards Rosshawk, just down the south of shooting range. I also respect the fact that T1 have kind of avoided some real early game action against U-Level Up, and U-Level Up seem to have responded well towards T1 as Reject Scarlet at least going to get some revenge onto you do.
They took one of ours, we're going to take one of yours, and then we're going to take your car also and rotate away.
That's actually even better. Genuinely is better. Like.
And Freddy's like, no, you take one of ours, you take one of ours, we take one of yours, ours, you take one of ours.
Anyway,
very confusing stuff over here, but there's a little bit of a trade-off.
you know when I was talking about the energy of teams and players when you come into the last game of the day when it's 6 games. Now I'm thinking of the energy of the casters when it comes to the last game of the day. Are you feeling okay, man?
I'm feeling fine.
Good. I just wanted to make sure.
Just had a little bit of, bread and vanilla jam before this, so I'm pumped up, you know. I'm completely okay. I got the energy I need to go through this game.
Please message Maxman on Instagram at MaxmanCast and just tell him that vanilla jam is a terrible thing to have. Galaxy Racer Cells have perched themselves really nicely on the western side. Based off the plane path, they've avoided Milta, made sense, and now they have plenty of space around them because that phase 1 has complemented the plane trajectory.
TSM might actually do something similar, even though I would personally not recommend it, but they did do that on the last Erangel game, right, where they sent Coast Guard over to the coastline, and then they sent a few teams around there and then slowly made their way back into Gatka. It could be possible, but this is a great circle, we do have to mention, Imperium, for Team Secret, right? They're very spread, gathering a lot of information, a lot of control, and then they can easily just pull off a synergy where they just slowly, if a team gets too close, they get back together, the full squad, and take control. I think it's pretty nice to see that come for it, but like, I'm surprised of Megastars. I don't know what you think about this Imperium, but actually like forcing their way to Nova, like they really want that Nova location, but could this actually go against them this game because of that position?
It's a good question because they spent a lot of time rotating to their drop spot, which is already kind of further away from the circle. As far as the dynamic of having a second drop spot, I think it shows their weakness. But I also respect the fact that they are committing to their drop spot and they'll know how to rotate around it. Because let's not forget, this isn't the first Southwest Circle we've had, right? So it is relatively standard. Plus, if they have any idea that Celts are not in Milta and T1 are not in Milta Power, they know they have a little bit more space to make their way across the Eastern Bridge.
I don't know why Megastars make me think a little bit about, like, you know, James Calaris. Like, just when we were, like, behind the scenes earlier, it was like, I'm just Nova. I want to go to Nova. Even if the plane path is not going for it, it's like, no, I want it.
To be honest, the leprechaun reminds me of James. I'm sorry, James. I love you, man. I love you. I had to throw that out there. Anyway.
So what have they done to us? They're so nice to us. Why are we doing this to them? But one team that I'm pretty happy with the position is Pachinki Hills, held so far by RRQ Athena.
Made sense.
Talk about control, right? It's always a great position. If the circle's pretty close to the center next to Pachinki Hills, the first team to take that position will have really good aggressive control and information for themselves. But Team Secret going to be moving on by.
But I think RRQ have moved further away from Pachinki Hill than I expected earlier on. I thought they would have done a bit more scouting on Pachinki Hill, but in saying that, they've been able to respond pretty swiftly and got a nice knockdown onto U-High, but he will get revived up.
Yep, Matoy and iShot's going to make their way closer to RQ Athena. Maybe you want to wait for the res of their allies to come on through before pushing with the entire squad. They could also have an angle from down below, from the compound, which could be a way to play around it. But I think that here, to take a fight versus RQ, you want to try and get the entire squad here and ready.
There is T1 as well. They're a little bit further down south, but there is that chance of a third party should one of these teams reposition towards the direction of T1. But RQ taking that knock and actually taking the time with that to disengage away. This is a different kind of RQ than we've seen, but I think it's a more mature RQ decision, and I'd like to see it.
I mean, RQ, they have a really big history of, like, if there are fights that potentially
take a fight.
Them earlier, like they'll now actually more tend to avoid it, especially in the finals. Before they were like, okay, we want the kills, we want the big kill counts. But now they're starting to take a lot more respectfully, and they just calm down a lot, but they get more aggressive in the later stages, which I really appreciate that coming out from this team that has been like consistently aggressive, but now they started playing a little bit more passive in the early stages, which is it's not a bad thing, right? It's always good to do the passive early stage play style because it avoids you taking out on like first stage or the second stage.
Talking about passive, Box Gaming will landed in towards North George. They're going to once again play a little bit of a passive edge of circle play, yet to make their way into the circle. Synergy are up north of them. You do up north of Synergy, but there is plenty of space because TSM have rotated down south from South George past Gaka in towards the center of this phase 1.
Yeah. And now the Bigatron are playing on the edge, I think they're slowly going to move their way by, so Megastars will be going for the Eastern Bridge as normal. That's not going to be too surprising, but Bigatron, the gatekeeping could still happening, so Megastars, as always, going to send Vexy on like the beams. I was talking about that, look at that perfectly. Yeah. Vexy's going to go on the beam, gather information, see if anyone's peeking on over. If that's not the case, they're just going to send the entire squad over and make an entry point through the eastern side in the circle. It's very, very by the book, but yet so effective, right? That's why they call it by the book, because it works. Yeah, exactly. Valdez Murder, who did get a pretty solid game in the previous Erangel match, getting 10 points with 5 of them coming from kills alone. But instead of being down the south of Pachinki, they're actually on the northeast as phase 2 is very interesting. Now that's a cliffhanger right there. Like, you do not know where this is going to go. It does, if you're going in terms of odds, it should go to the mainland, but we've seen very special circles happen over here in PMWL East Imperium, and we've got to try and keep that in mind, definitely, for sure, as Megastars is slowly going to be catching up to Bigatron and might actually have a little bit of a Mad Max style fight happening here. If I was Megastars, I would actually turn back around and go back into Military Island and come into IND from behind. The reason why is because it's unexpected. And when it's unexpected, it can prove to get that surprise attack. I think it's something key to keep in mind, so I think we'll talk about that a little bit later on in the game, but Galaxy Race itself is very spread in the open, going to be fighting versus you level up Kamau. Be one casualty right away, and maybe going to be sending the entire squad over to confirm that kill and go also for the res onto Rox. You want to keep Rox alive as long as possible. Yeah. That man has been doing just great performances for the rest of this team. Yeah, we talked about Galaxy Race herself so many times, and they came into PMWL as a bit of an underdog team, right? They came into PMPL as a 100% underdog team. They're not an underdog team anymore. They are fighting amongst the best. They've proven themselves to be amongst the best, but at the end of the day, when you look at the overall standings, they're currently 10th place, so I'm going to say they're underperforming. Yeah, for sure. It's just straight up facts what we're having so far from them. They are definitely a little bit lower on into the standings. They're currently in 10th position, so hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit better. You level up, they just swiftly rotated away from that fight, just not worth it whatsoever. And Valdez actually going to get pretty damn close to one position held so far by T1 in that compound. Wild rotation. Yeah, it's a very central position. They're going for it for sure. But it seemed like, yeah, once again, Roxy's just, come on, leave that guy alone. He keeps getting knocked every 2 seconds. Poor guy, but Rox will get confirmed out by the DP28 of Neo. That mine is absolutely insane on that weapon. Good opportunistic play from TSM. Of course, that will alert the rest of Galaxy Race herself, but Clutch God getting that off angle as he does as the scouted team, the IGL, was able to get a couple of shots onto a tanky. Once again, sending Galaxy Race herself back, creating more space for TSM entity. This is really good stuff. TSM just putting so much pressure on Galaxy Race itself. They're playing now on this slope, on this edge of the mountainside, and they could also potentially get harassed by teams down below. This is very scary for Galaxy Racers. They're going to go for the kill confirm onto a tanky, leaving MJ and Ultron alone in this respective engagement. They locked Rox earlier. Now they even get one extra, and that's going to be leaving Ultron as a one-man army. MJ was just barely taken out. The Ultron is going to be indeed taken out by the low ground. You love how TSM just surrounded them, allowed them to just not fight back, choke them to death, and get eliminated. Some of the best team fighting I've seen from TSM. It's something that I kind of feel they've struggled on a little bit leading into the finals, where we know they're strong, we know they can frag out, but at times they look a bit discoordinated. Whereas today alone, I've seen this improved a lot, and that's really clean stuff. And also, when you look at this blue zone closing in on phase 2, they have all a quarry to themselves. The nearest teams to them are Valdez towards the center, Box Gaming towards the south, and Udu Gang towards the northeast. So much space for TSM as the blue zone is closing in. Yeah, where might it go? Because he said it's a little bit of a cliffhanger. Could go back to Sanhok Island. His odds are still merely thinking you're going to go back over to the mainland, and he's going to go Central once again. And Team IND, they just don't have to move on that one. We might actually have a bridge finish on this one. This is the last game of the day, Max. This is phase 3. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. I can't contain my excitement. It's definitely going to be a really interesting game, and I think that especially one position you want to go for is the higher northern position of the bridge, which is high ground, and I think that Bigatron might go for that position. They're going to get so much intel from that spot. And here's the thing though, Team IND, and I was kind of pointing at it on the feed as the phase 3 is about to pop up, they missed a really clean opportunity to get one member across in the previous phase and then send the full squad. It was a slow reaction from Team IND, and as much as they performed extremely well throughout these games, it is something that I've noticed they're a little bit slow on, is their ability to rotate
quickly throughout these circles. So now they're a little bit pinched, but they are also on their own in military base.
I'm keeping my eyes focused, especially on the northeastern side. You've got King of Gamers, Team Secret, Reject Scarlet. You also got Synergy, I do believe, and Megastar's going to be trying to crawl their way by. You can still make your way up in the northern field section, but that's where it's a little bit risky because you've got the plateau down south head by TSM Entity, Valdez the Murder, even T1 is going to get so much information on the fields that it makes it a little bit harder for you to rotate through that. So teams are mainly going to focus on the coastal line of the river.
But I really don't like the play by T1. I get it, but I think it's a little bit desperate. They're not quite in the garage, but it's the area that is you can't go anywhere. You really can't go anywhere. It's hard to move away from, but it could work out for them. They performed extremely well today, and they are relatively in the center of the circle.
Yeah, we saw Galaxy Racer Celts actually go down in those kind of positions where T1 currently are localized quite a few times in this event. Yeah. So I think that definitely T1, they're going to have a little bit of a struggle, but it depends on once again where the circle go, because you saw that earlier, normally Bigatron and Sanhok were not going to take that game, but the circle shifted in their favor. They used it perfectly, and they took the win. So really anything can happen depending on where the circle just might go.
I was kind of looking at this. Box Gaming and You Level Up were pretty close to each other, but You Do Gank are actually coming in behind Box Gaming. But I think Pime is a little bit aware of this, prone himself down inside the house. Actually got a fuel can picked it up as well if they do need to disengage away in a vehicle. So I think Box Gaming will be prepared for this.
Seen a few teams finalizing their rotation. Synergy just really on the edge up there, but Megastars, they're going to be slowly coming down the fields, as I mentioned. Valdez, they're going to be one holding information, but I think that Megastar, they're doing such a wide rotation over on the west. I think they just
like it, though.
Yeah, because TSM left that location to move down the hillside over the road and back into a little building on their side. So Megastars, they got that spot available for them. They will take control, and they will be holding to that for the foreseeable future. Oh my God, English.
And that's what I was thinking with TSM's location. It's a compound, right? But it doesn't give off much information, which is why it was so important that they sent Clutch God over that little lip of the hill. As the next phase moves up, it does go away from Military Island. It is 50 to 55% water. And this is why I love Circle RNG in PUBG Mobile.
And I think we're going to have a lot of teams maybe going into the water, Imperium. I'm seeing all the teams up here. Synergy, Orange Rock. Hey, Orange Rock, you know, they like to swim, so they might just go for a little dip in there and just put their toes in, see if the water's good, and they might just fully commit to it.
Don't rock sink, though.
Yes, yes, that is it. But they also like, you know, do ricochet, they skip.
But oranges swim, so there's that balance.
Oranges swim?
Yeah, oranges swim.
I did not know that. Every day's a school day. Thank you very much, Imperium, for teaching us that valuable information. I will keep that in mind.
If you're ever in a little bit of a quiz and somebody says, do oranges swim? Yes, they do swim, but I tell you who doesn't swim. That's Winter, because right now, he's knocked down.
Yeah, he's going to have a little bit of a hard time. They're trying to push on over, but that's the end of the compound. They're on the very edge. And sorry, Box Gaming, not only Box Gaming, but even Juju Gank. They're going to have to crawl their way into there so far. We've still got 15 teams and 55 players. We're still remaining in this lobby because we've still got a lot of hiding spots behind, but this circle is now going to force a lot of fights to break out. And I'm pretty sure at the end of this circle, we're not still going to have 15 teams remaining. We're going to have way, way less.
Team IND have actually made the push across the bridge. They're going up to the compound, battling against BTR. With Luxie knocked down, 420 OP going to be following. Super Trance is creating that space. It's going to be Team IND down to just 2 players.
Yeah, Bigatron down to 3. Microboy, Ryzen, and Zuxi as Zuxi gets knocked away. Ryzen going to be coming down the side onto Trance, and Team IND, they tried their best to overtake that position. They delayed that rotation above the bridge very, very late into this game. Eventually, they had to go through a breach. They tried to take it versus Bigatron. It's just not going to happen.
I respect it for the push, but they left it too late because RQ were also third-partying from distance. We do lose a couple of other people as well. This is where the players start to drop down as Box Gaming compound in towards You Level Up.
This is the only building of Fairy Pier which is currently still in the circle, so the team's going to try and fight for that location as much as they possibly can. That's going to be Box Gaming breaching on You Level Up. They got information, especially I think Chaxin was in I think it was Chaxin actually on the other side was trying to get some information. Yes, indeed. But Unigang, they're also joining us. They're also in the compound of Fairy Pier. They want a little piece of this cake, but there's not enough to go around, so they're going to have to fight for that golden piece. But Parang, he's going to be the one just getting into the compound first. He's going to get absolutely obliterated by Break of Box Gaming. This man is proving once again why he's the top fragger of the lobby.
He kind of just went in as if offering somebody a bit of sugar. It's like, I say, do you want a bit of sugar? You got taken out, but Jumper going to be on the side of the door with Fred on the side of the building, trying to keep the pressure on towards Box Gaming. As Box Gaming look to get the revive. Grenade being cooked up. Will that connect onto Pime?
Loki cooking his own grenade, but Freddo actually going to be re-engaged from the backside. Very unfortunate for him, leaving Jumper as a one-man army, but they got a member knocked away on the other side of Box Gaming. Lewis and Pime down, and Break tries to jump up extremely low, but not quite able to get that trade-off. Very unfortunate for him, but he still has enough meds to heal himself back to 75% health. Jumper's going to go for the re-engage. He might burn because of that molly, barely avoids it, but this was the time to strike, but he's maybe lost that opportunity.
Plus you level up, all the while they're kind of sitting pretty, but TSM are coming in with the fourth party. Udu can go down at the hands of Box Gaming. They're surviving for now. Grenade by Jackson. Will that clean up the box?
TSM Entity actually having a third party on this one, having a great off angle. They got a 2-2 split. Two members of the
high
compound
ground
up
as well.
below, and especially two players down below gathering information and taking shots on the compound of Fairy Pier. We're going to see the circle come up, and it's going to be greatly for King of Gamers. T1 were actually holding that position, and I said it depended on where the circle was going to go, but King of Gamers took the fight, they took that position, and that actually might reward them. It was a well-deserved chicken dinner.
But of course, Valdez, the murder, did get the better of the most of Megastar, so created that space where they are able to, as I try to find English, sweep around from the northwest to the north tip of the circle, but it is relatively out in the open. There's a lot of trees around them. We'll have to see the way that and find out as Orange Rock get the better of Reject Scarlet, and they are still up as a full squad. They got into that compound relatively early, and they made it count.
Well, they're good for the re-engage. There's only one player remaining for Box Gaming. Is going to be in the smoke. They're just going to be spraying. He's just prone right there, but he does get shut down eventually, and that will be the end of Box Gaming out in 9th position. Still really good attempt. It was very sneaky to get prone into the smoke, but at the end, the Bloom was going to connect a few bullets. That'll be a nice kill coming out from you level up.
Clutch God trying to fire off those shots from an awful angle to create that space. Two members of TSM are knocked down. It's Jonathan to try and get the revive. It could be worthwhile, but I think it's just too little too late. Going to be TSM down to two players. Valdez, a murder, pushing on towards Viru Vardrock from the distance, as once again they tried to create the space on the northern tip of this circle. 8 teams left. 27 players.
Notice they got to fully commit and push on this one because they got to go downhill. They're going to be barely out of the circle, so they did go downhill. They got a little area to play around. If they still got some utility on these cars they can use as really good protection, Orange Rock will not be able to apply as much pressure as they would like.
You talked about the water. I tell you what team is using the water. That's Synergy going right past Orange Rock, coming in on the cliff side by BTR. But will they be able to move up from that cliff side? I don't know if that's going to be possible, but at least they might get a strong placement result.
The only way for you to actually move back onto the mainland for Synergy and not get through the cliff is actually to go under the bridge and back over where currently you level up and even RRQ are, especially where RRQ are localized so far. So they could try and aim for positioning points and just play very passive, or if they really want to go aggressive, you're going to have to go under the bridge and claim a good position. But I'm seeing RRQ losing one member. That's going to be bit 11.
But they will be able to get their revive off because it is inside the building. TSM have been able to keep on going up as a full squad, so those revives did come through. That's very important for their late game situation, as they do hold on to the western edge of the circle, pushing their way in, but it's relatively out in the open. There's a couple of dips that they can move around, as TSM will fight on the edge.
Yeah, and I said, like, playing the water side for Synergy, they're not going to go under the bridge. They want to try and play the long game over there, trying to avoid getting detected by the teams around. Orange Rock could be a big casualty for them, especially also Bigatron and King of Gamers if they get close enough to the side. We're going to see what... What? Okay, well, you know what? Synergy, the fact that they didn't go back to the mainland is actually going to be paying off pretty well for them. They just got to wait and let all the other teams take a fight. Like, Synergy might just take the battle of skill at the end.
This is like 80% water. I actually have no words for this. This is crazy. None of these teams can prepare for this. Like, we talk about strategizing, we talk about learning rotations, we talk about knowing what the other teams are going to do. How the hell can you prepare for this?
No, and that's a Bay finish, Imperium. You just can't prepare yourself for that, but it seemed like King of Gamers, they're slowly going to be pushing their way over the road, trying to take control early on.
Talking about Bay finish, I think this is going to be a Michael Bay-esque finish when you come to movies. There's going to be a lot of explosions
everywhere,
a lot of movement, a lot of craziness as we get into the final moments.
That's going to be, hype me up, Imperium, to see how things are going to be panning on over for this fight. It's going to be Arcuthina pushing onto the location of Bigatron. Having an initial knockdown onto one player. That's going to be Microboy down. Ryzen and Zuxi still remaining. RRQ Athena still going strong, chucking a little bit of utility to try and get another knockdown just to secure that fight to fully go in their favor. They're going to be pushing down Ryzen, going to be dropping into the water, and I think that might actually be the better play because RRQ, they're just so aggressive, you can't do anything against that.
But I don't know if Erangel can take down BTR from the other side of the cliff side. Jonathan is actually inside the water. TSM are actually joining him. This is a three-way water battle between RRQ, BTR, and TSM.
I want to see if Clutch God of TSM is also going to be dropping down. RRQ, they're just going to be holding the ridge, gathering information, but they're going to be, especially in the blue, very, very soon, so they might have to just be forced over to jump on 0 through. But Jonathan gets the up and onto Shridoff. Synergy going to get the kill confirmed, and Ryzen going to get pushed up by TSM Entity, securing the kill, eliminated Bigatron in 7th position. Things are getting intense in this game. This is a very interesting finish.
Oh my god, Ardrocker in the water. You have the last remaining player, Synergy, inside the water. All the while on the northern tip of the circle, Valdez are pushing their way in, trying to take down every member that they can. Viru is inside the blue zone, pushing their way in. 6 teams left. Goddard onto Viru, knocks him down. That's going to give more space, more confidence to Valdez.
Yeah, going to have a crate also coming out from the heavens, could give a little bit more coverage, but King of Gamers, I said it earlier, right, they're sending 2 players on forward, but no teams are really too focused on them because they're just so focused on getting the information on teams down below, and especially TSM and RQ cancelling out each other. King of Gamers having an easy rotation above the road, but Valdez the Murder could be a big issue for them in the northern rotation.
I think RQ are going to take this one, right, because they have all members up, they have the advantage over TSM, they're the only teams on the northwestern side, and of course, they can fall down and take down TSM Entity, who are just 2 members left.
TSM, they're just all sliding down, really struggling to find the angles onto RRQ Athena, especially a bit of smoke. War Trans deny that information away. Clutchlock going to get knocked out. RRQ still remaining as a 4-man squad. It's huge for them, but here it is. Orange Rock Mavi is going to get involved in that fight from a distance over the Abbey area. Oh my god, the circle went back into the water Imperium.
This is absolutely mental. TSM Entity have been eliminated. It was going to be tough, but they made that push. They've gotten themselves into the top 5 with a couple of kills. Orange Rock are literally by a rock in the water. At least it's been confirmed that they're the oranges by the rock, making it the Orange Rock. I'll stop with the puns. This game's continuing on. King of Gamers are still fighting their way in from the northern west.
I mean, TSM are not here anymore. That means that RQ can now change their focus over to King of Gamers, even potentially Orange Rock Mavi on the other side of the Bay Area. But yeah, we're still in the water. Like, this is intense. Yeah. Like, we have no idea who's going to be winning it. I would say even potentially King of Gamers and RQ, just send one player in the water. Just dive in. Just send it there and you just have now eggs in different baskets.
Like, Orange Rock have done an incredibly good job of holding on to these circles on the northern east, right? They had Mavi, they had Viru in the mainland. They lost Viru, but Mavi, as the IGL, he's doing such a good job of directing Scout and Gil to avoid the shots and avoid the bodies of the likes of RQ and King of Gamers.
Circle's going to be closing up right now, and these teams are about 1/3 done, and there's still a lot more to come. Marvi, like,
this is crazy.
What is going to be happening with this one? This is the first Bay finish I'm casting right now. It's intense, you don't know, but I like the fact that they got, like, especially Orange Rock, players below gathering information, and the player above just going to be scouting and especially taking shots with teams getting close by and trying to potentially take those very, very useful peaks to confirm those kills on those 2 players. I think you got to definitely have players below and players above.
But here's the thing, Ted is still there. I mentioned it already. He could be the thorn in the side for RQ's Mavi drops down out of the water. Boza is on the side of the mainland trying to look for the bodies inside the water. The fishies in the sea as a side of Beer and RQ push on towards the cliffside.
Ted's going to be slowly pushed in forward because if he has to peek up for some oxygen, he'll be peeked out by RQ.
Yes, they have to drop down.
They're going to drop down right now. RQ took it so long to go for that push, and they are going to get punished down by not only Orange Rock, but even RQ Athena. Mikhail jumps down for himself. Boss King of Gamers were confirmed out. We still have 4 teams in play. They see Ted force.
No way! No way!
He's just able to just crawl his way away. I mean, swim his way out of that one. But Orange Rock, they're going to make their way slowly over to the bank side, and they might just come out of the water to take those very well-deserved shots. Scout and Mavi, they're there, but Mavi comes out of nowhere. Scout going to try his best and do the exact same, but he goes straight back into the water. There's no way he's going to take that fight.
Gil is still in the back line, right? It could be a bit of a bait and switch for the side of Orange Rock as they do send the shots firing. King of Gamers still have Braga up. You still have Ted of Synergy in play.
Very good grenade right there, connecting onto Scout. They're down to only now 1 player. That's going to be Gil up and above. Very sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Braga's going to be down below. Just
oh, no way.
No way. Didn't get the information.
Got to see him.
He's right there. What? You're walking over him. What? Get the information. confirmation! Oh my god, what the hell? How does that even happen?
I don't
get eliminated,
know.
King of Gamers, in that was 4th position. Oh,
Okay, this is the last game of the day. This is craziness. Gil coming on, trying to protect himself against D2E, but D2E gets the better of Orange Rock and now comes down to just 2 teams. RQ are thinking, where is this last player?
I mean, Ted, he was one of the first players in the Water Imperium, and now he's going to be secured in 2nd position. Chessman's T, actually, you saw them in the feed up there. They got 8 kills, so that's still something you want to mention for yourself. But like now, it's going to be. Are they going to go for the res on D2E? I don't think they can. I don't think they have enough time.
I don't think they need to.
The circles
they don't really need to.
Is it going to be a battle of heals?
I don't know. But at the end of the day, realistically, RQ win this. If they can heal up, loot up who they've taken out and get those heals off to at least put them into 100%. Of course, you got the balance between being underwater and being above water, so your health isn't really taken out that much. They did get the revive off. I did call this RQ game as they send them out into the water.
Well, they're doing really smart play. They're sending D2E forward to gather information on where Ted is, because the circle, this is going to be the last one. It's going to be really, really central. He wants to give information first on where he is, and then they're going to take shots exactly where D2E is standing, so they can potentially get that final wipeout onto Ted. That is how they're going to play it, as D2E is going to get the information. He sees where Ted is, and now he's just going to follow him. He's going to be tracking his location down so the rest of his 2 team players can also get that spray.
But Ted just needs to...
Wait, he punched him! What?
What? Oh, he had a tiny dip that he's able to get up on towards the land and take down D2E. This is incredible stuff, but of course, that will launch RQ.
In the water, oh my god, this is a JoJo finish. B11 is going to be put really low. It will normally end in a battle of heals. Ted just trying to push his way up on the mountainside. It's just having a little pool party over here in Imperium. I want to join in, that seems hella fun.
This is the most incredible ending of a PUBG Mobile match I've ever seen. This is a final game of the 2nd day. You couldn't ask for a crazier finish. RQ 2 men up. Synergy have gotten themselves up into the top 2 with Ted being the fishy of the team.
The only way for Ted to make this one win actually is to be getting that knockdown, potentially. But you also want to find the spot around the rock, which is actually closer to the center.
Surely he must know it in some way, shape, or form, right?
I have no idea.
He doesn't want to expose it.
You want to get yourself a little bit on the spot on the right side there, but Ted is definitely going to try his best, because you have one player, which is Ernie actually of RQ, just got so much more health. And he should be able to tank the blitz for way longer. So normally they should go to RQ, but at the end, it's just, we already had a weird finish. We have no idea what's going to happen. You have way more room on the left side, actually, there. If he could make it through, but no,
Ted's swimming in.
He's just swimming around. Bill 11 is a race. This is like the Olympics, but PUBG Mobile Edition.
Can Synergy get the win? How is this going to end as the Blue Zone's closing in on the final moment of this game? It's the craziest game. I've already said it, but oh my god. The players are laughing. Ted got beer. It comes down to this 1v1, but the full health of Ernie should close it out for RQ.
He's pushing him out. He's pushing him out early. Imperium, wait, Ernie's going to take the tick damage very, very early compared to Ted. But he's going to be going down lower and lower. And wait, who got it? Who got it? Wait. RQ take the win. Holy boy, Synergy almost stealing that one away, but he got 2 members knocked out. What happened?
He got 2 extra kills just for being the mermaid of Erangel. What a crazy game. Like, Max is literally just on the floor because he doesn't know what to do after this game. I did call it as an RQ finish. I did call it. They took control. They took down BTR. TSM came in swinging. They took down TSM. Sometimes you just don't really have words to describe a game. I'm super curious of how the analysts are in any way going to actually analytically break the end of this game down. But I tell you what, we'll have to do it after this short break.
Well, that was a bit of an anomaly. That was interesting, strange, unseen. And also, he managed to get himself a few kills off the back of it.
I don't know. Those are the kind of games where you just think, notes, out the window. They don't matter anymore.
What's happening?
Frost is going a bit crazy.
So was I. I think we're all just losing our minds and our lungs at that point. It was just so ridiculous.
I mean, okay, so an anomaly of a circle.
Yep.
And then at that point, I'm absolutely 100% sure RQ's going to win it because they're going to have more health and they're going to be able to survive the blue ticks longer. But then all of a sudden, Ted starts shimmying along a wall and punching people somehow in the water in an unplayable area. Froz.
I don't even know. What do I say about this?
I don't know.
I don't know. He found a ledge for a split second, got a punch off, got the second punch off as well. And for a moment, I was believing that would have been the best play I've ever seen in PUBG Mobile if that was the case.
He was ultra close as well to clutching it, which is supposed to be undoable in that situation.
Was it Ernie that was the last guy from RQ, or was it Beer?
Beer, because he had the most health.
Beer? Okay, so Beer was down to, I think he was down to like 5 HP. He went with 5 HP.
Yeah.
One more punch would have done it.
But
maybe. We still have to say, though,
because he was pushing him. Ted was pushing him out into the blue.
I mean,
yes, he was trying to gatekeep the blue, trying to like block him from the zone.
This is not big brain. This is not too high IQ. This is another level.
Transcendent.
Galaxy brain.
Yeah.
Like
someone put that meme on.
Fair play for Ted though for still getting that second place finish. It wasn't quite the amazing crescendo of the first, but either way, getting second place, more kills as well for Synergy. You can't fault him.
I just don't know what to make of it. It's kind of bent my reality of PUBG Mobile a little bit because I'm like, in every world, I was like, okay, yeah, RRQ wins this 100%. But it wasn't. It was really close.
It was too close.
Too close.
Too close to be comfortable.
Here it is.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so look at this. Ted gets a few punches, but he's also pushing Ernie out, making sure that Ernie's the one touching the blue first, taking a lot of ticks. You're gonna see how low he's gonna go down here when the game is finishing.
Oh yeah, here it comes. Oh my god.
That was a punch.
Look how close he was.
There's another punch.
Oh my god. It's so close.
It was like oh my god.
It's so close. What? What is happening? How is this?
If he had that would have been MVP. Give him 10 grand. He deserves it. I'm speechless too, mate. I haven't got words for this. I don't know. You're looking at me, Frost, as if I have something to say. I don't.
Let's take a look at the map ranking. You know, let's just do it.
12 kills.
32 points for RRQ Athena. They get themselves the win. Wait, is that triple wins today?
Triple wins and 2 on Erangel, if I'm not totally wrong.
Triple wins, but it could have been denied by an anomaly of a circle and then some random water punches. That was next level stuff. Jeez,
Yes,
32 points though.
Yeah, Synergy as well. Got 3 kills. 2 of them, obviously, we know how those ones ended. 17 points for Synergy. One of the best performances they've had so far, actually. King of Gamers Club as well. 18 points, 10 kills.
You know the greatest part about this, though, is that when you see things like this, you know that this has happened to Ted before.
Yeah.
Because
he was molded by it.
Because of course it has happened to him before. Because how would anybody else really know this situation against this little shimmy wall situation? Oh, what?
I think the crazy, it was the first kill when everyone just went, what? It was the first one. We were just...
But that's when RQ realized that as well. Wait a minute, what just happened?
Yeah, that was full panic mode.
Yeah, so D2E went down for that, and we saw that Ernie straight away started trying to punch him back, trying to find that little spot.
Here's how I think it went in RQ's mind. They were like, 3 of us, 1 of him, this is great. Yeah, swimmy. So it's like, one of them goes down, it's like, he knows something we don't. He knows something. Panic stations.
And the best part about that, as soon as he got the first kill, you saw Ernie just swim all the way around the other side of the little, island, I guess you'd call it.
This isn't even a breakdown. This is just astonishment. I'm sorry. There's not much that we can really...
No, this is amazing.
Yeah.
We thought a badge on Miramar was amazing. This is next level.
Up until this, where the Loch Ness Monster, Ted, comes out of nowhere and starts whacking people.
It is true.
Yeah, that was RRQ Athena stats, apparently. What's next? Player cards. Yeah, let's do that.
Ted, where is he? No, come on.
We swapped out one of them to Ted. Just add Ted in there.
Can we just switch back?
Just like a 5th one just pops up.
Yeah.
Martin again.
Martin, not the MVP this time though. It's going to be Ernie. It's gonna be Ernie.
Just barely.
Honestly, I don't even know about this game. This game was so weird. The whole game, from the start, we had that Western plane, right?
Yeah.
That screwed up with everyone's drop spot. So we had like 4 or 5 teams that couldn't reach the east side, and they were all over the place on the west side.
Let's be honest. Okay, so the circles were brutal anyway because there was kind of that 50-50 between Military Island and then not, and then it kind of starts to shift north. But then, once the circle shifts to where Sirvi was from Synergy, that's when things start getting wild, because technically the rock that it's centered on is very unplayable. It's almost nigh on impossible to get on top of that rock.
You need a grappling hook.
You need something. I mean, you can see it as well. Before the circle actually happened, Team I&D tried to crash Bigatron towards the lighthouse. They're obviously expecting us to go towards the ridgeline, maybe towards the King of Gamers, who are in that compound towards the crossroads. But no, I don't think anyone could have predicted that.
Mountain Dew do the do moments here, and I just want to look at a few do the do moments. But anyway, we'll watch the rest of the game, I suppose.
I don't remember what happened, mate.
Blown away by the last moments. But of course, we saw, like, I'm just going to talk about the ending because that's the whole game. That was the amazing part. We saw some teams. I mean, we had Orange Rock. They sent 2 guys down in the water, of course. Then they had Mavi staying on the north side. He only had 2 first aids. We were talking about this, you and me, James.
Yes.
How they sent 2 guys down there. Mavi could just spot people and shoot them down. But he didn't find anyone, and then he jumped down without using the first aids before that.
I feel like Orange Rocks, for me, looking at that situation where they had 2 on the rock, Mavi kind of covering that particular angle where they could have been shot from, I feel like that was the winning play.
Yes. Yeah.
And then they almost not threw it away because it's difficult to react in that moment.
Just a grenade.
But
I wouldn't say that was a throwaway, but that was actually a really good attempt trying to win the game.
Right.
Instead of just going
for
the swim, they were trying to take control over the situation, over all of the landmass. It didn't work out because it popped out from the water.
Let's be honest though, rules of circle, there was nowhere else. Well, I mean, we know because we're like very, very technical about this stuff and how it goes, but rules of that circle meant they couldn't have centered anywhere else other than that rock.
Yeah, that's what I said when the water came in there. We were discussing a little bit. You were like, you might be able to go a little bit on the beach on the west side. I was like, I don't think.
One of the earlier shifts.
Yeah.
But it was very close.
Yeah, also that bit of bragger as well from Kings of Gamers. What happened there? You didn't hear the player on top of him as well. We'll see it shortly, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's also, it's actually very close to this point here. Yeah, so Concept as well going down. And this is where we had... This is the point you mentioned. Yeah, you can see Gil is the player holding for the 2 players who are pushed up. It's actually Marvi and Scout, and the grenade here from Ernie is just perfect.
I played and watched thousands of games.
Look at this.
Yes, you have. Likewise, indeed.
This is the most amazing ending I've seen, though.
Yes.
I'm talking about even with a custom lobby, with custom settings, where I send a circle somewhere where you...
Zombie modes.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
All of that. This is the most amazing ending I've seen. I don't even know what to say about this.
He get the second. He just swam into him.
He used his force.
Just ate him like a shark.
He used his force. Look how close he gets.
The fact that he brings him down that low.
Yeah.
Is incredible.
Oh my god. I don't even know.
Let's take a look at the total damage. Let's see how much Synergy did. You know what? Let's just do that. 300 much. How much of that was punches?
Probably most of it.
Lots of punches.
Fair play to RRQ Athena. Nearly 2,400 points of damage, 12 kills as well. We saw them mop up Bigatron, TSM as well, taking out the big hitters.
Is Ted Forever the Hammerhead Shark?
Yes.
Is that Ted?
That's his nickname.
Supersonic with
the Hammerhead Shark.
The Hammerhead Shark. What?
Really good performance, though, from King of Gamers as well, mentioning 1,500 damage, nearly 10 kills as well. Maybe that can try and salvage their finals so far, because now we're halfway through.
Yeah. I don't even know how... I'm going to be honest. I don't even know how to conduct this death segment.
I don't even know what to say, honestly.
I mean, maybe a point to mention, you know, Team Secret, Team I&D, Megastars, and T1 all going out super early. You mentioned it earlier as well, James, the fact that we had the western side circle. A lot of the teams going towards the east, trying to rotate over, struggled. And that's what kind of opened up this lobby.
Overall rankings time. Let's see what that has done to the lobby. RRQ with victory now means actually there's quite a gap between 3rd and 4th place. 40 points. And actually at the beginning of the day, I thought maybe Bigatron might have a 40-point lead up at the top. But it turns out our top 3 that were the focal point of our last day of the regular season now has a 40-point lead on everybody else.
Is this a rinse and repeat?
Kind of, yes. Except Orange Rock moving up to 5th place. They are getting in the mix.
Okay, so let's talk about this. Look at Box Gaming. They got 1 chicken dinner, 164 points.
That's
RQ, once again, 4 chicken dinners, and they haven't caught up yet. And look how many games we played. It's only 12.
Really top heavy at the moment in terms of chicken dinners, and that's really what's causing this big gap.
They've won a third of the games.
Oh my God, you're right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my
they
God.
won a third of the games and they're still not top.
That's kind of nuts.
That shows you how good Box Gaming Bigatron has been playing this.
Yeah, consistently. Or how hit and miss the results for RQ Athena have been so
That as well. It's a combination.
It is a combination. Here's our 11th through 16th as well. King of Gamers Club will move up into 11th place here, but shocking moments. What a shocking day. No, I mean, the entire day, Alex, has been a little bit weird, up and down, topsy-turvy, but the end. Everything
end was worth it. The end justifies the means in that case. And yeah, I mean, King of Gamers going up to 11th now. Maybe tomorrow we can see them on that first page, potentially.
The whole day has been just like upside down, I feel like.
I love it.
Every game has been more or less upside down.
Thrive in chaos. This is just brilliant. Let's take a look at the MVP ranking as well, see if Break continues to hold the top. No, Ryzen will push above. And actually, at the end of the day, I was going to ask you guys who you think will eventually take the MVP. Ryzen was going to be my pick. And no, I'm not. No, don't do that. He genuinely was going to be, but now he's top. But that's not, you know. Anyway, go on, Alex.
Let bygones be bygones. I think the obvious one was Break. I think that's the one I would have gone for if you had to put a gun to my head. I'm not sure why you would, but there you go. Ryzen though, stepping up to the mark, and again, you've got Zaxi now in 4th as well. Luxy, his twin brother, in 7th. This leaderboard is dominated by Bigatron.
Frost, who's your choice for the eventual MVP?
For the eventual MVP,
yes,
I'm gonna go with Luxy.
Yeah? Ooh, that's a big jump up afterwards for the next 2 days. But he's very capable.
You know what makes it hardest for a Bigatron player to be the MVP? It's how consistent all of them are.
All the team is, yes.
All of them, all of the players on that team is so good that it's hard for someone to stick out compared to the other players.
And we saw that with the average damage, right? Most of the players were averaging between 280 to 340 damage per game. I mean, there's not much wiggle room there for you to try and shine.
Yeah, definitely so. And as you can see here, wow, TSM has actually made moves in the last couple of games here to make things happen. But RRQ Athena, wait, 38 kills?
Yeah.
Wow. Jeez.
They had a 15, well, they had a 12 and a 15, didn't they, today?
Well, they also had 2 wins and 2 4th places.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's pretty good, yeah. Not bad. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much on the bombshell that is our last game here today. That does it for day number 2 of our grand finals for the PMWL East. Tomorrow, we will be back same time, same place for our penultimate day of the grand finals. You don't want to miss it if today is anything to go by. We'll see you then.
Are you ready? 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 Are you
Down goes George, that's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go for the engagement. Seeing sport out. Oh, big shot.
It's day 2 now of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0 League Finals. We finally have our top 16 teams from the West League breaking through into our finals. We're going to see who can crown themselves the best in the West and also take home a little bit of chunk of change, $100,000 in their pockets if they can pull it off, even some extra change if they can get themselves the MVP as well. And speaking of MVPs, we have myself, Jason Kaplan, and 2 stars, 2 MVPs that have to be joining me here on the desk because it wouldn't be a show without them. We're going to bring in the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to help talk about how this day has gone so far. And clearly none of us got the memo today because we're all wearing different colors. But I will say this though, 7, purple looks damn good on you.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. You're looking cute too, man. I like the shoes.
It's almost as if I told you to say that before we came on air today.
Shout out to Jason's girlfriend for dressing him today. Ever since his girlfriend got there, he's stepped up his clothing level to a completely different level.
I will say this, I dressed myself today, though she did pick out the sweet new brown belt we got going on here. Anyways, though, talking about, I guess not our looks anymore here, Glitter, moving out into our second day, we had Cloud9, a team we were looking at who didn't make it through into the last Super Weekend. They made themselves known here, especially in the very first game of the day.
Oh, yeah. Talk about bouncing back after to be fair for them, an awful league play performance. They didn't even get to play in that Super Weekend. And then out of the gate in day 1 for our league finals, they get a first place. Then they get a second place. Then they cool off a little bit. Then they decide to get, more second places, more first place finishes. It's like, what's happening here? What team is this? And I'm so happy that they figured it out, right? Because we were all kind of questioning, is that going to be something they can manage? And they definitely did here in the first day.
And we're talking about how well they did, but we need to break down again how teams even accumulate these points over these matches. And we're going to be talking about this here as we bring up to show you exactly how they do that. Obviously, with the first thing we're going to be talking about is the 1 kill per point. Again, we've seen teams like Loops, like Football with 7, heavily lean towards kills, but I feel like in the finals, from what we saw yesterday, almost every team out there was more playing around these placement points.
Yes, and one that definitely comes to mind right now to me is going to be Nova Esports. I know we're going to be talking about them a little bit more later on. Nova Esports ended up getting a win, a chicken dinner, which was 20 points, and on top of that, they ended up with 15 kills. So that's an extra 15 points. But besides that, they were just not able to really get that many kills. They were mostly just getting those placement points over and over again, which is good for them. Trust me, that's going to help you out a ton. But when you got teams like Cloud9 that are putting up 10, 11, 12 kills back to back to back, that's when you need to start taking more advantage of that 1 kill per point for other teams and not just so much just the placement stuff.
Yeah, we've even seen some teams, thinking back to Miramar yesterday with Dream Eaters, where they actually, kind of naded themselves at the very end to deny that extra point over to the other team, which we saw be very important when it came into our Super Weekend, where Tempo was just a few points away from actually surpassing Wildcard for some extra money into their pockets. And speaking of money, let's see what they can win here in our finals. I talked about the $100,000 on the line, but still, second place Glitter takes home 50 grand.
Yeah, and if you think about it, 50 grand was the first place for the league play portion. So there's a ton of money on the line here for all of these squads. So they're definitely going to be battling it out, trying to take home as much money as possible as you see the prize breakdown throughout the rest of the final placements there. But then also, it's something we're going to be tracking the entire weekend. There still is that $10,000 MVP award as well. So there is so much money to be won here. It's actually a little bit crazy, and obviously some of these teams have already pulled down some of those cash prizes, whether it was, the regular league play portion, the weekly bonuses, or those participation bonuses. So, I'm hoping that incentivizes these teams to start doing some crazy gameplay.
It's kind of crazy, that difference between first place and fourth place. Remember, these are the best teams in the West. The difference is $90,000. Or as 7 likes to say, one day of work.
Soon. Hold up a second. No, but it is a huge difference, and I think that's why today we're going to be seeing maybe some more of those teams that are currently in second place, in third place, stay consistent within the placement points. But as I was saying earlier, I hope they start getting more kills too, especially with Nova Esports and Footballers. And then I'm pretty sure in a little bit we're going to be talking about Loops Esports. So stay tuned.
You know what? You say a little bit. How about we just do it right now? Is that okay for you?
Oh, bring it on.
All right, let's talk about Loops right now. Again, we had them off to a pretty good start, similar to Cloud9. I will say, though, in the very first game, they got knocked out 16th place. However, in game 2, they showed up for a 7, and they got us a chicken dinner. Well, they got themselves a chicken dinner as a priority, obviously.
Yeah, and it was one of those things that we were saying yesterday. For a top team, if you're going to have a bad game, might as well make it your first game. And they ended up doing that. They ended up in 15th place with 0 kills. But it was their ability to come back from that. And then they ended up getting a first place with 11 kills. After that, third place, 5 kills. And that's when we really saw a huge decline with Loops Esports getting 14th place, 4 kills, 16th place, 0 kills, 14th place, 0 kills. And you're starting to see a trend here. And that is, this is the most games, I believe, in one day that Loops Esports has gotten 0 kills in a match, and also ended up on those teens pretty much placement points, which that just doesn't go their way. Something that Loops Esports is so good at is taking advantage of that 1 point per kill. We usually, even if they end up in 14th or 15th place, it's because they're just taking on so much action that they're killing teams. They're able to at least collect 5 extra points in regards to killing people, or maybe 10. We've seen it sometimes get even crazier than that. So what leads me to believe is that people are less scared of Loops Esports. We're seeing them take more engagements. We're seeing other teams actually be more aggressive with Loops Esports here at Glitter. And as we saw yesterday, I think it was Umbra. Umbra ended up just killing Loops Esports at one point because they were that aggressive team to start with.
Oh yeah, we've seen Yala start taking engagements with Loops, and like you said, it almost feels like some of these squads aren't necessarily as afraid of Loops as we've seen them in the past. I mean, right here we're actually seeing one of the clips that was from one of their better games. However, so far, at least in the first day, we haven't seen that consistent, successful aggression out of them, and we haven't seen them get good placements either. We didn't even see a Loops player in the running for the MVP role after the first day. And you guys can see here, as the graphics are coming up on the screen for you, that there is a significant fall off in their overall damage done from the Super Weekend 3 versus their finals first day. Damage fall off, kills fall off, a knockout fall off. I don't know if maybe they're taking a little bit of extra time to warm up here, Seven, but this is definitely not the Loops we expected.
Yeah, and you don't want to go ahead and do this in league finals when there's so much at stake. Yes, they were the champions of the Super Weekend leaderboards that we have. They already have $50,000. But guess what? They have been on a decline. The reason why I wanted to go ahead and show those Super Weekend 3 stats is because that was Loops Esports already on a bit of a decline when we expected them to take advantage of Cloud9 not being in that Super Weekend. And now coming into the league finals, yeah, they get a win. Yeah, they get a third place. But besides that, they just haven't showed up. And you cannot afford to do this in the long term. You cannot afford to do that today, especially because after today, we're going to pass that halfway mark and you're only going to have 2 days to catch up. And if you have other teams like Cloud9, if you have other teams like Footballers, Nova Esports still playing consistent and still having some amazing games with 10, 15, 20 kills, whatever it might be in the future, it's going to be a lot harder to catch up to the first place.
You know, there was something you said there, Seven, that really kind of stuck out to me. It was something I was actually been like thinking about myself, was that it seems like teams aren't giving Loops that respect anymore, as in they're not so afraid to fight them head to head. And I think we've seen, you know, teams kind of realize like, okay, yeah, they're a great team, but they're not unbeatable, right? They're not immortal. We can take them down. We can pick up fights. And I think maybe that's forcing Loops to maybe change up their style a little bit, because I feel like that's what we've also seen from the Super Weekend till now is every team seems to be playing a lot more passive and playing later on to the game, kind of similar to like what Cloud9 is doing, right? Play safe early on, then transition to the frags later.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually kind of brought that back too, because we started seeing more teams being less scared of challenging some of the higher top teams. Was when Cloud9 was doing really, really bad during league play. You saw 4 teams going at Cloud9 at one point. You saw Pittsburgh Knights, even after they have had all the drama in the world in this tournament, you saw them still killing them in Miramar. And ever since then, some of the other teams are saying, hey, well, wait a second, they might be at the top, but they're not unbeatable. They're not some godly team that they're just gonna win every single engagement. They could, but they're now, the other teams are now willing to take that chance. They're willing to take that aggressiveness to them and not just wait for the other team to bring the aggressiveness to the other ones.
Well, speaking of that note about bringing aggression out, we've seen 2 other teams do something similar. We've got Nova Esports, and we got Kanina Power that we want to be talking about here at Glitter, because Nova was the only other team to pick up 2 chicken dinners in the first day with Cloud9.
Exactly. I mean, and I think these are 2 good teams to follow as far as their progression from where we've seen them over the Super Weekends and into our first day of league finals here. And I know Seven, super excited to talk about Nova, so I'm going to deep dive Konina Power for a second here. So just as a reminder for everybody, we've been talking about Konina Power the entire time because right out of the gate for opening weekend, they came out incredibly strong with a ton of successful aggression, right? And then we saw that completely fall off when we moved into the league play portions. And coming out of that very first Super Weekend, they were in dead last and have been trying to play catch up ever since. Then we move into our final Super Weekend that we just played through, and we saw a huge shift in the way that Konina Power were actually playing, and it seemed like they had started to kind of focus a little bit more on those placement points, like, you know, we've been talking about a lot over the past few days. The shift in their gameplay actually resulted in 2 first place finishes, 2 second place finishes, 3 third place finishes, and they finished 4th overall for that final Super Weekend. Since then, Konina Power has actually been able to carry that consistency into our first day of league finals, and so far they've only had 1 game yesterday that was below a 7th place finish overall, and they ended up in 4th place overall yet again. So there's definitely transitioning and becoming a much more consistent team, and we're even seeing some good performances coming back out of their individual players in the likes of Tixie, as he was actually able to get himself in 8th place overall right now for that MVP race after just the first day. So this is a huge improvement for them, and I'm hoping that they can continue to kind of carry this momentum through. But, you know, speaking of improvements, same thing with Nova, right, Seven? You know, like Jason said, back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, and I think that was very impressive. And they were just, I think what impressed me the most yesterday with Nova is just the difference in the winnings, in the winning games that they had. One of them was very passive, just kind of waiting for everything to happen, and kind of third party towards the end. And the second one was just the aggressiveness, as we're seeing here, the aggressiveness showcasing as they're able to go ahead and put out more damage, even a little bit more healing, but not that much. Usually when you see that increasement in damage, you expect a lot of a higher increasement in healing. So it shows me that now they're willing to take engagements that they know they're gonna win. It's something that Shifan has told us before. Now they're more confident on also being able to take fights. They're not that scared. The average kills has gone up by a lot, and the average knock has stayed kind of the same. So what that leads me to believe is they're being more aware of their surroundings. They're willing to third party more. And this is the Nova Esports that I saw in PMWL Americas. This is a team that used to third party those fights and used to pick up extra points by being able to finish off somebody else's kills. Now, something else to mention, and you're probably going to hear me mention this over and over again in regards to Nova, is that they did had a sub in CAD, and ever since that happened, they have improved. Everything has changed, given that some weekends, some super weekends, they ended up just kind of not doing so well, and that was due because maybe it was so fresh to them, and CAD was also being in co-IGL. But with the chemistry building, with everything building, I think we're starting to see more of a Nova that I personally expected, them being able to win games. What I want to see more out of them, and you kind of heard me mention it earlier, is I want to see a lot more kills out of this team. Because yes, you can get the placement, but that's not going to be enough here as we look at Konina Power's stats, Glitter.
Yeah, and this is kind of illustrating what I was talking about earlier, is the fact that once that final Super Weekend hit, you can see all of their stats from Super Weekend 3 there. Look at how consistent they're managing to be now after our first day of finals. There's very, very small changes in their average stats across the board, which is huge for Konina Power because they had such a better showing in Super Weekend 3. And if anything, their damage has gone up a little bit. Their healing's gone up, but that's probably because they're you know, taking a few more engagements. Their kills have stayed almost the same. Knockouts have gone down a little bit, but the important part here is that, like I'd said, we saw that shift from this wild and aggressive Konina Power super early on to now they're a more conservative, more consistent, you know, playing for those placement points, and it's making a massive difference for them in the overall because of where they ended up in the standings after just the first day.
And we saw that change, especially, I think it was the second Super Weekend, and I think it was so huge for the team to do that. And something that you mentioned earlier as well was that Tixie is now in the run for the MVP ranking. I believe he was number 8. So that is just a huge thing for that team, and hopefully him getting that confidence back also gives Axer, one of the other top players of that team, that confidence too, because if they can start fragging out now once they get into a top 5 situation, it's scary team.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of confidence, sometimes you can be a little bit overconfident. You might lose it based off of maybe a missed grenade, maybe a missed shot. There's something we wanted to show here before we did get into it, because obviously it was a little bit of an unfortunate moment here for Pedro. Tries to go for a nade. And, well, That's a very sturdy car. Sturdy windshield, catches them and actually wipes out B4, unfortunately, right there. I just want to say it wasn't my suggestion to put that in there. I'm sorry, Pedro. I'm not toxic. It's not my fault. But we could talk about maybe the difference in grenades and how important they can be. Pedro, with a little bit of a slip up there, maybe would have been able to pick his teammate up. And then we see the upside of what it happens when you can throw a grenade correctly when we talk about Beowulf, especially in our final game of the day.
Yeah, and I think this was a beautiful grenade in a place that they kind of needed this, as he was able to just go ahead and blow up all those players right there. And you can kind of see the difference. It was different situations, obviously. Beowulf have all the time in the world. He was able to kind of just make sure where it was going to go. In regards to the other player, Pedro, he had one of his teammates willing to, pretty much waiting to be picked up as he threw the grenade as well. And we're seeing the difference. We're seeing the main reason why we wanted to show the grenade kills there is because Beowulf ended up with 6 grenade kills yesterday, and the amount of damage that he was able to output, it was absolutely insane. And that's the reason, honestly, in my book, why Beowulf is currently #1 in MVP ranking, as he was able to collect 2,433 damage alone and 15 knocks. Imagine if he would have been able to get all those, actually he did. 15 knocks. That is just absurd.
Yeah, I mean, that's impressive. And we see the likes of Lutz up here as well, and he's somebody that we've actually seen kind of go completely insane with nades throughout the final super weekend, or just in general.
And 21.
He's been super, super strong. Yeah, exactly. He's been very strong with them. So, I mean, I think it's important to recognize how important the utility is for these players, but also how good they are with their utility, because it's making or breaking specific plays or, overall standings for them sometimes, and it's contributing a lot to their team damage and their individual damage. And to be fair to Pedro, he's not the only person that's accidentally naded himself. We've seen it happen a couple times. I think it might have happened to Tensa. Exactly. So this is just, it's kind of like the risk that does come along with those frags. Sometimes we've seen players cook them for too long, and then they just have an opportunity to get rid of them. But but it is worth it in the long run for them.
I can see them trying to cook a nade, and their mom comes in like, "Honey, dinner's ready." "Mom, I'm playing!" And then the nade blows up and they die. Also, I did want to point out something as I noticed there for Beowulf. So he had 6 kills, right, with grenades. One thing, I'm curious if Pedro has 2 kills, if it counts from his own grenade, if he gets the kills from that. Probably doesn't. The other thing is, thinking back to Vikendi, because we interviewed Beowulf and we were talking to him about that match in particular, saying he felt if it was a 4-on-4 because he was dead, they should have won on Vikendi. And I'm bringing that up in particular because they had the high ground, if you remember yesterday. They had this really nice position that they could lob grenades in, considering Loops put pretty much a snake, like a complete straight line of smokes down. Imagine having Bayo up with a couple of grenades in his hands. That could have been Cloud9 taking 3 chicken dinners yesterday in total. But either way, let's take a look at how many chicken dinners everyone else got, and of course how the points did break down for every other team, as well as, of course, Cloud9 will be maintained his first place position. However, we've got Footballers here actually ahead of Nova at the end of the day, Glitter.
It's just by a hair, though, because if you look, they do have the same points overall. Footballers is just doing better in the kills department. Nova was doing better in placement points. I mean, that's going to be, I think, a back and forth throughout all of today if both of those teams can kind of keep up some similar performances. But, Konina Power, Tempo Storm, some of these teams that were definitely a little bit quieter during those super weekends have definitely picked it up after the first day here in finals. And Wildcard, a team that we talked about a lot at the end of the 3rd super weekend, starting to really continue to be aggressive, but consistent with that aggression. We kind of saw them kind of yo-yo a little bit, and this has been a better first day for them. And then Queso, Loops, Dream Eaters, and Umbra. Queso and Umbra, 2 teams that I think we saw some very welcome and unexpected performances out of yesterday, 7.
Yeah, especially Umbra. Umbra's becoming that gatekeeper role that Alpha Legends used to have for me. And as we talk about Alpha Legends, they're currently in last place there with 15 points. I'm hoping that team today starts to bring that role back. Just being able to take advantage of certain fights, being able to take some fights to other teams. And another one, as we're looking out here, is B4 Esports. They did end up going up in the leaderboard, but they really didn't have the performances that we expected out of them. Hopefully today, with the extra Miramars that they're going to be playing, they'll be able to improve on their performances. And another team to kind of finish it off there is going to be Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, we always mention about how everything has happened to them this tournament. They really haven't been the same since they lost Sixless. We need to see a completely different Pittsburgh Knights here going into today.
Yeah, we definitely do. I definitely agree with you on that one. They have been struggling ever since the loss of Sixless. But you know what? Let's take a look now at the schedule of the matches coming up today, as we're going to see Erangel, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel yet again. So 3 times a day, every day, until we're done with the entire finals. And as you can see, hopefully you guys out there can tell, 6 matches. We're not doing 5 anymore. We're not doing 4. It's 6 matches every single day until we hit 24, until we have our champion taking home the $100,000. And speaking of champions, I think we got to figure out what's the prize for our talent prediction game. Who's going to be crowned champion for this one? Because we need to get back into this yet again as we get ready for our first match. And you know, Seven, since you're looking the most handsome here, I feel like you should give the first prediction.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I got my Mountain Dew ready. I got my chicken ready because I know more than likely they're going to end up winning today at some point. And I hope it's today, the first game as we start off. And I got Cloud9. Cloud9 has just been money. Even going back to Super Weekends, week league plays, they've always been money on the first game as well. They always come out hot. So I don't expect anything different here from Cloud9. Hopefully they get the win, and maybe they can kind of try to break that kill record that we have here, which is, I believe it's 21 kills if I'm not mistaken here for the West.
Yeah, East thinking they can compete. They only got 20. Come on, get on our level, guys. Glitter, who's your prediction?
Well, you know, I got to try and make up for points a little bit after yesterday, so I can't be going with the same picks as people, and the team that I chose actually came in second place right behind Cloud9 with almost the exact same amount of kills. So I'm hoping they can start today off hot again, and I'm going wild card for the first game.
Okay, that's risky. I mean, we've seen them do really well towards the end of the days. However, it's not that risky if we compare how they've been doing recently, right? When it comes to the start of the days, they definitely have widened their horizons as it goes into these matches. For me, I mean, come on, Seven. Come on, we got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. I got to stick with Cloud9.
Hey.
I got to stick with them as well. They're going to get me another chicken. I'm still feeling full. I think I got some indigestion from yesterday because I was just feasting on chicken. I think I'm not allergic to it. But you know what? I feel like it's a confident pick. I feel like they started off strong. They ended strong. They're looking good overall. And also what's looking good overall is your guys' chances at home to help contribute to our 300,000 viewer milestone here. Everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting 6 crates. Not if you're just watching. If you played the game, if you're eligible in that case, you will be getting 6 crates and a chance to get a permanent set out of those as well. So tell your friends, tell your family, tell your teachers, as Seven said, tell your exes, get them all watching here to have a chance to get to that 300K mark. I still don't know why you said exes yesterday, to be honest. But, you know, if you're cool with your exes, that's good for you.
It worked. Hey, it worked. Dr. Lunatic sent a message out and they started watching the stream. So it worked. Hey, we just need 300,000 people watching at the same time, all right? I want to get me some permanent skins.
Okay, can we take this one step further? Will you shave your head if we can hit 300K as an extra added incentive?
That's a no. That's a hell no.
Okay, well, I tried to get you some extra incentives. Maybe we can talk to Mustache Dave. Maybe he'll shave the mustache off if we can get 300K, which then he'd just be called Dave, and that'd be a little bit weird. I don't know. We'll figure out something. You guys also can help figure out something, considering you guys are going to be on break now and ready to break down the next match when we get back to it. And we'll check with you guys shortly. Maybe we can get Glitter to shave her head.
Oh, no.
Oh, Britney Spears.
Okay, go before I come with any bad ideas. You guys at home, though, who are watching, remember, you guys can still win in the lucky draw going on within the game, within the Esports Center. You can win a limited time outfit if you're lucky enough. So if you're not doing it yet, you still have today, you still have tomorrow, you still have the day after as well to have a chance to win in our lucky draw. So make sure you guys are watching within the game and within that Esports Center. And of course, you guys can still tweet to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL and let us know who your predictions are going to be coming into this next match. You can also let Seven know in chat as well. Glitter and I will be watching as well, so make sure you get your predictions in there. We'll give you a shout out if we can see our Victor coming through. And speaking of Victor, speaking of gentlemen who are looking great today, I'm getting a little of a DBZ vibe coming out of Cameron Davis here. But how are you guys doing today? And Viram, you're looking good, man. I like the shirt. I like the color.
Feeling good. Thank you. It's nice. It's bright. It makes me pretend that I've been outside at all in the last few months. It's good. It reminds me of the sky, which is again, we don't see that anymore. But no, I'm ready to go. Let's moving away from that depressing opening. The day one of games were nuts, were wild. And if you were watching East earlier as well, oh my goodness, I don't know what happened. It's like, you know, we got to the top of the roller coaster. You know, that first ramp, you go up right at the top. That was what the Super Weekends were, everything getting into us, and now we just dropped because everything is going crazy. It is full speed ahead, and teams are stepping up.
And you know it's a wooden roller coaster too, so you know it's a little bit unsafe, a little bit unstable. You're not sure what's going to happen, if you'll survive.
It's all over the... Yeah, exactly. It's that.
All right, well, Cameron, you're also looking great today. You're really working on that monitor tan. I respect it. I got to get mine going when I get back home. But what was your thoughts, I guess, overall, really quickly, of the first day?
No, it was definitely, teams definitely came to play. A lot of what we saw during the Super Weekends and just the league play in general is teams sort of figuring each other out, but it's the grand finals. It's $100,000 for first place, so you definitely have to show up here. No more, oh, I'm just going to snake it out. I'm just going to try and maybe coast into the midline, because so much of the league play was, unless you were in position to win, it was all about qualifying. But now it's winning. It's all about winning.
Were you doing an impression of me there? That's what it sounded like on that one. Yeah, I'm just going to snake in. Anyways, let's talk about predictions, because that's what I'm going to be thinking about now, because Cameron, you're doing pretty good here this time. I'm going to start off with you, see if you can keep the wins coming, the chicken dinners coming. Who's your prediction here for game 1?
I mean, come on. It's the first game of the day, and it's on Erangel. You have to go Cloud9. Yes, we have 3 Erangels of the day. Cloud9 are good on every single time you play Erangel, but also no other team is so good starting off on game number 1 as they have been, excluding week 3. So, honestly, it's just the best way to start your day. It's the best way to start your morning. A Cloud9,
better than a
couple
coffee.
Cloud9 in the morning to get, yeah, exactly.
That would be
Start your day
branding.
with a refreshing cup of Cloud9.
I would drink
everybody. Yeah.
What would you drink?
Seriously. First place, second place, first place. Cloud9, that's my prediction. Get it in there.
Okay.
Get it in there. Let's go.
We got 4
All right.
Cloud9s, we got a wild card, and we got you two gentlemen to take us into our first match, so stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Jason. Let's get this going. I've got the word in my ear that the players are ready to go. The playing path has been determined. The players are ready to drop. Let's get this started. PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. It's our final time. You talked about it. $100,000. That's like not an insignificant amount of money. I would in fact go so far to say that is a significant amount of money.
And even second place gets a good old 50K, and then third place, 25K. I think that's how it breaks down. Honestly, I just look at the top, because I don't know about you. I know if I were to be in this, I'd get first place without a doubt. So any other placement, not a worry for me, not a consideration at all. But yeah, anyway, I think that's how it breaks down. From there, it really does show how important it is that the amount that the money scales up once you reach the top number of placements. The difference between like 16th and 8th place, and then even like 8th place to 5th place, is so insignificant compared to the possibility of landing 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd, even though those 3 have a drastic difference amongst themselves. And so you need to take those high risk, high reward plays, and if you trust in your teammates, if you trust in your team skill, you will come out on top. And so far, it is all Cloud9, despite me trying to gas up all of these teams for playing well. Nova had some great moments. Wildcard had some great moments. Tempo Storm, they may need a little bit of warm-up, but we know what they can deliver. Same with Footballist. Cloud9 is 41 points ahead. 41 points ahead after 6 games.
That is a staggering amount of points. Like that's more points than the bottom 5 teams got, before got 41 than the whole day. You know what I mean? Like we have 6 teams that don't even have that many points, period. And that's how many points they are. That's their lead. So just a staggeringly dominant day when you have 4 out of 6 top 4 finishes and that's 2 firsts and 2 seconds. That's a pretty good way to start the day. But another team I'm glad we're highlighting here early. We saw that for a second on the screen. Yala Esports. Because, it was the Lord train. We were all aboard the Lord, and then Zana and Anas, they stepped up as well. But then yesterday, Lord stepped up once again, reminded us, whoa. Hey, guys, hang on a second here. I'm still one of the stars of this team. I can solo Loops Esports, make it look easy. I mean, it was a little sweaty. It wasn't that easiest thing, but he still did it. And that's the kind of momentum I need to see from some of these teams that are in the middle. In case of Yala Esports, actually down towards the bottom, because despite some great individual performances, they weren't able to chain it together. And that's the hallmark of what these top teams are able to do. It's the consistency of which they're able to bring out those top tier plays.
That's honestly the difference between playing aggressive for the sake of playing aggressive, like a little bit of what we saw. I'm not going to say that's exactly what Yala did, but the difference between that and then playing aggressive to actually have full map control, taking proper opportunities. And I think something that was said on the desk which is teams are playing more aggressive. And I think this comment was specifically about Loops. But when you're a team like Loops, and even B4 a little bit in a way, and football is as well, that your whole way of playing is to just go aggressive when teams would otherwise not be expecting it, and then catch them by surprise and pick up a lot of points of teams who were just trying to have a relaxing mid-game. When everyone else is trying to go aggressive, that play style, that win condition doesn't really work out for you anymore. And so you need to be able to adjust, you need to be able to adapt, and it's all about finding the right opportunities to go aggressive.
Totally. Calculated aggression. That's really what it comes down to. It's weighing the risks. It's the benefits. I have to bring out my spreadsheets for my cost-benefit analysis. But really, that's what these players are doing in real time. And, we look at this as a third party. We have the perfect vision. We have the eye in the sky observers. We can see more or less what is a good idea or a good decision to make. But these players are doing this all on the fly. And the amount of times we see them make those fantastic decisions on the fly is incredible, considering how much information they have or don't have. It's amazing to see what these players can do. And speaking of seeing what these players can do, you're watching the stream right now, but you should tell your friends to watch. See the thing that's popping up on your screen? That's the chance for you to win 6 free crates. If we hit 300,000 peak concurrent viewers here for the PUBG Mobile World League West, you guys, everybody watching, is going to be able to get a bunch of free stuff. So definitely check that out, because let's be honest, we've seen Cloud9 do a lot of winning. You should get in on the action. Do some winning yourself.
That was good. Yeah. You too can be just like Cloud9 in every single way, except any way at all, except for the winning crates part.
You can wear the same cool skins as them. That's what you can do.
You
all
win
right?
6 crates.
Exactly. But no, it's
tomato.
It's all the same thing. But no, I think to your point, Cameron, just the fact that we're seeing, I think the decision making has been getting better and better. And you touched on it, even talking to Jason. We came in, you're like, I feel like they've been feeling each other out. But the time to do that is past. They've written notes in their notebook. They have a general sense of rotations and X, Y, and Z. But now it's time to put that all into practice.
Practice they will have to do if they want to climb up and they want to actually even have a shot of taking the gold medal, because I would be very disappointed. I think a number of these teams would be disappointed if starting tomorrow it was all about who's going to get second place. And this first circle is a pretty fair one to start things off. And we're looking at Nova right now, who are basically dead center, but of course so are Dream Eaters. And Dream Eaters, they're actually inside of a compound that I personally will call New Compound, because at one point in time it was new. And callouts just end up sticking, okay? It's going to be 5 years from now, and this is still going to be New Compound.
We call anything in this game banana? I don't know. There are weirder callouts, guys. Don't worry about it. All right? We don't call it pop dog. Take it easy.
That's true. Yeah. Fair point. But yeah, a lot of teams are actually getting really center. This isn't the same center rush that we saw in Vikendi yesterday, because that was chaos, because that was on the coast, of course.
Goodness.
But there are still, in this area of the map, at least what we're looking at right now of dead center, there are a lot of very dynamic areas and the binary areas where it's like you're either in cover or you're not. And the fact that Loops are now in a terrain dip in the first phase just shows that in the center there aren't a lot of options for them. I like Loops split that they're employing right now, bit of a 2-2 for them. A little bit of damage from another team. I didn't see who that was. I don't know if it was a Toffee's trying to trade back while Matic and Meku were arriving. I think that must have been the case, because otherwise it would have just been Queso, and I think Queso a bit too far away.
Yeah, Loop's going to vacate the old tempo dip, and they're going to go, I think, back and meet up with their teammates there again. Dadine's holding line. And this is interesting, because Dadine's the IGL. Like, he's the one he's the team captain. He's the one making the calls for his squad. It's not too often that we actually see that role be, and Scout, in this kind of situation, be the same thing. And he's going to regroup with the rest of his team. But that's actually a really interesting thing to talk about, the idea of how much teams are relying on having that forward scout. We see footballers do it a lot. We see Loops do it a lot. And actually, now that I think about it, Dadine has done it quite a bit, which is surprising, because those two roles aren't usually the same.
I mean, if you are the primary source of information, that means that there's going to be no translation error as far as telling your leader what's going on, where anyone is, where anyone and everyone is. But the reason why you usually don't see the crossover that much is because being a scout, you do need to be able to survive. And so it's almost like a separate skill. It's about as sort of fantastic as seeing your top fragger also be the IGL, because those are two separate skills. It's not saying that you can't be good in the game in terms of fighting as an IGL. It just means that if you are able to do both, and it's absolutely amazing. That's why I think Beowulf is getting a lot of love for Cloud9. you know, talking more about Cloud9 because what else is there to talk about? They're completely taken over. They completely took over the storyline yesterday, but will they have the same success today? Because I'm looking at the map, they're actually the last ones to rotate in. We saw them looting at Primorsk earlier. Of course, not one of the closest locations to this circle. And Umbra and Wildcard. This isn't the first time we've seen a little bit of interaction here, but it is just Sam by himself, I think caught off on rotation. The rest of his squad has already crossed the river down towards Rozok's school area, but is that Acer coming back to pick him up? It might just be.
Might be.
Grenades come out, don't find a connection.
And I actually think this Halls is going to try and find an off angle. No, Acer's actually, they're not wanting to risk it quite yet. Halls is going to hold this off angle up on the high ground. That's an important thing to keep in mind. Acer does have eyes on this. He's seeing them looking to reposition. And there's a shot coming out from Vindex. He's spotted out Acer in response, who's going to go down the beautiful headshot long range. Oh my goodness, this is disaster from Wildcard. Oh no, Acer was supposed to be the one staying back and staying safe, and he's the one dead. That's first blood in the server. It took us 9 minutes to get there, Cameron, but it's Vindex that strikes.
Yeah, I was really curious what Acer's plan was sitting up on the hill. I think they got maybe a little too confident that he wouldn't have been spotted, but I think Umbra are too smart for that. You're gonna have to wake up a little earlier if you want to catch them out. Because when you know open area like this, there's always a threat. And PRZ is going super aggressive. Sam had to leave his vehicle behind. That's why Acer had to come back for him, but he's caught crossing the road. And the fact that the rest of Wildcard, okay, they're bailing. They're getting out of here. They already lost 2. This is not a good start for Wildcard.
Oh my goodness. I think that all started, I think Sam did get spotted there to start that out. I heard a nade go off that I'm not sure with his, but if he was the one that actually initiated that contact with Umbra, then that was just a mistake. Straight up. He was alone, he was solo, chucking nades. That was, I'm pretty sure that was not the case. I'm pretty sure they spotted him out first. But in any case, that was just a weird position being spread. And part of the thing is too, is like Wildcard, we can read you like a book. You go the same looting position every single time, 100%. We know what your rotational path is going to be. Umbra knew what your rotational path was going to be. Because you are making such telegraphed motions, you're allowed to do that. You just need to do it as a team. You need to be able to back each other up. That was a situation where I think Wildcard just flat out dropped the ball.
Yeah, and I think there's really nothing else to say. That's really the only take you can have on this. Look at Nova, though. They've spread out. The circle has shifted more towards the west, but it hasn't been a huge divergence from what we saw in Phase 1 as far as where the primary play areas were. And we saw Nova for a quick second actually falling away and taking Death Road instead of just the hill overlooking. Right, they just pulled back a couple of meters, but they're actually fully committed there. You can see they're in a split of their own. But a lot of teams here are trying to focus on Potato Mountain. Tempo, dead center, and Cloud9 in the west. Dream Eaters rotating in from the east. I'm not seeing any real motion for full contact just yet. That is of the central teams.
And this is always so interesting to me, the fact that we saw this yesterday a ton. Cloud9, Tempo, right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder. Get out of my space, because they've identified what the prime position is in this circle, and they're always vying for it. Vying for these key positions is so key, and that's what we're seeing Loops do right now, catching out Alpha Legends on the rotation. Yesterday we saw Alpha Legends struggling. I believe it was with a good amount with Wildcard as well. A lot of these teams sort of clashing in the early, and this time though it's Loops catching them out, able to pick up one clean pickup there, losing one member on rotation. Ah man, not what you want to do, which is why we oftentimes see teams take these really convoluted routes along the outside of the circle. But in this case, Alpha was trying to send in towards the middle, towards this farm area, and they're doing it so late now, that is going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of their position that they have to go to now. I don't know if that's because they got shot at by Loops or this is their immediate goal, but this spot is so open and Ravini finds another tag. Gonzo off the opposite side might be stealing that, but this just proves my point of how open that hill is. It is a full, it's bait, it's a trap, and actually Korean Power, they're going aggressive onto this. They want a full wipe Alpha Legends.
Playing to win. You talked about it. This is not a qualifier. You're in. This is the finals. You need every single kill point you can get your hands on. And Konina Power have been starting off these days oh so well. We're going to look to continue the trend here. The nade is going out from Kato. Tixie does go down and take a little bit of an extension. Old Man's able to line that up, but Robdini is here on the flank. The vehicle can be able to offer some significant cover to Konina Power, but Old Man, that's the flank I was talking about, and this is the collapse from Konina Power.
And this is really good for Konita to clear this area because the circle shifted up north, and so they're going to have to push through Alpha Legends either way. And the fact that they started earlier, that's just a big bonus to them. They're already on the move. The revives are coming in for the teammates. Tixie has been picked back up, and Kaito, you see him retreating in the distance. Konita aren't going to be chasing him. They want to get into the circle now, but Loops are in a great position. They already took out Alpha Legends crossing in. They're going to be able to take a number of players crossing back the opposite way.
And the fights are breaking out all across Erangel. You can hear the shots, you can hear the grenades, and this time it is Unique and Football is going toe to toe. Lutz is going to try and get the shots onto the retreating players, gets one down. Nice, you see the little juke back behind the vehicle. So well done. Oh, he was trying to go for the explosion though, but Frozen just shoots him right in the face. I don't need to blow up your vehicle, I just need to shoot you, sir. And that's actually a disastrous moment now because he is so separated from the rest of his team. Unique spread out as well, but hang on a second. Levezid is coming in, he's getting involved. He's going to try and deny the revive. Can he find the shots? And yes, he does.
Doesn't get the knock just yet, but Frozen's taken down very low, and the grenade primed, looks perfectly, but thrown too far, but it's fine. It tickles him just enough to get the knock, so that's 2 down. That's just Annalise up for Unique, who I believe was actually the reason why Lutz fell there because of the pincer crossfire that they had, but now the last remaining player is forced to leave.
Oh, that just goes to show you the team shooting there, getting the work done. Levezin, a little bit uncharacteristic from Football as a team that's so known for its grenade play. I think just getting a little bit too excited at this earlier fight. The pressure of getting his teammate up is there. But oh my goodness, NA brawls. We love to see them. This time it's a 1v2 situation for Tempo Rain. Hang on a second. All these members are down across the board. Ray needs to win this 2v1 situations or else Pittsburgh Knights might just take down Tempo Storm, and they do without losing a single member. My goodness, all of a sudden, what is going on, Cameron? Went from 0 to 100 so quick.
That's what happens when you're fighting over Potato Hill and then it pulls away from it. The Knights tried to take center.
Oh.
I think Tempo probably should have wanted to leave or control the area better. Is the only 2 options for it. But over here in the Northeast, a lot of more teams fighting in. It was a slow start, but it's all ramping up once again. We're not done with Vindex. Couple of shots. ERZ is the one to drop Xul, but Halls is down. How is the rest of Umbra going to manage? They have a nice split separation, but they're going to need to get at least 1 player over to their down player and then use that 2-2 as a pincer potential onto Queso. The problem is Queso are behind hard cover. However, you see that little hill line that Halls was trying to make his way to. They could still use that PRZ to try and get over to the north of Queso and sort of circumvent them, go around them, depending on where the next phase goes. The circle is about to close, and so this fight could pop off, or Umbra might want to retreat from this, and retreat is going to be the plan with this circle shift, medium shift towards the northwest.
Yep, I think you go north. You have that ridge, like you mentioned before, it's going to provide you a lot of cover to go around. Pick up your players, try and find you can see it right there. They can go all the way around. Don't worry about Team Queso right now. Yes, you have to rotate through them, but I think they're a bigger fish to fry, but they may disagree with me. They did get another down onto one of the players in the compound here, taking a little bit of damage as they're jumping out of their vehicles, though. I think that's a mistake. I think they're tunnel visioning on a fight here that they don't need to take unless they can get another knock with one of these grenades. And this isn't an easy angle to hold. I think they should back up. He gets the... Wait, what? Hang on a second. It was the re-knock. Oh my goodness.
It was... The revive came in just in time to keep that from being a kill, but the fact that the revive has to be attempted again means that Umbra are sending it in. A couple of counter grenades, deals a little bit of damage, but no knock. The revive has come back out for a second time on a Queso, and Mystic has to heal up, and smokes are everywhere. But look at the angle that Halls has, trying to throw more grenades inside the building. Mystic...
He heals himself back up, does have the high ground. 2 players trying to leverage that advantage. Vindex does go down. Good shots from Team K, so Marco's trying to find an out angle as well, but that's the grenade coming in from PRZ this time. Mystic down again. He'd have to make some magic happen. Ayala going on the outside, finds PRZ, doesn't expect the juke out through the window. Hang on a second. Umbra, this was your fight, but Team Queso is holding strong through all of it. Prolord is the last man standing. Let's see if he can get this done in a 1v2 situation up against Team Queso. Trying to find the shots going up. He is able to confirm the 1 kill there, but Ayala coming in from behind once again, and that is Team Queso with the fight.
He needed 1 more bullet, and he could have had 2 down players on the roof. Marco would have been down. It would have been just Ayala. It left him in a 1v1 with the blue coming in, but Queso are able to stay 2 up. But as I just mentioned, blue pushing in. They're going to have to push into the zone themselves, and that line, that border of the northeast side has been taken over by Nova. Looking over here at school apartments. We've seen this before. It's not exactly dead center. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing that we saw yesterday, but UDR Killer is trying to take up their own position as well as the Knights, and of course, Grenada Power sharing the bottom floor once again.
Yeah, PK able to leverage this high ground advantage. They already fought and won over some high ground, taking down Tempo Storm already, so they got to be feeling good with the way this game is starting. And now they want to try and control Apps as much as possible. We saw an absolutely chaotic finish on it yesterday. Nova Esports, the one player actually not in the apartments, being one with nature. All you city folk, I don't know what you're on about. It was Nova Esports that came out on top. And speaking of Nova, they're fighting up against Loops right now, and that is not an ideal situation for them. Multiple members of Nova dropping, pushing into their compound, and Loops is able to keep all four alive, and now HCL's in a terrible position. It's Yellow Esports getting involved. AZ2, hang on a second. This could be Nova Esports 0 to 100. He can't juke, he can't get the shots. Oh no, this is terrible. Cat is the last one standing.
Trying to go for the revive, and I like the idea of Nova's big old separation for control, but you need to be aware of your sightlines, of your risk points, and Yala Esports is holding that down. And of course, then when Loops bombing onto a compound, you got to have more than one player to even attempt to hold that. And I think Loops, they're going to continue to send it forward, rock by rock, bit by bit, trying to get as far in as they can before the zone closes. The revive did come through. HCL is being brought back to AZ up on the hilltop, and I think AZ needs to get revived too. And so Nova, with the bomb, with the revive from Cat, they are going to be able to stabilize with at least 3 remaining, but they have lost their control to Loops.
They have, and Federal is bleeding out real quick down there. Dadin's got to try and get in a position to get him back up. Taking these sustained fights, it does do that damage over time. If you keep getting knocked and knocked and knocked, it will add up. I cannot believe that Nova was able to get out of that, though, with 3 players up. I thought they were in for disaster. I thought they were going to lose at least 2 more, but they were able to rally. We're seeing the send now from C9. All these teams in the apps trying to get the shots down range, but Kunina Power is also acting as a distraction. Ravdini is going to drop. The vehicle's going to explode. Teamfire coming in from apartments left and right. B4, UDR Killers, Konina Power, Pittsburgh Knights. I'm just going to keep listing off teams because they are all involved in this highly contested piece of real estate. But Cameron, they're all going to have to move.
Yeah, they all really wish that they could move now. Konina Powers is really wishing that B4 and UDR Killers is going to allow them. Nano, though, the spray down and Axer, he's not going to make it out of this one. He's going to get knocked. And now Konina, they have one more shot to make it into the circle. And there's nowhere left to play. Nowhere left to play in the circle. That's where there's so many teams still outside of it.
I was like, Tixie, if you're going to do this again, you just watch both your teammates drive out in vehicles and have them both get blown up. I wouldn't do it again. PK is doing this a little bit differently. They're lining up smokes to try and give their vehicles a little bit more path. They're setting up grenades to get the team out. And PK having a lot more success with his flanker on the outside and providing cover for themselves with these smokes. But Dream Eaters is here as well. Pittsburgh Knights rotating in late. This is part of the problem. They got Footballs on one side, Dream Eaters on the other. They are in for a world of hurt unless they can land some sick shots.
They're in position right now, and they can prone down and perhaps block line of sight from a number of the players. Raven could get revived, but it's a second knock against them. That makes it more problematic. I think C9 had an angle, but Football has come in. Levason bombing straight into the smoke.
And somehow Tixie, in all the chaos, gets himself out as well. One of the last remaining hopes for Konina Power, but Footballers have already lost 2. PK is trying to get some sort of revive. J7 and Carnage are still up and alive. Levason sent it on in, but he doesn't really have teammates close by. So much action breaking out as Spring, Wildcard, and Crew. They just get absolutely demolished by Nano. Oh my goodness, this is our shack now. But the nades are continuing to fly from Footballists. No surprise. PK is trying to hold steady through this, but Levason's been a one-man wrecking crew.
Oh man, nades on nades on nades in all these positions. When people smoke up their own spot, that only reveals exactly where they're going to be. So just toss a portable red zone in yourself. Last member of Footballists met it up and sending it into Levason, or at least a tree next to it. Good position, but out in the open for a split second. Cloud9 could have had an opportunity there, but wasn't quick enough on the draw for that. J7 down, Carnage, last one remaining for the Knights, and they're all going to have to move everyone from the southern position. And Dream Eaters, the fact that their compound, the only hard cover still in the circle, has an edge in the next phase. They are going to be tearing everyone else to shreds.
Yeah, but C9, the position they put themselves in, they're outside the circle, Cameron. They've already lost 2 members. They're getting shot from Yala. They're getting shot from Dream Eaters. They're having to deal with all of this. Pyro, who just barely barely able to sidestep that, keep himself up, but C9's in a terrible spot. Good shots onto Anas, though, but the problem is they're pinched, and the blue is moving in. They do not have a whole lot of time to work with, and out of meds is Pyra. This is a terrible position for them to be in right now. Dream Eaters had them pinned down. They went into this low position, and everybody just pounced on them. They have a target on their backs, being so far ahead, and look at the nades.
Oh, they're not landing, but I think the fire is what's going to do it. Cloud9 go out in 8th place, which opens this up for anyone remaining to try and claim those points and try and start to make their climb back into challenge first place. Lutz, he's trying to send it. I don't know what information that he had. He just saw Cloud9 get removed from that position, and he is going to go down, not to Yala, but to Dream Eaters.
He is going to fall. Anas quite able to steal that one away, but they continuously need to think about how they're going to push in. Dream Eaters are in a great spot. They've got the little bit of hard cover in the center of this compound, the center of the circle. Loops, though, still has multiple members alive. I actually think all 4 members alive here from them. They're the last team to have, other than Dream Eaters, to have all these players up and involved. And we'll see how these teams are going to go back and forth as Yala is trying to find whatever angle they can, but Dream Eaters needs to hold on to this compound as long as they can, but this next circle is going to make them shift.
Your last second heal attempt behind the shack. They are going to go down a second after Yala, of course, because a lot of people are going to be dying in the next few milliseconds while the blue closes in. Loops taking a little bit slow onto Nova. They already had a knock that we saw onto AZ. Hasn't been confirmed just yet. And the fact that they're standing on road and not being punished for it out in the open like they are just shows how weak every single position in this circle is, no matter where you are.
They have the one bit of high ground. That's sort of the biggest difference maker here, I think. A drop is going to come in. We'll see what cover that A is able to provide. The gun's less relevant at this time, but Cat able to hit so many shots, but Carrillo answers back. The boys from Brazil want to step this one up, want to take down this competition as 2 members of Nova have already dropped. But Carrillo, he's got to push in. He's got to try and find the angle, but he's afraid of everyone else that could shoot him, because if he pops his head up over this angle, it's not just Nova that can shoot him. It's Dream Eaters. It's everybody else that can leverage this. So they need to be oh so cautious. That's why he's going prone. He wants to limit the eye lines. And we can see Federal. Oh, of course it's Federal sitting back and giving intel, playing scout. He does this so well for his team.
Sen comes down to first hit, trying to find an off angle because the circle shifted heavily away from Dream Eaters. And they have 4 members remaining, so that's something to rely upon. They haven't had to move too much, but Matic going out into the blue, maybe for more loot. Well, I'm saying that AC peeks up, drops Carrillo, and prones back down for a split second, but Dean is able to find the angle. It is just Cat remaining, having to heal up with whatever bandages he still has, but first hit pushing further and further forward. Loops need to secure this destruction of Nova before Dream Eaters really come here, but the revive is being finalized.
I love this play from Dream Eaters. I love it so much. Federal does strike first blood, but the concept is correct. They've seen that both of these other squads have taken damage, and they want to take full advantage as they are pushing in now onto Loops Esports. Multiple members in massive trouble. AZ was able to be revived there by Kappa versus trying to find the angle to flank, but Kayowski is cognizant of it. He knows about it. He's like, we heard you rolling on in. We heard the vehicles. Take the shot. Headshot. Sit down. Which means Toffee is out. Versit is down. There's only 2 members left in play for Dream Eaters. Multiple members let them play for Loops, and Nova has survived, but they're out of meds. They're out of utility. They just need to watch and try and find the right moment to third party, but I don't think Federal wants to let them, but that Molotov is just a little bit short.
Thing is, Nova's tree and car fort, if you can even call it that, is still in the zone. Yep. Loops' rock, I am not so sure about. So there might be a possibility that, oh, never mind, doesn't even matter because Meku wants to end this here and now crawling forward, throwing a grenade prime, but it doesn't go far enough.
That could have been a disaster. Just a little bit higher, just a little bit over that rock. And it's good. Oh, it's so close. How many more grenades does he have? Oh boy, they're going in, the bounce, and the shot. It is not going to find them. Oh my goodness, the bounce went on the other side of the rock. This is so close. This is so close, Cameron. Meku almost just single-handedly dismantled Loops Esports, and he is the last man standing for Dream Eaters. 3 alive for Loops somehow. How have they weathered this storm?
Oh, and look at where the next circle shifts to. Away from every single person. Nova have an advantage here because they're going to have to move last, but they have such low HP. AZ finds 1. Kayowski goes down, and he wants to go for more, trying to blow up the vehicle.
I cannot believe these. Loops has somehow the most beneficial position. They set it up with the car. They've got the 2 rocks on either side. Kowski is going to drop, but they are able to try and take pot shots at both sides. But Meku has just been such a thorn in their side this entire time. They have not been able to reset and focus on Denova because of this. And Federal can't quite find the angle. Meku's been doing a great job of repositioning every single time he takes a shot, not letting Federal get the bead on him with these audio cues.
Unless Loops take Meku out the second that they leave the rock, this should be AZ's game. Because the blue is going to do so much here. It's already dealing some damage to Federal. He's waiting a little bit too long, and now the Dean goes down. Federal's going to go down too, with help from the blue. And now it's just Nova versus Meku. Cat is still up. He wasn't very active because of his HP. He was the backup plan for Nova, and now they're in a 1 versus 2. All players proning. Cat trying to stand up, call out information with AZ as the sword.
But AZ has no helmet. That's the biggest difference here, but only level 1 helmet invest, and it's damaged for Meku as well. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP, but one good headshot could be the difference maker in this game. But bringing the M4 to bear will be the question. I cannot believe this crazy finish for our first game. Loops Esports looked like in a prime position, but it was the other teams who were able to get it done. It was Nova Esports who was able to get it done, eliminating Dream Eaters. I cannot believe they survived through so much to make it there to the end. They absolutely deserve that winner chicken dinner. Beautiful play from Nova Esports. A little bit of luck with the circle, but really it came down to not letting themselves get caught up by too many teams at once. They picked their fights when they needed to, and they executed.
I thought that they were finished when Loops first engaged upon them in phase 5 or 6, whenever it was, when they were so spread out, and then there was the third party from Yellow. I thought that they were basically done, but they were able to stabilize and keep stabilizing for the entire game until the end, and that is such an important skill, is keeping yourself from dying. It sounds easy, just don't die, but that's what they did, and they take the first win of the day.
Sounds easy, unless you're easy. Sorry, I'm sorry. That was low-hanging fruit. So I had to. Okay, let's send it over to our analysts now. I had to end the game off on the right note, but they're going to put us back on track. Let's send it over to them and see what they have to say.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
You know, I don't mean this in a bad way at all, but I don't think there's many people out there that expected Nova Esports to come out swinging like that in the very first game of day 2. I know they got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, but to do that in the first game and to pull it off against teams like Loops and Dream Eaters, what a phenomenal way for them to start the day, Glitter.
Yeah, that was definitely impressive coming out of Nova, especially because in that final zone when it was Nova versus Loops and Dream Eaters, they were doing such a good job with their angles. They were doing such a good job of kind of chipping away at those other teams. And I mean, that was just impressive, especially after back-to-back wins yesterday.
Yeah, it definitely was. And let's see how many points not only they accumulated, the other teams as well here as we take a look at our map rankings. We have Nova in first place with the 6 kills and the chicken dinner at 26 points total. But there's still a couple of other teams in your 7 that we definitely need to talk about.
I'm glad you mentioned that because guess what? Dream Eaters was able to collect their 8 kills, 22 points total. And then if we go down the list a little bit more, we're going to see Pittsburgh. Obviously, we see Loops Esports, we see Footballers. I'm glad Loops Esports was able to get 18 points there, 8 kills. It's something that they actually needed. Hopefully, they keep those performances here if they want to go ahead and catch up to Cloud9. And then we go down even more. We see Pittsburgh Knights. We were talking about them. Well, guess what? They ended up putting up 12 points here. UDR Killers, as somebody was saying while we were watching this, they finally woke up. They ended up with 9 points there. And Team Umbra, even though they only ended up with 1 placement point because they got 14th place, they were so aggressive, Glitter. They were so aggressive that they ended up even getting the same amount of points by the team that killed them, which ended up being Team Kessel. As we're going to be probably going here towards the second pitch. It was just impressive to see Umbra being so aggressive. It did backfire a little bit, and that's why I'm hoping we'll be able to show you something in the telestration here. Some little things here and there that I think they can clean up. And then one that I know we expected is going to be Cloud9, and I'm just going to go ahead and let you talk about this one here, Glitter, because I don't want to mention it.
Yeah, I think everybody thought that Cloud9 would kind of come out of the gates swinging yet again, and this was just a little bit of a slower start for them than what we saw compared to yesterday. So, you know, Cloud9 only able to get 2 kill points, 6 total points, but also a slow start for Kanina Power, a slow start for Wildcard. These are teams that I think people assumed were going to do well. I mean, I had picked Wildcard, you guys picked Cloud9. Like, those were solid choices as well, considering their performances yesterday. And they didn't show up. Same thing with B4, Tempo there down at the bottom, and Alpha Legends in 16th place yet again.
Yeah, so really rough start for quite a few different teams in there, Seven. Let's take a look, though, a little bit further into the stats of our victor, of our team that took home the chicken dinner. Of course, Nova, 1,400 damage, 6 kills. Again, not anything amazing in terms of damage, not anything amazing in terms of kills, but we have seen like these big adaptations out of teams of not being so aggressive necessarily early on, unless you're Umbra, and then playing for the later stages of the game, right? Like, they were being very careful in their firefights up against the Loops, knowing that they had them pinned with Dream Eaters.
They were, and on top of that, they were careful because if you go back and you see Cat, he really didn't have that much health either. They were not able to heal up as much. They were working with very minimal healing. And so I think that's why we didn't see that aggression out of them. It kind of gave me vibes of yesterday, their first win that they ended up getting, which wasn't until the second Erangel. So it's great for them to start off the day so well. And once again, for other teams as well, for Loops Esports, they were just not performing yesterday, especially towards the end, the way we expect them to. And then for Dream Eaters, one team that we've always been talking about, having those 5th place, 6th place, and for them to be able to come out and get those extra 8 kills, that's huge for them.
Well, we still have to take a look at our top players as well. And of course, a big shout out to Epics.gg for these amazing cards that they've been doing. Well, we can see quite a few different names, quite a few new names that we haven't really seen too often here, to be honest. I mean, you got PRZ coming in from Umbra, you got AZ coming in from Nova, Levezin, of course, from Footballist, and Federal from Loops. I don't really know who's going to be number 1, but I almost want to say AZ. It's got to be AZ, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
I think so. Okay.
Okay, well,
you don't agree, Seven? Okay.
I was getting really worried there, but I think that's deserving considering how well Nova played in that very first match.
Yeah, it definitely was, and I think it goes to show volumes of how much of a team they just have improved. He was able to collect there 733 damage on top of that 5 kills, and I really wish we could see the knocks because I always love seeing how many extra were they able to steal. So hopefully in the future we'll be able to add the knocks there. 0 assists though, and as you see some of the other players, we see Federal. We obviously actually don't see Federal here often, so I'm happy to see him here. And then we see players from Footballist, and then Umbra right here, Glitter too, with PRZ.
Yeah, and I think it's great that we're actually starting to see some Umbra players making their way up here into our top overall players because, you know, we've talked about them. They've started to be very aggressive. Some of it's worked out in their favor. They're actually, you know, the reason that Wildcard struggled so early on in this match. They are, even if they're not getting the placement in this specific match that they had hoped for, like you said, 7 kills from literally early to mid game, and that's it. That's impressive. If they can continue to carry that out through the rest of end game, then they're going to be setting themselves up in a fantastic position.
Well, I think it's nice that they've shown that they can pick up kills, but I'd like them to almost go the Cloud9 route then. Just play slower in the beginning and then get the kills later on, you know, to obviously get the higher placement points. But you can't really, you know, be too critical of them considering how well they have been doing over the course of these 2 days. Now we take a look at our do moments. And of course, we're starting off with Umbra with Vindex here off the bat, just punishing Wildcard. And I think this is where Glitter's heart almost shattered into 1,000 pieces.
It did. It did. I'm pretty sure we heard it too. And with regards to that one, Jason, I'm actually going to have to disagree with you. I enjoy Umbra being aggressive at the start. I think we have seen them already try to be passive, especially towards the beginning of the tournament. They didn't really perform to what we expect them to. They were just getting very disappointed with people coming up to them and them not being as aggressive. They would just get kind of ran over. So it is good for them to be as aggressive, and it is working out for them with being able to pick up so many kills at the start. But as you mentioned, I do hope at some point, in a way, they kind of slow it down a little bit and they think about, hey, do we really need to take this fight? Or is this something that we can kind of skip and get better positioning? In regards to that, I would love to see that out of Umbra because I think they can definitely position themselves in great plays. As we do see some extra fights here from Footballits, from Lutz, and then Unique, one team that has been super quiet that we really haven't got any chance to talk about. They only ended up with 1 kill there in the last game. I believe they ended up in 13th place, so only collecting 2 points overall, which is it's not the Unique I expect them. It's not. This tournament has been quite a lackluster tournament for Unique, so hopefully stuff's changing here. Hopefully they can find a way to maybe get themselves a chicken dinner at some point, as we do see more interactions from Umbra. And in regards to this fight right here with Team Queso and Umbra, we will be breaking down a little bit later, and the reason why I want to break it down is because it's things that I think Umbra will be able to, if they watch it back, they'll be able to kind of see, okay, you know what, we could have done this better. And with any team, usually when we do the breakdowns, we like to make sure we give a lot of great information for the teams as well, a little bit of a deep dive of what they could have done better, as we start seeing also B4, and here Glitter, B4 was not able to get any kills that last match.
No, B4 struggled a little bit today with this first match, but you know, sometimes that does happen for B4 early on in the day, and they're one of those teams that does need to warm up a little bit. So moving into the next matches, we'll see what they can kind of adjust to better their gameplay from here. But Dream Eaters is, you know, one of the top 3 teams in this match, but specifically, I believe that it was Meikyu with his nades onto loops. I'm sure we'll see them a little bit later on in the package as we get towards those final zones. And this was some of the angles that I was talking about earlier that Nova was able to get on the loops players while they were all battling out here at the end. But the amount of damage that Meikyu was able to put onto loops with his nades and the positioning that he was able to get himself in here in these final zones, it was massive for their team. Not only was he able to take out one of the most, you know, I mean, up until this point, we've talked about it as of this morning, but one of the most intimidating teams in loops with a couple good well-placed nades and utility, but also kind of get himself some more placement points because loops went out before he did as a solo. So this is huge for Dream Eaters. We've been waiting for them to kind of step up to the plate. We've seen them do well on, you know, on Miramar and Sanhok before, but this is a very, very strong start for them here on Erangel now as well.
And something to mention, that's the 2nd win Nova gets in Erangel, and it's towards the same area. It's towards those apartments close to school. So I wonder if they're just masters at that area, if they just know all the ins and outs, because it could be in the future if we see another circle ending nearby there, and we see Nova alive. More than likely, they could end up doing great stuff like we've seen it back-to-back now.
Well, now we need to compare their damage pretty much up against every other team in that last match as well, because I'm still expecting quite big numbers from a couple of different teams. Umbra one in particular, we're definitely have to take a look at considering the kills they were to pull off with their 7. And let's see here on your screen. And it will actually be Loops reigning supreme, but you can still see towards the very tail end of this, Umbra have put up a damn good fight.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's something we were mentioning, and it's something that I hope we get to continue seeing out of Umbra. They have been so aggressive. Even going back to yesterday, they ended up with 8 kills in the first game too, so they're continuing that consistency in Erangel. I also want to see it in other games, especially in Vikendi, as we do see the stats here from Nova Esports, Dream Eaters. As we mentioned, love seeing that Dream Eaters is starting to get those skills. They're starting to get the higher placement. They can be quite a scary team, especially once we get to maps like Miramar, and then on top of that, Sanhok. And as we go down the list here, one that definitely surprises me a little bit more is Team Queso. Team Queso with 788 damage and also 5 kills.
Yeah, I think it's also good to see the likes of Yala. They struggled a little bit yesterday, so the fact that we're seeing them here in the first game, they weren't able to convert on a lot of those kills, but they did keep up damage-wise with Umbra and with a lot of those teams in that top 5 area. So if they can start kind of getting themselves a little bit more kill points or being able to last a little bit farther into that end game, then this could potentially be a much better day for Yala.
There's a couple of other teams we wanted to talk about, maybe still having a better day if they can continue this pace. Obviously, Team Umbra, a team we're going to be talking about here, as well as Queso. And I think there's a play we wanted to break down here, Seven, between these two teams.
It is, and it's going to be Team Umbra versus Team Queso, and the reason why I wanted to show it is because the aggressive team, the one that actually had the numbers advantage, the one that had everything going on their way, it didn't end up going out the way they planned it. As you're going to see, we had Umbra just pretty much getting damage done in regards to Team Queso. Something that I did enjoy here that Team Umbra was able to do. I think at one point, before they got that knock on Team Queso, you saw one of the players just kind of get in a buggy, and they were planning on leaving. They were planning on just GTFO out of town here. But as soon as they got that knock, you see him just turn around and be super aggressive, and everybody else turns it on too. So love the aggressiveness here out of Umbra. But what I would also love to see is a little bit more of a strategy behind this aggressiveness. It came down like a blind push. You're gonna see pretty much right on this spot. You're gonna see 3 players from Umbra in a way covering the exact same angles. You do have an extra player towards the side, which he's going to be covering a great angle. He's also going to be throwing grenades. And as we fast forward here, you do see Lord jumping into the building. You kind of see him wanting to get the action. Umbra will end up getting the first knock, which will put him at, Umbra will get the first knock from one of their teammates, and then they knock down Team Mystic here. As we go on, something I would have loved to see a little bit sooner is I would have loved to see this player, Holes. I would have loved to just see him, as soon as this player got knocked down, just push that. Maybe push it, try to cover that angle, because Ayala was able to take full advantage of that. He's going to jump down, he's going to take on PRC, and after that, they're just going to be outnumbered, and by the time Holes gets there, it's a little bit too late, because now you got 2 players, and guess what? Now is a 2v1. They're going to be hunting down Lord. Lord, more than likely right now, is just hearing all of his teammates scream at him saying, yo, this way, that way, and at that point it's a little bit too late. Overall, great defense there by Team Queso. I think it was amazing, but I feel like Team Umbra in the future, they can do a lot better in regards to just pushing those compounds.
You know, one thing I kind of noticed in that too was once was it Mystic that went down, you saw Umbra, they're like, okay, well, let's go attack, right? And I'm kind of in my head comparing them versus Loops, whereas if it was Loops in that situation, they would have been like full-on attack, right? They would have been chasing on the rest of those kills, where Umbra, they get the knock, and then they're like, okay, well, now what do we do? I mean, you had that.
It was it was like the indecisiveness, saying, okay, do we attack now? That split second, believe it or not, that can cost you that fight, and it ended up costing them the fight. You cannot be indecisive. If you see a knock and you're gonna be the aggressive team, guess what? Be the aggressive team throughout the whole fight. Go for it, because if not, guess what? The other team is gonna take full advantage of that, and they're gonna end up winning.
Well, in the positions they were holding too, they were kind of spread out. So when Queso actually decided to say, hey, let's be aggressive, they were able to get like a 2v1, and then able to win the fight overall. But, you know, who also won the fight, I don't know, actually, when it comes to our talent predictions. Let's actually take a look and see who won this fight here in our first match. And
not us.
I think it's a little rough.
It's fine. You're a slow starter, Glitter, but you came back in league play. You're going to do it yet again here in the finals. I can guarantee it.
You know what? I did save my Cloud9 pick for a much better game for them, though, so I feel good about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll go with that.
I mean, she technically got us on that one, because Cloud9, if they don't win a chicken dinner today, I would be very surprised. I think most people out there would be as well. Let's take a look now at the overall stands and see how things might have changed up, especially with Nova getting that victory under their belt. 3 chicken dinners and second place. They're sitting at currently 50K at the moment.
Wow. Yeah, that is a huge jump, especially from what we've seen before from Nova. I love seeing this from this team. And not only that, guess what? Now you see Loops Esports moving on that leaderboard. This is going to be great for them. I believe starting at the beginning of the day, they were in 8th place. So being able to jump up 3 spots there, huge for them. And in regards to Dream Eaters, they were even able to jump even more places in regards. They were in 9th place and jumping to 4th place. That is going to be big for them as well. Karina Power does lose some points. I'm hoping they do end up coming back. And as you go down even more, you do see Team Umbra becoming that gatekeeper team, which I kind of love. I think they can do a lot better if they just able to execute as we go Glitter here towards the second page.
Yeah, on the second page, it's actually kind of surprising for me that B4 has dropped down yet again. I think that they probably have some adjustments that they need to make. But it is nice to see UDR Killers and Pittsburgh Knights starting to kind of get themselves a few more points here. Pittsburgh Knights at least getting 4 kills in the last match, so it's nice to see them starting to pick up and kind of get into those engagements. But Unique, Yala, and Alpha Legends still struggling down there at the bottom of our leaderboard.
Yeah, Alpha Legends cannot continue to play like this if they want to be able to go up the rankings, right? For me, it's almost to the point of, do we ask them, or do they ask themselves, all right, do we just change something up drastically? Because it hasn't worked out the entire first day. It hasn't worked out in the entirety of the first game. Something's got to give. Maybe it'll change going into day 3. Maybe it'll change coming through the rest of the day. Only time will tell. But something I can tell you guys about at home, PUBG Mobile and Metro Exodus have been working on something special. A nice little collaboration between the two. And these two IPs are coming up with something in the near future for all of us as well. So we have a little bit of a sneak peek of what's to come in the near future. Well, I'm a little bit sad because I can't do horror games, and that clearly is going to scare the pants right off of me, and I might have to just go and change my underwear completely. So I'm a little bit sad that I probably won't get to play it. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, I can handle my horror games, but that looks exciting, guys. I'm actually really curious to see what they're going to do together for this.
I can't wait for the scare jumps because watching that, I got a little bit one.
Can you live stream that? Can you live stream that and then also add in like donation incentives where you have this loud sound come on to scare you during it? Because I would pay a lot of money to see that. You too, Glitter, on your own stream as well. I would definitely pay to watch this.
I'm terrified of scary things.
Me too.
Well, that makes all 3 of us, at least we're betting together when it comes to that. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, since we are done with our first game. And again, we have 6 matches every single day in the entirety of the finals. We're going over to Vikendi next. Now, I have to kind of talk to you guys about this because we did see Loops take the victory yesterday, and they're playing much better today than they did yesterday. But that leads me to wonder, can they replicate their performance from before? I thought Cloud9 could do it, but they clearly fell a little bit short.
I just wanted to, as soon as I heard that, I said, yes, Loops can definitely go ahead and duplicate that performance. Remember, this was the best match yesterday by far in the whole performance. And this is a map that they usually tend to perform really, really well at. And that's why, if we're doing predictions, you know what? I got Loops Esports. Loops Esports more than likely is going to go ahead and win this Vikendi match.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go second. I'm also going Loops because you know what? I got chicken dinner from it yesterday. And why would you not go Loops on one of their best maps here? Glitter, are you going Loops as well? Or has your mind been changed? Have you been convinced to go a different direction, which is blasphemy?
No. I tried picking Loops first yesterday and it really backfired on me, and then they came back in the second match with a win. So I think I'm going to learn from my mistakes and go with Loops, even though everybody else is probably going to be picking Loops. I too will jump on that bandwagon.
Hey,
welcome to the dark side.
You held strong against Hot Jukes. I respect that. He was sitting there telling her, pick Team Queso, pick Team Queso.
Yeah.
I think he was trying to set you up to fail because he's towards the bottom of the scoreboard right now. So smart on you. Good job. We'll check with you guys, though, to see how well S3 did, obviously, when we do come back for the next match. So we'll see you guys in a little bit of time.
Bye. Nobody predicted the right one in chat.
I didn't even hear what he said there, but I'm sure it was fantastic. You guys at home who are watching only on Twitch, only on YouTube, I have to ask, well, why are you not watching within the game, within the Esports Center? Because you could be watching and earn yourself points. The top 100 viewers will even get themselves some exclusive rewards. If you're not doing it, do it right now. You got so many different ways here to watch the PUBG Mobile World League, whether it's the West or the East League. So make sure you guys do that ASAP, and also tweet to us ASAP as well at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL to let us know about who you think is going to be winning this next game. And also a little bit of a teaser for you guys. Later on in the day, we'll be taking a look at the trailer for the new Between the Battlegrounds, which will be airing on the 9th of August. Just like these two handsome gentlemen to my side have been able to get really hyped and pumped up for it, guys. I'm excited. I'm so excited to see it because honestly, PUBG Mobile has been doing such a phenomenal job on these behind-the-scenes documentaries.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of this kind of content regardless. It's the kind of content that I like to watch. It's the kind of content that I like to make because, you know, we always see the players up there on stage and they're sort of like this this hero. It's like, wow, they're out there, they're unattainable, they're these superstars, but like, what are they actually like? And you realize that they're just people like the rest of us, and getting to learn more about their thought process and the challenges and the struggles that they face. It's cool because they're human, and getting to see that side is really neat.
Well, speaking of struggles, some teams have definitely been having a struggle when it comes to Tempo Storm. One team that comes to mind here, Cameron, we got to talk about them a little bit because they showed how good of a team they can be in the third Super Weekend, but I feel like we haven't fully seen that just yet here in the finals.
I feel like this is another one of the teams that is a little caught off by how aggressive teams are choosing to be. Even though the previous game wasn't nearly as fast as yesterday was, I think teams realized maybe not so far. Let's release the gas pedal a little bit, coast at a nice standard 75. We don't need to push 90. But Tempo Storm still is sort of having to adjust to that. Once they hit the late game, they are so strong. They just show time and time again how vulnerable that they can be during the early and mid game before they're really able to get their feet like set down under them.
Thing is, it's only 24 matches total. You don't have a lot of time to get those feet under your body, right?
Yeah.
So they really need to pick something up here.
It's really, I think for them, they just need to figure out how they can not die in the mid game, and then we can start to see things happen for them.
I feel it sounds so simple, but in practice, it's not.
Right, doesn't it?
Another team, though, I want to talk about here in Virum is Umbra. Coming out with 7 kills so early on that last match. We've seen them be able to pick up kills where previously they have struggled in other weeks.
Yeah, I think this is really a case of them just knowing that it's now or never. And they've been getting these kills, don't get me wrong, but they're not quite as clean as they could be. Like, they never quite come out of that fight like fully unscathed. And they're beating the teams that they should be beating on paper, but they're not necessarily beating the teams that they should. You know what I mean? If you're just looking at it purely from a ranking standpoint. So I still feel like there's a lot of potential for them, but they're definitely on the right track.
Well, you're saying they have a lot of potential. Will you predict them to be the victors of game 2?
Right, you know how many times I've picked loops on Vikendi and been rewarded? Y'all are on my hype train. I don't know what's going on. You guys are owning it, saying it like you've owned it. I've been picking loops on Vikendi for like 2 weeks. So yeah, it's loops.
Okay.
Come on, we're fully unanimous. Let's go.
All right, well, Cameron.
I'm the same way. Every single time I try and find a reason to not pick loops on Vikendi, I get punished dearly for it. So I've learned my lesson. I've learned.
Full-on FOMO mode here for Cameron Davis. Fear of missing out. Yeah. Let's drop into our second match here on Vikendi, guys. Why don't you take it away for us?
Thank you so much, Jason. Map number 2, game number 2, day number 2 of the finals. And of course, it is on Vikendi. And I think this is so much of a nice palate cleanser from game number 1. We didn't see a kill until the 9-minute mark.
Yeah.
Game number 1. And what oftentimes happens on Vikendi is we have a lot of action right at the beginning, and then it chills out. It tends to get a little bit more relaxed because you always talk about this, circles 2, 3, and 4. There's not a whole lot of actual like reduction of size that really happens too dramatically here. And then it gets really exciting towards the end. But Vikendi to me is just one of those maps where if you are not on your toes at all times, we see these unforced errors happen you're never safe. It's like Sanhok, but just maybe a little bit more chill, literally.
Yeah, because the temperature, right?
Yeah, that's the one. You got it.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
It's snowy.
Yep. It's a bit chilly out there.
Look, I miss the snow so much. Okay, I miss seasons. All right, this is the closest I get to a beautiful alpine environment. All right, look, who's driving the Big Bear? I know who's the time for that.
That's true, actually. Yeah, you don't even have. You're even missing like prime summer beach time as well. Being stuck inside, like.
We got beaches in this circle, I guess.
Yeah, there's a little bit of water here. This is actually, speaking of the circle, probably the least weird you could think of. Maybe if you go northwest, but then you run the risk of having too many of those open fields, like, you know, east of Dobro. I say fields, there's compounds in them, but then when it's like flat ground with a bunch of compounds, it's a little bit of a different experience. And is that a death I see? Is that Korean Power getting a kill onto? Is that Korean Power getting a kill onto loops?
What?
The Dean's out.
What? Okay.
We shouldn't have done it. We shouldn't have picked loops. We all picked loops, and the pressure got to them.
Well, there are 63 people in this lobby. That's a situation that we're in now. We may have jinxed them.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. There's a number of sort of weird engagements like this. Like Maxon's out here staring down a player from Unique, and then Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird early game, I think. This is where the kill happens. It really is just trying to go for loot. It's a shotgun and a pistol versus a micro Uzi. And it wasn't even the gun that won out. It was just straight Gonzo peeking right when he should have. Really playing that window to do the best of his abilities. So a really good job there from Computer Power, who actually bailed from Bonova. Usually we expect them to have that stare down that never amounts to anything with Wildcard. But they're taking the coast, and it's a good pick for them because, well, they're in an all right position in the circle.
Exactly. No, I think it was huge. I don't think Loops was expecting that at all. I wouldn't call that necessarily a hot drop for the record. I want to put that out there. That was just really a team trying to go to a bit of a different environment, and then just happening to win the gunfight, fighting for loot, scrapping for that. So, but speaking of people that won't have to scrap for loot, it's you guys watching this at home right now. You guys can get 6 crates if we hit that $300,000 concurrent viewer mark here for the West show. So definitely, if that's something that you want, like, look, I like free stuff. Get your friends involved. Have a viewing party. Everybody get out your phones. I mean, a remote viewing party, obviously, is what I'm talking about here. Unless you're fortunate enough to live in a place that you can do that. But in any case, like, hop on your voice communication platform of choice, hang out, chat, have some snacks and watch the action. I know that's something that we all like to do, especially us as casters now, because the East games are going so long. We all get to like hang out and chat before our show starts, and we get to watch. It's been a lot of fun, I have to say, because man, the last few East games have been nuts.
No, they really have. That final game especially was.
Oh my God.
That was something. But Federal, jump back into the game real quick.
Ooh.
It's not just Grenade Power that are sort of staring down loops. Yala is here as well, and Zero should be hearing this vehicle being pulled away. Federal just yoinks that straight from under his nose, and I just hope that Zero had a vehicle of his own beforehand, because otherwise it's going to be a long, long run. I'm looking at the full map right now. We're not seeing the early game send into this circle, which isn't too surprising considering it's not going to have that coast situation. But there's still a number of teams already in this circle, and Loops, they're center, which for many other teams, I'd be like, yeah, that's good, that's great, good for them. For Loops, it makes me a little nervous. They don't, for some reason, it's like upside down world for them. It's opposite day, every day for Loops. Center is not where they win the most from.
And here's the thing too, is I don't mind with them being center, but they have the most trouble when they own a compound. Them being up on a hill with compounds around them, they can see enemies going into that they could potentially try and invade. I mean, again, we call them the breachers. They breach these compounds. They go in, they light them up with nades, they get an initial knock, they go up on the roof, they take the high ground, Federal sits back, Carrillo goes up and pushes. Like, that's how these games start for Loops, or how they like to play these, which is kind of what we're seeing right now, staring down. Yeah, this is kind of what we're seeing. But so them being circle middle, I think, is less relevant to them being on a hill. But I don't think they spotted them.
I don't know what they did. I think they heard the vehicle rolling away, because it was actually Nova that took another vehicle away from Yala. I think it was AZ. It was either AZ or HCL. Those two always confuse me. But yeah, so we can see there that those teams, Yala is able to group up still as 4, despite a little bit of vehicle trouble, perhaps from Zero there. Nova all the way down towards around the Winery Cliffs area, and then Wildcard also pushing from the east. And a lot of teams are going to be rotating over those bridges, trying to get into the circle. But Wildcard, do they actually want to push here into Abbey, into Yala? I think they do, and Nas spots this out. I don't know if Wildcard know that there's a team here already.
I mean, it's Wildcard. I mean, I don't know if it matters. They're going to want to push. If you see the way Sam's been playing recently, but you're right. I don't think they know. No guns out, full loot mode. I don't think they're fully aware of this. Lord's got a great position. Anas is there as well. Oh boy,
this is really dangerous and really, really scary for Wildcard.
No, they know. Look at the way Spring's moving on the outside. I think they know.
Okay, maybe he was spotted. Maybe something happened. Guns are now drawn as well.
Yep.
Oh, but Sam on the open. They certainly don't know that Lord is on the rooftop here, because
not a
Spring would
chance.
be running out in the open like this, and it's going to be punished 100%. And Sam, might have been a double there for Lord, but it's going to try and pull out.
Bit of a mistiming. So what they both wanted to do is they both wanted to pop in absolute unison to take those shots. It needed to be 3, 2, 1, go, and they didn't quite get that, which means there's now a chance for recovery for Wildcard.
The nade! Good nade to drop Sam as well. Just when I was about to say Spring is crawling back to safety. And Anas, he jumps onto the roof as well. They want to end this now.
Oh my goodness. The hubris from Wildcard, not respecting that this compound could be owned. It's the Abbey. The bells are ringing, and it is the bells of doom for Wildcard. H is trying to survive, but everybody's dropping all around him. He's getting absolutely collapsed upon. trading back and forth, but he's still able to find some of these shots. Hang on a second. With the backup from Slicky at range, they've actually been able to hold on. No! Wait a second. Yalla Esports, they're in shambles.
Look at Umbra. Umbra on top of the hillside, third partying in onto this. Acer wrapping around, gonna try and drop 0, confirm that kill, as well as try to get the revive where the Vault gets punished, and he's gonna get knocked. And now it's just
Nova.
one, but Nova are here too?
Oh my goodness. You talk about the third party. This is a fifth party at this point. The kills are getting snuck out right underneath them as Nova is joining in. The grenade goes, does quite a bit of damage. Matana is still in the back. They need to be careful with the beeline shots. Nova is feeling it after that last game. They were able to walk away with the win, but Halls is looking to get involved. All of the members of Umbra up on the hill. It is the full collapse. Slicky is just prone. He's just trying to survive because whatever hopes that Wildcard had for this game, you've got to totally rethink them because they are done.
If it wasn't for that Vault, Wildcard would have had a real opportunity to take control. That is before Nova pushes in. I think that would have ruined it no matter what. But Anas trying to be active here on the highest ground in the closest square mile onto Nova, and that's 2 knocks against them. And Zana is trying to find it off angle as well. These nades can't find them too, and he's able to get 1.
Yeah, that's actually a great job there. Zfan going down potentially early again in this game. They were still able to get the chicken dinner last time around, but Zana going in on the flank. Nice angle there. Revive just go off on HCL though. So this is a 3v2 situation. Zana, they know exactly where he is, but look at the pinch, the collapse from the high ground. Beautifully played. What? Yalla Esports. I don't know what has been happening recently. But that time, they're going to get punished for it, and now it is a 3v1 situation. But Cat does go down. Zana is able to find the shots, utilizing the smoke beautifully, trying to get the angle there onto AZ, but can't get it done. The angle not found, which means that Wildcard actually out-survives them. But hang on a second, Cameron. This is Vikendi. The action does not stop. Umbra's getting involved.
Umbra got really upset that they isolated the fight onto the south side, broke the line of sight, and they're going to go aggressive because they want to clean all of this up, and they saw the kill feed. They know how wounded they are, but AZ spots this. He's prepared for this. A little too aggressive there on the secondary fight, and HCL is trying to... No, he's leaving. He's fully out. He was already gone. He's not going to turn around for that.
Oh, he's got all the meds. He's got everything. He's got the loot. So there is no reset. This is just Umbra going to be able to get the pickup here, and Slicky... He's like, well, I'm in the circle, and I'm already in a mausoleum, but I don't want it to be my grave, so I'm just going to chill here for a bit.
Phase 2, unsurprisingly, does nothing. We still see a couple of teams out in the blue. There's Footballists at Dobro. You got Knights coming in from Goroka. But for the most part, this is pretty standard, which is why, that's one of the big reasons why teams are a lot more comfortable fighting early on Vikendi, is because what are the chances they're going to actually have to move? Very, very little if you're anywhere close to center.
Also want to make a note. I don't know what happened to Pittsburgh Knights, but Carnage is the only player who's alive.
For real?
Yep. I noticed him up there earlier. I'm like, he's up there next to Unique. That's kind of dicey. But yeah, no, he's the only one alive.
Are they doing it on purpose?
I mean, I don't.
It's like, hey, everyone else, go die. This is a meme. We got to continue.
Yeah, seriously, at this point,
this is
like,
a bit.
I don't.
They commit to the bit.
Commit to the bit. We know this is casters, guys. You got to commit to the bit. I don't know. In any case, I know that Carnage has got his work cut out for him once again to try and survive. But we've seen Pittsburgh Knights snake into some crazy final circles, so maybe that'll happen this time around. But I know a team that's not looking to snake right now. It is Footballists. They've already done some work onto B4, and they are chasing it. They smell blood in the water.
Oh yeah, they don't know the meaning of the word snake. They're just gonna rush forward like a stampede of boars. Before they're out, they're trying to retreat off of this. Go down the low ground. I don't think they have vehicles though. This could be a little problematic, and they're separated. You can see Maxon just a little bit on the right side of the screen, him driving off, leaving his teammates out to dry because there really isn't much of an option there. And B4, this entire grand finals, I feel like they're still out of sorts. We talked about for Tempo Storm, gotta get their feet under them. I sort of meant that like in the round, but B4, they got to get their feet under them in general, in the lobby. And they set up shop here. Those two, they don't want to keep running. Mixera and Levi.
I mean, B4 has had some solid play. We know they have it in them. Another team we know has the potential to really go off is Konina Power. This time that they're facing up against Cloud9, this is a full just team fight. happening. There was an initial knock onto a member of Cloud9, but Adder and crew are going off. This is 2 down now for Konita Power. Adder's pushing in, but Gonzo finds the angle with the Molotov in conjunction. Gets the shot. Adder wins those. Wow. He's been going back and forth with this. He's been trying to get this MVP slot. Okay, look, he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He knows what he needs to do. As the members of Konita Power are trying to recover anything from this, as Beowulf is going to be able to be aided by Uneven as Tixie backs on up. Axer's going to need to reset. Rob's just dead. And C9 holds.
Ooh, Axer, he actually wants to go for the revive. Tixie retreats. I don't know if he's just trying to find an off angle. I don't think he's able to assist, but I can see him on the minimap sort of crawling back up. So maybe he does have an angle onto Cloud9's building from his position, and Axer could perhaps go down to Rob and get the revive behind the crate. The problem is, it's the low ground, and Cloud9, they're fanning out a little bit as well. You can see a Beowulf specifically off on the side, and yep, the confirm is going to come in from Pyra.
He needed to wait about 2 or 3 more seconds for that smoke to fill the vision. That could have been thrown a little bit better, I think, there to try and chain those. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough position. Sarah now is just trying to run, and that's just B4 out. Down and out. They retreated, they backed up, they split up. It didn't matter. Footballists, we talked about wild boars, more like hunting dogs. They got the scent, and they just tracked them down, not letting B4 out of their sights. One of those teams representing, of course, for Brazil, down in 15th place now. Loops are going to have to hold it down for their country here in the PMWL West. But of course, Loops on Vikendi, they've still got a bit of hope.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure they're good. It's one of the laws of the universe for Loops to perform well in Vikendi, except week 2. It was week 2 Super Weekend that they didn't, but that's fine. That's the universe can be wrong sometimes. The other day I had my
like that.
Yeah, the other day I saw my dog walking on the ceiling like with gravity reverse, but for her specifically. Don't ask me why. I didn't know. I can't explain it.
Maybe
Neil deGrasse Tyson will.
And he'll do it really condescendingly too, just to
yeah. Oh yeah. You know, of course, this is expectations. That's why we love
how it goes. But no, you saw the leaderboards pop up there on the right side of your screen there for a bit, and this is something we're going to talk about more and more and more as this weekend goes on, because these are the first couple days. And this is really, again, talk about the idea of teams getting their feet underneath them. It's a slightly more aggressive style of play. Teams are going to be adjusting, but the points really do matter now. Every single game, every single kill, we can see it come down. We can see a tie, theoretically, and it comes down to kill points for first place. It is that close. These teams are that close. So we're really going to be talking about it a lot. How many points these teams need, how much their positions are worth, how many kills they're getting, because all of it matters now like it has never mattered before. You're not just fighting against the top. We have our top 16. That's what the last 3 weeks were all about. Now it's all about finding the top 1.
Yeah. It's the game of Battle Royale, of specifically PUBG, is to get as many points as you can each game. There are going to be games that it is not impossible, but incredibly improbable for you to win. And you could argue impossible as long as every other team in the lobby plays like at least at a constant baseline of competency. And so it's those games that even like if you only miss out by like 1 or 2 points, like yeah, we got 8th place and we got 4 kills, we could have gotten 5 or 6. That is as important of a thing to recognize when it's, oh, we got 2nd place instead of 1st place that we could have. Every single game, you want to wring out the sponge of points as much as you can into your cup, into your glass.
And the thing to remember, too, is, of course, they're playing 6 games a day. This is a marathon. And to be able to go in with that level of concentration for hours and hours at a time, of course, these guys are pros. They should be able to do it. But they're definitely still, the nerves, it's not even necessarily nerves. It's just this constant tension that you're feeling, because I have to say, Battle Royales and PUBG Mobile, like these games, like no other games get me is like jaw clench, engage, especially when it comes down to those final circle situations. Your heart is pounding. Every single person who's watching this right now, who's played this game, knows exactly what that feels like when you're in one of those final circle situations. These teams are dealing with that all the time, but at a level I can't even comprehend. And Ulysses is trying to comprehend if he can hit these shots right now. And Mark, that's the question.
Yeah, Mark is trying to comprehend how he can stay safe here. There's an opportunity for Ulysses to get a quick knock, but the rest of Queso is going to group up the circle. Let's call it a medium hardship down to the southwest. It's not going to put too many teams out of sorts. I'm only looking at Carnage as the real player. Well, not even a team, the solo player, to have to manage this one. But we've seen a couple of sends closer towards the center, because now the rotation, the macro game really is getting started. And when it's this late into the game, the macro game is decided more by the micro game and Ayala. Yeah.
It is a hard one to say.
It is. Trying to find an angle onto Dream Eaters, manage their position. But over here on the east, this is a much harder position to manage. It's Unique and Tempo can smell each other.
That's how close they are.
Yeah.
Like every crunch of every footprint in the snow, that's what they're going to be keeping an eye on. But Tensa playing forward, that's what I like to see. HH24 in the back, Tensa up front, Vector on the flank. That's how Tempo performs. That's some of their best angles right now. This is where they do their work, and it's not Cloud9. It's not it's not dead center, so there's less likely that they're going to have a bunch of other teams look to third party and get involved. But Unique still has to move in. The other two have to. We also see a potential little bit of a third party from Umbra if they are aware of this and have line of sight. But hang on a second. Hang on a second. This could be a bit of a clown car situation, but no, Tempo not wanting to give everything away and take these shots.
Yeah, I think Unique got enough information hiding below that rock. They heard Tempo moving around on top of it. They just don't want to attack it. It's not worthwhile for them. And unless they can get some sort of opening, but Tempo, we're not giving it to them. So instead, I think Frozen and Milky Way, they're trying to find a different way in. Coming in from the southeast, and I'm looking at the map, and it looks pretty free, but it's not a great position to push into. So sure, it's going to be escaping the blue, but they're going to have to fight their way up on a difficult path, I think, if they want to push into Abby or even just circumvent Abby and try and get into the circle. But for now, if they're in the zone, they're away from the blue, that is their goal.
Yeah, I think that was a really, really solid play there from them. As I said before, that was a prime position for Tempo Storm. They had everything going for them. And now including the circle. It is going to shift up. Loop's still in it. Dream Eaters, Team K, so Alpha Legends as well are here, but a lot of teams are going to have to move. Cameron, we saw some early action and then it was quiet. It's almost like we know how Vikendi works.
Yeah.
We're going to start to see the action pick up again.
Ball is immediately on the move. They just barely got into the zone before they have to move again. But that seems to be how they like to play. Cloud9, not yet on the movement so far. They're just chilling. They're not even in the vehicles yet. But Footballers, they're stopping on the hill. They're trying to punish UDR killers. A little bit of damage, but no full knock just yet. And they still have to climb up this hill. And this is why. This is why Cloud9 didn't want to move, because they want to third party this and they want to backfill from the teams they can kill from behind. Let's see if they can't get the damage on the Footballers that'll allow them to do so.
Yeah, but there's also another team that might have to push into, and of course, it is Loops Esports, who after losing that first player have been very, very quiet, just chilling in the center of this circle, but now they're going to have to get involved. And we've seen this before, Cameron. We've seen the team that lost the first player still go on to win the entire thing, so it is not impossible for Loops by any means. They definitely have their work cut out for them as the fight around Dino Park is in full effect. I know some of our casters over on the east side of things as well, even some in the west, love these Dino Park finishes. But I don't think we're going to get quite that here, but it might be on the outskirts. This could be a lot of fun. It's a lot of hills, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks, decent amount of soft cover for these teams to work with.
It's like the parking lot when everyone tailgates before they go into Disney World, or in this case, Dino Park.
Disney World.
You let me just pull off of that really, really bad joke as Loops are just going to defend against it's seemingly random.
What is the scene that sends on Vikendi? I don't know what happens to them. It's like their brain turns off on this map. This is not the first time we've seen this happen, and I'm sure it won't be the last, that one decision to just absolutely send into a compound or a valley or a crevasse that you don't know who's there just goes horribly, truly wrong for them. As Uneven is now the last man standing, 2 dead already, and Uneven's getting shot from another angle. This is just the end of Cloud9. No more points for you. This lead that they made for themselves in day number 1 is slowly but surely going to get chipped away.
Out in 14th place through the smoke, the final shots coming out from Levazen. And they still have 1 player knocked on Rarum. Should be able to revive him, but Loops, staring down Loops, made their way into a compound, and you can see on the minimap the circle shift, hard shift again, but this way back in the other direction. It's Whiplash here, but now Cornita Power in the middle of a fight. When I say Cornita Power, it is just Tixie remaining.
And this is great for Nano. If he can get this kill here, secure himself another placement point. The drop shot around the corner, and he gets it with the pre-fire. You love to see it. I feel like I always see Solke pulling off these moves, but every single player in the lobby is like, that's easy. That's baby mode, man. We can do this all day. Get that pre-fire in. It is so important to make sure that the second you can register those hits around the corner, that you are able to do so, especially with those high rate of fire weapons, M4, Micro Uzi being the prime examples of those. As we're jumping back on board with Unique, who've also been able to keep all of their team in this, and Dream Eaters as well. I'm impressed how many teams have been able to get through all these scrappy mid-game fights totally unscathed.
It's a number of the teams in the northern part of the circle that has more larger compounds to hold on to, but these compounds are no longer in the circle. Dream Eaters is the closest, and they don't even have a corner, like a corner of the wall or a corner of the building that's sort of teasing inside the zone. They're all going to have to move. Dream Eaters not moving just yet makes sense because they can gatekeep it. They can cut a lot of these teams off, but Queso, Unique, Alpha Legends, and of course Carnage from Knights still have to move themselves, and Alpha Legends, they're in vehicles, they're on their way through.
Oh no. Not looking great, not looking the worst. Kind of expected more kills to go out from Unique. They're able to pick up 2 onto Alpha Legends. Why? I feel like we see this happen to Alpha Legends all the time. They always seem to lose members on the rotation. What is happening with this team?
The 2 members, they're able to get their way in, but Ramon doesn't. The angle is stacked against them. Queso also arriving just when they did, taking the hill. And Queso, they're taking it from Footballists as well. Alpha Legends do go out, but Queso are here to take full control. They only have 3 kills right now. It's been a slow early game for them, but that means that they've been able to stack up, charge up their power, and they're going to be trying holding this western line strong.
Axel putting him to the wheel. Just solid shots for him. That long-range spray control, so impressive to see. So all these teams now, this is absolute bedlam on this outside the circle. We got Team Queso, we got UDR Killers. Who else? Everybody is getting involved over on this side. Loops potentially looking to get involved. Footballists more towards the center. Every single one of these teams vying for contention. Sandro can't quite find the shots. Team Queso are looking solid through all of this, Cameron.
A little bit of damage against them, and Ayala goes down. Wait, is that Queso out?
Nano came back. Oh my!
I thought they had more players standing. I don't know what happened there. Did Loops third party this? There was so much chaos going on the west side that I was unable to track exactly what was happening. But the circle hardships once again. It's going to keep the chaos coming like fine wine. Knights are also eliminated, but for being a lone player in Carnage, staying until 7th place,
really good.
It's a pretty good task.
Considering how early they lost all those players, I think they were, some of the first players taken out in this game. To be able to last that long, really, really impressive. But yeah, it looked like Team Queso was in a great spot. They had the damage down into Footballists, but then Umbra came in on the flank, and everybody else, I don't even. That absolutely just chaos. Hopefully we get a chance to look at that back. Hopefully our analysts had a chance to take a look at exactly what happened as the last member from Nova Esports is finally going to go down, surviving into 6th place, even considering that insane start they had. A really, really good job there for AZ, who always seems to be one of these last players up and alive. As we see now, all these teams on the eastern side of the circle have to rotate on in, but there is a big open valley in the middle that everybody has to contend with.
I don't know who's going to come out on top in this one. Dream Eaters have an all right position, or at least I should say had, before Toffees gets dropped. And now they could easily get rushed down by Tempo. Meku does drop Tempo in a trade, but he's going to have to contest with the rest of Tempo Storm. I think the vehicle send is going to be coming through. Molly comes out to try and finish Rain at least, but here's the vehicle. Here it is. Here's the charge.
Tensa up and around and over, making it look easy, doing exactly what Raven did to him in this last game. Oh my goodness, beautiful play. And now Footballists, Umbra, all of these teams, hang on, everybody is getting involved. As we now see the shots coming in from Kayowski at range. This is massive because this is the area that they need to push into, that Loops need to push into, but Tempo Storm is on the other side. If they can take this hilltop, if they can take this high ground, if Tempo pushes it now instead, this could be disastrous for Loops. But Kayowski is just going in. He's going to try and send it. Can Soulcave fight? No! At range, the vehicle explosion to confirm it. Loops Esports are just too good on Vikendi.
3 up. They had the first player lost, and they have an opportunity to win this entire game. There's PRZ from Umbra trying to heal out in the blue, but his time is limited. Right now, it's all going to be Tempo versus Loops. 4 versus 3. And I don't know who has the advantage outside of Tempo's man advantage. And they're already on a decent spread, which is going to give them the crossfire capabilities. But again, in the end game situation, Loops, they're no schmucks either.
I mean, we did see them take down Cloud9 yesterday. The Cloud9 was, I'll correct myself, was down a player, but I would say that they had the circle, which is acting as a metaphorical 4th player. But in this situation, I think that Tempo has a great advantage. Not only have they been able to get themselves quite a few kills over the course of this game, they're feeling the confidence, and they have this potential high ground advantage. They have more players closer. It's just Kayowski up here. Federal is further back.
I like the smokes.
We'll see.
Federal. try and get to that rock to try and establish another crossfire situation for Loops to try and contest with as PRZ slowly crawls in. I hope he has a lot more med kits. And I think he's got more.
He's got one more. He's almost able to make this in. I almost kind of wanted to like long bomb it. Yeah, he's going to do that. I don't think he's going to be able to make it though. He's going to try and find any shots.
Oh, this is huge, though. He drops Kayowski before he dies himself, and he also confirms the kill, so that's one more point for his team, and that makes this a 2 versus 4. That might be what spoils this entire round, this entire end game for Lutz. There is a player knocked on Tempo's side, and a follow-up grenade deals him heavy damage, but the revive onto HA24 does confirm, it does come through. And so the 2 versus 4, and it's an immediate surround coming out from Tempo.
The timing could not have been worse for Loops. The second they get a knock, they lose a player themselves, and this is Tempo's game to win. The first knockdown of the 10 seconds. Raid is down as well. Hang on a second. Venerel and Carrillo is still up. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Carrillo is still in this game. You can never count out Loops. 3 members of Tempo Storm are down. They have to try and go for the reset. Hang on, Spectre. Maybe look to go for the revive. Carrillo is going to get the med kit off, but he needs to push. He needs to push. HH24 is going to give the intel up over the high ground. This is a 1v1 situation, and Carrillo using the teammate's body to try and block the shots. Can Carrillo get it? No! Tempo Storm gets it done just barely. Carrillo and Loops almost took that over, but Tempo Storm gets it done somehow, some way, taking down Loops Esports on the Vikendi, but my goodness, was that close.
I didn't even think it was going to be anywhere close to being as close as that was, but ultimately, it was Tempo Storm using their downed player as a meat shield to block even just a couple of bullets to give them the advantage in that final 1v1 because...
My heart is pounding, Cameron.
When you rush forward like that, that was the right decision. To rush forward, 3 downed, but those down players gave enough information. Even if the revive was broken on Tempo's side, just because of the threat of the rush, still, that information, and then using your teammate as a meat shield, essentially, that Tempo Storm, I don't think they're going to be happy how close it ended up being, because ultimately they should have just sprayed down those finals loot players just with ease. But hopefully they're still happy that they were able to get the win in the end.
Oh, for sure. Now, I mean, still an additional, I think, 6 points for getting that additional spot. Huge for the chicken dinner for them. But still, if that one player from Loops hadn't gotten down from the third party from outside the blue, I think that was Loops' game to win for sure. In any case, I need some water. I need a break. My heart is pounding. I cannot imagine what these players are feeling after that one incredible game number 2. Let's send it back over to our analysts to break it down.
Oh man, if you are Kayowski there, getting dropped by PRZ from the blue, you have a 3-on-4 against Tempo, it turns into a 1-on-1. What could have happened if that wasn't a 2-on-4 for Loops? But honestly, credit to Tempo. Well, we have to obviously give them credit. We're going to obviously critique them a little bit in how they went about the final fight, but they still pull out the victory. They still get themselves a chicken dinner, and that's much needed considering they were out with only 1 point in the last game. But let's see how many points they accumulated, as well as Loops, as well as Umbra, and all the other teams we have to talk about here, 7.
Yeah, as Tempo Storm, honestly, that was quite a clutch there from Loops Esports. As you mentioned, they ended up losing a player from Umbra, once again, being able to get a lot of kills, 5 kills, that's impressive out of them. But Loops Esports, making that so close? Is this the loops that we've been waiting to see this whole time? Is this the loops that we have expected this whole tournament? Keep in mind, it is Vikendi, so we always expect greatness out of them. But that was just so clutch for them to make a 2 versus 4, a 1v1 towards the end. Luckily for Tempo Storm, Spec was still alive. He had full health. He had not taken any damage. And on top of that, the tree that Carrillo was trying to hide behind was just way too skinny. It looked like me back in high school. As we do go down this leaderboard here, we do see Nova Esports once again being consistent there in regards to kills. This is something that I was mentioning at the beginning of the show, saying that Nova Esports, yeah, you can get the placement, but you're going to need the kills. So for them to go ahead and get those extra 5 kills, that is huge. Then we see Dream Eaters with 9 points, Team Queso with 7, and then UDR Killers. And UDR Killers, I do want to mention that they're slowly but surely starting to become a spoiler team in a way that they're able to kill teams that might be looking to get higher up on the leaderboard. So interesting stuff as we go here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing Yala able to get themselves a few more points, and we saw their early engagements, I believe, with Wildcard that did not go well. Pittsburgh able to pull down some more placement points, but struggling a little bit in this match with their kills. Surprising, though, once again at the bottom that we're seeing Konina Power, Unique, Cloud9 still struggling here in the second match. Wildcard still struggling. B4 literally dead last. This is not where we thought some of these teams would be ending up after we saw their performances from yesterday. And like you said earlier, Seven, this is not the right time to either take a long time to warm up into your matches or to start falling off right now.
Yeah.
And there's $100,000 on the line. No one wants to be having any bad matches now, but unfortunately, some teams are going to have to. As I now take a closer look here at the stats for Tempo and see how much damage they're able to put out. Okay, so really not that much damage, really not that much healing, but this seems to be like an ongoing trend here, Seven, of where teams get, kind of minimal damage, some minimal healing, and a decent amount of kills. It feels like we're seeing a lot of teams play that kind of standard strategy of be safe early and then go for kills later on.
They're starting to play that BTR strategy. They're watching a lot of East gameplay right now, watching Bigatron Red Aliens play, because that's pretty much what Bigatron is able to do. That's why they're so good over there in the East. And I'm glad Tempo Storm ended up getting this win. Something that we talked about yesterday, especially that I got a chance to talk about with HH24, I was saying, hey man, especially that last match, you were absolutely destroying it. You were doing so good. I think he ended up with 1,000 damage, something along those. But he said, yeah, but there's something with the team. We need to go ahead and improve as a team. And I'm so glad that they had all the 4 players towards the end. And on top of that, they were able to clutch out that win. Because if they didn't get the win, losing a 2v4, no matter who you are, that's going to stick in your head and it's going to be hunting you the whole day.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And I think we'll break down that last fight a little bit later on. But it's time to take a look, though, at our top 4 players from that last match with our sweet little cards coming through from Epics.gg. And, well, 2 players from Footballists, 2 players from Loops. And I think, honestly, Carrillo and Federal definitely deserve to be on there, considering they almost pulled off the 2v4, Glitter.
I mean, the fight with Loops and Tempo at the end was insane, especially because of all of the disadvantages that Loops was facing. However, we did kind of skip over Footballists a little bit in the map rankings, and to their credit, they had 11 kills before they went down, and they actually, I believe they went down to Loops. I think it was Kayowski that ended up taking them out, and they were, up until that point, doing very, very well for themselves, so I'm not surprised that both Solke and Levazen are up here in our top player overall, for that. But I don't know who do you think the MVP is?
Carrillo.
You think so?
Yeah. Yo, production, come on, show us who's that MVP. Show us that it's Carrillo.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm not surprised. The boss had a very strong game.
That's nice though. Hey, it's great to see other people that might have not been MVP before actually become that MVP. And Levazen is one player from Footballists that we always talk about Solke, we always talk about Lutz. Well, guess what? Now they got Levazen also getting MVP here, and I think that's great overall though. What a performance. 5 kills on top of that, 5 assists, and on top of that, almost 800 damage. That is something you love to see right there, Jason.
Yeah, it's really not like the player that's like kind of one of the most known ones when it comes to Footballists, right? You mentioned Solke, Lutz. Like these are the 2 big fraggers that you normally see within the team. So it's really cool to see him have a standout game like that and a game to get them like the 11 kills as you mentioned before, Glitter. But of course, we got to talk about Loops a little bit. Federal, I mean, he's someone that's, again, a little bit quiet. Typically, we always mention Kayowski, we mention Carrillo, and yet he got, I think, like 2 of the downs in that final 2-on-4 fight. Like, he came up massive when they needed it. And even Kayowski in particular, I think you mentioned, Glitter, it was Kayowski to finish off Footballless. His send straight into him with like low HP was still managing to finish off with the MAC-10 blowing up the car, able to save the fight for him and his team, was fantastic to see. But we're going to take now a look at some of our highlights, our do-the-do moments from that last match. And honestly, there's so many things we can break down, and I really hope we dive a little bit further on into that Tempo Loops fight at the very end.
Yeah, and I think Kanina Power, one of the teams that you've been talking about earlier, Glitter, in that last game with Kanina Power, I believe they ended up with 3 kills and 4 points overall. So not one of the best performances that we've seen out of them. And also as we go here to Yala, and this was, oh, show the grenade. Oh, they didn't show it there. But the people from Yala, the teammate from Yala, they threw one of the nastiest, I mean, one of the most disgusting nades I think I've seen so far in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken, because he was able to go ahead and put that thing over a building and land it right next to the player of Wildcard.
Yeah, I think it might have actually been Lord. I just remember getting so hyped when we saw that come through. Super unfortunate for Wildcard, though, especially after the solid performance that they had yesterday. I think that they're definitely going to be looking to pick it up later on. And then we see also some nades coming in on Nova. I believe Nova actually third-partied this fight with Yala immediately after and put a ton of damage into them and took them out right after Yala had just faced off with Wildcard. So this is, yet again, Nova stepping up to the plate. I believe they had 5 kills overall in this match. So Nova still staying very, very consistent, still being aggressive and getting themselves some placement points in the process. So, I mean, this is huge for them. And then now we're jumping on board with Cloud9 and I don't know what's going on here, Seven, but it's definitely not the start to the day that we envisioned them having.
Yeah, and with Cloud9, it's just, I know this one was super unlucky, and this is not the first time that we're going to see Cloud9 crash into a compound and lose players that way.
Yeah.
For me, honestly, I think it's just maybe some jitters here and there. I wouldn't be surprised if they are that team that kind of comes back. They still have one of the maps that they perform so well at, and that's going to be Sanhok. And on top of that, we still have 2 Erangel. So anything can happen here for Cloud9. I don't think this is going to turn into a league play from week 3 performance. I hope not. I hope I'm absolutely wrong in regards to that. But I think it's just maybe a slow start. You're allowed to have them, especially if you have been able to put up great performances like Cloud9 has done before. And then as we're seeing here, Dream Eaters has been staying consistent towards the top 5 every single time here, or at least a good amount of time. But they're kind of just doing exactly what Nova was doing yesterday, not really putting up those crazy amounts of kills except for the previous game. I think I want to definitely see a lot more kills out of them, as we see Korea just getting kills and more kills and just kind of in Kayowski.
Oh my god!
Also, that right there. Are you kidding me? I know once we saw that, we were just kind of in awe, just saying, how did he even get that?
You know, it sucks for Kayowski too. He pulls off that play, and then PRZ, who's just healing up in the
dies to PRZ
longest time. He's like, oh, hey, pew, pew, pew. All right, you're dead. He pulls off such a hero play just to fall in a situation like that. True. It was so... it was unfortunate for him. But, I mean, let's dive a little bit further, if we can, into that final fight, because we did have the 4-on-2, but something that really stood out was the amount of 1v1s, or even 1v2s that Tempo fought up against Loops for at the very end. It was very confusing, especially when you had Spec, I think, trying to go super wide on a rotate to flank it from another angle here, Seven.
Yeah, this is something actually we were kind of talking about during that quick advertisement segment that we had there with Cameron Davis. I was saying it kind of seemed to me like Temple Storm in a way choked that, because it should have been super easy. You have 2 versus 4. You had the numbers. You can definitely get the angles, and we are going to be seeing the total damage here from all the teams. But I'm going to continue talking about that ending, because in a way, even if you wait a split second to go ahead and push up, we saw Tensa pushing up by himself. If you go ahead and push up by yourself with a split second and your teammate behind you, that can cost you the fight. And he ended up costing them the fight, because by the time Tensa got knocked, the other player was now just barely coming in. He had not been able to shoot yet, and allowed the other player from Loops Esports to also knock him down, which it was just a huge disadvantage for Temple Storm there. Luckily, as I mentioned earlier, Spec was able to clutch it for them.
Yeah, you can't really go head-to-head against a team like Loops in 1v1s like that, because we've seen Korea almost clutch out 1v3s by himself. Let's take a look now at the total damage so we can see how every other team obviously stacked up against each other. I'm expecting to see Footballless extremely high up here with their 11 kills that they did get. And we will see them actually as a top damage dealer here, Glitter, with their 2,076.
That is, you know, I was kind of expecting that out of Footballs because, like I had said earlier, they were having such a strong performance until they got taken out by Kayowski. So 2,000 damage, 11 kills, great game for Footballs. They really needed a boost, I think, after having just a slow start, not a bad start, but another slow start, but huge for Tempo Storm, getting the win and the 8 kills. Loops with 1,800 damage and 8 kills. I think hopefully they're kind of returning to their older form. But as we move down the list, we see Nova very efficient with their damage and their kills. 5 kills and under 700 damage. Konina Power, almost 800 damage, 3 kills, kind of being slow, but Yala literally all the way down at the bottom, but still managing almost 1k damage and 4 kills before they go out.
Yeah, some really good stuff there, and I think it's also really cool to see Loops bounce back a little bit in the essence of getting kills, being aggressive, being accurate, being deadly. And speaking about being deadly, it's time to take a look at our predictions. And Glitter, I will have to say this, if you did listen to Hot Jukes, you would be looking at your 22 points. So clearly, the moral of the story is don't follow Jukes in his predictions.
Luckily for him, he ended up getting 7 points, so it's not too bad. It's not the 0 points that he's used to or the 1 point that he's used to. He was able to get 7 points. Gotta give him some credit there. Hey, we're also with Team Kesso. Come on now.
Well, yeah, we obviously all made out pretty well with our Loops pick. I'm imagining Tempo Storm might be coming across some of our picks later on throughout the day, considering how well they played here. But it's now time to take a look at our overall rankings and see, more importantly, if Tempo did jump up in the leaderboards at all, considering that last victory they just got. And they will actually head up into 5th place with 89 points overall, but Cloud9 still currently in the lead here, 7.
Yeah, and it's just thankfully to those performances that they were able to go ahead and put out yesterday. As I mentioned, if you're one of those teams that you think you're going to have a couple of bad performances, you better put up a great performance to back it up. And that's what Cloud9 has been able to do. And luckily for them, they are still sitting towards the top. But guess what? You have Nova Esports now starting to catch up on them in regards to placement points. And I think that's something that we definitely need to keep an eye on here, as Nova has improved their placement point standings every single time. They're able to maintain themselves within a top 5 or a top 3. And that gives them a chance to go ahead and get some extra kills, maybe third party towards the end of a match. So wouldn't be surprised if at some point we kind of see them pass that. And as we go down the list, we see Team Umbra jump up to 8th place. And that's a great surprise, as now we go towards the 2nd page. And thankfully, even though Yala Esports ended up being the first team out in the last game, they ended up adding 4 extra points on kill points alone. And that's going to push them up the leaderboard here, getting them past Team Unique, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that these are the types of moves that Yala need to start making if they really want to be jumping themselves up the leaderboard. They're only ahead of Unique by 1 point right now, but they're also only behind B4 by 10. And that's more than manageable because we've seen them take down a win, and we've seen how many kills they are capable of getting for themselves. So as long as they can make it so that they're more consistently getting to that late game, they should be starting to snowball a little bit.
Well, speaking of snowballs, we're not going to see any more today, though, as that was our only Vikendi of the day. We'll be heading back to Erangel as our 3rd match of the day, followed up by Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel yet again. So we're almost at the halfway point here of our 2nd day, with only 2 days left to go after this. And as we move into our 3rd match in Erangel, I honestly wish I could go back and change my prediction here for this game, because I would definitely be going Tempo after what I've seen coming out of the team that I did indeed pick. But you know what, to start things off, since I'm already talking about it, I'll just go ahead and say my prediction was wildcard for this match, though I do want a little bit of an asterisk there saying if I could, I would be picking Tempo if I had the opportunity to change it. So wildcard for me, 7. Going over to you, who do you got?
You know what, mine's going to be a wild pick, and that's why I kind of want Glitter to go first. Glitter, who you got for this next game?
Oh, okay.
E4.
All right. Well, no. I didn't pick them for the first game like everybody else did, and I'm kind of glad that I didn't. I'm hoping they can bounce back in our 3rd match since we are back on Erangel, so this is when I'm going to be using my Cloud9 pick.
Okay. Hey, that's a great pick too. They usually do well in Erangel. Now, you know what? With mine's gonna be a little bit wilder. I kind of got tired of picking those top 5 teams. I wanted to mix it up, and this is a team that's kind of caught my eye, and I've been enjoying a lot of their performance. And it's gonna be Team Umbra. I kind of think Team Umbra is setting themselves up here for a win at some point, and I'll be so happy to see them get a win because that would just only increase their confidence. As we've been mentioning, Umbra has been able to frag out. If they're able to go ahead and just get higher placement and then just start fragging out towards the end, they could be that team that gets the win, and they usually, so far, they have been able to really perform well in the Erangel. So Team Umbra is whoever is the team that's going to get the win for me.
Well, you know what? We're actually going to take a look at our 3 choices here and see who is more likely to pick up the win when it comes to this map on Erangel here. And I'm assuming Cloud9 should be probably number 1 in that, or maybe... It's wild card. 5 chicken dinners, 36k damage, 169 kills. I mean, clearly I did my research and my predictions, right, Glitter?
Yeah, even though you did put an asterisk on your prediction, we'll pretend like that didn't happen.
I mean, I'm taking that asterisk away. It's okay, don't worry.
Too late now. Too late now. And then you got, remember though, Cloud9 does have less matches played in regards to wildcard gaming stats there. And then you kind of go down to Team Umbra. In Team Umbra, listen, I'm going based on the league final stats here, and I want to believe in that team. I want that team to have somebody in their corner saying, "Hey, you guys are doing great. You guys are pretty much close to that win, and why not? Let's see if they can get that win in this match."
Yeah, and not only the win in this match, we also want to have a win overall for the stream. We're looking to hit 300,000 viewers at the same time concurrently, where everyone out there in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates, which means you can also get a permanent set. There's a chance to win that within it as well. And you know what? I did think up something over this last match of what I can throw into the mixer to help make sure we hit 300K. We have some extremely... I'm going to regret saying this, some extremely spicy peppers in the fridge, in the talent fridge back here.
Oh, no.
And if we hit 300K within today or tomorrow, I'm not going to do it on the final day, I will eat one of those peppers and do a segment live on air. So 300K, even more incentive to hit that mark. What? And we'll see if we can pull that off, and hopefully you guys can be able to understand as I'm just going to be slobbering and dribbling all over myself trying to say what's all going on. I'd be excited. I can even do an illustration segment while I had a hot pepper. Yes. And I'm talking like hot, hotter than a habanero pepper, or the hottest that we could find when we went to the market. So there you go. Get your friends.
I'm about to go share it.
Get your friends, your parents, your teachers, your moms who are supporting footballists in the last game, as I saw Glitter. Get everyone in here watching as well, and we'll check in with you guys and enjoy talking about how much fun it's going to be to see me suffer. And we'll check with you guys after. I'm regretting saying this. We'll check with you guys later. I want to get off camera right now because I am desperately sad that I went with that one. But you guys at home can be happy because you still have the lucky draw going on currently while we are bringing you the PUBG Mobile World League. You still have a chance to win a limited time outfit. So make sure you guys go and log into the game and you watch within the Esports Center because you have a chance to win. And you can still also tweet to us. Maybe have a chance to be here on the show at Esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMWL. Maybe you want to tweet your team you think is going to win. Maybe you want to tweet about how excited you are to watch me eat a hot pepper and try to even use my words while here on camera. I swear this floor is going to be soaked from my mouth. But let's bring in our commentators to help use their mouths to talk about the next match here. We have Enverm and Cameron Davis going to be joining us once again. You know, I didn't really have a good way to transition out of that, so that was the best I could do.
Hell of a segue. That was, you know, that's fine. You know what? We've all been there.
We'll count it, right?
Sometimes you start a sentence in your brain and then your mouth just goes.
Michael Scott.
I'm here now.
Sometimes I start talking and I don't know where I'm going with it. And I just keep talking until I eventually can figure out a way to find my way out as we talk about this next game. Erangel once again, Tempo Storm, the 4-on-2, just barely winning that, which you would imagine mathematically that should be pretty simple. Yeah, and that's exactly the face I think we were making when we were watching, like, what's going on? What's happening here? But they still won nonetheless, right? And that's a big confidence booster.
Yeah, I know. Federal, who's sitting in the back, just laying down so much, you know, Carrillo is like this distraction up at the front, and between the two of them, they were able to just find the milliseconds to take the angles. Cameron, you were talking about it as well with 7, just in that quick break that we had, the idea that it was like, it wasn't really as much as Tempo Storm, I think, throwing per se, it was loops just almost going insanely clutch.
Yeah, I definitely disagree with calling it, assuming Tempo lost. I wouldn't have called it a choke either way. It would have been a throw, depending on, because they did rush over that hill a little haphazardly. And yeah, if there's any team that you cannot do that with, no matter the numbers advantage that you have, it's going to be loops. It took them half a second to drop that, like, 3 members of Tempo Storm. They were that quick on their shooting. It was ridiculous.
Okay, well, we had Tempo do well in the last game. It's time to talk about a predictions here. And I'm wondering if one of you two did put Tempo down, potentially as a pick here. So Cameron, we'll start off with you. Who's the team that's going to reign supreme here in match 3?
I did not pick Tempo.
You did not pick Tempo?
I actually picked Nova. Yesterday, they were a little weak until they got a couple of wins under their belt. They have a win on Erangel today, heading back to Erangel. Who knows how well they're going to perform when it's not east of school apartments area, but I still think that they're looking strong and looking confident either way.
Okay, so Nova for Cameron. Who do you have in Viram?
I actually have the same. I have the same pick. I have Nova Esports as well. They won game number 3 yesterday. They're doing really, really well in Erangel. So I think that's very much the play that I'm going to go with. A little bit of a floppy play in this last game, but I think they can overcome that reset.
Well, let's see if they do overcome that reset and get you guys a chicken dinner. Why don't you take us into our third match here of the day?
Thank you so much. Whoosh. Oh no, not even close.
It's like just a touch late.
It was a little bit late. I had to try it once.
Yeah,
it was better than that other time. I was just like totally wrong. That was a disaster. We'll see if it'll be a disaster again for Nova. It's fighting over compounds. They don't know we're clear or not. Yala Esports, of course, also ended up going down even earlier in that. And I feel like that was actually just, I sort of would get us into this game number 3. That just seems to be sort of like, to me, Yala Esports in a nutshell. They start these fights. They look so great. They couple of knocks, maybe a kill. But then they just can't quite seem to close it out. And they end up going out really, really early, taking these early fights. We'll see if they'll be able to shake that off in this game, or if we'll see something similar. Speaking of similar, very similar, albeit reverse plane path to what we saw last time around, and we'll see if teams adjust their drop locations accordingly.
Yeah, it's a little more, just a bit, little more towards the southeast specifically than the first game. But yeah, it's not too different. It's still going to be a bit of a trek to go down to obviously Zarky, but even Georgiapol a little bit, and that might have been the reason why we saw Cloud9 and Primorsk instead of South George, because that's usually where they loot up, if my memory serves me correctly. And I think Cloud9 are still in the plane, so maybe they are going to Primorsk once again.
It looks like that will be the play, not wanting to try and make it all the way up to South George, like you mentioned. Loops also tends to go and plays around in crates there as well, but they're going to have to find a different drop location. We'll see if they have a similar situation to last time, where they did lose one player very early, but were still able to make it to that top 2 situation. Of course, wildcard is going to go up to Severny. Yala will play around Razak. Tempo, of course, in Pachinki. And this is the dance we're very familiar with. Everybody knows the steps, everybody knows the beat. The question happens, what happens in the middle when we start to throw a DJ into the mix and change up the tune?
Is that the circle that you're talking about to change up the
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it.
DJ?
Yeah, that was
okay. Oh, okay. Because it looks like a record, and so
yeah, it's like a turntable.
Yeah, when you do like a really okay, this is a bit of a mix-up. Dream Eaters and Alpha have sort of shared Yasnaya a little bit, and usually don't come to a lot, but I think Shasser there, especially trying to be a little sassy, takes a lot of damage from Meku, trades a little bit in return, but this is still going to be a 2-on-4 if Alpha want to go for it, if Dream Eaters want to stay around here, because, as usual, 2 Dream Eaters members in Yasnaya on the east side, and 2 not even in the Yasnaya city at all, and at some point, Alpha Legends should have recognized that and said, hey, this is a great opportunity to get a couple of kills. And maybe this is going to be that moment where they finally turn it on. But I think that Shasta taking so much damage may slow them down just a little bit. Meku, his med situation, his loot situation isn't the greatest. But I think if he just continues to loot up and leave on the north, if he has a vehicle out there, he should be fine.
And because of where this circle is, they're not going to have any problems with that. It is a very northmost circle. So not having too much pressure here for Dream Eaters. But speaking of pressure, if anybody's going to put pressure on anything, it's you. You should be pressuring your friends and family to tune in here to the broadcast, because you saw it pop up on your screen, the ability to win all those free crates, 300,000 concurrents. You heard Jason Kaplan talk about it. I'm going to talk about it as well, because it's an important opportunity to show off what the PUBG mobile competitive scene is all about, what the pro scene is here. These are the best players in the world, quite literally, going toe-to-toe. If there's ever a time to tune in and get your friends or family involved, and especially if there's something that you're hyped about, you're passionate about, share it with them. It's pretty cool.
That's just trying to share the love to Matic, another member of Dream Eaters there. You saw him peering down the AK, trying to get another shot on that member. He's really doing a lot of damage, just trying to keep Dream Eaters a bit uncomfortable, even if they don't have an opportunity to go for the full squad wipe. Over here in Razak, UDR Killers, we haven't really talked about the circle. a little bit. It's center, but with a little more emphasis on the northern end of things, which means the river is cutting, let's call it halfway through. It's not exactly, but, you know, we're going to use rough estimates here. And these Razak bridges could be very impactful. In fact, these sunken bridges could also be very impactful for Umbra, on the Umbra side of things, depending on how they want to play it out.
But on board with Vindex, who was hitting some really sick long-range shots. Then, of course, PRZ, who played spoiler in that last game. Umbra's been one of those teams. I think it's really trying to find their identity. You know what I mean? There's a lot of these teams who talk about like Tempo, all about these great macro rotations. Loop's all about the close quarters combat. You know, Tempo takes these amazing mid-range fight. But like, I want to find more of what Umbra is all about. I feel like they're still, you know, trying to build that identity for their team. You know, Wildcard is now the squad that goes hyper aggressive. I need to see a little bit more of that here from them in order to really define, because it's going to help them too, making the decisions of how they want to take these fights, identifying their own strengths.
Well, we'll see what they can do here with the Knights coming into their position. The Knights are taking it slow, trying to scout ahead. And we see Umbra still a little separated. Prolord specifically a little bit of away from his team, as well as Halls, just trying to keep control of the area. They don't seem to be very quick on the retreat. And well, I mean, like moving to a different position. It's almost like they just want to expand out from the loot spot, which I don't know how much I agree with it, because Sunken is such a difficult area to play around. But here comes Carnage, here come the Knights, and I don't know what information they've been able to give up. Prolord might have heard the vehicles arrive. He might have spotted something from the Ruins position, feeding that information back to the rest of Umbra. But if Halls gets taken down, especially in J7, we know he spotted. He is being taken down, but that's by Rain, that's by Tempo. That's coming out from Pachinki.
Cameron, can you see the future? Is that what's happening right now? Like, if he's going to go down here, I just watch his health bar start to tick away. And now he's in a terrible position. You called it.
I didn't hate the position. It's just widespread from the rest of Umbra. And you got to have your head in a swivel like this. And he's just going to get punished for peeking out a little bit too wildly. I don't know if the rest of Umbra are going to be comfortable going to try and save him. Luckily, HH24 also has eyes onto the Knights. Jagger, a little bit of damage, but no knock onto the Knights' end, and immediately fall back behind the rocks, immediately like roaches when you turn the lights on, crawl under the refrigerator. But Carnage, he does go down. That's an interesting send that we missed.
Yeah. Wait, Carnage dying first. Are we about to what's happening here? Are we in the upside down? What is going on? Hang on a second. This isn't right. This isn't right at all. No, I think that totally a misread by Pittsburgh Knights on this one. Yeah, flip the script, flip the table. Flipping the table if you're Carnage right now. Really unhappy about how that just went down. Being the first player knocked. Once again, an unstellar start for Pittsburgh Knights. One of these teams that is either absolutely on fire or very much not. They're kind of a 1 or a 0. I think Tempo Storm actually channels that a bit as well. I feel like maybe it's a bit common for some of these North American teams. Once they start building momentum, they start feeling confident in their shots. They're just absolutely on fire, but it's not being able to maintain that over a long series of games. It's the problem. But now problems are arising for UDR Killers. Cameron, Dream Eaters has found them, got them in their sights. Versus trying to reposition a little bit here, and they've got a lot of cover to work with, but there might be a potential for a third party with Loops over on the other hill as well.
Oh no, they're absolutely going to be peeking over here. Versat's able to secure the kill on Ulysses. And UDR Killers have a 2-2 split, 2 across the bridge. 2 across the bridge, across the river, and the other 2 members still playing in Razak. But the lines of sight from Pokus and Nano are not there to defend their teammates in the way that they wanted to. Sandro is just lying prone, and I think it's the pressure from Loops that forces Dream Eaters away. One of their teammates is knocked, and they're trying to give fire back. But that's a second.
Multiple members. Oh my goodness, Cameron, Loops. They were real upset they didn't get the victory in that last one, and they're distributing some of that upsetness. That's not a word. They're making another team upset, and of course it's Dream Eaters, so I think we're actually able to keep their players alive. We'll see if Loops opts to send it in. There is another fight breaking out now between Team Queso and Wildcard, and Team Queso is opting to nope out of that entire arrangement, saying, no, thank you, Wildcard. We know what you do. We know you like to push, so we're just going to drive away.
Dream Eaters, they wish they could drive away, but Carrillo, he's rushing forward here. He's trying to put the pressure onto them versus getting to the vehicle, but look at that. Look at Dadeen finding the wide flank angle. Of course, here comes Wildcard as well. This is becoming... Is this what we want to start calling a Clown Fiesta? I haven't seen a lot of things that would live up to that definition, but this might just be one of them. Federal rushing forward, securing the kill on Nameku. And now Acer, they're just sending it in onto Dadeen.
Dadeen went for this incredible wide flank to flank around Dream Eaters, but now Wildcard is joining on in, but I'm not actually sure if they're aware. Oh, they know he's there now. They absolutely do. It now means the rest of the team has got to try and come on in. Sam, he's cooking it. He's cooking it. No, he's going to reset. I don't know if they know exactly where Dadeen is, but now Saving Private Dadeen. That is the story.
Nope. Run. Please run.
Nope. Oh, you're done. Okay. Well, not ideal. We'll pretend we didn't see that, Dadeen. Don't worry about it. You didn't cook it long enough anyway. Oh, look at this bank. Look at that bank. Look at the bank. Acer playing with windowsills, and now Dadeen is in a terrible position. He's going to be able to give intel to the rest of the team, but you can see Nova rotating into the back as well. Yes, Cameron, we've officially qualified for a Clown Fiesta. I'm making the verdict.
Yeah, we've sent in the application. We'll see what the results come back from the bureaucracy of clowns, the Fiesta League or administration. But Loop's trying to assist. They put themselves in a really rough spot. You can see the smokes that they've had to deploy. And Carrillo, he's in a really bad situation. Nades come out, look to be a little too far, but in the distance, Kayowski, he's already gone. He's already retreated. But Carrillo, this might have been a step too far because he is stuck. There's nothing that he can do. And Spring on the low ground, trying to find the angle.
He's done. He's done. The perfect pinch. The play that Dadeen did to Dream Eaters just did to Loops. Oh my goodness. Wildcard. They were looking for a fight with Queso. Queso pieced right out, but they're like, guys, we still want to fight though. And they take it to Loops, who now are only one player remaining. I think when Dadeen goes down there, I think you just leave. I don't think you try and save him.
Yeah, especially because of how open that coastline can be, and with the circle calling more players in a relatively close location. Panina Power, a significantly quieter first game than what we just saw from a number of those teams. 0 kills for them, but still 4 up. And they didn't have to move so far with the phase 2 East Circle hard shift. And Footballists also pushing up, making their way from Sosnovka Island. For both teams, Footballists and B4, it's a lot less eventful of an early game, making their way across those big, long bridges, which they're definitely happy about.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, this is such a contrast to game number 1. Cameron, we didn't have a kill till the 9-minute mark. And already a team is down. So many teams have taken casualties, and a team that's looking to not do that right now, of course, is Cloud9. Adder is able to survive. Great reaction time from him. The shots from G-Fan do come down range. G-Fan, of course, has not had the best couple of starts. He's been taken out first for this team every single time, but their combined forces have been able to keep Nova in the fight. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep him up and try and maintain that 4-player advantage, because they're in a great position right now. They've set themselves up more on the western side of things, but they have a lot of angles they can play with depending on how this next circle shifts.
Yeah, they're making it very difficult for Cloud9 to push into that western side. Despite not landing too many shots there, it's still keeping them sort of forced into just one single location and not able to establish map control. We'll see how that affects Cloud9 later on, because the circle is about to close and phase 3 is about to pop off. But what's already popping off is Annalise with the DP shots, trying to secure the kill on a Soul K. Footballists rotating in just north of Yasnaya, but they come in, not to a trap, but still an angle held by Unique. The revive is coming through. Footballists should be able to stay alive here, and the shift works out in their favor. They can just loop back around clockwise and go into the Yasnaya apartments on the northeast edge of the circle, but for everyone else on the west side, the Clown Fiesta that we saw, it's going to be another one. It's going to be Clown Fiesta 2.
Yeah, it's the clown convention. Everybody get your red noses. Oh boy, this is just gonna be rainbow wigs. Just like we're going all in. We're gonna Ronald McDonald this.
Bunch of squeaks from the shoes of everyone running around.
Just those, the giant red floppy shoes. Sure, there's a skin for that. Anyway, let's jump back on board with Wildcard, who again had a pretty solid start to their game. Already 3 kills for them. That really decisive send onto Dadeen, holding that compound, kind of like what we're seeing right now. But this time it's Team Queso opted to get aggressive onto Alpha Legends. Kato is coming in, but too little, too late. Now got to completely rethink this. The drive-by. I'm coming to help. I'm leaving now. Just in one instance, turn that all the way around, and Team Queso gets out without a single player dying. I believe they'll be able to get a Mystic here unless Wildcard can find some shots.
You know, I think the rest of, even though it was the right decision, I think the rest of Alpha Legends might be a little offended by how quickly Kaito made that decision. There was not even a second thought of let me go save my teammates. Maybe they're going to start to think, like, does he actually not care about us? Because that was an instantaneous change-up decision. I think he should have tried to retreat even before he got shot at, personally, but it was very comical seeing that loop around.
Yeah, that was pretty fun to watch. Definitely fun if you were a fan of Team Queso. Boys hailing from South America, representing, taking down Alpha Legends, who are just not having the best. They've made it here. They made it here to the finals, but it feels like a lot of the teams sort of up towards the top are really continuing to make that claim, just sort of farming points off of these teams that are struggling down towards the bottom. But we'll see if they're going to be able to change their fate over the next few days, try and scrape some of these points together. Who knows? Maybe Kato can do it here and just try and survive, pull up Pittsburgh Knights, make it into, 7th or 6th position.
Very surprisingly effective send from Wildcard across the bridge.
Wow.
Okay, we're good. We're fine. We're fine.
This is fine.
They're going 2-1-1 across the bridge, just trying to help each other out to make their way across and find an open gas station. It's just Spring that needs to join up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him just swim across the river at this point. Yeah, but still, the fact that Wildcard are able to find this position open, very good grab for them. Whether it was a blind send or they're able to find the information, scout it out, spot it out. I think that they have an opportunity to have a really successful game from this point. Now that they're across the river, it's pretty much dead center as well. And there's a lot of teams that are still vying to make their way in on that western side. Queso might have a couple more opportunities for shots of players coming in, not to mention Wildcard.
And it's cool that I think Sam is actually trying to scout for Spring now. Oh my goodness. Wildcard are so happy that they just made that decision. They are now in one of the best positions in this circle. But Spring has to join back up with them, and he's got to make the decision of if he's going to move now or not. This is really coming down to the wire. But they have such a fantastic spot. They can gatekeep all the teams that want to try and play around this northern end of the circle. But teams who are down on the southern edge, it's B4 and Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, of course, who were just able to clutch out that win up against Loops Esports in that last game. Now going up against another Brazilian squad here on Erangel.
Shots back and forth, trades back and forth. B4 trying to go for the revive, I believe it is. Yeah, Levi is knocked. He is down, but it's going to be a pretty easy revive if Mixera can get there in time. I think he's going to start it just in the nick of time. Tempo Storm healing up, and they want out. They don't want to be in this fight, but where could they go? I think they actually are going to stick here. It's just a flank. That's what the vehicle send is for. They're using the opportunity of the time it takes to revive a player to find their way in, and the damage on a mixed area is huge. Rain up close and personal. Nades coming out as well.
Oh, nice nades coming in there from Tempo Storm. Levi is downed once again. It's like whack-a-mole here on Erangel. The second they pop back up, you put them right back down, and Spec, that spray control, absolutely solid. That was a laser beam going across to B4, but other teams looking to try and join on in. It's Halls from Umbra. Hang on a second. This isn't necessarily the hill you want to die on, sir.
Oh, the rest of Umbra are arriving. So this could make things a little more complicated for Tempo Storm. They're just barely inside the zone, and they hear the car pull up. And now they're going to rush forward, hold the line, wait for the peak to come through. I don't know the information that Umbra is going to have onto this, but the nades are already out, so they suspect something at the very least.
And that was a gift being given to B4. Umbra pulling up at the perfect time to distract Tempo Storm. But oh my goodness, every single one of these nades doing so much damage. But Hall's taking the most damage, the back and forth, tit for tat. As Spec is looking to try and find the shots. Can the laser beam continue to be on point? Yes, it is. And this is the opening the Tempo Storm needs. Raining down from above. And in an instant, that is it. Umbra is just demolished. But Spec trying to find the angle. No! Gonzo at range. They couldn't quite line him up behind the tree. The mini does get it done. That was actually huge because Tempo Storm was looking so good to try and make it out of that unscathed, but KP playing spoiler.
Tempo are still alive, and it's not an indirect path to get into the circle, but it is going to be a relatively difficult one while we're watching that fight. Nova push in from Yasnaya, find this ridge to try and face off against Wildcard. Have a player down. Wildcard still have 4 up, but only 3 kills. I wonder how Nova's going to be able to survive in this because they're in a really rough position, not to mention... Well, look at this fight. Whoever wins this is going to have a clear line of sight onto Nova. Nova going to hope that this lasts a while. The nades coming through from Footballists. They're trying to push through, trying to knock Unique out from these buildings.
I mean, Unique and football, it's fighting each other is the only reason that Nova is still alive, and the smokes and a little bit of cover they're able to get themselves. Lutz is trying to find the shot onto Milky Way, unable to quite get it done. Analyst is there on the flank, got to be cognizant of everybody else around them. Kato is still just chilling right in the back, but what I would like to see from football is try and take over these buildings to the left and try and loop around as well while also getting vision. But the problem is they don't know which buildings exactly Unique is in.
Yeah, those fishing grenades weren't really finding anything. And Unique are actually falling away from the compounds. It's just Nemphis inside. This is an interesting decision. They're giving ground for footballists, which could give Unique a quick moment of safety. And actually, they're just leaving the compounds altogether. They want to just give this up. They're just going to take the soft cover in this ridge line. I'm really curious on how this is going to work out for them, because the minute that footballists take this compound, recognize that it's clear, they know exactly where Unique went to, and it's just going to be up to other teams protecting Unique, keeping footballists from really pushing over that ridge.
I mean, don't go in that ditch. There are snakes in that ditch, and they will bite you. Unique totally repositioning. You can see footballists just trying to scout an angle. Look at this. Talk about holding the line. Unique are drawing a line in the sand and say, you shall not pass. This is where we fight. This is where they die. We'll see if they're going to be able to live up to the legend, if they're going to be able to take down footballists who've been looking so good over the last few weeks. They are certainly a challenger to be feared. But the way they have this lined up, all they have to do is pop up all four of them at once, Unique, and that's just a firing line.
Uneven. We see him go down the kill feed to Wildcard. Cloud9 have no other option but to cross the river. They weren't able to go across the bridges. It's way too dangerous. But Wildcard, they're also trying to push down. They don't want to push into Nova to get into the circle. They're going to try and take this hill away from, eventually, Yala. But up first, it's going to be Kaito, who puts up a bit of resistance, but Alpha Legends do go out in 12th place. And Sam makes his way into the tower as well. The tower, of course, which is actually inside the circle, so they don't need to move from here just yet.
I cannot believe that nobody has third-partied Nova through all this. All the other teams out there on the other side have not shot them yet. Somehow they've been able to slip on through, but Wildcard played that beautifully. Not only did they escape the shots from Nova, they were also able to do the damage over onto Cloud9. So doing damage while retreating? This new Wildcard, Cameron, I am all about it!
Trying to secure Beowulf, it looks like, but also have eyes on a couple of players from Cloud9 and Jagger, and of course Spring is going to be crawling forward to just give that extra angle to Wildcard to pick up those extra points. But AZ prepping the grenade, trying to find the window through the smoke. Does it make it? It does!
Oh, yes,
it lands on the two!
Oh my goodness, that's massive. This is the opening. This is the opportunity that Nova needs. G-Fan cannot go down here, but Sam is taking down as well. He has to get out. He has to get out. He has to lift the drop shot through it. Yes, he does, but AZ drops the last player. It is Spring off to the distant. Spring, who played his home game this whole time, is now the last player standing, but he will not be denied. Running in like lemmings, one after another. Nova Esports go down, and now it's functionally a 1v1 between these two teams. The teammates are burning up, but Cat was able to get in. Cat was able to get in. He gets the revive. Spring is pushing. It all comes down to Cat. Can he find the shots? Yes, he does!
Wildcard, I don't know if there's anything that they could do to keep Nova from tossing those grenades inside, but how perfect of grenades they were. Over here, on the south side of the hill, Yala, they've been standing pretty on top of their ivory tower, haven't had to fight a lot, and they're still basically center of the circle. UDR Killers and B4, a little bit of a slap fight for who's going to last just a second longer, and it's going to be B4 knocked out in 9th. And Yala should have heard this. Grenades coming in onto tempo as well from Konina Power.
Oh my goodness, so many teams are still up with only 1 or 2 players remaining. Tensa's going to drop as well, and that is Tempo Storm eliminated as these squads who've been taking fight after fight after fight. This war of attrition is slowly starting to catch up with them. I'm looking out towards Adder, though. The last remaining player of Cloud9 was actually able to survive. He's actually in a great position in terms of the circle, but somehow I talked about Yala Esports. We're the first team that I talked about when we loaded into this map. I talked about the idea when they take these early fights, they can't quite finish them out. But now they're in a position in the late game with all 4 alive, and this is where Yala Esports excels. When they play these 2-2s in the late game situation, they are as comfortable as any of these top teams.
Let's see if they can be comfortable facing off against the horde of attackers coming in from every single angle, a lot of them from the north side. Nova find their way inside a shack, but I think they're wounded once again, despite having 3 up just previously, and Frozen wants to finish this off. A good peek out by Cat, but it's going to be immediately traded. And where's the last member of Nova?
Fan, he's up on the hill. He's up on the hill. I can't believe Cat should not have won that. Cat should not have won that. Unique is still gonna be able to clean up these kills. And now does G-Fan up against 2 or 3 No, that's just out. The third party from Yalla Esports. It is Lord to clean them up, and Nova Esports, despite a fantastic engagement up against Wildcard, do go down to the combined forces of Unique and Yalla. But a great little play there by Cat, winning out that trade. I cannot believe it, but still, the damage had been done.
It's not like Unique are in a good position themselves, though. They were able to take out Nova, but they still need to get into the circle. The Shack is not yet inside, and they suspect, or at least they should know for sure, that Raum is there by the vehicle in the smoke. They got to wait for that to clear before they push in. Very few teams, basically everyone but Yalla, have no ground, have no control. They're just playing their immediate area. Grenada Power have a wide spread because of the player is alive, but it's a tentative hold for them.
And it all comes down to this next circle shift. Will the C9 luck play into effect? That's the question. Is Adder sitting out Raum, the last player standing?
No.
For Footballists, and yes, that is a hard no. Adder is going to have to rotate in. Konina Power and Yalla Esports are in a fantastic position, and they are already starting to go back and forth as Lord does drop. That's one of the key members for Yalla. Tixie is in a great position to try and take over this hill, take over this high ground, but they've got to take advantage of the down they have now. They need to try and find an angle and confirm this kill.
I think Yalla, they slipped. They waited a little bit too long to push towards the east, and I know that they would have had to move immediately, but this actually does give Cloud9 the opportunity to get full control. The dip that Yalla are hiding in was perfect for throughout the mid game and leading into the end game, but now the strengths that it gives is slipping away from them in the high ground, as well as the circle shift in their favor. Grenada Power, they now have the advantage. Yalla have 4 up, though, and you mentioned how in the late game, 2-2 split or not, the late game, 4 players alive on Yalla, they're certainly a threat. But the grenade's going to be coming out from Grenada Power to try and limit that as much as they can.
Not quite able to find it. Adder, maybe going to look to try and make something happen from the flank as Team Unique is going down as well. We have one player, it's Pocus, is from UDR Killers, who's still in this, still just trying to survive on the outskirts, just trying to stay quiet next to Konina Power. They don't know he's there, but it is going to come down to these grenades. One opening knock could spell disaster for Yalla. And you said this, they're playing this so quietly. They're playing this so passively. They're not even trying to take shots back, but this is giving an opportunity for everybody else to find better positions. And here comes Adder.
Yeah, he could basically do what happened to Loops. He could do to Yalla what happened to Loops on the previous game. I don't know if they're looking for it. I don't know if they're aware of Adder. No, don't get distracted by Konina Power, Adder, please. If you can deal some massive damage to Yalla, maybe confirm a kill or 2. And actually now the down was not against a Nos and confirmed. There he goes, he's gonna strike. He gets 1, tries to go for the second. 2. Does he? No!
He just basically gave this game to Konina Power. He went for 2 knocks instead. He could have just tried to confirm the kill and get the point. Instead, he goes down, and now he's just spoon-feeding kills over to Konina Power. Zon is the last player standing. Tixie on the high ground. Rob is there, is going to get the care package just for good measure as Axer is going in, trying to get off the revive. Zana may actually do it. KP is playing this slower than I expected. Zero was trying to crawl in. Cameron, I think this is a mistake. You're giving Yalla the only chance they have to get back in this game.
Don't forget about the circle, though. I understand what you're saying, but the circle is, again, hard shift in Konina Power's favor. The problem is Zero. If Zero gets picked up, then it becomes a mistake. Tixie should have had the angle to keep Zero from crossing in. You saw a couple of shots, but okay. I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt to Konina Power, but now it's going to be back to a 3-on-3. The only thing that Konina Power have in their favor right now is the high ground and the crossfire angle from Tixie, but it's going to be a 3-on-3.
I will make the statement now. If somehow Konina Power do not win this game, that will be a throw because they had 2 players down in a ditch. They had a full surround all up on the high ground. Yes, they have this next circle. Yes, Yalla Esports has to push into them, but you now have 3 players with guns, with HP. You have a chance for them to fight back. You should have limited it while you had the chance. Konina Power is still in a fantastic position to win this game, but they were in a better one. Let's see if they can get it done.
Nades coming out from Yalla. They don't find anything, and Rob, he has the angle behind the crate, and the blue is pushing Yalla in closer and closer. Lord, just a few inches away from taking blue damage. Zana stands up, finds a knock. It's immediately traded. Puts into 2 versus 1. And
You know
Lord
exactly
calling in
where
the
he
smoke.
is.
Rob wants to finish it now.
Yeah, he's going to push in. He's going to go actually out in the blue to try and the angle around, and that is going to be it. Konina Power do get it done. Yala Esports not quite able to snake their way into the finish. They made it there with only 2 kills. My goodness, but it is Konina Power who played that so smart, who played that so well, who able to clean up all of these other stragglers and get it done. Congrats to Konina Power, a team, another one of these squads that's been doing so well on Erangel consistently. And they showed up here for game number 3.
Did you catch how many kills Konina Power ended that game with?
I did not.
16.
Like I said, they were picking up all the stragglers.
Kills. They were, no, because they had, we were watching a lot of the action on the north side of the circle from the gas station on that Yasnaya bridge. But Konina Power were holding it down on the southeast side, coming up from where we saw B4, Tempo, and as well where Umbra attempted to come in from. They held it down and they picked up so many kills.
I mean, that's one of our highest kill chicken dinners we've seen in a long time. That's 36 points to them. That is absolutely massive for Konina Power. That is the game they needed. But that's it for us, Cameron. That is 3 amazing games in the books, but there's still 3 more in store for all of you at home. So let's send it back over to our analyst to talk about that 3rd match.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Seems like the horses are off to the races as Konina Power get themselves a chicken dinner, but get it done with 16 kills behind it. This is the Konina Power we saw in the opening weekend when we were doing only our CD matches in the 2nd day. And I have to ask, where have they been? They looked fantastic, and they should be definitely shooting themselves up when it comes to the rankings here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is nice to see. This is needed for them. We've been waiting for this to happen. And, you know, while they've been consistent, we haven't seen any of those super high kill games, like you said, that we had seen earlier on in opening weekend. And now we can no longer say that's the case. A 16 kill game for them, that's fantastic, Seven.
Yeah, I'm super hyped. Listen, I had a feeling one of those teams that we haven't seen win in a long time was going to win. I thought it was going to be Umbra. I was way off, but this makes me so happy because we've been talking about it. We've been kind of hyping them up, how much they changed their playing style there from throughout the weeks, how they were that aggressive team, how they used to put up these performances. They kind of slowed down, and we're going to be seeing the map ranking here coming up soon, but they slowed down those huge performances, and they started focusing on placement, and they started little by little adding the fragging power, and this is kind of like what we expected, right? This is the Konina Power that we all been waiting to see, being able to get 16 kills. I think that is so big, and it's gonna hopefully be such a huge confident booster for him. And as we keep going down the list here, Cloud9 still being able to get 16 points. That's good for them. Remember, they really haven't had the best 2 previous matches, and with Yala Esports, this is one team that really we really haven't seen that much out of them, to be completely honest. I believe going into this match, they were in 14th place. So for them to be able to get 16 points, that is huge, Glitter.
Yeah, no, that's massive for Yala. And we, like you said, we see there that this is placement points. So this is what I had mentioned earlier, what I was hoping for, that they would be able to finally get themselves into that end game, which they did. And I think that that's going to be very, very important looking when we get to the overall rankings. And then moving on to the second page here, a little bit of a surprise with some of these teams. Wildcard struggled a little bit, although they were able to get 5 kills before they did go down. Loops having another rough game. Queso, B4 still struggling. Alpha Legends, Pittsburgh Knights also still struggling. But Umbra had a little bit of a rough game, 7, and this is not what we've seen from them all day, but I also don't think that it's that bad. I think, like you said, it just might have been unlucky for them because they're still they've still been having solid games, and they're allowed to have a little mess up here and there.
Yeah, everyone's allowed to have a bad game here and there, but you better back it up with a great game. So at some point today, Umbra, I want to see something amazing out of you guys, even if I cannot pick you again.
Speaking of amazing, let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into Kanina Power. Again, the kills they got, the 2,600 damage on top of that, and only 500 healing. I mean, again, we've seen these teams adapt their strategies to playing more safer early on, and then really coming into the final stages of the game. Though, as we're hearing Environment Cameron Davis talk about it, there was a lot of questions of whether or not, a lot of questions about why they didn't push in to Yala when there was 2 players down. That was a relatively easy finish for them, but it seems like they wanted to, give them a handicap, like, all right, guys, we'll let you fully reset, then we'll let you take us on 3v3, because we want to be able to beat you in a head-to-head battle.
I think it just goes maybe of their gameplay, their recent gameplay. They just haven't really been that aggressive team that we used to see before, going back to week 1 or even going back to even more the seeding weekend. They just haven't been that aggressive team, and maybe this will actually give them that confidence that, hey, we can still do this kind of stuff. We can go ahead and push up on those teams. We can win this fight. So what are we waiting for? Why are we being so passive? What I do hope is that they don't get too overconfident, and then we have the exact same performance that we had in the other weeks when they got. It seemed to me like they got too confident, and it just kind of backfire on them.
Well, we can see our top 4 players from the last match. 3 players from Kanina Power, and of course Adder coming in for Cloud9, the lone wolf, the only one to survive to the end of the game for them. MVP, I don't know. I think it's going to be someone from Kanina Power, obviously. Yes, I was right.
It's gotta be. It has to be.
Hey, Rabdini.
Let's go.
The man with the disrespect at one point. I remember him getting a Car 98 shot without even having to scope in. That's pretty good, though, and I want to see their stats. The stats is what I'm more impressed about. Ooh, 921 damage. 637 for my boy Gonzo. Remember, Gonzo at one point, he used to die first every single time. So it's good to see that he has improved that. He's still dying first there in regards to the average survival time. And then Tixie, hey, this is one we mentioned yesterday towards the end of the show. He's in contention for that MVP ranking, Glitter.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to help him as far as fighting for that MVP spot at the end of this weekend. But like you said, we have seen individually strong plays coming out of Tixie, coming out of Gonzo, coming out of Rob, and the fact that all 3 of them are now up here on this overall top players leaderboard, I think is great for Kanina Power. And Adder was very, very impressive. He was alone, and from the time that they had ended up fighting with Wildcard and PK right over by the water through the rest of the game. And he just continued to get so many placement points for Cloud9 after his entire squad went down, and it was very, very impressive. I was hoping he would have kind of stolen a kill or 2 off of Yala right there at the end when he snuck up behind them. He just wasn't able to close it out, but he did get those knocks, like Jason said earlier, when Kanina Power decided to not push.
Well, now we're taking
As we go now to the do. Oh, Jinx. Jinx, you owe me a soda, baby. But the do moments, and I expect to see a lot more Kanina Power here, especially with the performance they just showed up. And going even a little bit more, the other Kanina Power player that's also really impressive, Axer, he ended up with 4 kills and 315 damage. So everybody from the team was having an amazing performance here, as we do see Wildcard being able to knock some players here from Loops Esports. And at one point, if I'm not mistaken, I think we saw it was Federal or Dadin just being very alone right next to Wildcard. Yeah, Dadin was really close to Wildcard, and he was just overpowered by them. And he almost, if I remember right, didn't he almost end up grenading himself at one point, Glitter?
I think so. Yeah, it was like, and that's something I had, we talked about at the top of the show, sometimes grenades go very well for you and other times they don't. And even the most skilled player can have a little bit of an accident happen with those grenades. They're deadly, man.
It happens to the best of us, all right?
It really does.
It might have happened to me a couple times. I know it's happened to John Doe in my team one time. So it happens to the best of us. And as we see here, Temple Storm just getting, my boy Spec getting knocked out. And this was an interesting fight, actually. This fight between Nova Esports and Wildcard, something that I actually didn't like about that Nova did there is when one of the players from Nova Esports died, Shifan, even though he just saw his exact same teammate get knocked in that spot. He ran there too, and then he ended up getting knocked also. I was like, yo, what are you doing? Why are you going back to the exact same spot where your player literally a second ago just got knocked? So little things like that were a bit triggering, but overall I think they had a great performance, and luckily for them, Cat was able to clutch up a very close range, and I think that was huge for him. Z was able to get them a little bit more points, and now towards the end here, we're seeing why Kanina Power ended up winning. They were just making sure they knocked anybody. They were using the snakes wisely, and overall, they were just too powerful. And that Kanina Power, that power that we know that they're capable of, came out and it showed with 16 kills.
Well, another team that's been actually showing a lot of power over this course of the finals is Nova Esports. And luckily for us, we do have someone special to join us once again here on the desk to talk to us about the performance in the finals. We have G-Fan going to be joining us. And it'd be nice to actually talk to him yet again. It's been quite a long time. So G-Fan, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. Well, first of all, I got to ask you, how you doing, man? You guys are looking so much better here in the finals.
I think because we played more matches with Cat, our new member Cat, and I think our synergy is going strong right now.
That's something Seven was actually talking about. You know, you guys have been getting better over time, obviously with Cat joining the team. Is he still kind of running as the co-in-game leader role within your roster?
I think he's the IGL right now for our team, because like we were just trying to have like all of us being IGL, but that ended up doesn't work. It's like when too many people have like too many calls, and in the end like the comms are gonna be messed up. So we just figured, okay, then just let Cat do his own thing and let him be the IGL.
Yeah, too many chefs in the kitchen is what we call it. Glitter, what do you have for him?
Yep.
Well, first of all, hi G-Fan, how are you?
Hey.
You had mentioned the fact that Cat's currently your IGL. Now this is a little bit easier of a question, but for anybody in chat who may not know Nova that well, or kind of your whole roster, what are the individual roles that everybody fills, including yourself, obviously?
So we have Cat as our IGL, and AZ and me as like co-IGL to help with the rotation and stuff, and HDL being the fragger for our team.
Okay, cool. Seven.
Right on. Hey, what up, brother? Good to have you back here on the show, man.
Hey, thank you.
Now no problem. Now I do have two questions for you here. I know you mentioned, you kind of mentioned it just now. Cat is now the IGL. Would you mind telling us how long he's been the IGL for, or when did he become the sole IGL?
I think it's been like almost 2 weeks now.
Okay, that's great to hear. And the follow-up for that is, now that you don't really have to worry as much, obviously you're still the co-IGL as you just mentioned, but now that you don't really have those that pressure on your shoulders, right, of having to call out every single rotation, of having to call out everything, does this give you more time to try to frag out or look at other things that you weren't able to before whenever you were IGL?
For today, not necessarily, because I have to clean up like what's behind our back. I was kind of like in a back position, but for other days, yes, definitely.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Thank you so much, man.
And I hope I don't get in your own head with this one. Before this match started, you guys were sitting in second place. That's $50,000 that could be going into your pockets. Is this something that's kind of on your mind constantly of, okay, right now we're sitting on 50K, or are you guys just trying to really focus on cleaning up these games cleanly?
We didn't really talk about the prize pool and all that. All we want is like get place higher as higher as possible. Hopefully top 1, and win the whole tournament.
I mean, okay, well, let me ask you, if you guys did take first place, what's the first thing you're spending your cut of the money on?
Ooh.
Probably a new phone.
Hey.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure us three could use a new phone as well. I mean, if you're getting yourself like 25 grand, you have the money to spread around with us. But anyway, Chief, and obviously beyond that point, thank you very much for taking some time, and wish you luck in the rest of your matches today, and obviously the rest of the finals.
Thank you, casters.
Bye, G-Fan.
Later, G-Fan. Take care, man.
Bye.
Can't wait to get my brand new phone coming in. Hopefully it has a Qualcomm Snapdragon processor in that bad boy, so I can up my own PUBG Mobile game. But really cool to hear actually a little bit of an update. I mean, again, we kind of theorized what all was going on in the third Super Weekend of maybe they moved Cat away from the in-game leader position because maybe he wouldn't be playing when it comes to the finals. But it's really nice to hear that he actually is in-game leader, and they've given the role over solely to him with a couple of co-IGLs, and they've been growing as time has gone on.
Isn't it crazy? That's pretty much like on the dot what I've been saying about them. They needed to focus on just having one person as an IGL, and especially since this move happened, I was one of the first ones to say Cat is just such a huge addition. And for anybody that's new, because I know new people come into the scene every single day, Cat used to play with XQF, which is now Nova Esports in China, and in 2019, that was by far one of the best teams in the world for PUBG Mobile. So the knowledge, the experience that Cat is able to bring, it's insane. And also now we're starting to see him get even better with close quarter fights. So that's a new addition that he's going to be able to use, and he's going to be able to kind of support his team on.
Yeah. I mean, even outside of Cat, though, we've seen, or at least, and correct me if you guys think I'm wrong, but I feel like we've seen every single individual player on Nova start to step it up a little bit more and start having way better engagements, and just as a whole, I feel like it's a much more successful and a better looking team than it was, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. I wonder if that's maybe the newest addition to the team, if Cat will stay with them as time goes on. But let's take a look now at our total damage from our last match, our third match of the day, our halfway point of our second day. And Konita Power, of course. I mean, they're going to be first with 16 kills. That's just, yeah, that's insane. That's ridiculous.
It ain't even close, all right? It ain't even close. You got Wildcard that was doing a lot of work there. The Wildcard ended up in, 10th place with a lot of damage, too. Then you have Yala with 388, 2 kills. Cloud9, this is great to see Cloud9 once again being able to get over 1,000 damage and also back it up with kills, 6 kills. Then I believe you have UDR Killers. You have Team Unique. Hey, we got to give a shout out there to Team Unique. They were able to get 5th place with some kills as well. And with Wildcard, though, this is good to see. Even though they ended up in 10th place, I love when teams are able to get kills and make sure they get that damage. Make sure they don't lose that form, because that could affect you later on if you lose the momentum and the consistency.
I mean, again, we talk about like peaking in a tournament when a team kind of hits their best point of the entire tournament, see if they kind of fall from there. And it seems like teams are just continually getting better and better and better as time is still going on. But it's time now to check in with our current MVP rankings. Remember, the MVP from the league finals will be getting themselves $10,000 extra, all for themselves.
Damn.
And Adder is still going to be maintaining that #1 position. But I'm imagining we got Owen Wilson in here every time I hear Glitter say wow, as we have AZ in 3rd place. I'm wondering if that's what you're talking about, Glitter.
No, well, not only AZ in 3rd place, but Tixie managed to catapult himself up the standings from 8th to 4th so far. Now, on the second day, if he continues that much of like an upward projection, he will definitely be in contention for that #1 spot. But it's awesome to see AZ from Nova. And this is what I was talking about. Everyone individually is really stepping it up on Nova. And then we still have Footballist Levezen in 2nd place behind Adder as well. And if you look across the board at all these stats, they're not separated by very large margins. They are very, very close. So this is a very close race.
Yeah, and I love seeing that Adder is still able to perform really well. He's maintaining that 1st spot. And then, as you were mentioning, seeing Tixie there in 4th place when he used to be in 8th place. And before that, he just wasn't talked about for a very long time. Oh boy, this is going to be a huge confidence booster. And I know I say that often because it's a big factor, especially for players that are used to fragging out, especially for players that are used to performing that well. If they don't perform well, whether they want to admit it or not, it's going to stay in the back of their head and they're going to be like, damn, I'm really not having a good tournament. What's going on here? Do I need to change my gameplay? And for him to now be in 4th place and be like, hey, you're here for a reason. You got this skill to be here. You guys got here for a reason. I cannot wait to see how Konita Power is going to be able to handle the next matches, and on top of that, the next couple of days.
Well, before we take a look at our predictions, I did want to talk about one team we didn't see in there, or a couple players we didn't see in our top 10.
I know what you're going to do.
I know what you're going to say.
No one, Carrillo's not there. I mean, Korea was the MVP 2 Super Weekends in a row, and he's not even in the top 10. I mean, obviously, it's kind of reflected upon the fact that Luke's hasn't doing that well over the course of the finals. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to piss Carrillo off because he's going to be able to take you down the entire match every single time you go head-to-head. But let's take a look at our predictions now and see how things worked out for us. We had a couple of different picks coming in for this one. I mean, Glitter's saving her Cloud9 for this match. So she can be happy getting herself 16-7. I respect the Umbra pick. It just didn't work out too well for you. But neither did my wildcard pick with only 7 points. And then Cameron and Viren both going with Nova. Respectable picks, 11 points, not bad in the end, and I think we're potentially getting close to a new first place contender here for our prediction game.
No, I think you're still first place. I think you're going to stay first place until I get a win, all right? Did you just want to get a shot? Yeah, congratulations, Jason. You're currently in first place. I don't really care. You know, I'm not commissioner anymore. It's not my league. Let's take a look, though, as we move on past this at the overall standings, and we can still see Cloud9 maintain that first place. Obviously, with that great performance out of Adder surviving for such a long time in the last game, plus the 6 kills they got, does keep them there. But Nova is still hot on their heels, Glitter.
Yeah, not only is Nova, you know, putting in the work and making sure they're keeping themselves within a safe distance to make sure they can potentially overtake Cloud9 if the opportunity arises, but Konina Power is continuing to bump themselves up in the standings, now in 4th place and only 13 points behind Footballist in 3rd. And so, I mean, this is massive for Konina Power as we see Loops, Dream Eaters, Queso, Umbra, everybody dropping down on the list from there, specifically because of that Konina Power performance, 7.
Yeah, and I think Konina Power passing that 100-point threshold mark, I think that's huge for them. As now we go towards the second page here, and guess what? Some of the teams that we kind of fear they're just not having the best performances, like in B4 and Pittsburgh Knights, they're still dropping slots here, as now Yala Esports is going to be able to pass them there with 50 points, and Yala Esports being able to also out-frag Pittsburgh Knights. That's the only reason why they're currently in 12th place as well. So hopefully Yala continues his performances. What I'm seeing here from most of this team, especially in the second page with UDR Killers, Yala, Pittsburgh Knights, those can become spoiler alerts for those teams that are currently in contention and in the top 5 trying to push for that first place. They could kind of come in at one point and just destroy those teams and stop their hopes and dreams, crush them.
I mean, the thing is, first place 100 grand, second place 50 grand, third place 20 grand, fourth place 10 grand. Just think of how much extra money you get per placing when you get up there into the top 4. But that's still a whiles away, right? We still have 2 days to play. We still have 3 matches left to go today. So let's take a look at the schedule and see what will be coming up next. And I can tell you from my memory, we should be going to Miramar and then Sanhok, and then anything's off on Erangel once again. Just to remind you, 6 matches a day throughout the entire finals, 24 matches in total. And now it's time to even get into, yeah, you can count 7. I'm, you know, proud of you. You know, we should have had 7 matches a day, to be honest. That would have been better, right?
Yeah, keep it with the branding, you know, for the future. Yeah, Jan, 7 matches in the future? Okay, thank you.
I mean, I wish I had the ability to contact him like that. Let's get predictions in. Glitter, we're going to have you go first this time. I don't know why, just because, why not? Who's the team you think's going to take Miramar?
Is it B4?
No.
What does your mom say, first of all? Because she's all about the prediction game.
She tells me her predictions after the fact, but she did let me know that she is also sticking with our rule of only allowing herself to pick the team once every single day. Okay. So she's following the entire game. But I'm actually going to go with
Jukes right now at this rate.
Probably. She's killing it, okay? But I'm actually going to be going with Dream Eaters this time around. Went with them yesterday on Miramar. We've seen them do okay today. Definitely not terribly, not anything fantastic, but this is a map they're very comfortable on. So I'm hoping that this can kind of be their opportunity to pull down the chicken dinner.
I mean, they did meet up against Nova at the end. They got 2nd place in last time they played Miramar, so pretty solid pick, 7.
Listen, last time I got some praise by Mama Glitter in regards to my picks. I ended up doing good. So you know what? I'm going to go with Dream Eaters as well. Why not? Let's stick to that pick. Usually I like to pick B4, but B4, you need to step it up in a huge way if you want me to pick you again, because right now you guys are slacking big time.
I mean, I got to ask you, 7, what's it like to get praise from Mama Glitter? Because I don't think she knows I exist.
It feels really good, actually, Jason. Hopefully someday you'll get there.
Okay, maybe one day, maybe after this game, who knows? I'm also going Dream Eaters. I had to double check that one because I did switch it. I had Nova originally, and I was like, I'm not 100% sure on that one. But I went with Dream Eaters in the end.
Okay, fair enough.
Switched away.
Good picks.
Remind you guys. I don't need Dave coming in here. Oh, you said Nova. No, I said Dream Eaters. That's my pick, and you can sit there on your screen, and we'll check in with you guys when this match is finished on how we think this one's gonna go. I want to know, by the way, Glitter, what's her pick? So make sure to bring that back with us, and we'll talk about how she did. Maybe we can get a graphic added in for Mama Glitter. All right, we'll see you guys after this match is done. Oh, that'd be great, actually. I legit think she's actually beating Hot Jukes here. I don't think it's that hard, though. But she's been killing it, like Glitter said. And you guys at home who are watching, make sure you watch within the game. We still have points to be given away. And the top 100 viewers will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. You still have 2 days left and the 3 matches to go today. So that's going to be 15 matches in total. So make sure you're watching there. And make sure to tweet to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMWL. And let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win. And to remind you guys at home, still 300,000 concurrent viewers will be doing a giveaway of 6 cases to everyone out there who plays PUBG Mobile. And I even added in a little bit of something extra spicy to the mix. I will be eating a hot pepper on air and trying to do an entire segment as I'm drooling and soaking the entire floor in here. But I think it's time now to bring in our commentators for the first time today. We got Hot Jukes and we got Mustache Dave to help cover the last 3 games of our second day. I can't believe it, guys. We're into the halfway point of our second day of the league finals. It feels like yesterday we just started.
Me neither. I mean, I'm just totally shocked right now. I've just been sitting here and just enjoying it as the time goes on. It just seems like the games seem to just be getting better and better. And the fact that it's about to be ended soon, it hurts my heart. But at the same time, you just gotta look at the back and just say, hey, you know what? What a ride. What a ride it's been.
I mean, we were talking to you in some of the last matches, Hot Jukes, and you were just reminiscing about all the times you were playing professionally and all the shots you were hitting and the best bolt sniper in the game. It makes you want to get back into it. Does it ever make you want to get back into it and get it into a team?
Heck no, man. After watching these games and seeing how good all these players have gotten and the way the meta has been shifted, forget it. I'd much rather be behind the desk commentating because, man, these guys, there's some monsters on the field. That's for a fact.
Speaking about killing it in game, I've been seeing Mustache Dave killing it in game as well here with his PUBG Mobile. But Dave, what's your thoughts so far on how the day's gone? We've seen Kanina Power with a massive victory in the last game.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing pretty well, but honestly, I'm still looking at Nova Esports, especially after that interview that we had during the halftime. Sheep fan saying about 2 weeks ago they gave Cat the full IGL, ability, and now things definitely seem to be meshing really well here. And you mentioned it, they won yesterday's Miramar game. I have to assume, they're setting up really well for today's Miramar match.
So is that your prediction then, Dave? Are you going with Nova Esports?
No, please don't change that. Please don't change that. It is B4. That is my prediction in the document. I'm just saying I'm looking for Nova Esports to perform well as well.
I honestly thought you were going to be hashtag Nova Strong there, but B4, I mean, still a solid pick either way. Hot Jukes, going into your prediction here before we get into the match. I'm gonna
go with Tempo Storm.
You're not only competing against us, you're competing against Mama Glitter. So I hope your predictions are on point today.
Well, against Mama Glitter, I stand no chance, but against you, Jason, all day long. So I'm going to go with Tempo Storm in this Miramar match. Hopefully they're able to clutch it out and get it done.
I mean, they already did well earlier on today, and they were able to perform extremely well in that 4-on-2. Well, extremely well, that 4-on-2 up against Loops. But we should maybe talk about a couple of other teams. Again, I hate to keep harshing on that. Actually, no, let's go a little bit more positive this one. Nova have been playing well in second place. We've seen Umbra step up as well. I actually want to get your thoughts on this, Hot Jukes. Considering Umbra was a team who never really got a lot of kills, and we talked, obviously Dave says even a lot of times with the boat rotations, but they have definitely picked up when it's come to kills here in the finals.
I think that maybe they just finally decided to turn it on, just adjust the strategy because they realize that, hey, this passive play that we've been doing, it's just been a little too passive. Maybe it's time to turn on the aggression a little bit. And as we were watching some of these games in the background, I mean, we were all shocked. We were like, dang, Umbra's taking out everybody. So I think this is going to do a lot for their confidence going in for the rest of the day. And if they're just able to kind of get this done and balance it out, I mean, I'm surprised to see it come this late in the tournament. But hey, what can you say? There's still, this day, 2 more days left. You never know the way the leaderboard can get shaken up.
Well, actually, Mustache Dave, we can take a look between Nova, the team you were just talking about, and Umbra, the team that I just brought up as well, to kind of compare their stats between each other, their average stats overall. And you can still see, I mean, Nova rightfully should have better stats, but considering what Umbra has right now, I think that's honestly leaps and bounds beyond better than what they had when it came to the normal season.
Okay. I mean, normal season, that was what, last week? all these teams, they had about 3 weeks to perform to the best of their abilities to finally get here. These are the best teams in the West. These top 16 squads, 100%. They fought to earn their spot here. And like Jukes mentioned, Umbra, you know, flipping the switch, turning it on here the past day. And this is the time. This is the time to pull it together, have that confidence, because, you know, we got 3 more games. We got 2 days, tomorrow, the next day, and then that's it. That's it for the West League, and then that's $100,000. I mean, I know you were joking about, you know, Shifan buying you phones or whatnot, but each player, I mean, depending on how it works out, I mean, $25,000, you know, in a month, that could be some life-changing money. So I feel like some of these teams are starting to realize the situation that they're in right now. Like, okay, we're in the finals. Like, this is it. Not only do they want that money, but they want to be the best in the West. I mean, just imagine being first place, second place, or third place at the end of this, at the end of the 2 days. I mean, you're going to have a lot of eyes looking in your direction.
Well, I mean, another team we got to start to talk about a little bit is a team that I've seen you actually support quite a few times, much as Dave. Yala.
Hey.
I mean, yeah, I've seen you support him a couple times. Yala has kind of come out of nowhere as well in the finals. We saw them go up against, was it Kanina Power on Vikendi, and they came so close into that match. Actually, I think it was actually the last match as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, last match. It came extremely close. In that match, and we've seen them have like these games where they get extremely far. Sometimes they close it out, sometimes they don't, but they've definitely stepped it up as well.
Yeah, I mean, talking to them on the 2 days that we had off in between the league play, the last day of league play, the Super Weekend, they were so aggressive. They were taking so many fights. They were popping off, and I was like, this is a team that I haven't seen personally in the last 3 weeks. Like, where have you been? And I feel like, at least looking at yesterday, they got an 11th, 2 16th place finishes. I mean, I don't want to say they're nervous here. If they are, hopefully that was yesterday. Today's a new day, because you can only afford like 1 day of being able to, you know, get those 16th place finishes, because, you know, there's not a lot of games here. There's a total of 24 games. Like, you just can't afford to have those 16th place finishes, and they have about 2 so far. No, 3 so far.
And actually, for you, Hot Jukes, I was, you know, thinking about the first match of the day. You're into the finals. You've been playing this for how long? Not only these 3 weeks of the Super Weekends, but even before that to get here to play today. And then they go head-to-head against Loops, one of the most devastating teams we have within the West League, and they wipe them out. I would have thought that would have been like, all right, it's go time. We got this in the bag. But with the finishes that, you know, Dave mentioned, I'm a little bit sad to see them not do a little bit better from that.
I think that just goes to show their consistency so far. There's a lot of aspects to this game besides just, you know, team fighting. You got to look at rotations, timing, and, you know, you can definitely see like, hey, some teams, some players, after a good solid fight, maybe they get a little bit, you know, complacent. They play a little bit looser because they're now a little bit more confident, and then that backfires on them. So now they try to regress. So, you know, there's a lot of mind games played at this high level of PUBG Mobile, and I think you definitely see the most experienced teams. I think that's why you see them be a little more consistent, just due to the fact of how many times that they've done this. So yeah, Yala, I think they need to really look at what they've done, what's right, and then just stick to it and go with it, because man, when they do frag out, they can get some good games in, that's for sure.
I think we've kind of seen as well, like, how important it is to have a strong in-game leader. Like, look what it did for Nova.
Oh, man.
Pat coming in, Nova became a dominating threat. And actually, at the end of the show yesterday, we kind of showed, like, a daily report of, like, who did the most damage, who did the most healing, etc. We're going to throw it in here at the halfway point so you guys can see who kind of is the current leaders. And we actually are seeing, you know, Loops up there, most damage, most knockouts. But they've not had the results that kind of back that up, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, they had themselves a second place finish up against Tempo on Vikendi, but we haven't seen the dominating Loops that we expected, Hot Jukes, the entire time here, right? With the Super Weekends, at least especially second and first one, we expected them, I mean, personally, I expected them to be at least the number 2 team at the moment.
I think it can be a lot of different factors when you consider that. I mean, when they've been so dominating, not only have you been just doing really good, you also are going to have the most eyes on you. True. So maybe there's a lot of these struggling teams are just deciding to say, hey, you know what? Let's just keep an eye and see what Loops is doing. And when you have all that focus and attention on you, and maybe it's going to be a little bit difficult to kind of, you know, have your way around like the way you have in the past. And we've definitely seen it with some of these teams that have been on the bottom of the leaderboards, taking them out early.
And Dave, this actually leads me to ask you something.
Yeah.
Is that we've seen...
Ask me.
I'm gonna ask you right now, man, because I know you're gonna have the right answer for this.
Ask him now.
Ask
him right now.
Can you ask me about how teams were not seeming to be afraid of fighting loops? And I feel like we've seen that, especially coming into yesterday and especially today. It seems like teams kind of realize they're not immortal. This is a team that we can beat head to head. Do you think Loops kind of lost that fear factor they had in league play coming into this now that seemed to always be on their side to threaten other teams?
I mean, I don't know who you're talking to because I think they're lying to you, man. I think they're lying to you. They're just trying to puff their chest out a little bit. I mean, if I'm in the lobby and I'm, aware that I'm fighting Loops, I'm going to be scared. I mean, Loops, they've earned their respect. They've earned their spot here during PMPL, during the World League. Like, they have been at the top this whole time. And, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say they win a majority of their team fights. So I don't know who you're talking to saying that they're not scared, but they're just lying, man.
Well, I mean, you know what? I don't know. Wait. I think both of you guys are wrong. I think both of you guys are wrong. All right, because if there's anything that's gonna make you overcome fear, you know what that is?
Fear.
It's dollar bills, y'all. When you got that much money on the line right here, you're gonna definitely see some teams just say, you know what, screw it, we got to get it done right now. So I think we're starting to see that.
I disagree. If you know Loops are over there and you're thinking about the money, you're going to want to go the opposite way, and you're not going to want to fight Loops until you need to.
Well, so that's what I'm talking about, because we talked to Wildcard, we talked to Slicky on the show, and he was saying, or he asked the question of why do you always play better when it comes to the 5th match? And he said, well, we get frustrated, we say, screw it, we just go for it. And I feel like we've seen a lot more teams just kind of do that whole idea of, all right, well, let's just go for it. Like, let's stop being so scared. Let's stop running away from teams. Let's be more confident in our engagements. But at the same time, I think
they dropped Severny for a reason. All right. They don't want to get near anybody in Erangel. All right, I'm just saying. They don't want to fight anybody. And Erangel makes up 50% of the matches here in finals.
That's true. And then Jukes, I mean, we look at a team like Pittsburgh Knights. You talk about, money as a big incentive to just go crazy, to go off. Why haven't we seen Pittsburgh Knights do that, unfortunately? I mean, I was expecting a little bit more out of them, especially with the position they're currently in.
Yeah, I mean, me as well. I mean, I think that PK have definitely had some tribulations in the past few days, but hopefully here they're able to kind of be able to bounce back. All it takes is one game to turn it around, and who knows when it's going to be. All I know is that if they want to get on the board, they need to do it right now.
Well, that one game can be right here, right now, as you go back into the server, going back on to Miramar here. And why don't you two gentlemen take us away?
Let's get into it here. Match number 4, taking it to the desert. Miramar 2.0, one of my favorite maps to watch competitive on. I mean, this has just been one of those places where we see all kinds of shenanigans going down. And all I know, there's one thing that I've definitely learned when it comes to Miramar. You know what that is, Dave?
What's that?
Watch your footsteps. Watch where you're putting your feet. When you're on top of a big hill, you got to make sure you're real careful right here, because we've definitely seen, no matter how good you are and no matter how much experience you have, one wrong step and it's all over.
Yeah, not only that, yesterday Miramar, yesterday Sanhok, both of the final zones were on top of a mountain. So hopefully you got your mountain climbing gear, you're ready to go, and hopefully teams are a little more prepared to handle, the different elevations of the terrain here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of those places where, I mean, it's so hard, right? Could you imagine you're on top of a really good spot and you're focusing on so many different teams, the amount of pressure that you have on you right there. I mean, you're just trying to go and move around just a little bit, and one wrong step, oh man, and you're flying. You're flying, and guess what? There's no parachutes except for at the start of the game, so unfortunately you drop late, you're gonna drop hard.
You drop like a potato. And looking at the zone
Speaking of drop hard, look at that.
Yeah, not too bad. We have a lot of teams in Los Leones. I want to say there's about 4 different squads. Oh,
Molly's already out.
And Acer, yeah, already in a little engagement of their own. Verset all the way out there in their lonesome. Looks like Toffee's got that shotgun ready to get that pump and dump ready to go. But HP situation looking scuff. Really low right now.
There goes Toffee's on the run. He said, you know what? He just waited a little bit of a while, and I think that once he realized that, Acer wasn't really running straight at him, he ejected really quick. Now he's stuck behind this rock, using it to, kind of body block the best he can. You got Slicky with the oversight right here. he can be really problematic for any team that's looking to push up. And look, Toffee's all he has is a car 98. Car 98 and 1 HP. But you know what? A lot of heart.
You got a lot of heart, but it's good because this is real early. I mean, we're only about 3 minutes in, so the helmet situation, the armor situation, some of these players, they might not have that yet. So to be able to land that Car 98 shot, I mean, that's that one-tap dirt nap.
100%, 100%. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see here. You see Miku, you see Matic just trying to support their team the best they possibly can. And like you mentioned, you know, having no helmet, no vest, I think that that's advantageous, but it's also a disadvantage because one bullet is all it takes, and you are knocked and out of this game.
So just a reminder, yesterday Nova Esports got that first place chicken dinner here on Miramar, Dream Eater second place, and then third place Tempo. So these squads looking to get that repeat. Spring out here with that mini. Gonna be laying down that cover fire onto Toffees, and Toffees stuck like Chuck right now, I'm not gonna lie. I see one of the members, okay, Matic already in the vehicle trying to make the pickup, but this is risky business, and Toffee's able to jump on in, but unfortunate for them. Spring with that mini, connected.
Talk about trying to make a save right there. I mean, that was almost like a Mission Impossible situation, and unfortunately, yeah, they weren't able to get him out of there. And that's one member down. Your vehicle is pretty tore up right now, but it looks like they're still gonna have enough life in it to be able to get away from this one.
Tore up from the floor up, as the kids were saying. Acer's chasing this one down. Acer knows that this vehicle is smoking. Gotta be pushing on out, flexing on out, and looks like those two members from Dream Eaters were able to successfully drive off into the sunset.
Yeah, you can definitely see that right now. Acer, wild card, they're going to just take that one kill and run with it. Moving on over, you can see all these other squads just kind of just spread out, pretty spread out so far. PK has a really big split going on, but that's not too uncommon for them as they like to kind of use that split loot strategy here. And you got Team Queso up towards Hacienda del Patron. That's their spot. That's where they love to be. Unfortunately, it is out of this circle for them, so they're going to have to rotate with that Golden Murado down south, but they got a lot of teams, it looks like, that are going to be gatekeeping them.
Yeah, a lot of teams. Cunha Power, Tempo Storm down there in Picado. Right now, though, I mean, what stands out to me, Cloud9, Puerto Paraiso, yep, they're all the way out here on that east side of the circle, and there's nobody around them, so they're going to be able to get all of this loot and not have to worry about getting shot in the process.
All right, you are, and you can definitely see these different squads just looting up the best they possibly can. You know, you got Adder, Cloud9, and Adder right now, the in contention for getting that MVP slot. It's an extra $10,000 to add to your total score. That's some money that he definitely wants to add into his bank account. I love to see this right here. You see how like Cloud9 a lot. I've noticed this a lot from a lot of these pro players who like to use FPP to loot. You know, it seems to make it a little bit easier for them to spot this some loot here. We saw Rain though accidentally. Looks like he jumped out of a car a little too fast, and now they seem to have some good sightlines on Alpha Legends.
Yeah, they have some good sidelines, but like you mentioned, Rain going to be bleeding on out, so that's going to stall this one for the time being. Faker spotted, thirsted by HH24. Now they know who they're up against, and we're going to see the aggression coming on out. Tensa and that buggy trying to make their way on across that street. Spec right behind them. Alpha Legends do the same thing.
Dato getting knocked really fast right here. And I think this has a little bit to do with the fact that they know it is Alpha Legends. You know, and I think Tempo, because in these situations, especially early on, it's tough to take on early fights driving across, especially in Miramar. But, you know, they got a good knock on to an Alpha Legends guy, and they're like, you know what, let's just try and press this and get a couple extra kills. And looks like they're able to sneak one away.
Yeah, Alpha Legends, looking at their stats real quick, you know, from yesterday and today, they have a total of 8 kills. They have a total of 3,200 damage. And hear this. They have a total damage received of almost 7,000. So they have received way more damage than what they're putting out here.
Hey, you know what? Sometime, I'm just going to leave it at hopefully they can get them jukes a little bit hotter, man. They're going to need them. That's for sure, especially going forward. We're already about to hit the halfway mark of this finals. And every single point counts. And with this kind of prize pool, oh, you do not want to get caught out. There goes Verset. Taking out Tensa.
Vehicle explosion.
And there goes Tempo Storm.
Tempo. Wow. That is huge. Wow. Didn't expect that one to happen.
My goodness, looks like they got caught between loops and tree meters. Man, I'm having a tough time picking up in Miramar because that was my team that I picked for this one right here. There goes Tempo Storm down and out at 16th. What a shocker.
I mean, things are looking so good for them. They were getting really aggressive on Alpha Legends, trying to capitalize, trying to get those kills. Got a couple kills on the board, but yeah, we saw them in that rotate. I mean, just running into the wrong squad, looking right on top of them. That vehicle explosion was huge. I mean, yeah, Tempo sent back to lobby. We're only 8 minutes into this game so far.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, you know? So I was surprised to see Tempo kind of really pressing the action this early on because rotating in a vehicle in this kind of map, I mean, these guys are so good. They're blowing that up almost instantly. And yeah, just like that, they ended up taking out a member from Alpha Legends. Maybe they thought that was the same squad, but that was Dream Eaters and Loops you ran yourself into. And man, talk about being gone in just an instant.
Caught off guard. Looking right now, we saw Cloud9. We saw one of them peek on over that hill, taking some shots onto Umbra. Vindex on that off angle. Right now, Umbra playing that 3-1, and Cloud9, you know, they recognize, okay, there's a squad over here, and they're choosing not to fight this. They're retreating back to where they came from.
And that's what I love about Cloud9. I mean, just kind of consistent play style regardless of the situation. You know, regardless of what team it is, you kind of see them have that mutual respect, always just kind of rotating really smart and saving those fights for the end. Because at the end of the day, in order to win this tournament, at least what I believe, is you got to have consistent placements and that one game where you get a good favorable circle, good position, frag out, get a chicken dinner with some big kills, and that's what's going to get it done. But I'll tell you what, every single time you get taken out early, losing that 1-point finish, that is just devastating on your total score, especially considering there's only 24 games.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine it just puts a halt. It's like running into a brick wall, just a halt to that momentum, any type of steam you might have been building up here. Especially like we saw, you know, Tempo, you know, they got a couple kills. So, like, okay, yeah, we're getting some kills. All right, we're getting points on the board. I can see that money. I mean, at the end of today, I mean, we're halfway done with the finals. And then, you know, just to get destroyed in a vehicle, hopefully they can reset because they still have 2 more games today to play.
I mean, that just goes to show you when you're playing at this high level of competitive PUBG Mobile, you just can't make any mistakes. You have to play perfect right here. And the team that makes the least amount of mistakes wins this tourney. And it's so difficult considering that you're playing 6 matches against some of the best teams on the planet. I mean, that's definitely got to take its toll right here. But man, if you want to get that money, you got to get it done. And not just you and 3 other of your teammates. That's the hard part about this. And I think that goes, you know, when Jason was saying earlier how important IGL is, I mean, I think that is by far one of the strongest and most difficult roles without hands down in this type of tournament.
Yeah, not only that, you have the pressure of making the calls, you know, deciding if it's the right call, the wrong call. Not only that, but you need to have that confidence, that trust amongst the other 3 squad mates, right? In order for them to instantly react to those calls. And, you know, to kind of, you know, draw a connection, we saw Cloud9 just a moment ago. They were taking some shots, and then we saw there was a call made to retreat. They all popped in their vehicles immediately. They didn't hesitate. They didn't waste any time. And that right there just goes to show their confidence in their IGL. And that's what every single team here needs to demonstrate if they want to be the best.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is that when you have this much money on the line as well, it makes it that much more difficult. I mean, because at the end of the day, there's going to be some situations when you're in IGL where it's a 50-50. You go left, we're probably going to die. We go right, we're probably going to die as well. Which one do you think we have a better chance at? And you have to have that trust in your team to where regardless whether you make a bad decision or not, because, I mean, we're all human at the end of the day, but you have to have your team still have that trust in you regardless, because guess what? Sometimes an IGL may make a bad call, and if the team starts questioning it, and starts hesitating going forward, I mean, man, you could see a whole team's performance dip dramatically, instantly.
Hey, you start questioning me, you're going to get cut from the team. Easy as that. Hey, you saw that double crate drop right by Yala.
That was nice.
2 crates right on top of one another. Hopefully one of these, you know who likes to chase down crates? I know we've been talking about them a lot. Cloud9, though. They are probably one of the most consistent teams when it comes to acquiring the crate drops, and we'll see if they'll be able to do that. Right now, we see Wildcard. I believe they got like 1 or 2 kills on the board from Dream Eaters early on, and look at this. Team Queso just looting. Are they even aware of who's above them right now, and next zone about to pop.
Yeah, I think they're just looking to just get some loot and not really rotate if possible. Yeah, it looks like they're not going to have to make any big rotations as this circle centers out right in the middle between all of these squads right here. Still 15 teams alive. Only team taken out so far is Tempo with that insane, vehicle explosion right there. But yeah, I think that is I think you're totally right on that point, Dave.
Pretty solid circle for a lot of these squads. Looking to be a nice, calm, relaxing early game here on Miramar. Football is trying to make their rotate on in. Over here, though, Sandro running into Maxon from B4.
Yeah, you see them putting in some work with that Scar 3X, trying to get some tracking onto the rest of these members from UDR. Killers here. They're already down a member out quick. Will they be able to get the return knock? 4X AK, not able to hit the mark.
Trying to control that spray. We'll be swapping on over to M16. Maybe that single tap to get that laser going on. Oh, Maxon, what? You just punched Pedro in the face. That's your teammate.
I mean, man, he's like, you know what? We should have killed all of them. How do you only kill one? That's some good IGL skills right there. Good motivation.
B4. Some people, they're starting to lose their trust in B4. I'm sticking with B4, especially when it comes to Miramar. They're the second most consistent team when we look back at league play. But looking at this fight right here, wildcard, Sam already knocked out, and they were looking for this fight just a moment ago. Spring's going to be cooking this grenade, tossing that right on top of Axel, and Ayala going to be connecting some damage onto Axel, and Ayala going for that trade.
Definitely starting to see a battle come out right here. Anytime you start taking these fights, come third circle, you got to worry about third parties. And I love how Ayala had that awareness, those instincts to kind of check his back right there. And I think that if you're Team Queso, you got to be really worried about getting pinched right now.
Yeah, especially after seeing Miku kind of, pop their head up and crest on over that hill, trying to get these taps onto your squad. That might force Team Queso to kind of pull back on this engagement right now.
Yeah, you can definitely start seeing that separation. Yeah, just like that, you can get pinched and taken out really, really quick. So you see Ayala, he's got that mini right now. They're just starting to split some loot in between each other. Always a really strong time to do that when you got some downtime. But, we're moving on over straight to Footballists and Pittsburgh Knights.
This is on the edge out there in the west. Footballists trying to make their way on in. Like the Knights going to be gatekeeping them. Ooh, right off the bat, Jagger is going to be tagged. So 2 members for the Knights. No, 3 members for the Knights are currently bleeding on out. That's just going to leave carnage. Uzi in hand sees one of the members from Footballists making the push on up, but they're taken out. Nice
okay,
fun.
With that that quick flick with that M4 right there, just getting it done, taking out Pittsburgh Knights really quickly, and that's something that they need to do considering that this next zone just shifted on over, and it is over to them right here. Yeah, so that's going to be the best case scenario. They don't have to worry about their back anymore. They're going to be able to go ahead and move into the zone really safely, and you can just see the urgency like from Loops. Look how fast they're moving into this zone, even though it hard shifted away from them.
Jason asking me about Yala Esports on the break. Well, they just got 2 crates. They were the ones to acquire that double crate drop, so we'll see how they'll be able to use it on over here. Ooh, AWM. Okay. I mean, they're going to be in the zone. Cloud9 on the outskirts, B4 on the outskirts, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they use it.
Definitely see it right here. Man, getting a gun like that, considering that this is Miramar, it's probably the best map to be able to get that on right here. And he's starting to see his rotations come out from Wildcard all in one vehicle.
Damn,
can't do that. It's over.
Explosion.
Wow. There goes all the 3 main members, and the only member alive is going to be Spring. Yeah, their off-angle guy. And now it's up to him to get some additional points from his squad. I'm telling you, rotating in late on Miramar. Always scary, that's for sure.
Well, we saw them yesterday on Sanhok. I saw them in the chat. They're like, yeah, we were practicing the pacifist run, not putting in any damage. They had no damage, 0 damage with the second place. So hopefully that practice from yesterday, hopefully they can pull it together here, and Spring can kind of use those same strats when it comes to just, trying to figure out where this zone's going to go. And hopefully they can remain in the game as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they had the practice, that's for sure. I mean, we saw Team Umbra with the boat strats, and then Wildcard with the hand behind their back strats. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see them try to replicate that. Spring's going to have a hard time, though, with all these squads surrounding him. But we're starting to get into it here, Dave. You know, the zone's starting to get closer and closer. Vindex with that mini trying to tap away, just making sure that all these squads stay in their own lane right now as Umba's just trying to hold down this little hill.
Yeah, connected a little bit onto Marco. Checking in with Tixie from Konina Power. Tixie with that scar. They are going to be spotting out a squad. It's going to be Yala. Remember, Yala, they got 2 crates. They got 2 crates in their arsenal. Looks like Konina Power is trying to regroup with Rob all the way out there on the edge. Dadden from Loops in the smokes. In the smokes. Looks like they're in their own heated engagement. Yep, Wildcard Spring was spotted. So Wildcard taken out. A lot of heavy hitters already done for this game.
Definitely see Loops. Dadden, he's the last one alive right here for his squad. And he is just, talk about being pinched between
pushing him.
Footballists. Yeah, he looks like he wants to just finish him out early right now. And it makes sense if you are Footballists. But what a shot!
Wow!
What a shator! Great tracking from Solke.
Dude, yeah, Solke popping off right here. This game looking to get the final blow onto Dadden. Dadden in the truck, gonna be popping behind that truck. Solke tossing a nice little grenade. Will be landing right behind Dadden. Dadden about 75% HP. Here comes the follow-up nades, trying to take down Loops in this Miramar match.
A little too far. Not able to connect, but right now, will this one get it? He's aiming this one. He's calculating it. Will it hit the mark? Still a little too far. It's okay, man. They're having to both deal with 2 squads, but right now he is just eyes locked on to Dadden. The return nade, though.
How many grenades? How many grenades? That's about the 4th or 5th grenade Solke has attempted to throw onto Dadden. I believe Solke might be out of grenades. Looking for that reposition. Next zone does go on up, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
If your Footballist here, you definitely want to get Loops. Oh, almost had that angle right there. Caught the toes. He's looking for him right here, trying to get any angle as he can onto Dadden. Oh, and that's it from Rom. But Rom got quick return knocked, just like that from
Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it?
I think it was, considering if you're Footballist. If you're Footballist right now, and you're just trying to get some more points on the board, I think that might have been the play right here. And it looks like Solke was able to get the drive on. He might get the pickup, but I don't think his vehicle is going to survive this one.
Yeah, and they are outside of the next play zone. But the 2 members from Dream Eaters, they also need to move. Yeah, they are out there so far away from the next area. Look at this. It's already going to be chunking them down and out. We see their truck already burning right near them. Umbra, though. Umbra making the pull-up onto Nova.
And here they go. They're looking to press it hard right now. And you can just see the kit utility from both of these squads. Great nade coming out from Nova, putting on some work onto Vindex right here. And I think Umbra is just trying to hold this position as long as they can. But She-Fan's got something to say with it, throwing some big nades out those windows.
Yeah, Prez is going to be pushing up just a little further, trying to get one of these nice grenades cooked right into the hands of Nova. Out here, though, can you power Tixie in the bush? Going to be going for that spray down. 0 from Yala is going to be knocked down. Xana as well. Lord going to be going for that jump shot, trying to connect these sprays. And there's only 2 members up for Yala and 1 up for Konina, so it's a 2v1.
Dixie's on a mission right now, trying to be able to get some more points for his team so he can be able to also maybe get that MVP title. But he's done with. Now look at that. Nova's done with. And Team Unique is done. Oh, I'm sorry. Nova, She-Fan was able to survive. Barely, only 3 members up left, but Umbra's right now.
Prez going for the jump. Will be trying to connect right there. Extremely low, going for that pre-fire around the corner. Cat will be recognizing this one. Also popping on out. Prez going for that jump shot in the air. They will be connecting onto Cat. Look at this. Prez right behind She-Fan, trying to get that reload. Able to do so, and my goodness, the timing right there.
Team Umbra, talk about a squad that has just woken up. I love to see this aggression coming from them here because, man, they have just been playing together as a unit, and I think they've taken out almost every single major team here today. So, I mean, definitely they're starting to see that confidence come out of them, and they're pretty close to this next circle. They have a big chance of possibly winning this one.
Listen, they got a list, and they are just going around every single game, checking checking off the teams that they're wiping off. They're trying to get that revenge here. And checking out the live finals rankings. Yep, we still got Cloud9 in this game. We still got Footballists in this game. Footballists, they do have that next circle. Looks like Cloud9 trying to reposition and get on into the zone as well. B4 right there to the west, Yala to the east, and Umbra to the north. All three of these squads will be looking right on top of Cloud9.
Yeah, and you can see right now, you got Cloud9 with 3 members up. Still got a full squad of Umbra, Yala, and Footballists in this mix as well. And Yala opted to drive the vehicle in late right here. Oh, this could be huge. Was that a nade or smoke? Was a smoke, but oh man, they drove up on the wrong spot. Adder with the perfect angle. And yeah, Yala
out here.
Done.
Yeah.
Real quick.
I mean, trying to toss out those smokes, and I believe Umbra seeing what Yala did, attempting to take a page out their book, but it did not work out for Yala. The crash, the pull up on the Cloud9 was not successful, but Umbra using that moment to pull on up and get on into the zone. Looks like Prez trying to go for that spray down. Pyra is behind cover. Prez will be spotted, is going to be bleeding out, and then Thurston. Halls also killed in the process, and Cloud9, they're just keeping this zone on lockdown.
And I think Umbra had the right idea. I think they decided to go for the third-party opportunity after they heard that fight. But little did they realize, it was Cloud9 there. And Cloud9 wiped that squad out real quick. So by the time they got there, they were already waiting, reloaded and waiting for them. And man, just Team Umbra just feeling the pain right now.
Yeah, I mean, feeling it. That's an understatement. They only got one up. They got Vindex out there trying to survive, and it does look like Vindex's position is currently compromised. This is a good game for B4. They still got 2 up. They need these placement points. They need this game to go in their favor so bad, and we see them right now with their duo. They are going to be spreading on out right now. McZero, we saw that just a moment ago, was spotted uneven, looking to get the confirm.
Yeah, I think if you're any of these squads here, it's maps like Miramar, Sanhok, Vikendi, where you really have an opportunity to pass up some of these better squads. Because, you know, in Erangel, they have those games down on lock right here. But you still have Cloud9, and Football is still alive as a crate seems to drop right into Footballist's lap. That's going to be some free level 3 gear right here. And you can see Lutz, he's got his eyes right on it.
I mean, that's looking like a tasty little snack right there, right in front of your face. 11 kills onto Footballist this game, and they still have 4 up.
Oh, and it's an M249 in there, too. Oh, goodness gracious.
That's huge.
That's a squad wiper. That is the squad wiper right there. 100-round magazine. This thing is a monster to have in the late game. And you can just see right now, Footballist, they've got this position on lockdown and under control. Well, Cloud9, though, they're starting to use those smokes. They're so good at being able to reduce these slight lines and push up. Will they be able to overcome Footballists?
3 members alive for Cloud9. 4 alive for Footballists. 1 up, Pedro, OG for B4, and then 1 up for Umbra, Vindex. So will those solo players out there on the edge, will they play spoiler? Will they try to backstab right now? This squad fight looks like Lutz is going to be pushing on out. Going for that random spray out there. We'll have a good idea that there's an enemy out here, and if they didn't before, we'll definitely know now. Grenades being tossed by Vindex. Oh, Vindex gonna be getting the trade onto Raum, and that's the moment that Cloud9, they need to use this to their advantage.
Oh, but they're focused on B4 still.
Pedro from behind as well. The solos.
That's it. There's only 2 members up for Footballists. It's Cloud9's time to push. Here they go.
Trying to get the wraparound. They're trying to get the wraparound. A little 2-1 going right now. Pyra and Uneven are going to be approaching this one. Lutz going to be popping on up. Remember, Lutz got the M249. Will be opting to use the M4. And how the solos have played in the favor right now of Cloud9. Adar are going to be cooking this grenade on the Solke. Solke has been hitting their shots here so far today. But
that's it.
1v3, Cloud9. Get in the dub here. Get in the dub. Adar, 7 kills. Pyra, 5 kills. Insane game for both Cloud9 and Footballists.
And that's just going to add a little bit more statistics onto Adder, trying to go for that MVP spot. And with matches like that, whoo, you know that's exactly what he wanted to do. So I know for a fact we're going to see some C9 wins in the chat after that one.
Oh, man. Pedro, OG, Vindex, they shattered the dream right there for Footballists. I mean, Footballists had a ton of kills, so they should, you know, be fairly happy with their performance that game. But yeah, those solos from the east and the west, I thought it was a footballless game, honestly. I'm not going to lie.
It's totally possible, but that just goes to show you right here how fast things can turn around, especially when you have so many other squads still alive. Those solo members, man, talk about playing spoiler, just getting it done right there. And for Cloud9, I think that them winning a Miramar match is going to be huge for their total score, because you know that when it comes to Erangel, that's their map. They are so confident on there. But these other maps, that's where you see a lot of these other teams get some major points. So for Cloud9 to get a win here, you know they got to be pumped up.
Not only that, like Cloud9, you know, reading the kill feed, reading it, and then immediately executing. You know, they didn't hesitate right there. They didn't opt to like use a bandage or use a boost. They just full on sent it. They knew they had the numbers advantage, and they just cleaned house right there.
Man, the awareness is just too strong. But hey guys, that's gonna be it for here this match. We got a couple big matches still coming up right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Well, it wasn't quite the first game of the day, but Cloud9 have been able to finally get themselves a chicken dinner here today and do it in a very damn good fashion. Adder was 7 kills, Cloud9 finishing off with 13 kills overall, so a 33-point game for them. And I feel like this was desperately needed considering we had teams like Nova getting within arm's reach of taking away that first place position. Let's take a look at our stats here, or our map rankings from that last match, and really start to break down here all the points we did get across the board, starting with you, Glitter. 28 points for Footballists.
Yeah, Footballists also, you know, not to be ignored, had an incredibly strong game themselves with 14 kills up against Cloud9's 13. So like you said, huge for Cloud9 to maintain the lead that they currently have over those other teams. However, Footballists had a massive showing. Umbra had I believe they had a solo player up at the end there who was able to get them some more placement points, as we can see there with their 12. B4 also had Pedro up, able to secure them some more points. Yeah, this is massive for B4 because they've struggled all day. We've seen them at the bottom half of this list for pretty much every match up until this point. You know, 7, maybe this is because 7 called them out there right at the end, saying they needed to step it up, so they did it for you.
Hey, they heard me, and I love it. I might have to start calling out more teams here, as they did end up getting a lot more points than the team that I ended up picking with Dream Eaters. They only ended up getting 4 points. This is by far one of the worst performances that we've kind of seen from Dream Eaters in regards to Miramar, and it was still kind of decent if you really think about it. Then we have Corina Power, 4 points. Loops Esports still not getting out of the rut. They're kind of going back to what we saw in regards to yesterday. They're not really having the performances that we have seen. And then if we go towards the bottom, even more Alpha Legends and Pittsburgh Knights there towards the bottom.
Well, even Wildcard, this was a team that played so consistently well in like the first 3 games of yesterday, and they have struggled coming into today. But let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into Cloud9, because again, as we said before, they had themselves the 13 kills, 1,600 damage, but only 260 healing. 13 kills, 260 healing. That doesn't sound right, and yet I'm not doubting the numbers I'm seeing on the screen here, 7.
You know why? Because they ended up stealing about 7 of those kills. So they didn't really have to fight for those kills. And that is great to see. Listen, sometimes you don't have to take on those fights. You don't have to do the extra work. Just look around, see when a person's knocked down, and then just kill them. Take that easy kill, because that'll get you towards the top. And yeah, right, just survive. Just survive.
Survive, Forehead. Let's take a look at our top 4 players, though, from that last match. And, of course, we're going to have 3 players from Footballists here and 1 from Cloud9. I'm just going to call it now. I bet you Adder got the MVP. I see no world.
It has to be Adder.
7 kills? Is it him?
It has to be.
It's got to be.
Let's see. Who is it? Hey.
Yeah.
Hold it.
I mean, credit to
What I
football.
want to see out of him.
They had 14 kills. Like, they did outperform Cloud9 when it came to the kill department, but 1,000 damage. And we already talked about how Adder is currently sitting first place right now for the overall MVP of the finals. So he's getting one step closer to the 10,000 bucks.
Yeah, and this is great for him. It's great for him to also stay consistent. Remember, this was one player that's always been consistent in regards to MVP ranking, especially those weekly MVPs that we had going on all the time. He was right below Carrillo all the time. So now that Carrillo and his team is really not performing that well, Adder has stepped it up even more. And I love that Cloud9 was able to win there in Miramar. Usually not one of their not as strongest matches as some of the other ones. And then once again, kudos to Lutz being able to get there 769. Not bad at all.
I mean, we typically see him with a lot of kills coming through grenades.
Right.
So maybe not able to get him this time. But we are going to take a look at our Do the Do moments from our fourth match of the day. Still 2 to come up left in our second day of the finals. And, I mean, we got to start things off with Wildcard. They've definitely been forefront every single time it feels like. Typically, though, it was them being attacked, not them the ones to attack back here, Glitter.
Yeah, this was a bit of a rough start, I think, for all of us since we did pick Dream Eaters on this map, but Wildcard just started putting in a ton of early damage into that squad, and they are able to pick off one of Dream Eaters' players before they kind of escape out of there. So it's nice to see Wildcard kind of at least getting a little bit of aggression down here, but I mean, it was a rough start for Dream Eaters, and then right there, I believe that was Tempo that got sandwiched between both Dream Eaters and Loops, if I'm not mistaken, on the other side of that, and it did not go well for Tempo, 7.
Yep, and right now we're seeing Football is being able to get some of those kills and collect some of that extra damage that they were able to put out. And Wildcard, once again, Wildcard was at least able to go ahead and drive around, but guess what? Ultimately, Team Queso, or I can't really remember who that was right there, they were able to just blow them up and send them back to the lobby, send them back to waiting. As we see Unique also being able to get some kills there. Dream Eaters, even though there was only one player left, he was still trying to go for that extra action, and luckily for him, they were able to get at least 2 kills, at least save some face, at least give us some extra points. And I think it's time for us to stop picking teams altogether, because we always do really bad when we do that. So now we go towards Adder, picking people apart with that M4 and that nasty scope. Oh, that man has the new skin, that Pharaoh skin. All right, I see you, Adder. You're flexing on us. And then we have Umbra
already.
Right? He knows it. I think he knows it. He spends it like he has it already. So maybe that's why he's doing even better today. But one of the other ones I want to talk about that we didn't really get a chance to talk about was Team Umbra. They ended up with 4 kills, 4th place again, 12 points. This is a team that has just been, it hasn't really been as consistent as we saw yesterday, but they are still staying within their own average. And I think, I hope at some point they're going to be able to get that kill, that win, as we did see there, Cloud9. And Cloud9, as I was mentioning as well, for them to be able to get a win here in Miramar after the league play that they had before, it just speaks volumes for this team, and it speaks volumes of how much they just continue to improve here at Glitter.
Yeah, and as we're getting towards the end of the game here, this was when Pedro was that solo up for B4. He was trying to put damage out into the other squads. Cloud9 and Footballis went back and forth that entire end. This nade that comes out of Adder, though, was so strong, and Cloud9 is able to clean up Footballis there at the end. But honestly, between the two of them, the fact that they were only separated by 1 kill, that game could have gone either way for those squads.
Exactly, and we've seen Footballs be so consistent today when it comes to getting these kills, but let's see if they're consistent when it comes to the damage, as we're going to compare them, Cloud9, and obviously all the other teams in that last match here in the lobby against each other. And yeah, well, you're seeing right there, that is some sick damage. Was that like around 2,500 for Footballs with the 14 kills? Insane stuff coming out of them here, 7.
It has. Almost 1,000 more damage than Cloud9 was able to get. And I think overall it has to show it was mostly because Cloud9 had more than half their kills by just stealing them from people, which is it's impressive nonetheless. I'm not putting that down in any way, shape, or form. If you're able to get those easy kills, sure, go for it. And then B4 Glitter's one of those teams we've been saying they haven't really been performing. You heard me calling them out, and they step it up here in that last match.
Yeah, which is, you know, I almost kind of want to say like finally, because we've seen some strong performances out of B4 and we know what they're capable of. So I was waiting for them to have that moment where they just were able to kind of have all their things click. But again, Yala Esports actually consistently getting to around that 1K damage mark, but not able to convert it into a higher number of kills for themselves. So I think that, you know, moving forward, they have all of the promise right there. They just need to figure out how to close everything out.
Yeah, and actually, let's kind of move the show along here and take a look at our talent predictions, because we talked about, you know, y'all not being able to convert those into kills. We talked about Dream Eaters as being the team we think who could win it. And, well, it didn't work out too well for us. I'm actually, Glitter, did you get back to us? Did you get back to your mom and what she predicted? What team? Because I'm curious if she beat Hot Jukes here. She didn't tell you? Okay.
Oh, just kidding. No, she did. I think she said that she picked... Wait, I think she picked a Nova.
Okay.
Nova? All right. Well, if she picked Nova, she ended up with 5 points. She did better than us.
She did better than us.
Point all of us. That is insane. We should get her on the show to do some predictions. But Dave getting himself 12 points. He was right to stick with B4. Hot Juice Cloud9 pick did not work. It seems like most of the Cloud9 picks we've made today, or sorry, Tempo, have not worked out. Until that last game, obviously, with Cloud9 able to get a big victory here. I think we need to take a look at our overall points, though, because we haven't seen that. Okay, we're going to take a look at the schedule for now, since we have Sanhok to come up next, and we have Erangel as well as a final match. So Sanhok as our next choice here. I'm imagining we're going to see the overalls. I think that's what it's going to come down to, right? How far has Cloud9 extended the lead up against Nova? Where are they going to be currently sitting at? Where are other teams like the likes of Footballers, who I believe we're in third place, are going to be? And let's check in right now with what we currently do have here and see where these leads are going to be grown into. And we can see, almost a straight 30 points here for Cloud9 against Footballers, but Footballers have gotten up to second place here, 7.
Yeah, and this is good. Remember, if I remember right, I think Cloud9 started the day with a 40-point lead. They kind of slowed down, and now they're starting to pick it back up. But luckily for us, some of the other teams that were in those second to third to fourth to fifth place were able to improve their performances. And now with Footballers, this team has started getting the kills, and this is a scary team once he actually starts getting kills, because let me just refresh your memory real quick. This team ended up getting 2 wins in one day with 19 kills apiece. So that is a lot of kills right there. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we see Footballers even closer to Cloud9. I do want to see more out of Nova Esports here, as they do end up falling 1 placement point, and then Karina Power being there within that 4th place, being in a way within the striking distance to the top 2. That is always great to see. And then you got Loops Esports in 6th place. Quite a disappointment thus far. Not what we expect there out of Loops Esports as we go here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, but I think what's surprising about that transition there from first to second page is that we saw UDR Killers being able to move up into that 10th position for the first time today, and Wildcard actually dropping down into 11th. B4 is able to start moving themselves up the ranks, which is nice for them after that game where they actually were able to pull down a decent amount of points. Hopefully we can see more of the same coming out of them. And then Yala dropping down, as is PK and Team Unique just jumping up just a little bit, because if you look at all of those squads, they're all within 8 points of each other, so...
Well, I will say this, though, about Loops. They've definitely been performing better than... Sorry. Yeah, their standings is much better than I feel like their games have been. I feel like we talked about them being in like the bottom 10 many times here. So I'm actually surprised to see them in 6th place. So obviously they do have a chance to show up in the last 2 matches of the day, the last 2 days as well, coming up tomorrow and the day thereafter. But before we move into our next match, obviously we talked about yesterday, we teased it a little bit earlier on today. Our next episode of Between the Battlegrounds will be airing on the 9th, which is the Sunday here, our last day of the finals. And we have a trailer, a little bit of a sneak peek on what's to come here in episode 2. Really curious to see what's going to be coming up in that episode. We saw in the first episode how Mad Toy was kind of taken off the team of Illuminate the Murder, and he went over to Team Secret, and we saw a little head-to-head going on between them there. So I'm really curious to see how that's going to come in. As obviously, as we said, August 9th going to be the premiere here on the West Show, so make sure you guys tune in for that. Also, make sure to follow Esports PubGM, where it will be posted as well for you guys to watch at home. It's time now to get into our predictions as we move into our 5th game. It's going to be on Sanhok, which obviously means Glitter's going to be saying B4, right? No, okay.
Changing it up on everybody again.
Ooh, okay. Who you got?
Yeah, I mean, so this is definitely a little bit different of a pick, but I know a lot of people are going to be going for teams that have performed historically well on Sanhok, but this team has been performing way better overall. So I'm actually going to be going with Konina Power for this match.
I mean, I will give Glitter this. She might not be first in the rankings, but she is first in my heart for going for different picks compared to everyone else. She's going against the trend. I respect it.
Exactly.
I respect
the trend every single time.
Wasn't even trolling there. All right, Seven, who do you got?
I got Footballers, man. Come on now.
I knew it. See, of course.
Footballers got the win yesterday. They always tend to do good here in Sanhok. And my picks have been absolutely horrible today. So come on, Footballers.
So
please.
Potentially
please make me
proud
proud.
with bad picks. I mean, at least we're not all picking the same team this time, which is why I went with Footballist as well. Because they got me 3 chicken dinners yesterday. Hey, you know, I'm first for a reason, Glitter. I got to keep it going. You know, I'm not. I mean, I feel like my nose is going to grow if I keep talking
I'm first in the hearts of the community.
Well, yeah, that is true. That is true. Let's keep the gagging aside here, Seven. We'll check with you guys, though, when we do finish off this 5th match and get underway with our 6 as well. So go take a break. Maybe Seven go message Glitter's mom for some help for some predictions because she's been killing all of us today. And we'll see you guys later. All right, so you guys at home, you still have chances to win prizes. We got the lucky draw still going on the entire time here with 2 days left. You can log into the game, watch from the Esports Center, and you can win a limited time outfit if you are lucky enough. But obviously luck is a factor into this, but luck might not be a factor when it comes to tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL to let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win and maybe if Glitter in fact is #1 in the community's eyes. But now we got to bring in some more people to help commentate our second to last match of the day. Our penultimate match is Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave going to be joining us once again here on the stage. And we're going to start things off, Hot Jukes, talking to you about how you're feeling today, man. I haven't asked.
Feeling great. I mean, every time I get to see some of these matches, I'm always pumped up and hyped, man. And plus, of course, seeing your beautiful face, Jason, it just brightens up my day.
I'm not commissioner anymore. You don't have to suck up to me. I can't get you extra points. I'm sorry, man. But I will ask you about Footballers, as they have been slaying today like crazy, but they haven't been able to close out a match yet today. Do you think this is finally their time going into Sanhok?
I mean, I think Sanhok is just one. If the zone goes over to that northwest island, I think that absolutely it is possibly one of their games because that is like I think that's the strategy they plan for. If it goes now towards central mainland, I think they're gonna have a tough time. But I mean, like I said, if that happens, I think they got it locked down.
Well, in Mustache Dave, we've seen a lot of teams use the boats, especially when it comes to Vikendi, especially when it comes to Sanhok. We've seen Umbra do it quite a few times. Do you think that's going to be a strategy sought out by those two teams again if we do have these long rotations as a necessity?
Even if the zone is in the middle, Umbra, they're always in a boat. That's just their thing. They always go in the boat. And I got to say, you know, Footballers, they had a great game last game, 11 kills, 2nd place. They won yesterday on Sanhok, of course, but I feel like they got a lot of luck because they took up that position on top of the cliffs and the final zones just kind of centered on that, so they didn't really have to move. Everybody had to come to them. Kind of like what Juke said, like if it doesn't go there, I can see them having a really challenging Sanhok game here today.
Okay, well, challenging Sanhok game. Let's hear your prediction, though. Maybe you're backing Footballers here. Who's your team for match 5?
Cloud9. Cloud9, they're the most consistent when it comes to Sanhok. So I'm just going with consistent teams looking back at the World League, and those are my picks. Those are my picks here for the finals.
Okay, Hot Jukes, who do you got, man?
I'm going to go with Nova Esports. I think that they've been having some really good games coming up for. I already picked Cloud9. A lot of the teams that I would have probably picked for Sanhok first are already done with. But yeah, I think Nova, I believe in you. Give me some points. Your boy needs them bad.
He needs them bad, just like we need to start this next match bad here. Why don't you two gentlemen take us away with our penultimate match of the day.
Penultimate match indeed. And here we go into Sanhok, the jungle. You know, the blue zone. El Rey, the king, the legend, the king above kings, as I've always said it over and over again, and I think it's been proven without a doubt here. But man, here I know these teams are pumped up and ready to go. I think especially if you're one of these teams that are on the bottom of the leaderboards, I think that if any map that you can kind of get it done on, it's going to be Sanhok. You get that right zone, you get that right position. We've seen squads just slay out here, getting a chicken dinner and some insane kills.
I mean, it's just so penultimate, or penultimate.
Yeah, penultimate.
Penultimate. So, I mean, that's
We get some penultimates in the chat.
Let's get some penultimates in the chat. If you know what it means, well, 7 on the desk will send you some UC, and, you know, that's that. That is that. Looks like Unique going to be dropping out on top of Camp Alpha. We see Footballists up there. They're tried a true location. Okay, so Footballists, once again, not a bad zone.
This is
not a bad zone.
This is the one they wanted. You know, this
penultimate.
Yep, this is the penultimate zone right here for Footballists. I mean, that is a fact right here because anytime, now, it still has a chance, of course, you know, to shift into the mainland, but I mean, it just, from experience, my wild guess, of course, is going to probably most likely go there, and I think that's what a lot of these teams are thinking right now because, man, anytime that zone lands on that island, Footballists, they're positioned perfectly for it, and they just got to deal, all of these squads have to cross there, and there's only so many spots you can cross into, and it's just a battle throughout that entire trip. So yeah, this zone right here, Footballists, you know, they're smiling.
They're smiling. So repeat of yesterday with the Knights. They're going to loot up. They're going to group up. Loops are going to push into their compound. Loops will get wiped by the Knights. HH will swim across the water, going to his little cliff, hanging out there. The Knights, who they get wiped by yesterday? Who I don't remember. Maybe Team Queso. Everybody's going to have to run uphill. Footballists are going to be on top of the hill. They're going to be looking down. Yeah. Oh, Umbra in a boat. Okay, let's see if I'm right. I might be onto something here.
I think it's totally possible because anytime the zone goes in this direction, every single time we've seen Umbra go in a boat. And I can't blame them because it works. It's worked every single time for them in the past. So I think considering it, and it makes total sense. And that, you know, that you really look at it, trying to get into that island, it's so tough. I mean, you look at teams like Loops and Cloud9, who are obviously one of the most competitive teams in this tournament. Every time the zone goes to that island, they struggle. We saw it yesterday. They both went out really early. So, I mean, Umbra, you know that they don't want to mess with any of that. They say, hey, you know what? We're just going to chill. We're going to sip some mojitos and head on over there. Or you know what? No, I'm sorry. Sip some Mountain Dew. You know, some
do the Dew.
Old-fashioned. Yeah, they got it. You know, they're doing the Dew real good in their little yacht there on the way. And they get in there safely into one of the best positions in the zone. So,
Footballists, it's okay.
Already holding
the clips.
Yep.
Already has a gun.
Don't you blame him?
Has a gun. Has an up. Extended mag. Has a helmet. No vest. But who needs the vest? Who needs a vest from up here? I mean, nobody can even shoot you in the chest. They just see your helmet. We'll be looking down. Lutz taking up the other cliff on the opposite end. So Footballists, they have a feeling. They have a feeling that this might be a repeat from yesterday.
And you know that they're pumped up for it. I mean, considering that this is the dream zone right here. Because Sanhok, if the zone decides to lock onto this area, this could be another just insane amount of kills and win and propel them up to possibly get some big money here. So yeah, this is a huge opportunity. They know it, and you can see them on the move already. Oh, Team Queso.
Okay.
They spot some loops over here. They know that that's where they like to rotate.
I like this rock too. Axel can kind of peek up on the rock. Yeah, he can take some shots and then go right back behind it for that cover, that much needed cover. Everybody using the QBU here. You want a prone. You want a prone to use that tripod to get better accuracy. But sometimes, you know, you just can't. You can't afford the luxury.
No, yeah, you want to always kind of keep that movement going back and forth. But we definitely see it when these teams have an opportunity. They go into that full laid down position, and every single gun is a laser right there. And yeah, I like that rock like you mentioned earlier, but you got to always be careful anytime you're in the water. Because if you get knocked in the water, you're instantly dead.
Ooh,
you know, and there's certain spots where, you know, like if you're in the shallow area, you still may be able to crawl around, but it's risky because if you just happen to go a little too far into the deep end, boom, you just got nothing but an X on your nameplate because you are down and out real quick. No chance to get revived.
No chance. No chance.
Look at that Pharaoh suit. We saw some Pharaoh suits as well.
You know, I want to mention, I know the suit. The suit is like the prize, right? That's what everybody wants. But I was looking in it. The grenade. The grenade skin is honestly my favorite. It's a little grenade. It has a little blue gem in the middle. I want to see that. I want to see these players toss that because it's like, if you can get a kill with that grenade, it has gold trimmings. It has the blue gem. If you can get a kill with that, that's just style. It's like, look at this. I mean, you think it's a present, but then it blows up in your face. So, but yeah, make sure, tell your friends, tell your family. I think like Jason said, tell your ex-girlfriend. Hopefully he's not doing that. But tune on in. We need 300,000 viewers.
300K.
300K in the bank, and then we get those crates, baby. 6
Come on.
crates.
We need them. We need them. Let the
I need
people
them.
know. That's right. We all need them. That's for sure.
I need to make a video. I need to make a crate opening video. I need those 6 crates.
Oh, man, that's the strat. That is the strat right there, for sure, man. I mean, that X-Rail suit, that thing is nice. You know, these latest updates have just been incredible. Oh, and I saw, you know, that you know, some devices, you know, featuring that brand new Qualcomm Snap processor are going to be able to get the chance to be able to try PUBG Mobile on 90 FPS for the first time. So that is so hype right there. I mean, hey, when you got that Snapdragon inside, you know you got the best of the best in there. So what else can you expect?
Let's go, baby! Snapdragon. I mean, just imagine sniping. You know, just that 90 FPS, the render
right
distance. Now. I mean, you can see everything.
Man, oh, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful sight.
Beautiful thing. I mean, it's the year 2020. All right, Hot Chooks? Like, we're gaming. We're gaming, son.
And the technology is just too strong. Too strong.
Too strong.
You can see Loots right here using some of that parkour technology, jumping onto these crates.
Too strong.
Some loot right here. I mean, man, the acceleration. You love to see that coming from these squads, but he's got to be careful because
the glutes.
Looks like Dream Eaters is a little close by. Yeah, the glutes, you know, gotta get them engaged. Good form.
Engage them. Good form. And for Set, you know, might have spotted out some of those parkour workouts and looking for an easy kill possibly. Soke was, you know, connecting those shots last game. That's what you like to see, and looks like they're gonna be making their move on out right now. Just, you know, some quick looting, and scooting.
And I think that's super smart. I mean, considering that this zone is most likely going to go into their territory, they want to have as much loot as possible because we saw how much that matters. Yesterday, remember that Miramar match? We saw Shifan on top of that hill. He was completely out. You know, he was stuck to just kind of single tapping because he had no ammunition left. And in Sanhok, it's going to be very familiar if you are footballist. So you can definitely tell why they want to get as much kit as possible going into this end game. Look at Spec.
You get smacked. You see. Oh my goodness. Maybe he's scout. Okay. Getting the 6 times. Boys.
Oh, you saw that move.
Getting the 6 times. Spec.
He's trying to spot a Spec moving right now. That's the thing. That is a tough spot. Oh.
They see each other.
The shots finally.
They see each other.
A little too late.
Man.
Yeah, it looks like Rahman, he saw him and said, you know what, I ain't peeking that way anymore. I'm just going to take a look at this bridge. And you can just see him on the move trying to find a better position. Oh, this is a scary one right here. Look at that.
Okay. I mean, interesting. I don't know about this, though. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how I feel about that.
That's a sketchy spot. I mean, considering that if you do get knocked there, you ain't making it out of there alive. That's just a fact right there. Dave!
What?
We don't see it here in the game, but we can see the map. And look what we see in the map. None other than Team Umbra on the boat strats. And it looks like Konita Power. Looks like Konita Power. Yeah, as we move on to the map here, they have taken it out of the book. I mean, these guys have both. They were some of the first purchasers of the Book of Sanhok. And, you know, Team Umbra, you know, riding in their boat strat right here. And it looks like Konita Power are looking to do the same thing. And we've seen them use it before as well.
Bestseller here.
Hey, B4 on the bottom as well?
B4, I don't know if B4 on a boat or if they're just swimming. I don't see a little vehicle icon. But look at this. Memphis from Unique will be spawning out Konita Power in their boat. I see the boat near Gonzo already exploded. It is on fire. And Konita Power now reading the fine print when it comes to the boater's manual.
Gotta look at it.
Getting caught out there.
Yeah, you gotta always remember that when it comes to these boats, they blow up so quickly. It only feels like it's like 10 rounds, and that thing is gone and out. So yeah, Konita Power realized it. Oh, yeah, we saw it in the kill feed right there.
Oh, the corn god right there, and getting the thirst. Okay.
Getting it done. 10 sub. Tempo having a tough time so far here in the past couple games.
So yeah, I mean, Konita Power, in your opinion, like, what can they do now? Like, they're out there, they're swimming, they don't have a boat, like you said. Like, what do you do?
Hold the breath. Yeah, that's all you could do. Just hold your breath, baby, because you ain't going anywhere. Umbra!
Making the pull-up!
Umbra!
In a boat!
They had to. Do they have an idea? Did they see some? They had to have seen one of these players pop out.
I see Gonzo's getting chunked down,
they're
holding
shooting
that
at
breath.
him.
They're popping
this
in
is
the boat. They're
devastating.
going for the spray
It's a boat
right
buy.
now.
It's a boat buy.
A barrel. Umbra are writing the book out here on how to make these boat tapes successful. Gonzo just trying to swim. We'll be getting connected on. We're going to send Vindex in the water to scout them out to find exactly where these swimmers are. The scuba thieves out here from Konina Power. Gonzo drowning, forgetting how to swim out here. This is insane.
The boat drive-by so strong from Umbra. Look at the spray. And there goes another member down. You know that Konina Power, this is the last thing on Earth that they possibly expected. But hey, you know what? Team Umbra, they said, we wrote the book, baby, when it comes to boat straps and Sanhok. This is how it's done. We got the rubber ducky boat, and we're not playing any games.
Imagine.
Oh, now they all ejected it. You got to be careful.
Imagine a rubber ducky boat.
Oh, man, all I know is that if I see that, I'm going to start shivering, man, because these
Imagine
guys...
getting wiped, though, by a rubber ducky boat. The tilt factor, you know, like, oh, I feel. Looking at this, though, Milky Way from Unique, Uzi in hand, Memphis already going to be bleeding on out. So this is really good for those teams that are in the water because earlier on, Unique, they're the ones taking shots on the Konina Power, but they ended up getting pushed on from the Dream Eaters.
Yeah, and you get to see that, you know, Umbra, of course, is still up there, kind of holding it down, but we're on this fight right now. Verset, you know, maybe throwing a nade at his teammate saying, hey, you know what? Get your head in the game, baby, because we got a squad right next to us. And there's going to be team. You see right there, Umbra on the bottom right, still using the rubber ducky boat. And they seem to have lost Konina Power, these other two members, but it looks like they're still on the drive and trying to hunt them down.
Umbra are out here treasure hunting. You know, meanwhile, everybody else, you know, they're playing for dollars, you know. Yeah. Umbra, they want the gold, they want the jewels, they got the map, you know, they got the coordinates. They're on something else right now.
They definitely do, and I'm surprised. All they gotta do is just drive around, and they should be able to hear some swimming and find out exactly where they're at, but it looks like they're trying to send it possibly into the mainland as this zone has started to close right now. And you can just see, like, I think we're starting to see, especially here in the finals, a lot of these teams are playing a lot more concise, a lot smarter, trying to get every single point on the board, because with this reset right here, you're going to see the full confidence come out from all these squads, because it's really anybody's game to get this money.
Anybody's game, especially with this game, and then one more, and then we are officially halfway done with the finals. Tixie from Konina Power was able to make it ashore, looking to get that revenge right now. Did not appreciate Umbra pulling up in that rubber ducky, taking out two of their squad mates, or one of the squad mates, and forcing Gonzo to drown. Vindex trying to make it onto the shore. You said it. If you get knocked in the water, that's it.
Done. There's no revive opportunity. You are just out, stuck spectating the rest of your squad right here. Tixie throwing a defensive smoke right here. This is really dangerous because that's going to cut off his smoke, his sight lines completely and allow teams to press up. But speaking of press up, look at Loops pressing up on the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, just running across that open terrain. They're going to be losing one right off the bat right there. But it is going to be a 3v3 right now. 3 members from the Knights. Looks like Carnage and Jagger trying to reposition, trying to group up and provide that support for Raven, currently locked down.
And look at Federal on that off angle right there. It looks like they will Carnage and Jagger be able to catch. They don't see him. And Federal has to hear him next to right close. Oh,
Jagger walking right into Federal, popping up with the AKM, going for that spray, trying to get the trade. Carnage
gets a save.
Spotted as well.
Oh, it's Footballers. Footballers with the third party. Onto both above right here. Oh, up on top of the hill.
Carnage getting lit up.
This is what they've been waiting for. This is what they've been waiting for. Oh, the nade. Oh, 1 HP.
Raven
That's the eviction notice. That's the eviction notice.
Trying to go for a grenade of their own. Trying to ricochet that grenade off of that brick right there. And it looks like Carnage was finally spotted by Footballist up in the sky. And now it's just Raven walking around the building with the pin. And it's a 1v2 for Raven. Raven is just pinned down.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it against one of the best fraggers in this tournament of Carrillo. Oh, and it looks like it is going to be a 2v1 situation. They know where he is at. He's in the closet. Here comes the pre-fire. Can Raven get anything done? No. Just like that, Pittsburgh Knights out in 16th. Another tough game for them.
I don't know if you caught, but I believe Raven dropped the gas can. Was actually trying to fire on that gas can. We saw a little explosion there at the end right before Raven got taken out. I do appreciate the craftsmanship when it comes into the 2v1s. And yeah, Footballists, I mean, really, Footballists just the victors off of that fight. Already 4 kills so far for this team.
Could you imagine if that gas can was placed in a little bit of a better spot? That would have just been insane. What a play that could have been right here. But, you know, we're going on over. You see Umbra, they lost one of their members, and they're opting to just kind of hang out in the water. They're just opting to just kind of hang out in the water right now. Just hang out, just, you know, chill at this rock right here and kind of wait to see where this next zone's going to go. But Footballist, I mean, this is their area. This is their map right here. And where will this next zone go? It does shift a little further north. A lot of these members from Footballist are in a good position right here to get a ton of kills. But, man, we're about to see a bloodbath.
Yeah, and Footballist, they know exactly there's at least 1 or 2 members, enemies down there. Maybe they don't know it's Loops. We saw B4, the solo member, will be with Umbra, and all those swimmers in the water no longer favored in the zone. They need to make the move. They need to make the push. First set from Dream Eaters, currently in this rock. Going to be bolting on up, trying to get some better sightlines onto this wildcard squad. Sam going to be cooking this grenade, tossing a grenade, pulling on back. All the members from wildcard making the push here on the east side. Spring in a vehicle. Dream Eaters kind of separated for the time being. They need to group up. They need to provide the support right now to the front line.
They definitely have to, especially considering that you're about to go up against Wildcard, a team that could really push their way through if need be. And it looks like Verset is just kind of holding him off on his own right here. And with all those nades, you can tell that he's got to be getting nervous a little bit. Throws a return grenade right there. Oh, he does spot Sam. Catches him too. Great shots.
Getting caught, trying to make the peek on up, trying to get those follow-up grenades, and we'll be able to crawl back on into that cover. Hopefully Yala don't peek on over their little ledge that they are going to be currently residing in down there in the south, because if they do, I mean, they're going to be looking right on top of Wildcard, and here comes more grenades, more smokes. Looks like Sam was able to get picked up.
Verset's still holding the same position. He's been holding it for quite a while, so Wildcard is going to really... Oh, look at this, Santa. Wide open with the QBU. Can he hit these shots? Oh, now he's getting shot in the back.
Shot from Footballist.
Oh. Who else would it be?
Man, Yala trying to get the kills, trying to get the damage on the board on top of Wildcard, but right above them, Footballist. So you got to be really careful. Looks like Yala trying to third-party this engagement right now.
Dream Eaters.
Wildcard recognizing the fact that they are in a very difficult situation, looking to make the push, looking to regroup with Spring, who is currently in high 10.
Just gotta give it up. You gotta give it up to McHugh and Verset, though. I mean, they had just held it down big time. Saw McHugh get the double kill onto Wildcard. Now it's just Acer all on his lonesome. He's still out of this circle right here. And where's he gonna run? There's nowhere to run. It's nothing but open field, and you got so many of these players staring right at you. It's gonna be a tough time for Wildcard to make something happen right now. Oh, look at Nova.
Yep, trying to gatekeep Umbra. Umbra only one up. Prez, the last remaining member. All of those bow plays, it all comes down to this moment. Can you...
Oh, great shots.
AZ with that lean peak. Chiefan also popping on off in the kill feed. UDR getting picked apart right now. Nova putting in the work. 6 kills so far.
Putting in some good work right here. They're getting some insane kills. Now they realize that, hey, the clock is on them. They have to start getting moving right now. The zone did center out. You got Team Unique, a bunch of teams right now gatekeeping you. And look at all these squads on top of the hill. Oh, looks like Tempo said, hey, Footballist, how do you like it when we're shooting on top of the hill onto you? But now they got to deal with Alpha Legends right here. Here's the low toss nade.
Oh,
this could be huge.
HH connecting onto Kato.
What a nade!
Oh, the grenade coming on out from Rain, connecting onto Faker. Now there's 2 members alive from Alpha Legends. Here comes the blue zone. They're trying to get the trade. They're trying to get the damage on the board when it comes to Tempo up there on the high ground. HH currently trying to outrun the blue zone. Spec over here taking shots onto Zero from Yala. Ramon, the Corn God, making the pull up, making the pop up with the AKM, going for that spray down. The quick turn, but remember, the blue zone is right on top of this area. Like, can you heal up in time?
Well, they get it. And not to mention, they can't jump down.
Oh, no.
He realizes it. Will he get the kill? HH using his parkour skills right there. Best he can do. Just trying to put some more kills on the board, because now he's officially in a position to where he can't get down. He's just going to have to get up there, and it's a big full zoom in. Great shots on the Team Queso from HH24.
Full zoom in, that 6 times sees the smokes down there when it comes to footballists might opt to, get that spray down. Tempo, though, I mean, they're managing to just, stay alive, stay relevant. I believe one member, Shator, right beneath them as well.
Otas?
Rain looking to cook this grenade to perfection. Already
got
4
the double
kills
kill.
onto Rain. Knows exactly where we need to land this one. Gonna be underhand on top of Shator. Shator forced to run out from their smokes. The damage still coming on out right there.
He heard it coming. He heard it coming. Rain.
HH24.
Rain. Have to jump off right now. The 180.
The 180, Shator connected on to HH. Rain so low right now. Spec, the only one alive, and that mayhem, the jump shots will be providing the information to Adar from Cloud9. Forced to defend themselves. Spring trying to make the pull up. The Uzi spray too strong. Spring taken down. Adar extremely low right now.
Spring tried to hit the drop shot right there, but Adder said, no sir, not today. Some great work with that Uzi, and now you can see all these teams. There's no cover inside of the zone. They're all just trying to hold edge. The best way they can. Team Unique taking out Footballists in a big way right there.
And Elise saying, grenade! Ayala, the snake right now. Can he get the dub? Spraying down there on uneven, and
my goodness.
Cloud9 taken out at the hands of Team Queso. 5 kills so far to Team Queso. 9 kills onto Tempo. Spec still up there in the mountains, going down at the very end, but not before getting a quick knock onto Ayala.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once he got stuck on that hill, there was no making it down from there. Tried to get all the work he could, but Team Queso still have 2 members up. They're going to try to get this res off with only 9 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be so close right here. While Acer from Wildcard is still alive, and he's pretty close into the zone right here. He's got good coverage with this rock, and here comes Milky Way with the drive up. Will Acer peek this?
Oh, Milky Way able to get on into the zone, has the cover. Marco currently locked in onto Milky Way. The spray down from Team Queso. They're in the blue zone. They don't have a lot of time to work with right now. Yeah, the blue zone taking down Marco. And meanwhile, Acer is just crawling their way on in, racking up the placement points. The 1v1 going for that spray down. They just won the game. Acer winning the engagement. The solo member. I mean, wow, wild card. What can we say? Wild card, man. Yesterday they got second place, no damage, no kills. This game, Acer coming in clutch.
I mean, big plays right there. And you just saw the patience. He had plenty of opportunities to get some big shots, but he said, you know what? Having this position right here and staying in a secret the best I can is what's most important. And then he just waited for the perfect opportunity to strike, and that's exactly what he did, and put in some work with the Uzi to get the big chicken dinner for Wildcard.
Dude, Uzi over everything. I feel like Uzi is a must, and grenades. The 2 things that you need here to be successful in PUBG Mobile. Team Queso, I think they had 3 up at the end, but not anticipating the blue zone that was right on top of them. I mean, we saw Marco get knocked down from the blue zone right then and there. Like, that was just the end of them pretty much.
Yeah, and you saw Team Queso just right there, all focused on Team Unique, while Acer was just sitting in the shadows, waiting. And man, what a crazy, insane game right here. Let's see, of course, what the desk has to say after this quick break from our sponsors.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, I guess Wildcard was really unhappy with being knocked off the front page out of the top 10 as they were placed 11th, but they get themselves the chicken dinner, and Azor, of course, being the real star for the team, surviving till the end and pulling off the 1v1. Let's take a look at the map rankings from that last match so we can really break down some of this, because honestly, we're seeing some teams in there we haven't seen in such a long time. 7 unique off the bat, 10 kills.
Hey, that's one of the other teams that I ended up calling out too. I said they needed to improve their gameplay, and look at this. It's working. I'm telling you, I need to start calling more teams out. But Unique, with those 24 points, that is huge for them. And then you got Wildcard Gaming. Remember, this is not the first time that Wildcard Gaming ends up getting a win like this. Just super quiet. And in a way, I remember Spring telling me they're the best rats in NA. Well, guess what? It worked again. They were able to get 25 points, the chicken dinner, and then Temple Storm collecting 17 points, go down the list even more. Team Queso, I think Team Queso is finally starting to also improve their performances here, as they have been a little bit more consistent. 16 points in the last one, Cloud9 11, Football is 10, and as you go down even more, you got Nova Esports with 6 kills and 7 points, and I cannot wait to see what the second page is going to be showing us here.
It's got to be Loops,
Nova
right?
Esports. Yeah, Nova Esports being able to get those 6 kills, I think that's huge. And now, you know what? Glitter, take away the second page.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, as we see here, Loops is on the second page, like you said, Jason, with only 3 kills and 4 points coming out of this match. Alpha Legend was able to get a couple more points for themselves, but still not going to be enough if they want to be competing with the teams that are above them right now. And then yet again, towards the bottom of the list, we see Yala Esports, Konina Power B4, and Pittsburgh Knights. All of these teams really struggling, specifically my pick, Konina Power. That was a rough start between them and Umbra in the water.
Yeah, I mean, I heard your heart
happens to
shatter
the best of us
in that one. I mean, let's talk about maybe B4 for a quick moment here, because they had a better Miramar, probably one of their best matches they've actually had this entire finals, and then they go right back into like a 1-point finish in the next match. I mean, consistency, we're not really seeing it out of them. I really wonder what's going on within the team here, Seven, because they are struggling. Alpha Legends are struggling. There's so many teams that just, at this point, need to say, all right, forget it. Let's just go crazy, because with almost entirely through the second day, they got nothing to lose. Yep. They need to get up the rankings.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the wildcard stats here. And yeah, in regards to B4 and some of those other teams, they just haven't been consistent, man. I don't know what happened. Consistency just went out of the door. And talking about consistency, wildcard. I believe before this match, they were in 11th place, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a huge win for them. We have seen them get great performances. We've seen them get second place finishes. But the thing with wildcard that I have not seen is them being able to kind of translate those good performances from day to day. So hopefully with them, oh my God, look at the damage right there. 674 damage, 1100 healing. And at one point we saw Spring rushing into Adder. We thought he was going to be able to get that engagement, but Adder just turned around and absolutely smoked him and sent him back to the lobby. So overall, I think it's a great win for Wildcard. I just want to see more out of them in future games and in future days.
I'm taking a look at our top players as well. I mean, we did have Unique on 10 kills. I expect to see a couple players from them, and we will see Frozen coming in. But so is HH24 and Rain from Tempo Storm. Adder again, making it to the top 4. If he's not right now the current first place MVP, then I don't know what I would say. I would be amazed if anyone could overtake him at this rate. But it's good to see some more Tempo players get in there. Tempo have had a rocky go through of today as well. But let's see who the MVP was going to be. And it's going to be
Adder.
Rain.
Easy.
HH.
Oh, wow.
Man.
They're all
really?
wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a delay, okay? There's a delay.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I got to see it when it flipped over, and you guys saw it a little bit later on. But yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Frozen to get on there. I think this is like the first time we've seen him up there since maybe like the first week, or maybe that was back in the opening weekend. But you can see there the 661 damage done. The 5 kills, though, the really impressive part here for Tempo, because they didn't have necessarily an easy game either here, Glitter.
No, they did not have an easy game, but they were able to make something out of it for themselves. Not only do we see, obviously, 2 of their players up here on our top player segment, Rain pulling down the MVP. I think that's huge for Rain. He's been able to really step up for the team lately, but Tempo had 9 kills. So, you know, they kind of made lemonade out of lemons, right? Because this was something that Tempo needed as far as points goes. I think that they needed a boost. We've seen them be quiet again today. And I think that all Tempo really needs is to be able to pull a game like this and a couple of their good games from yesterday and not just have them sporadically. Once they can have it across the board for a full day, they'll be in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they finished off really high when it came to the league play, but it's all about the finals right now as you take a look at our do-the-do moments. And we're probably going to see pretty early on where Glitter's heart did break when it came to the battleship. Not even battleships. You can't even say that because there wasn't 2 boats. It was just 1 boat and dead bodies here, 7.
To be fair, though, to be fair, yeah, Kanina Power did get absolutely smacked here. We're gonna go ahead and see this right now.
We gotta see it again.
You're gonna see Umbra right here, and every single kill, you would just hear Glitter say, "No, what are they doing?" And then the good thing though is that some players were able to get to the pretty much to the shore, and they were able to kind of get back some kills. They were able to do some revenge, so that was great to see out of Kanina Power. At least makes something that could have been really, really bad into somewhat of a positive by at least collecting 1 kill their way. And then Loops, what is going on with Loops here? Honestly, this feels like a completely different team that we're watching. We see them have great performances in maps that we know they're gonna more than likely perform well, and I'm talking about Vikendi. But after that, it's just very inconsistent stuff. I just hope they start changing stuff, because if they want to catch up to Cloud9 in first place, especially if Cloud9 continues to have great performances or at least play the way they have been playing, they're not going to be able to catch them up, Glitter.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happening. You know, maybe there's a piece of the puzzle that we obviously don't have any insight on, because this is definitely atypical gameplay for Loops, and it's something we're definitely going to be paying attention to as the rest of the league finals progress. But moving along in the clips here, we see Adder, we see Tempo taking all these engagements, and we're about to come up, I think, around the same time where you're talking about, at the part where Spring pushes Adder, and Adder just absolutely melts him. I think Spring thought he was going to have the upper hand there, but Adder has just been playing so well for himself, not just today, but just since yesterday, in generally these past 2 days for finals. I think that the time off for Cloud9 has done wonders for them, because it allowed them to have like this full reset.
Yeah, maybe in a way it was kind of worth losing those 50,000, because you just come in so focused for those 100,000 even more. I'm thinking positively here, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. No,
I know
agree.
everybody would rather have the 50 and then the 100, but hey, you got to take one. I would definitely go with the 100, because why not? And then towards the end there with the Acer, that was just such a sneaky play. And we've been seeing, as I mentioned, we've been seeing so much out of this from Wildcard, so hopefully they can continue to do the kind of stuff. I just want to see consistency in regards to Wildcard. I want to see them do great performances over and over again.
Well, not even Wildcard, also Unique. I mean, this is their best showing they've had in a match in the finals so far. And let's take a look at how their damage compared up against everyone else, because they were the kill leaders in that last match with 10 kills coming through. But they're not going to be the damage leaders. It's all going to be Tempo here with the 1,800 damage. But again, to see Wildcard win with such little damage, they actually were even farther down than UDR Killers, who was about in 9th place.
This is actually really kind of a little lopsided in the terms of what we expect to see when we're looking at a top 4 situation, right? We look at top 4, and the 4th place is the one that has the most damage. They actually almost have more damage than 2nd and 3rd place combined. So this is a very, very strong game for Tempo there. But like Seven was saying, Wildcard, you know, has been managing to do well while riding out. So whatever works, because at the end of the day, they're still getting those 20 placement points for first place, and every single point is going to count when we're talking about the difference between 1 or 2 places, and we've seen that happen many, many times.
I think I know what you're laughing at, Seven. I think I know. Was it the fact that Kanina Power had, for the first time we've ever seen, the kills be ahead of damage when it comes to that graph? Because they had 1 kill and 99 damage?
I'm laughing at the prediction scores that we're about to see.
Okay, well, let's just see them then.
That's
yeah.
Toxic.
Oh, yikes, brother.
That's almost as toxic as watching Pedro nade himself and his team out of a game yesterday when we saw that top of the show. Almost the same level of toxicity there.
2?
Oh.
2? Yeah, 2.
Can I take my mom's points?
No, it don't work. It doesn't work like that.
I think she might have more than you, and she's only been playing like halfway through the finals.
Probably does, honestly. Yo, shout out again
Tempo
to,
for
once
this
again,
game, so.
Mom's Glitter. She's just absolutely destroying everybody. And she did call Tempo the previous one too?
No, she called Tempo for this game.
In Cloud9 for the last one, right?
Yeah, and the Cloud9 before that.
Okay, well, you know what? We're going to get her on the show. We'll replace Glitter, and we'll get her set up with a camera to give her predictions. Let's take a look at overall. That's what it's all about, right? We're almost done with our second day, and currently Cloud9 will be sitting in that $100,000 place with Footballers right behind them. But Tempo have made a big surge here in 4th place now, 7.
Yeah, and I think this is something that they needed. One thing that you heard me say from Tempo is they have had good performances, but they just haven't been able to get those wins. They were able to get a win earlier today, and then after that win, they ended up with just in 9th place and 1 kill. So for them to be able to kind of perform here, get 9 kills instead of 1, this is huge for them. They need to go ahead and continue this kind of performances, because guess what? You're going to be able to pass up on Kanina like you just did there, and you might more than likely going to be able to pass up in Nova Esports if you continue playing well. Now for Cloud9, you want to see them just keep on doing what they're doing. It's working for them, so why change it? You're going to get unlucky every now and then, but just as long as you're able to put up a great performance after a bad one, that'll always make up for it. Team Queso moving up, Wildcard Gaming, we saw them moving up as well. And right here, hey, look at this. Not a surprise at all, especially after that last game. Team Unique now moving into 12th place with 76 points, Glitter.
Yeah, this is a big jump up for Team Unique. It's something that was definitely needed, but we're also seeing B4 dropping down yet again, 1 point behind Yala Esports in the rankings, and Pittsburgh Knights really struggling to kind of get themselves out of that 15th to 13th place position. So really kind of looking forward to seeing what a lot of these teams here on this second page can manage to do. We have to remember this is only the second of 4 days for our finals. So we're almost at that halfway point. That's probably going to be about the time when some of those teams towards the bottom need to rethink some of their strategies.
Yeah, they need to go crazy here. Just like you guys at home need to go crazy, because when we hit 300,000 concurrent viewers here on the stream, everyone in PUBG Mobile will be getting themselves 6 crates, and you have a chance to get a permanent set within this. Not to mention, as a side little, thing for you, I'll be eating a very spicy pepper on air and trying to break down some of the games, and I try to do one segment, hopefully towards the end of the show, so I can chug milk right after to get that out of my mouth. But a little bit of a side thing for you. So obviously some extra incentive coming your way, but I think it's time to maybe now cast our eyes ahead into our schedule here, considering we have 1 match left to go. And we already know the map it's going to be on, right? We see it 3 times a day, every day until we have our victor, and it's going to be back on Erangel once again. Now, I will say this, we have not had a team pick up 2 chicken dinners here so far today, though we did have it happen yesterday with Nova and with Cloud9. So that leads us into predictions now, where I think, with my prediction, Tempo Storm is going to be able to get themselves a second chicken dinner.
Okay.
That's a good one. That's a good one. You know what? For me, I'm going to go with Wildcard Gaming. I feel like they can maybe also get them back-to-back chicken dinners. So Wildcard Gaming is who I got.
Okay, Glitter. Let us know who we shouldn't pick.
Well, you know what?
I'm
loyal. And at this point, I think we're just going to say that my day of predictions has been a wash, and I'm hoping that B4 can actually save me here in the last game, even though they've been struggling a lot today. I'm really hoping that that kind of fuels a little bit of fire in them and pushes them to have a really strong finish here on the second day.
Okay, right on. Respect it.
Yep.
I can't wait for that
I don't know
one
what to
point.
Say. Oh, come on.
Don't worry.
Come on. She's going to get more than 1 point.
Just wait for them to just put you guys in your place.
I mean, at least she picked a team that's plain and didn't double pick a team, 7, like you did yesterday.
Hey, yesterday I ended up picking Wildcard for this one, so I'm glad I get to redeem myself. I got Wildcard, baby. I'm sticking with it.
All right, well, we'll check with you guys when the final match is done and hopefully not be too mean to Glitter, because I think she's going to smash it this time. I'm expecting at least 15 points for her, and she's going to start to catch back up to us, as 7 had his own thoughts about it. But you guys at home who are watching, why aren't you watching within the game? Why aren't you watching within the Esports Center? Because you could be earning points this entire time. We have today, tomorrow, and the next day to get our top 100 viewers who will be getting themselves exclusive rewards. So make sure you're watching there. You can also watch on Twitch. You can also watch on YouTube. So many different ways you can watch your favorite PUBG Mobile action, your favorite PUBG Mobile teams. You guys can also still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. And let us know who you think is going to win some of these games. Maybe you want to talk about how Glitter's mom is destroying us when it comes to picks as well. And of course, more picks have yet to come here since we have the final match. We have to bring our commentators in one more time with Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. And I'm going to start off with you, Dave. You're looking crisp. I'm digging the shirt. I'm digging the gray on you. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. Hey, I just got a text from my mom,
me?
and she's like, yo, where's the love? Where's the love? I mean, my mom wants the love too. She's been picking teams left and right. For her, though, she's been picking UDR. She's been picking Alpha Legends. So I got to teach her. I got to call her after this and be like, yo, mom, you know, let's sit down and talk about this. You need to pick other teams.
Hey, I think everyone should call their moms and check in with them and see how they're doing. Hot Jukes, when was the last time you called your mom, man?
Oh man, dude, just a few seconds ago. I'm trying to get her advice at this point because I have just been throwing these predictions. So I saw her leaderboards and what she's picked, 100% accuracy. She's undefeated, you know. So hopefully I'll be able to get at least one game today.
Yeah, well, hopefully. We'll
you remember Bring Your Child to Work Day? We're gonna have Bring Your Mom to Work Day.
You know, I think that's a great idea. That is a fantastic idea. Maybe we can talk to production to make that happen. One team I do want to talk about here, Hot Jukes, Unique. They've been super quiet. They've been very unique and not really showing up too many times here on the leaderboards. They finally do here. They finally get themselves 10 kills. They get themselves a second place finish. Do you think this is the start to something for Unique, or do you think that was just kind of a one-time thing?
I think that it comes when Unique is in Sanhok. Right? I think Sanhok is one of those maps where any team that's struggling can kind of really come up and get it done. When it comes to Erangel, you're going to see those teams that are on the top just be consistent. At the end of the day, though, I mean, they by far deserve to be here. They still have an opportunity to get it done. Just by seeing their past few games, I think that they still have a lot to prove before I can really say, hey, Unique is here, and they came to play.
Okay, well, let's get our predictions here. Mustache Dave, hopefully you got some good advice from your mom here, or maybe you're able to teach her a little bit. Yeah. Who's your prediction?
My mom said I should probably go with Wildcard because they dropped Severny, and if they get some circle luck up there to the north, they should be able to acquire some decent placement points here.
Okay,
at least.
Hot Jukes, what about you, man?
I'm going to go with Loops, baby. Come on, I've been saving this pick all day long. See if they can get it done here at the end.
Okay, well, let's find out what we do. Hop into our final match of the day. After this, we'll be officially halfway through the finals. So, gentlemen, take us into it.
Thank you so much, Jason. Here we go into the final match here of day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile World League West League Play Finals, baby. Here we go, taking it over to Erangel. Man, Dave, I'm pumped up for this one. Let's get it going.
Yeah, hey, during that break, I just did the do. So I am beyond pumped up. I am pump level maximum right now, and I'm looking for these teams to come into this game. I mean, Juice, yesterday, the crate endings, actually insane. But remember, we brought up a great point. Yesterday, Loops did not drop in Hospital. That has been their tried and true location throughout the entirety of the World League. And they dropped down there in prison, and then next thing you know, Hospital crates finished. So I am looking to see, I know this playing path a little rough, but will they go back to their spot?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that you're totally right. I think that's really unfortunate for them, considering that they don't really have the opportunity to take that same drop spot now. But man, I wonder if they are going to go back to prison. We haven't seen them jump out the plane just yet. Now, Loops, they've been kind of on and off. I don't know what they're doing as far as like mixing up these strategies. Maybe it's because they're so worried about teams kind of headhunting for them right now. But yeah, I think they're still yet to really get their full-on stride so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when they get that stride, though, I mean, good luck putting a stop to them. And yeah, this is the last game of today, and then we're halfway done. We are halfway done with the finals here, and that means there's only 12 more games to go. So, I mean, if you have not been performing like you want to, hey, you gotta turn it on. And we see zone number one. Zone number one. Look at the Knights right there in Gatka, right there in Chopsticks, right there. Right smack in the middle. I mean, they got taken out, I believe, first last game. So, you know, being able to be blessed with this zone, it should go in their favor. I mean, you have to assume.
You look how many teams went over to the east as well. So, I mean, they are set up pretty looking for the rest of this circle. And I think this is probably the favorite circle of a lot of these teams because they know it so well right here. And at the end of the day, Cloud9 dropping into Primorsk, they're going to have a lot of loot and vehicles to be able to get a really good position early on right here. And man, so many of these teams right now, they're just all jam-packed up together trying to get looted up and going as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cloud9 loot Primorsk and maybe even use that road out there to the west and still go up there to the north, South George, because that's still going to be free loot that they have to assume is it's going to be available.
I wonder how much it has to go into play. Now that I just think it just came to my mind here real quick, and I want to see your thoughts on that. Is, you know, Cloud9, they sat out the last Super Weekend right here. So I think that maybe you see some of these teams got a little bit, you know, comfortable, you know, just with them being out. They changed their drop spots, changed their locations. And then now going into the finals here and then seeing Cloud9 go off, I wonder how much of that has to have an effect on the rest of these squads.
I mean, we heard in multiple interviews, you know, that weekend definitely making an impact on the squad of Cloud9, but not in a negative aspect. Maybe when it comes to their bank accounts, of course, you know, they lost some money there, but when it comes to their mentality, when it comes to their determination, they're ready. You know, they are pissed off that these teams hunted them down on that last league play day. They got a list, all right? They know exactly who they want to chase down. Not only that, they sat back, you know, they watched the Super Weekend, they took notes, they developed some new strategies, and they just came into these finals, you know, looking to get the win, you know, looking to make that $100,000. And every time you speak to Bale, confidence. I mean, confidence across the board, and I think that's what's going on here. You know, Cloud9. They might be a little mad that they lost that money, but
I got a chance to talk to Bayo in an interview, man. I tell you what, that's exactly what he said. He said, we're going to hunt down Loops. We're going to hunt down some of these squads that made us miss that last Super Weekend here. My thought, though, is what effect do you think that had onto Loops Esports, considering of how they performed here thus far? You know, the fact that, okay, they had a bunch of confidence. Cloud9 sat out a Super Weekend. That's a lot of matches played. You know, to have such a strong team sitting out. Do you think that maybe they could just thinking that, oh, okay, you know, it's the same kind of matches before, and then now that they're back, they're having a tough time here?
You're saying maybe Loops got a little too comfortable because they were the top dog in the lobby?
Yeah, but hey, guess what? Cloud9 right now, they said, hey, we're the Cloud Dogs. We're the top dogs here. You know, we just had
they're the Cloud Dogs, dude. They're the Cloud
Dogs. The Cloud top dogs right here. You know, we're Cloud9, baby. You know, bark. We came to get it done. And I wonder if that has a factor to play inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, at least when it comes to Erangel, this is the second time we saw, at least at the end of the day, Loops, they're not dropping in their loot location either. I know the plane didn't really favor it, but I don't know. If you're a team that is so successful when it comes to Erangel, which is a very important map here in the finals, it makes up 50% of the games played. I don't think Erangel is the map that you want to change up these strategies, because yesterday, if I don't recall, they definitely had the opportunity to drop, you know, in the hospital in that South George location. They opted not to. Instead, they went to prison. And I think, like you mentioned, you lightly touch on it. Maybe they assume other teams are going to be hunting them down, and I just hope that doesn't get in their minds, you know, and affects them.
Because, I mean, there's so many factors, I think, to consider when you have such a strong team like that come back. Because now, you know, rotations, they're not going to be as easy. When you have such a strong team like Cloud9, you know, rotating really quickly and camping, you know, driving routes, it's going to be tough, I think, to be able to get inside there. So maybe, you know, when you played that Super Weekend without them, maybe you were able to rotate a lot and think that it was okay. But now that they're back, I think you're quickly realizing that, you know, those strategies aren't going to work anymore. So it's kind of an interesting thought to see and consider, considering, you know, of course, how well Cloud9 has done thus far.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, after this game, officially halfway done. So, you know, with 2 more days to go, I mean, chicken dinner with a massive amount of kills, I mean, that will shoot you up the leaderboard. So there's plenty of more games to go in order to acquire the needed points to get up there at the very top. But before you know it, I mean, these past 2 days, it's already done pretty much. So before you know it, the finals are going to be done, and you don't want to look back and be like, oh, what could we have done differently? You want to be confident in what you already accomplished, you know, in your gun skills and your gameplay. So that's what we're looking for. I mean, these are the best of the best here. The best teams in the West. I mean, this is the top-notch PUBG Mobile gameplay in the world.
Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, they have to not only, you know, they are the best, but they also have to perform their absolute best every single moment of every single second of every single game right here, because we've seen it too many times. One bad rotation, one little mistake, one player that just happens to be, 10 meters behind his other, and they kind of push in 1v1v1. Just like that, it could be all over right here. So man, the stress, the pressure, it's at an all-time high, and we're just about to, like you said, finish the last game of day number 2. And that's it. That halfway mark is done. And if you're really far behind, you have to have insane games if you're looking to make it up on the top of these leaderboards.
Looking at this, Acer, feeling confident after that last dub, after that last chicken dinner, feeling a little good, feeling themselves on the hunt right now, hunting down, trying to chase down that, and might have relayed that information back to the squad mates be like, hold up, Acer, you're by yourself all the way up there. If Dadden pops out, gets a green on you, yeah, you better calm down. I know we got the chicken last game, but we're looking for the chicken again, my man.
Yeah, and I love their position right now. They're heading from the north down south through this bridge. It looks like they are going to be getting camped, though, from Dream Eaters, as they already have those houses on lockdown right now. And you can just see the wide rotates coming from all these squads, trying to take it really carefully to get back into the south part of the zone.
It's been almost 9 minutes, and we have not lost a single player yet.
Look how many teams are rotating in the same direction. You see Loops, you see Wildcard, UDR, even Unique, all taking the same path to try and get into this next circle. And you can see,
where are you going?
Wildcard got their eyes on Loops right now, and they're just trying to rotate on in. Looks like they're going to be able to make it past this bridge for free.
Yeah, Sam not pumping the brakes at all right there. Everybody already in their vehicles. Yeah, might go for a crate drop. Loop's going to be right behind him. UDR right behind him. It's going to be dangerous. A lot of teams all on top of one another. Toffees was able to snag that one. Sam popping on out, trying to take the shots with the M4 onto Toffees. Toffees busting a quick right-hand toe turn right there, able to get on out of harm's way, but not for long because Wildcard's still chasing him down.
Yeah, they got some good damage onto him right here, so I wonder if they're looking to kind of press this right now. This is a car chase. Yeah. Acer pops out. There he is, putting some big shots down. Will they be able to get one vehicle? Oh, Dream Eaters, they're hitting the gas. Acer with the laydown. Big spray. Ooh, not able to get it.
So many teams, just all intertwined right now on their rotates. It reminds me of a bowl of pasta, a bowl of pasta with the red sauce, with the meatballs, with the Parmesan cheese, everybody just right on top of one another. We still have 64 members alive. Kato knocked bleeding on out, but not thirsted yet. Might make that 63. Yes, we got Umber out here. Perez taking those shots onto Unique out there in the distance.
Yeah, and you can see Team Unique, team we're kind of mentioning in between the break right here. Oh, looks like Memphis is going to get caught out. Milky Way driving away with that US. Look at Shatur with that AK right now. Oh, he switches to the SKS 8X. This could be gross.
Hello?
Oh, he spots
Memphis? Hello? Memphis right down there at the foot of Shatur. Shatur getting stuck at a crossroads on deciding who they want to take the engagement on. Was going to be connected on. Oh, look at the dance moves. Faker with the dance moves, and Frozen trying to make the pull up from behind, and Elise getting the final blow right there. But mad props. Faker dodged a whole magazine of bullets right there.
He put the shibby on full blast right there. You can just see, Alpha Legends, Milky Way. He had the eyes onto him, switch players, but then Milky Way said, what are you looking at? I'm still here, buddy, and got the crazy return knock. And just like that, Alpha Legends down 3 members.
Down 3.
It's all up to, Ramon up to on his lonesome to get points here in the final match of the day.
Yeah, I saw Ramon, pulling up to a picnic bench. Might opt to just sit there and just eat some dinner and just relax. And, you got the candles, you got everything. You're ready. Cat up there on the roof. Wildcard saying hello, making the pull up right now. The drive by, the pull up. Cat is going to be knocked in the process. Acer chunked down pretty low, but still up, and does look like Wildcard able to take one of these buildings for their own.
Their security at hard, and Cat, he's stuck on this roof right now. There's no way he's going to get picked up. Third party from Tensa. Tensa stealing the kill onto Cat. Oh, man, Wildcard is really upset with that one right there. He's like, that was our point. But Tempo just real quick to pick that one up.
Yeah, Acer just out there unloading a whole mag. So yeah, Shifan pretty much stuck right now. HZLAZ out there in the hills, in the trees, and Shifan, they're gonna need to clutch it out. They're gonna need to get that clutch right now. The 1v4, gonna be cooking this grenade. And one thing Shifan has working for them is that third party.
Another nade.
Tempo, but here comes the pull. Shifan, go for the spray down with the barrel. Sam connecting, yep. I mean, you got a Uzi, you got 2 members, you know, right at your footsteps. It's going to be a challenge, no matter who you are.
So difficult to deal with 2v1s, especially considering with this kind of high skill cap of teams. I thought he was throwing a grenade, but it looks like he threw a smoke, but it was just a little too late. Wildcard quick on the move. And yeah, there goes Nova out both Shifan, their top fragger, and Cat, their IGL as well. So now it's just up to HDL and AZ to try and survive. But man, these squads are all starting to group up in this area right here.
Just south of Chopsticks, does seem like they're able to get themselves a nice little building right on in between the 2-2 split from Dream here. So we might have a moment here, Matic with the DP looking to spray down there on the night side. I had a question for you. I saw in the chat, a lot of people were asking, why do players prefer to grenade in FPP?
So it's just all about perspective, right? So when you're able to go ahead and switch over to AFPP, sometimes it kind of gives a little bit better sight line, and some people's depth perception, I mean, really ranges right here. So yeah, if that's what they like to do, it's true. I know some people who like to use that third person and then actually use their eye tool to kind of be able to really see exactly where that nade's going to go. So it pretty much all varies from person to person on how you like to nade.
Yeah, I just love that we get to sit back, talk about these pro players, and learn so
many strategies
every day. Yeah, so many different strats to really up your game. And I saw Dream Eaters, they had an AUG A3, and I think it was Toffee. So hey, you got an AUG A3, I'm looking at you. Memphis in the kill feed.
Oh yeah,
able to connect it, get a knock right there. Everybody on the move. Konita Power on the move right now to make it on into that next zone.
Yeah, the AUG, my favorite gun to leave in the crate. But like,
come on, man.
It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. Oh. That stays in there, and the 2X stays on the floor. That's just the way I roll. But one other thing too, that I really thinking about it now. I think the reason why you see a lot of players grenade and FPP is because, especially when you're going inside of houses and things like that, I think that you have a good solid advantage when you're in first person. A lot of people like to raid that way because it gives them better sight lines. So usually if they're throwing nades, they're usually in an up-close battle. So I think they're kind of prepared to get those shots, and they just so happen to be in FPP when they pull the pin.
There you go. Hot tip from Hot Jukes right there. Make sure you guys, if you get some kills with that, clip it, tag Hot Jukes, get that nice little shout out. Let them know if it worked. Carnage with the DP. Unloading right there in the kill feed and immediately getting knocked. Hopefully they can get the revive. Carnage going to be bleeding on out. Nas and Lord from Yala. Right now they got J7 pinned down right behind that vehicle. Raven popping out of their buggy, trying to provide the support for J7. Will be making their push on into the compound, and it does look like Carnage is getting revived out there in the back end of this one. Anas gonna be ricocheting that grenade off the door and taking down Raven.
Just like that, quick nade, quick thirst. That's gonna leave you into a good 3v2 situation now. Well, this hit. What a bounce!
Carnage knocked once again. Lord is connecting these grenades, and Nas gonna be making the peek around the corner. J7 with the Uzi, trying to get the shots, trying to get the spray on, put a halt to the push, and allow Carnage to be revived once again.
Let's get those Jagger reses in the chat right now as he's trying to pick them up. It's up to J7.
Oh, the reload!
God switch!
Carnage picked up
Bison,
popping up with the Bison, able to save the day, able to make sure the thirst is not successful.
Here they come
to J7. Lord trying to make the pull-up, already chunks down really low right there. Jagger going for that spray onto B4 out there in the distance, trying to third party this.
Big finish right there. Be able to get J7 and Carnage back up. So that's going to leave PK with 3 members.
3 meters are pushing it.
Oh yeah, yes they are. They're coming right onto them right now. This is what I'm talking about. Last game of day number 2. Shots going on all over the place.
Dream Eaters trying to push this one. Cloud9 already in the zone. trying to get these shots out there in the distance. That third-party potential. Jagger behind the buggy, spotted by Miku and knocked down once again. I mean, the Knights, they cannot catch a break.
Carnage on the
gonna
run.
be popping in that vehicle. Carnage had already been knocked 2 times, so cannot risk being knocked again. And J7 once again forced to defend their building by themselves.
Yeah, it's all up to him right now against a full squad of Dream Eaters. Loops holding it down against Team Umbra, losing 2 members in the process. Look at Kowski up along with Federal right here. They look to be still in this zone right here. Just, it's going to be tough to defend considering all these teams are rotating, trying to find a spot. Ooh, look at this, vehicle explosion.
Team Queso just spraying across the field, and here comes J7 with the Uzi, swapping on over for a sec, going for that pre-fire. Oh, J7 on the outskirts, M16, not able to hold out Dream Eaters, but extremely close right there. Almost got the clutch.
You could imagine if Carnage stayed in that fight right there. I think they could have possibly had that, you know. At the same time, you know, went for safety. Unfortunately, not able to find it. There goes PK out a little early right here in this last match. But now it's all up to the rest of these squads. You see HZL inside of Chopsticks. Oh, with UDR right above the corner here. 1 nade is all it takes. Will they able to spot each other? Does Ulysses know that HZL's right there?
HCL has to hear this.
I don't think so. He doesn't know. He's
going for the run. Go for the run. Oh,
goodness.
Jumping over behind HCL. Somebody just fly across their screen. Oh my goodness. Talk about the jump scare right there.
Here comes the grenade now, though. Here comes the grenade now. Nano throwing it down. Will it connect? Does some damage. There is that little itty-bitty spot there. He knows it.
Yep.
Will he pick it up?
Ricochet.
Bounce. Oh. 1 HP. One more? Wow. Does he have it? Oh, here comes the 3-1. Didn't work once. It didn't work twice. 3rd time's a charm. Will it get it?
Stay tuned.
We won't know. Yeah, we're on the next episode of HZL. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Back on to Cloud9, dealing with B4 right now.
Yeah, Cloud9 uneven, making the pull up. Max and Pedro will be spotting out uneven. Adar, Bayo, right there, able to provide that support. So uneven does have this little rock to work with. This is not in the next zone.
Grenade.
Oh, uneven getting a huge grenade, but the trade from Maxon, and it's gonna be a 3v3 right now.
Look how fast C9 is on the smokes. So quick. The second they saw uneven down, throwing out those smokes to be able to get the pickup because they want all 4 members alive towards the end. And while they're throwing smokes, the other team is throwing grenades. Really great plays coming from Cloud9.
Ayo just tossing out some grenades behind some trees. You know, might be some hard cover that B4 are going to be utilizing. And they got the pickup. Yep, Cloud9 got the pickup. B4 got the pickup, and they said, okay, we'll fight you in the zone.
Oh, yeah, and they're both going to the same spot here. Here they go.
Levi popping on out. Bayo is going to be spotted and tagged from Max, and with that AKM, smokes are out. Mix 0 going to be spotted in the process as well. Pyra bleeding on out, so 2 members, at least 2 members from Cloud9 are done. No, 3 members. Footballers with that third party. Adar trying to get the revive, trying to save the day, and I mean, football is definitely saving the day for Cloud9.
But look how fast Cloud9, I'm telling you, their smoke play is some of the best I've seen in this tournament, and it just makes them live little longer by little here, and you can see Team Queso trying to get into it. Oh, Football has some great sight lines with 7 kills on the board already.
7 kills, great sight lines. They got their team. Oh, Konya Power coming up from behind with the backstab onto Cloud9. Adar was trying to get the revives. Cloud9 trying to get the reset. Bayo connected on with the grenade as well. Konya Power, surprising. Cloud9 right there. Cloud9 did not have any opportunity to reset at all.
Nope, nothing you can do. I mean, when you're facing against so many great squads, I mean, Cloud9's so good at being able to get back up, but when you're dealing with that much pressure, I mean, you're going to just fold no matter who you are here. And now you see Footballists. I mean, they have a great position, great sight lines, and they're just picking apart all these squads right now. 8 kills in total.
8 kills, a little 2-2 split going on right now. They got those M16s out 4 times. Single tap, just tapping away and racking up the points when it comes to kills. Team Queso have 4 up, have one of these chopsticks for cover, and that southern end of it is going to be in the zone. One thing to note, though, this story, HZL from Nova, still alive, by the way. Still alive.
Still alive, and look at all the snake plays coming out right now. These squads so good at just spotting every single little player. The zone shifted, dead center, footballists. They are all readied up in position here at this shack, throwing the quick smokes. That's a dangerous smoke right there because that's going to give up their sight lines completely. And Lutz really understood that, so that's why he went outside using these vehicles as cover, try to catch some players off guard. But man, you got to be careful to not get knocked right now.
Yeah, especially with Spring. M24. I just saw Spring connect. Get a knock onto somebody. I didn't catch who it was, but
the nade
caught my attention. Grenades out from Nano. UDR, they got 2 up. They only got 1 kill, but they're trying to make the push. They're trying to make the push right now onto Team Queso. Oh no, Nano, that grenade not being tossed over that ledge, and Nano forced to go into the cover.
Yes, that was a tough nade. Oh, another one. Barely surviving right here. I mean, look at all these teams just shooting back and forth at so many different squads. And it looks like Team Queso are in this next circle. They do realize that Konita Power is out of the zone. And in their eyes, that's free points. That's free points on the board. And they're looking to add to their score in any way they can.
All right, that Marco
look at
out
those
here.
sight lines.
Yeah, the 4 times DP. I'm going to call this the lawnmower. I mean, it is just going to
Nano, the run!
grass. It's going to take out these snakes. Nano in the U.S. trying to make the pull up, able to get out of that U.S. just in time. Tosses smoking, is going to have that for cover for the time being. Konita Power making the move up there from the south just moments ago. Backstab Cloud9. They are now looking to backstab Wildcard and UDR.
Oh, great nade from Footballists onto Wildcard here. Doesn't connect. These squads are just right next to each other, using the vehicle as any kind of makeshift cover they can. And you can just see Team Queso with the pre-fire all over the place, just trying to get some hit markers and be able to get some crucial knots right here at this essential point in this match.
Footballists, I'm real nervous though. Okay, yeah, they gotta be spreading out. They had 4 members in that broken shack. That shack has no roof. That shack is just screaming for grenades to get tossed on in and get the squad wiped. So they're going to be spreading a little bit on out of there, trying to keep Wildcard out of the next zone. Meanwhile, HZL still alive. The HZL update still alive. Team Queso,
great shot.
Yep, still in this chopstick, using this for cover. This next zone really will be the deciding factor on who is favored, who has to move, because look right in the middle.
Center.
Yeah, right in the middle.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, right in all those houses and trees that are dead center. Psych, there's nothing. It is wide out in the open right here. All these players know it. I'm doubting almost anybody's going to be able to get in this next circle. We're just going to see shots like crazy. It's literally who moves first. How do you decide to make the first move right here, considering that there's just no cover?
Yeah.
Snake City.
Marco already opting to go for that crawl. Konita Power, actually taken out down there in the south, and I didn't expect
look at that.
Molly's going to be burning. Football is alive right now. Wildcard trying to make the breach, trying to make the push across the street, tossing out some grenades. Still
7 seconds left.
Out, screaming for a revive. 5 seconds to go. The blue zone is going to start to push on in and smoking themselves. They're going to be blocking those sight lines. Slinky making the initial pull up. Oh my goodness. Acer just taking down 2 right there from Footballists.
Yep, just like that, I was saying, when you throw one bad smoke and just get your whole team wiped, and just like that, Footballists has 0 sight lines. It allows Wildcard to push for free. Free firing, but guess what? They're not there. They're behind that crate jack, and they know that. Lutz with the pre-nade, though. Will they catch him?
Okay. I was waiting for that grenade. I was waiting for that grenade.
Footballists taken out, man. That just goes to show you how one little misplay can just be devastating for your whole team.
Yeah, that grenade, that smoke blocked the sight lines, and yeah, I mean, Wildcard just full on sent it. Look at this though, mini red zone coming on out right now from Loops. They got their strategy. They're in the grass. They are snaking it, trying to avoid being chunked out from the blue zone. They got their grenades in hand, and here it comes. 4 teams remaining. Kowalski spotted by Mystic. Immediately thirsted. It's up to Federal from Loops, tossing a grenade. Oh, Luke's taking down now as well.
Yeah, I mean, they had a tough spot right there. Just Team Queso with the perfect flank. And now it's all up to them to get it done here. They got the tall grass to work with. This is probably the best place in order to get your snake on. And man, if there's any team that could do it, it's Team Queso. They're really good at these kind of end game situations. But man, look at this wild card. They got 3 members back up. Looks like Spring is going to be able to get healed as well. Oh, it's going to be so close.
Everybody looking to get their snake on in this final match. And after this, we're officially halfway over with the finals. This is a huge game. This chicken dinner is needed. Wild card 3 up. Team Queso 4 up. And UDR, they still got their solo down there just chugging away. Nano, yeah, just chugging away. Bush got the bush.
He's got the bush. The bush of truth right here. Oh, man, that might be the one. As you can see that this is a perfect position. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to spot him out easily. And if he catches this right on point, I mean, it's anybody's game. If Team Queso and Wildcard just go at it, he stands up and he does the cleanup. Totally possible. Totally possible.
The cleanup crew out here.
He's got the bush.
Got the bush. Backpacks. Backpacks off. Backpacks are off.
Oh, yeah.
Spring, no helmet. My goodness. No helmet. Gonna be making the initial push. The crawl.
Great.
Gonna be maybe spotting out or at least hearing Ayala. I mean, you have to assume Team Queso, they have the numbers advantage.
Oh, look at this. Look at these crawls right here.
Ayala going for that spray down. Oh, the trade though. Ayala is going to be connected on and bleeding on out. There's only 3 up for Team Queso, but Slicky also spotted in the process. Spring going for that spray down as well, making sure to get the confirm before getting taken down and out. It's a 1v2, but Nano's position is going to be compromised. Nano taking out Marco. Oh,
get it done, Team Queso.
Dude, Nano almost won the game.
He tried so hard. Got so close right there. Almost thought he was able to get it done. That just goes to show you, hey, patience right there. You're just, staying real nice and quiet. You got the strong bush right there. Hey, anything can happen. Unfortunately, Team Queso, their eyes were just ready for anything. And man, great return fire. Waiting for them to get it done.
Gotta say, Nano definitely getting their snake on that game. I mean, Wildcard had 3 up. Nano was by themselves. Somehow managed to get second place right there and even more placement points. But what amazing day here, Hot Juice. I mean,
another strong day of matches. Can't beat it. This is what I'm talking about. This is PUBG Mobile competitive at its pinnacle right here, ladies and gentlemen. So, what an amazing day of games. That's going to be it for myself, Hot Jukes, here with Mustache Dave. Can't wait to hear what the desk has to say after this insane day of matches, after this quick break from our sponsors.
Well, it looks like today won't be the day of any 2 wins for any teams out there, as Team Queso take themselves the chicken dinner and get themselves a much-needed victory yet again to get them up a little bit further on in the rankings. But guys, that was a very close match from a couple different teams. Wildcard, and now you're looking at them 7, it's like, come on, they can do it, They were so close. But let's check in how many points all the teams did get, including Wildcard in here, as they got the 8 kills to at least back it up with 7.
Yeah, they were very close, man, and I think you just came down to this zone. If they would have ended up with the zone right there, they more than likely would have ended up with a win too, because they were working with a little bit of a divot there in that location of the map, especially in their location. But Team Queso, this is one team. Hey, listen, I've been kind of calling out teams here back and forth, and every single time I call out a team, they just start performing well. So what I think I'm gonna start doing tomorrow is I'm gonna call out a team and just pick that team, because yeah, because I think I'm just gonna go ahead and pretty much end up boosting my own numbers. But Team Queso, this is what they needed. This is exactly the performance they needed to have. They were currently in 8th place before coming into this match, and with an extra 31 points, that should set them up nicely. Hopefully, a little bit closer towards that top 5, and I believe it will also push them a lot over the 100th point mark. And if you go down, Loops Esports also had a great game. They were able to collect some points there in regards to placement. And then here on the second page, Glitter B4, 11th place.
You know,
5 points.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best. Was definitely not the best, but at least it's something. It's more points than 1, which is what they got in the last match, so I'll take it. We also are seeing Team Unique Pittsburgh Knights getting 5 points, as well as Cloud9 also getting 5 points with that entire grouping in 9th through 12th. Dream Eaters struggling a little bit here on our last, Erangel and Umbra and Yala down there towards the bottom. Yala has really struggled to kind of get out of that second page today.
Yeah, they've struggled, I think, a lot over the course of today in general, even yesterday having some rough matches. But we're going to dive a little bit further into Queso. Obviously talk about the stats they did pull off with 340 healing. Not bad, 11 kills, 1,600 damage. I think, as you kind of said though, Seven, like this was a much needed win for them. It's a little bit of a shame though it comes at the last match of the day, because that might have been the momentum they needed to finally start picking up better results in the next matches. But now they have to wait a day, but at least relieving some pressure off their shoulders, right? I think that's what's really important about that victory.
Yeah, I think that's the main key. This is pretty much the main reason why I wanted a team like Team Queso to get a win, because even though they can't carry the momentum, because as you mentioned, it is the last match of the day, that at least can go back and look at what they did so well in that match. Look how they were able to maintain their 4 players alive towards the end of the match, and use that to their advantage going into tomorrow, going into a fresh new set of maps. Maybe they're gonna be able to play Erangel 3 times again. They could go ahead and get some extra wins there. So overall, I think it's